Global announcement, the fourth batch of chosen ones has been settled. Global announcement, a total of over 200 participating countries, more than 40,000 chosen ones, with 3,920 survivors. Survival rate, 9.8%. Dragon country had 200 chosen ones. Survival rate, 5%. Dragon country's national fortune rating has been downgraded. The rate of medium to large-scale natural disasters has increased by 1%, and the success rate of converting obtained resources into reality has been reduced by 5%. The cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, rang through every corner of the world at noon on this day in the year 2575. Through the live broadcast screens spread across the globe, the message reached every corner of the world, and every individual had the right to choose to watch anyone's live split screen. The dismal 5%, only 10 survivors. This number was like heavy hammers, smashing into the hearts of every person from Dragon Country. Although it wasn't a total wipeout, once again, they were at the bottom among all the great powers. National fortune rating downgraded, success rate reduced by 5%. This meant that even if future chosen ones obtained precious resources, bringing them back to reality would cost more than for other countries. In an instant, the global network exploded. Countless cries, curses, and desperate screams surged together, creating a sea of information, drowning every person from Dragon Country. Only 5 survived. Damn it! What the hell is this game trying to do? This is slaughtering humans on Earth. Our Dragon Country is finished. For times in a row, even the elites sent by our government were wiped out, national fortune declining, the resources in the real world are depleting. How are we supposed to survive if this continues? Despair spread like a plague. Since the game Return to the Ruins nightmare descended into the real world a year ago, this despair had become the world's main theme. No one knew how this game appeared, but it just appeared, without reason. At first, everyone thought this was a new era of human evolution. Everything gained in the game could actually be brought back to reality, binding to the national fortune. What a gift from the heavens! But no one expected that the cost of this gift was life. Since the fourth batch, the rules of the Return to the Ruins nightmare game had changed. The leadership of each country obtained 180 internal test qualifications to designate domestic candidates and monitor live broadcast conversations. Dragon Country, during the fourth batch, almost exhausted all its efforts, sending in the country's top special forces, martial arts masters, and highly intelligent strategic analysts. That batch even produced a precious S-level talent, the Unmoving King. What was the result? The best performance was merely surviving 7 days of the rookie protection period before being wiped out by a level 3 monster. That highly anticipated S-level talent, with full physical defense, was slowly drained of his mental energy and ultimately self-destructed in the chaos. The elite among elites still resulted in a 95% death rate. This bloody performance made everyone clearly realize just how terrifying this game was. And now, it was time for the fifth batch. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped Dragon Country. This time, Dragon Country again filled all 180 designated spots. But compared to the previous batch where elites were sent, this time, the selection seemed more like a reluctant supplement. The remaining 20 spots were still randomly drawn nationwide. The main character, Yan Feng, was one of those 20. An utterly ordinary civilian. The space before Yan Feng twisted without warning. He instantly turned into countless light spots, vanishing into the air. The entire world spun violently. New soul fluctuation detected. Fifth batch Return to the Ruins nightmare player selection completed. Transmitting. The white light of the transmission faded, and he found himself standing in a barren yellow wilderness. A vast expanse with no end in sight, the dry soil beneath his feet cracked, emitting a decaying smell. It was noon, the sun hung directly overhead, and the heat waves scorched the earth. An unfamiliar world. The true touch. Almost at the moment of landing, cold words directly appeared on his retina. Welcome to the world of Guishu nightmares. Survival and plunder are the only main themes here. Time until dark, 4 hours 55 minutes. This is the game announcement of Guishu nightmares. You have a 7-day novice protection period. During this period, most nightmare creatures will not actively attack you unless you provoke them. Make good use of these 7 days, survive by any means possible, collect survival supplies, build shelters, and craft defense and attack weapons. Do not go outside after dark. If you hear a knock on the door, do not open it. Do not ask why. Every time the blood moon arrives on the 15th day, the nightmare wave strikes. Resisting the wave in Guishu nightmares is your first step. The longer you survive, the more rewarding it will be, not only for you but also for your country. Flip backwards to view the nightmare monsters that exceed your level. Special reminder, 1 year from now, the Guishu world will completely overlap with the real world, and all monsters in Guishu nightmares will descend into reality. This manual is soulbound and can be flipped through in your mind. Yan Feng read every word slowly and memorized all the information in his mind. The cameras for the global live broadcast were already aimed at each newly selected chosen one. The audience in Dragon Country nervously switched between countless live screens, searching for the 180 Dragon Country people who were highly expected. Found him. It's Ace Special Forces Soldier Zhang Lei. He looks very calm. Here is Professor Chen, a botanist. Hope it works out. Don't be too optimistic. Didn't the lessons from the last batch teach you anything? One sentence instantly cooled the enthusiasm in the bullet comments. The command center of the Dream Guard division in Dragon Country. The massive screen was divided into 200 small grids, each corresponding to a chosen one from Dragon Country. Commander Lin Jinghua's expression was serious, and the atmosphere behind him was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. He only hoped that this time, someone could survive for 3 days. At this moment, the global announcements sounded again. Talent awakening in progress? Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. In the Eagle Sauce Country's live broadcast room, a thunderous cheer erupted first. A dazzling golden light pillar shot up into the sky. S level. Another S level. Thor, the Thunder God, awakens the S level talent, Wrath of Thunder. Bless the Eagle Sauce. The celebratory atmosphere almost overflowed from the screen. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, there was nothing but sighs. B level, our best one is only B level. No A level? What's going on? It's over, we're already at a huge disadvantage at the start. Lin Jinghua's fingers slightly trembled as he stared at the screen where the elite's talent only lit up green light, without saying a word. Finally, it was Yan Feng's turn. He was Dragon Country's 200th chosen one, and the last one. Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on his small split screen. No miracle happened. A barely noticeable grayish light flashed across his body. The system's cold judgment appeared on the live broadcast screen. F level, the voice of all things. At this moment, the long-suppressed despair of the Dragon Country audience was completely ignited. What the hell? F level? Are you kidding? I could do it too. It's over, it's completely over. The previous batches at least had an S level, even the 4th batch had an A level, but the 5th batch doesn't even have an A level, the highest is Zhang Lei's B level talent. This is just a worse batch than the last one, we might as well announce we're out now. Forget it, let's wait for the monsters to descend a year later, and for the human extinction, there's no hope. Malicious curses and pessimistic comments instantly drowned Yan Feng's split screen. At the Dream Guard Division Command Center, Lin Jinghua staggered and leaned back in his chair, the last trace of blood drained from his face. F level. He had thought that the last one to awaken their talent might have a miracle. In the game, Yan Feng remained completely unaware of the outside world. He calmly opened his attribute panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level, 1. Carry skill, Synthesis. Talent, Voice of all things. Level, F, Upgradable, Uniqueness. Effect, you can listen to the voices of all things, including but not limited to creatures, plants, and even inanimate objects. Each use consumes 1 point of mental energy. The introduction is painfully simple. No attack power, no defense power, not even any attribute bonuses. It's purely a support talent, and the worst kind at that. Listen to the monster's thoughts? Yan Feng's brows furrowed slightly. This sounds like it's not useful at all. In a life or death battle, who has the time to listen to what a monster is thinking? Except for that uniqueness, it's a typical trash talent. At this moment, the system announcement rang again. Reminder, all talents are newly introduced, their potential deeply linked to the traits of the chosen one. Ratings only represent initial strength, not final achievement. Everything, there is a possibility of a turnaround. The game announcement caused no waves. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, there was only cold mockery. Stop dreaming, what can a talent below A grade possibly do? It's just a lazy consolation, those who understand, understand. The official always says this, but what's the result? Has any F grade talent lived past 3 days? Yan Feng ignored these comments, scanning his surroundings. This was a world full of danger. He had watched the recordings from previous batches. That elite who awakened the S-grade talent, Immovable King, had, when facing a level 3 monster, almost maxed his physical defense, the monster could not even hurt him. But in the end, he still died. He died from mental paralysis caused by a sonic attack. So, this game isn't one where brute strength alone can guarantee survival. Yan Feng took a deep breath, he didn't want to die right from the start. As for the national fortune, the future, those are things that the living should think about. Right now, his top priority was to ensure his own survival, to live on. Chapter 2, Livestream Giving Away Death? Newbie Benefits Distribution Complete. Each player receives a random Newbie Survival Pack X1. Time left until nightfall, 4 hours 45 minutes, please establish a shelter quickly. Survive the nightmare night. There must be something glowing outside the door. Shelter material is not limited. Anything that blocks light will do, otherwise even the strongest stone is useless. Both conditions must be met. The cold system prompt echoed in all players' minds. In the global livestream, the atmosphere grew suddenly tense. In the Eagle Sauce Country's livestream, the host was passionately commenting. Look! Our Thor! His newbie pack gave him a lightning affinity stone. With his S-grade talent, he's a born warrior. On the screen, Thor held the affinity stone, arcs of electricity sparking at his fingertips. With a casual wave, a weak current scorched a dry branch. Oh my god! Too strong. This is the difference between S-grade and F-grade. In the Sakura Blossom Country's livestream, a ninja-dressed player pulled out a low-quality shuriken from his newbie pack. He threw it, and with a sharp sound, the shuriken embedded itself into the trunk of a dead tree, cutting in deeply. Yoshi! At least now I have a weapon. Fighting spirit. Go, Yamada-kun. Meanwhile, most players, including Yan Feng, found the contents of their newbie packs were basic, nearly identical. A flint stone, an empty water pouch, and a piece of hard black bread that could chip a tooth. That was all. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the mood was one of sorrow. How are we supposed to play this? Are we going to use our heads to fight monsters? Others start with weapons, we get a picnic pack? Don't complain, let's see those F-grade talent players, now that's real despair. The camera switched. A Dragon Kingdom player had awakened the F-grade talent, Plant Affinity. He was muttering to a dry vine, trying to make it grow quickly into a rope. Half a minute passed, and the vine only trembled symbolically. He switched to a patch of grass, the blade shook a little, then nothing happened. A player who had awakened F-level, Animal Affection, was cautiously approaching a level 0 ornamental squirrel, forcing a friendly smile on his face. Little cutie, don't be afraid. Before he could finish speaking, the squirrel suddenly leaped up, biting his hand, then quickly fled. The player let out a painful scream, with 2 bloody holes on his hand. Haha, this is hilarious, are F-level players from Long Kingdom all here to make us laugh? Animal affection? I think it's animal hatred. One talks to grass, another gets bitten by a squirrel, and what's the F-level doing? Oh, they're daydreaming. The last one daydreaming was Yan Feng. He didn't rush to gather resources, just calmly checking his starter pack. Flint can start a fire, can emit light. Water bag needs to find a water source. Black bread can temporarily satisfy hunger. He packed everything up and stood up. Before nightfall, he must find food and water, and gather materials to build a shelter to survive the nightmare night and something to keep it glowing. He wanted wood, he wanted stone, and he also needed some tough vines for tying. He started moving, bending down to find suitable stones, breaking off dry branches. But the efficiency was very low. The stones were either too big to move, or too small to be useful. The branches were pitifully fragile, snapping into powder with the slightest bend. The most critical thing was that the shelter had to block out light, or else no matter how strong the stone piles were, gaps would still make them useless. After more than 30 minutes of work, the materials he had gathered were not even enough to build a doghouse. Yan Feng called up his attribute panel. Player, Yan Feng. Level 1, experience, 0 out of 100. Combat power, 1, if your talent is below S level, I advise you not to have any thoughts of fighting monsters above your level. Stamina, 9 out of 10, linked to hunger level. Mental power, 10/10, linked to fatigue. Hunger, 9/10, fainting when hunger reaches 0. Fatigue, 1/10, fainting when fatigue reaches 10. Personal skill, automatic synthesis. Talent, voice of all things. Level, F, can grow, uniqueness. Effect, you can listen to the voices of all things, including but not limited to living beings, plants, and even inanimate objects. Each use consumes 1 mental power. This task had consumed 1 point of hunger. Yan Feng glanced at the black bread. If he kept going with such a stupid method, he would either starve or die of exhaustion before nightfall. He stopped his actions. Violence was not the optimal solution. Hard labor wasn't either. He began observing other players' actions, hoping to gain some experience from them. In the game, Return to Nightmare, players could observe the live streams of other players, as long as they opened up the player's split screen in their minds. This was a player from Kimchi Country. He seemed to think his luck was good, as he had found a nightmare monster. The monster had been introduced in the Monster Handbook. Nightmare monsters could drop survival resources and materials needed for building a shelter. Level 1, Grudge Scarecrow. It just stood there quietly on the ridge, motionless, like a real scarecrow. The Kimchi Country player raised a stone the size of a human head, shouted to boost his courage, and then charged forward. He thought that as long as he smashed the monster's head, he would get the first kill. However, just as he stepped into the scarecrow's 5-meter range, The Scarecrow's red-eyed stone, embedded in its one eye, flashed a red light. Grudge gaze. The Kimchi Country player's body instantly froze, maintaining the charging posture, as if he had turned into a statue. His face was frozen in a grimace of ferocity and greed. Move. Move. Damn it, move. What's going on? Is he paralyzed? The viewers in the Kimchi Country livestream room shouted anxiously. The next second, a spine-chilling scene occurred. The slow-moving Scarecrow, with stiff steps, moved closer to the petrified player. It raised its arm, made from dried straw but unusually hard and sharp. It slashed down at the player's neck. Straw cutter. A thick line of blood shot out. 1, 2, 3. The Scarecrow tirelessly repeated the cutting motion. The player's health bar rapidly dropped at a visible rate. In just 1 minute, the player's body softened and collapsed, and the screen instantly turned gray. Died from excessive blood loss, bled out. The first casualty of the 5th batch of players appeared. The whole world fell silent for a moment. Then came an even greater panic. Global announcement: player Jean Dashuan, Kimchi Country, confirmed dead. Death is irreversible, linked to reality, the soul completely dissipates. The cold font, like a tombstone, was branded on everyone's screen. No extra explanation, no warmth whatsoever. This announcement hit like a huge stone thrown into a boiling pot of oil. Damn it! Is there no chance for anyone below S rank? How are we supposed to fight? Get close, and you get petrified, then you just wait to die. This game, players with a talent below S rank can't even kill monsters. Is this the so-called newbie protection period? What a joke. Why are you guys getting so worked up? Haven't you known this game's nature? This is already the 5th batch, what's there to be surprised about? Yan Feng watched this scene clearly. Relying on brute force, with the broken scraps in his hands, charging forward would only make him the second Kimchi Country player to fall. A direct fight was a dead end. In the nightmare game, every player was at least hundreds of kilometers away from each other, but in the newbie phase, the surrounding environment was eerily the same. At this moment, besides the monsters wandering in the distance, he was the only one around. He forced himself to calm down, his brain working rapidly. Listening to the hearts of all things. What use did this talent really have? Listening to the wind? Listening to the stone's mood? Or maybe his attention was drawn to the Scarecrow not far from him. He tried to extend all his mental power toward that direction. Heart of all things quietly activated. In an instant, countless noisy voices flooded into his mind. The wind, so free. The stone, so hard, so tired. The land, it's breathing. These were the most basic consciousnesses from the natural environment. Mental 1. Mental 1. Mental 1. Yan Feng quickly stopped using his talent skill, filtering out the noise and locking onto the Scarecrow as his target. Mental 1. Finally, a faint, tearful, childlike whisper clearly appeared in his mind. So cold. I really want to be hugged. Yan Feng's body froze. Hugged? He almost thought he had misheard. This monster, which had just cruelly slaughtered a living person, its heart's voice was, wanting to be hugged. Was it a trap? Or was this the true gameplay of this game? Yan Feng's breath became a bit rapid. He recalled that hint: rating only represents initial strength, not final achievement. Everything, there is a chance for a comeback. His turning point might be here. This was a gamble. If he lost, he would die. If he won, perhaps he could find a completely different path. Amid the wails and curses across the internet, when all players had listed the Scarecrow as a definitely dangerous target to avoid, Yan Feng made a move that would make everyone's mind crash. He stood up from behind the rock. The global live broadcast camera immediately zoomed in on him. The Dragon Country viewers' hearts tightened. What is this kid trying to do? Don't be impulsive. Someone just died. Is he throwing his life away? Under countless gazes, Yan Feng slowly put down the sharp-edged rock he was using to defend himself. The rock collided with the ground, making a dull sound. Then, he opened his arms, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. He took a step, then another, walking straight toward the terrifying Scarecrow that had just taken a human life. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world's noise. Everything gathered onto the small live broadcast split screen. What the hell? Crazy. This F-level player from Longwei is insane. Suicidal gameplay? Chapter 3, the first E-level rating reward. What is he doing? Surrendering? No, wait, this posture is embracing? I get it. He knows he has no hope with his F level, so he's choosing the most shocking way to commit suicide to gain sympathy points? A new way to die has appeared, how can we stop here? Family, have you learned it? In Longwa's livestream, the bullet comments exploded. I swear. I'm so mad I want to smash my computer. Is this really our Longwa player? What a disgrace. What an embarrassment, shown to the whole world. Players from other countries are desperately trying to survive, and he's doing performance art. Suggest sending him directly to the next Confusing Behavior Awards. Dream Nightmare, Command Center. The chief commander, Lin Xinghua, had just lifted his cup of water when he saw the scene on the screen. His hand suddenly shook, and the cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He turned his head in pain, veins popping out on his forehead, teeth gritted tight. Another one. Another person who's going to disgrace Longwa. Isn't there enough death already? The previous batches of players, including the elite national team members starting from the 4th batch, even if they died fighting, they died from exhaustion. But this F-level talent civilian in front of him chose to welcome death in this nearly surrendering and begging manner. This is a disgrace. Cut it off. Lin Jinggua's voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anger and helplessness. There's nothing to be done. The civilian player slots were randomly selected by Guishu Nightmare, and the officials cannot directly contact or assist the random players. Since we can't save him, it's better to cut off the live broadcast signal, to avoid transmitting negative energy to the people and lowering their morale. Cut off his signal. I don't want to see our Longwa people die like this on the main screen. Commander. A staff officer tried to persuade. Execute the order. Yes. The technician slid his finger across the control panel. On the command center's main screen, the split screen representing Yan Feng was instantly replaced, switching to another sea-level talent player's survival footage. At the same time, in Longwa's official livestream, countless viewers watched as Yan Feng's broadcast screen went black and then switched to someone else. What's going on? Did they cut the live broadcast? Good job. I don't want to watch this coward die either. What an embarrassment. Though it's embarrassing, it's still a human life, and the officials just gave up? Gave up? What else can they do? Civilian players are randomly selected, and if they can't be contacted, there's no way to assist. You think the country would just stand by? Since they can't save him, why leave his livestream? Is it to show him kneeling to the monster? Out of sight, out of mind. No, I think Yan Feng looks pretty handsome. I love watching. I just like to see what happens to people who seek death. If you want to keep watching, go to his personal channel, select it yourself, don't argue here. The official livestream was in chaos, with all kinds of comments. But no matter what, they would never see Yan Feng appear on the official live channel again. Still, many people continued to watch Yan Feng's fate through their personal livestream split screens. Guishu Nightmare had assigned everyone worldwide a separate livestream split screen to observe the players they liked a year ago, super intelligent. The livestream was synchronized, bullet comments could be sent, and they could complain, but the bullet comments were currently invisible and inaudible to the players. In the nightmare world, on the wilderness, Yan Feng was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He was just focused, slowly approaching the scarecrow radiating resentment. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. The scarecrow seemed to notice Yan Feng's approach. Its originally crimson single eye slowly turned towards him. It didn't emit the deadly red light. It just looked at him, staring at the only one who had no weapon and no hostility. But instead, the humans opened their arms to it. In the midst of tens of thousands of eyes still watching Yan Feng's live broadcast, some mocking, some waiting for drama, some confused, Yan Feng's step stopped in front of the scarecrow. This distance was enough for the scarecrow's petrification skill, Grudge Stare, to activate 10 times. The scarecrow's crimson single eye flickered, the light dimming and brightening, as if gathering strength, yet also seeming to hesitate. The malicious aura it emitted made the viewers in the live chat feel a sudden, unexplainable chill. It's over, he's going to be petrified. At this distance, he's dead for sure. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, under an hour in, and already served a gift. Just as the malicious red light was about to burst forth, Yan Feng hesitated not for a second. He gently embraced the rough, cold body made of withered straw. It wasn't as hard as expected, it was somewhat soft. The dry yellow straw, carrying the scent of earth and decay, pressed coldly against his chest. He even reached out his hand and gently patted the back of the scarecrow, where there was no back of the head. Once, then again. It was as if he were soothing a frightened child. Time seemed to freeze. In the live stream, all the comments, all the voices, disappeared in that moment. The bloody scene, which should have seen blood splattering in 5 steps, did not appear. The despair of being petrified and waiting helplessly for death did not appear. The scarecrow's stiff body, in Yan Feng's embrace, miraculously relaxed. The vengeful red light that had just flickered in its single eye slowly receded, replaced by a soft, warm white light. Thank you. A barely audible, contented sigh sounded directly in Yan Feng's ear. The next second, the scarecrow in his arms, starting from the chest where it made contact with Yan Feng, turned into countless glowing points floating in the sky. The glowing points grew more and brighter, like a magnificent dream of fireflies blooming in the daylight. They circled around Yan Feng, carrying a touch of longing, then slowly faded into the air. In the wilderness, only Yan Feng remained, keeping his embrace, standing in place. As if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. 3 seconds of dead silence followed. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Yan Feng for achieving the highest E-level rating in the beginner village, defeating the level 1 monster Grudge Scarecrow. Reward: the average mental resilience value of all citizens in Dragon Kingdom increases by 0.1%. Reward: National Level Resource Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fiber x 1, Automatic 10000x Amplification x 10000 copies. Since the player is currently at level 1, the resource exchange rate into reality is 1%, and 100 copies of Nightmare High-Toughness Plant Fiber have been delivered to the Dragon Kingdom Academy's 012 Biomaterials Laboratory. Dragon Kingdom's national rating increases, and the success rate for converting resources into reality increases by 1%. The cold, vast, emotionless mechanical voice roared down like thunder from the sky. 3 consecutive announcements exploded loudly at the same time in both the Huaxia Nightmare game world and in every corner of the real world. Across the globe, billions of viewers fell silent in an instant. In the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's livestream, the military expert who had just been boasting about how Thor, the Thunder God, killed a level 1 Grudge Scarecrow with lightning, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg, didn't close for a long time. In Sakura Blossom Kingdom's studio, several guests looked at each other, their professional fake smiles stiff like masks. In Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the flood of insults and cries suddenly stopped. The entire comments section turned into an eerie silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A few seconds later, scattered, highly confused comments started to float across. Did I just see things? E-level? What's E-level? I thought the highest rating reward was only F-level. Did the game bug out? No, he hugged it, and the monster just disappeared? And he got a perfect E-level rating? What the hell is this logic? Who can explain to me what just happened? I don't read much, I just saw Yan Feng go up and send himself to die, then the monster self-exploded? In the world of the nightmare game, in front of Yan Feng, the dissipating golden light spots did not completely disappear. Instead, they regathered, forming a series of glowing, tangible items, silently floating in front of him. Dry and fire-resistant straw X10. Heart of straw, stone, X1. Fragrant rice X5. Skill book, basic petrification X1. And at the bottom, a small pile of seemingly ordinary straw samples wrapped in light. National Luck Resource Reward, Nightmare High Toughness Plant Fiber X1, the 10,000-fold return only activates when withdrawn to the real world. Yan Feng looked at the pile of rewards in front of him, then compared it with the monster guide in the official manual in his mind. The rewards dropped by F-level monsters were only damp straw X5, with a 50% chance of dropping bloodstained hemp rope. Both in quality and quantity, they were far inferior to his, a huge difference. He calmly placed everything into his backpack one by one. Finally, his fingertip touched the skill book, Basic Petrification. A flash of light, and the skill book turned into data streams, merging into his body. A new skill appeared on his personal panel. Skill, Basic Petrification, can be activated and used when player level reaches 3. As expected. This is the real gameplay of this game. Violence is the dumbest and least rewarding choice. At that moment, another golden notification sounded across the entire Dragon Country. Dragon Country National Luck Announcement: due to the outstanding performance of player Yan Feng, the spiritual resistance of all citizens of Dragon Country has increased by plus 0.1%. This announcement was like a strong stimulant, deeply piercing into the heart of every Dragon Country citizen. The dead silent Dragon Country livestream completely erupted. Damn! National Luck! The National Luck Index has increased. I feel like my head is clearer, it doesn't feel so suffocating anymore. It's true. My fatigue is gone. Yan Feng is awesome. What Yan Feng? That's the Yan God. Chapter 4, The Academy of Sciences, Zhou Jiming. Beijing, the highest command center of the Dream Control Agency. This is the absolute heart of Dragon Country's response to the Return to Ruins nightmare, with hundreds of screens dividing the real-time images of top players from 200 countries and tens of thousands of people across the globe. At this moment, all the screens dimmed, leaving only the main screen. On the screen, a young man was embracing a scarecrow, and the footage was being played in slow motion frame by frame. Rewind to 0.5x speed, enlarge the point where the target makes contact with the monster. Under the cold command, the footage slowed down to an extreme pace. Yan Feng's open arm gesture, his calm expression, the change in brightness of the Scarecrow's single eye, were all broken down into countless data streams, rapidly scrolling at the bottom of the screen. In the live stream channel, the earlier insults and wails had completely disappeared. What replaced them were overwhelming apologies and fervent praise. I was wrong. I repent. I was blind, I actually doubted the deep strategy of Master Yan Feng. Sorry. I bow to you. You are the true great wisdom. People like me should just stand by and shout 666. What's a dimensional strike? Tactical retreat. When others are still using axes to chop trees, the big boss is already negotiating with the monsters. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was still as heavy as iron. The earlier invited hosts had serious expressions as they turned to the three elderly experts sitting behind them. They were the titans of their respective fields in Dragon Country and had been specially recruited for this task. They were experts responsible for analyzing and studying the rules of the nightmare game. Three professors. Now the whole world believes that our player Yan Feng has discovered an unprecedented game mechanism. What do you think about this? The leading domestic behavioral psychologist, Professor Bai Qiming, pushed up his reading glasses. He pointed to the freeze frame of Yan Feng embracing the Scarecrow on the screen. He asserted, this is not just a simple hug. This is an extremely advanced spiritual resonance ritual. Look at his posture, completely relaxed, unguarded. This means he has sent a psychological signal to the monster, I am with you. This signal of goodwill and cooperation tells the monster that I have no hostility, bypassing the game's hostility judgment, and thus avoiding the punishment for violent killing. Beside him, Academician Xian Weigui of the Materials Science Academy immediately added. I agree with Professor Bai's point, but I would like to add something. Yan Feng chose to hug, probably to preserve the integrity of some extraordinary structured material within the monster as much as possible. Violent killing would destroy this structure, resulting in only inferior F-level rewards. However, Yan Feng's ritual made the monster voluntarily decompose and offer the most complete core material. I speculate that this is the key to the national fortune level materials explosion. Ask yourself, among all the players in the previous batches, except for those with S-level talent, who else could have obtained resources that enhance national fortune below S-level? The final speaker, General Zhang Lai, wearing a military uniform and carrying a star on his shoulder, pointed his finger firmly at the table. You all made valid points. What I want to say is, this is also a victory in the information warfare. While everyone was trapped by violent thinking, Yan Feng used his talent, the voice of all things, to obtain the most crucial intelligence that others would never know, the monster's inner voice. He did not waste a single bit of energy but completed the most efficient resource exchange. If this were on the battlefield, it would be a key maneuver that could turn the tide. The analysis from the three experts was sent through the internal channels, synchronizing with all relevant departments. The entire internet once again exploded. Did you hear that? The authoritative experts have confirmed it. Spiritual resonance ritual. Preserve extraordinary structure integrity. Victory in information warfare. Damn, I don't understand it, but I am deeply shocked. So that's it. The big shot is playing such a huge game. I'm still on the first level, and the big shot is already outside the atmosphere. Yan Feng, I just wanted a hug, didn't think that much. Expert, no, you did think. In the Dragon Kingdom Academy, Biological Materials Engineering Lab 012. The lights were bright, and the atmosphere was even more tense than in the command center. Chief Biological Materials Engineer Zhou Jiming, a nearly 70-year-old man with graying hair, was staring intently at the three-dimensional structure diagram under the electron microscope. Under the microscope was the newly acquired national fortune resource, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber. Beside it, there were 200 identical materials, with an attached explanation that introduced. Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber. This material was extracted from the Level 1 Grudge Scarecrow's plant fibers. Introduction. Simply put, this is the top fabric for making super bulletproof vests, with defense capabilities far surpassing armored tanks. If damaged, it can repair itself, 100 times stronger than graphene, and can self-adjust its temperature, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Function. In addition to tank-like defense, when extreme weather occurs after the nightmare descends into reality, it prevents instant death. It can withstand extreme temperatures ranging from -150 degrees Celsius to +150 degrees Celsius, as comfortable as being in a temperature-controlled room. Zhou Jiming was verifying these functions, his hands trembling slightly. Oh my god. The perfect self-healing properties. Atomic-level self-repair. Its tensile strength indeed exceeds the theoretical graphene limit by 100 times. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes bursting with an incredible shine, his voice hoarse from excitement. We really have extraordinary materials that are at least 100 years ahead of the world. Oh. The entire laboratory erupted in a deafening cheer, and the young researchers embraced each other, crying tears of joy. This sample of nightmare high-tensile plant fiber from the Return Dream Nightmare world. They opened a door to the god-level civilization's technological gate. The leader behind the Dreamtown department. The elderly man, codenamed Dragon Head, watched the video of Yan Feng alone, without speaking a word. On the screen in front of him, real-time reports from various departments were displayed. Intelligence team, Japan and Annam have begun to imitate. Initial speculation suggests the behavior of the Yan Feng player has an unknown precondition. Staff department, the risk of imitation is too high, we recommend continuing to observe and wait for more information from the player himself. Dragon Head's fingers gently tapped rhythmically on the smooth table. Tap tap tap. Each tap seemed to strike at the heart of every person within the center. In the end, he only issued one word. Wait. This word immediately calmed the radical faction that was ready to follow and imitate. Dragon Head's expression remained unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. At this moment, a top-secret red file was presented to him by a special messenger. Dragon Head glanced at the titled Feasibility Report on the Fourth Material Revolution triggered by nightmare fibers, then closed the file. He calmly picked up the red confidential phone on the desk. Connect to the Academy of Sciences, Joe Jimin. The phone was almost immediately answered, and Joe Jimin's uncontrollable excited voice came through. Dragon Head asked only one question. If mass-produced, what can it do? On the other end, Joe Jimin took a deep breath, shouted with all his might, report, Dragon Head. It can turn us into human tanks, and even while wearing it, we can maintain constant temperature, resist extreme weather of plus or minus 150 degrees Celsius. Dragon Head hung up the phone. In the center, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. He slowly stood up and issued two firm commands. First, record all information about the Yan Feng player into the highest level Dragon Archive, codenamed Tiangong. No one, except me, has the right to access it. Second, immediately start the Tiangong plan. Provide the highest level of relocation and protection for the direct relatives of Tiangong. Inform the Tiannan High Department that they are guarding the future of the Dragon Nation. While the Dragon Nation's top leaders were deeply analyzing and the research departments made breakthroughs, other countries were also not idle. Japan, Annam, and other countries immediately arrived at the simplest and most brutal conclusion: embrace the monsters. They quickly summarized this tactic as experience and issued orders to the 180 national elite players. They were told to execute immediately, attempting to surpass the Dragon Nation players. Half an hour later. Global announcement: Japanese player Onakiri Maru has died, national fortune rating dropped by 0.3%. A level 15 typhoon occurred in the country. Global announcement: Annam player Wanwen has died, national fortune rating dropped by 0.2%. A level 7 earthquake occurred in the country. A series of death notices hit those self-conceited countries like cold slaps, harshly slapping their faces. On Twitter, under the hashtag Huaxia Scarecrow challenge, the feed was filled with bloody screenshots of players being petrified and cut to death. Along with blood-stained warnings in various languages saying don't try this. In the NTK News live broadcast in Japan, the host was bowing deeply at 90 degrees, apologizing. The Onakiri player tragically lost his life while trying to replicate the Dragon Nation player's tactic. This proves that the tactic is highly non-replicable and dangerous. The Prime Minister deeply mourns this. In the Eagle Sauce country CMN Flash News, they took a different angle. The mysterious Dragon Nation player Yan Feng achieved an astonishing E-level rating in an unimaginable way. Our expert team believes this may involve an unknown rule loophole based on Eastern mysticism, and the behavior is not universally applicable. Amid the chaos in Wales, the official Dragon Nation news appeared especially harmonious. Our player Yan Feng performed excellently in Return to the Void Nightmare, bringing honor to the country and steadily improving the National Fortune Index. Now, here's a technology newsflash: our country has made a major breakthrough in ultra-high toughness fibers, and the related technology will be prioritized for national defense applications. In the fields of aerospace technology and others. The internet in the Dragon Kingdom had already exploded. Laughing to death, selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water in the front row, watching a large-scale imitation failure scene. Family, who understands? They couldn't even copy the homework properly, and ended up losing their lives. The person upstairs, you can't say that, after all, our flame god is open book, and they are closed book, so understand. The experts over on Eagle Sauce's side are at it again. If they can't win, they say it's a bug or some mysterious Eastern power. I've seen this script 800 times. Stop fighting, I will kneel first to show respect. Flame god, I'm sorry, I cursed you the loudest before, and now I'm your most loyal dog. Hahaha, latest external statement: the behavior of the Flame Peak players is a personal choice. We do not recommend, support, or encourage any form of imitation. This flavor is just right. Don't say anymore, I just want to see which monster Flame God plans to embrace next. 1 hour later, in Shannan City, an old residential building. Flame Peak's sister, Flame Spirit, was sitting at her small desk, seriously doing her homework. Knock knock knock. The doorbell rang. Flame Spirit ran to open the door, and standing outside were a few middle-aged men in ordinary jackets. The leader of the group had a kind face. When she opened the door, he showed a red badge. The badge had no text, only a symbol of a dragon and shield that she couldn't understand. "Hello, little one, we're from the community, here to check the gas pipeline safety." The man smiled and said. Flame Spirit's parents came out of the kitchen at the sound, their faces filled with confusion and caution. "Community work? Working so late?" The leading man nodded at them, his smile unchanged, but his tone became unquestionable and carried a reassuring warmth. "There are some things we need to talk to you about, it's very important. Please rest assured, we mean no harm." Half an hour later, in the living room of the Flame family, the atmosphere was serious to the point of freezing. After the man checked the credentials of Flame Peak's parents, he put away his smile. "Here's the situation. Your son, Flame Peak, is now the highest hero of our country. In order to ensure the absolute safety of both you and him, we need to transfer you to a completely safe location." Flame Peak's parents were stunned, almost unable to process the overwhelming amount of information. Their son, the child who was usually a bit lazy and liked to stay at home during vacations, had become a national hero. At that moment, outside the window, several black Hongqi cars silently slid into the downstairs and accurately parked in the shadows by the unit door. Neighbors strolling around were unaware, as if the cars were invisible. The man stood up. "Time is tight, please pack some necessary personal items, we'll leave immediately." At the location of the Dragon Head. The Dragon Head was looking at the real-time report on the screen. Great Wall Number 1 has made contact with the target family, expected to complete the transfer within 1 hour. The secretary next to him lowered his voice and added a report. The latest research report from the Academy of Sciences has made a new discovery. If nightmare fibers can be mass-produced, its value in the military field. It will allow us to achieve zero casualties in future localized conflicts. The Dragon Head slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the bustling and dazzling night view of the capital city unfolded, with countless lights merging into an endless river of light. He gazed at the country they swore to protect with their lives. After a long time, he softly said one sentence. "The new era has begun." Flame Peak knew nothing about what was happening in the real world. He was counting his gains. In his backpack, there were 10 bundles of dried and fire-resistant straw, 5 portions of fragrant rice, a skill book he had already learned, and that stone named Heart of Straw Stone. The stone felt warm to the touch, unlike an ordinary stone. It had only a simple description on the panel. Heart of Straw Stone slightly increases 1% mental resistance. Anti-fatigue. Keep exploring, maybe there are other uses. He didn't know how to use it for now, so he kept it. He glanced at the attribute of the dry, fire-resistant straw, which read, "Introduction, fire-resistant straw from the nightmare world." As the name suggests, it's different from straw in the real world. Its main feature is fire resistance. A bundle of straw can burn continuously for 25 minutes, and it can also be used to craft sleep materials. Keep exploring, maybe there are other uses. Now, he had food, fire-starting materials, and something that shone outside the door, barely enough. A bundle of straw can burn for 25 minutes, and 10 bundles will burn for about 4 hours before going out. Water was still not stored. The water bag given in the starter pack was empty, not a single drop of water. He looked up at the illusory countdown in the sky. Time until dark, 4 hours 15 minutes. Darkness, night, the nightmare night. According to the official science video release, the night of Guisu Nightmare is synonymous with death. In the darkness, countless nightmare creatures will rush out from hiding places, attacking all living things madly. The only way to survive is to stay inside a shelter and light a fire. The firelight can fend off most of the low-level nightmare creatures' direct attacks, but it cannot stop them from circling outside your shelter, howling, or transforming into humans to lure you out. They may even knock on the walls with their claws, continuously creating mental pollution. Interestingly, when your mind breaks, it is when you lose your sanity. At that time, the death rate is also the highest. As for the beginner period shelter, the rules for building a shelter are also quite interesting. Materials don't matter. Whether it's wood, stone, or paper, as long as it can completely cover the player's body, preventing the outside monsters from seeing it, it counts as effective. But once the fire goes out, even a steel fortress is as fragile as paper in front of nightmare creatures. Of course, this is only the game rule during the 7-day beginner protection period. Whether the rules will remain the same after 7 days is unknown. So, surviving the night depends on 2 things. A shell that you can fit into. And enough fuel to burn through the night or something that glows to trap the creature's attacks. Yan Feng glanced at the straw that could only burn for 4 hours. He needed more fuel and needed to gather sturdier shelter materials. According to the experience summed up by previous players, the game rules of Guesu Nightmare cannot be fully trusted. How could a paper shelter possibly defend against the nightmare creatures at night? And water. Fragrant rice can be eaten raw to fill the stomach, but that's the method of primitive humans. It's dry and hard to swallow, and it doesn't replenish water. Lack of water directly affects the recovery speed of physical strength and mental power. He must find a water source and store some water, as water is one of the most important survival resources. Yan Feng focused and activated his talent again, voice of all things. This time, he was very cautious. Mental -1. Mental, 5 out of 10. There were still 5 points of mental energy left. Yan Feng stopped activating his talent. Even so, a slight dizziness still came to his mind. Using this talent skill was quite mentally exhausting, and it couldn't be used recklessly. Every time the talent was used, it would consume 1 point of mental energy. He recalled the rules in the game manual. Mental energy is also related to sanity. It is the fuel that drives talents and maintains sanity, as well as a barrier against nightmare pollution. Once it reaches 0, a person loses their sanity and is controlled by human instinctive emotions, falling into madness. A careless mistake can be even more terrifying than immediate death. As for replenishment, besides using special items, the most basic way is to rest. Sleep can restore mental energy, but the recovery speed is directly related to fatigue. The higher the fatigue, the worse the sleep quality, and the slower the mental recovery. This is also the vicious cycle that is easiest to fall into in the early stages of the game, and one of the risk points with high mortality. Constantly accumulating fatigue by collecting resources causes mental recovery to be impossible, ultimately leading to collapse under the monster's mental pollution or giving away a head. One of the reasons for the high mortality rate in the first few batches is linked to this. The straw in his backpack could be used to craft a sleep pillow, which can effectively improve sleep quality and accelerate mental recovery. But now is not the time to rest. He closed the panel. Water dirty, clean. The fragments of the voice he just heard reassembled in his mind. The information was clear. There is a water source nearby, but the water is dirty. At the same time, there should be nightmare creatures near the water source. The official monster guide previously released by the game flashed in Yan Feng's mind, describing the level 2 monster, corrupted marsh frog. That's it. Yan Feng checked the direction and started walking towards where the voice had come from. The ground was low, and a faint rotten smell lingered in the air. The water source was in those dark green swamp areas. But the water was dirty. The level 2 nightmare creature, corrupted marsh frog, was in the swamp, with shallow and deep puddles scattered across the swamp. His eyes fell on his personal panels level and experience bar. Player, Yan Feng. Level 1, 20/100. From the previous scientific material, he knew that violent kills of monsters could give experience. And his recent E-level completion also earned him experience. At this moment, his livestream had already reached 1.2 million viewers, and the audience was passionately analyzing. What is Yenshin going to do next? This start is perfect, it's like a heavenly hand. What do you mean? Of course, he's going to find a level 2 monster. He should level up quickly before nightfall. No, a level 1 human can't possibly face a level 2 monster, isn't it only those with S-level talents who can fight monsters above their level? Yenshin is only level 1. Then Yenshin must have a plan. He's the man who can make friends with nightmare monsters. At this moment, Yan Feng made a decision that no one expected. He turned around and walked back the way he came. You're going the wrong way, bro. The level 2 nightmare monster is right in front of you. What is Yenshin doing? Did he get lost? No, you guys don't understand, there must be a deep meaning to this. I guess he's looking for some hidden item to counter the level 2 corrupted marsh frog. Yan Feng was obviously not lost. Since hugging the scarecrow could give the best reward and experience, why not hug a few more? Level up first, then face the level 2 monsters. Isn't that safer? He's not stupid. Going to face a level 2 nightmare monster at level 1 is just asking for death. In this game, death means real death. He never fights unprepared battles. Yan Feng found the second level 1 vengeful scarecrow in the wasteland. The scarecrow was exactly the same as before. Lonely, it stood on the ridge, its red single eye exuding an ominous aura. So cold. I want to be hugged. The familiar voice rang out again. Yan Feng did not hesitate, he stepped forward and opened his arms. All the Dragon Kingdom viewers in the global livestream held their breath. They were looking forward to seeing that magnificent scene unfold again. As expected. The moment Yan Feng embraced the scarecrow, the vengeful spirit dissipated, and soft white light shone. The scarecrow cracked and transformed into light particles, satisfied once more. Global announcement did not ring again. Clearly, the first time glory only happens once, and the reward quality varies each time. But in front of Yan Feng, a new reward appeared. Dry, fire-resistant straw, x10. Fragrant rice, x2. And a data stream that only he could see. Satisfying the vengeful Scarecrow's voice, gaining experience plus 20. His experience bar went from 20/100 to 40/100. As expected. Combining his advantage and talent, he had found the safest strategy in this game. In the next hour, Yan Feng acted like a hard-working farmer. He wandered through the wilderness, searching for one after another of level 1 vengeful scarecrows. 1, 2, 3. His live stream had become incredibly strange. While players from other countries were battling monsters in bloody fights, struggling in the mud to survive, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, Yan Feng was repeatedly performing hugs of love. Each hug represented high-quality survival supplies entering his account. Each hug represented his experience bar steadily rising. I'm done for, brothers, I'm completely done for. Is this a survival game? This is damn baby bus. Other live streams, bloody. Violent. Despair. Yen God, I became bald, but I also became stronger. Referring to the number of hugs. Upstairs, your account's gone. After Yan Feng hugged the scarecrow for the 5th time and watched it turn into light dots. A golden light shot up from his body into the sky. Global announcement, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player, Yan Feng, the first player worldwide in the 5th batch to level up to level 2. Reward at agricultural crop yield in the entire Dragon Kingdom increases by 0.5%. Player Yan Feng receives a permanent +1 to basic attribute points. At this moment, in the Eagle Sauce country, the S-level talent holder, Thunder Fury, Thor. He had just used a violent lightning bolt to turn a level 2 rotting swamp frog, along with the swamp beneath it, into charcoal. He was the only one in the 5th batch of players to awaken an S-level talent. According to the rules, an S-level talent grants the qualification to kill monsters of level 1 or higher. Killing a level 1 monster only grants 1 experience point, which is too slow, completely inconsistent with his efficiency goals. So he chose the level 2 monster area without hesitation, killing 1 to gain 2 precious experience points. Thor, covered in mud, was breathing heavily, looking at the experience bar on his panel, 85 out of 100, his face displaying unabashed arrogance. At the same time, in the Eagle Sauce country's Thor's livestream, bullet comments flew by like snowflakes. Oh my god. Thor is truly the god of thunder. This is so cool. Is this the power of an S-level talent? Directly killing monsters above his level. Those noobs from other countries are still being chased by level 1 monsters, right? Ah, look at that Dragon Kingdom guy named Yan Feng, he's still hugging scarecrows. What a huge joke. 85 points of experience. Soon. Thor will definitely be the first player worldwide to reach level 2. The first level 2 worldwide. This reward must belong to our great Eagle Sauce country. Absolutely. This game is made for strong players like us. Go Thor, let the world see what real power is. Well done. This is how a survival game should be. Strength. Conquer. F***K. How the hell is this possible? When Thor saw Yan Feng's livestream replay, his chest heaved violently. That face, always full of arrogance, was now completely twisted with extreme anger. That F-level softy who can only hug scarecrows, he cheated. He must have cheated. Bullsh*T. Dragon Kingdom, Dreamtown Division, Command Center. All the staff stood up and erupted in intense applause. Good. Good. Zhang Lai excitedly slapped the table. The first level 2 worldwide. This F-level, no, this Yan Feng, has once again created a leading advantage for our Dragon Kingdom. Level 2 already? The golden light faded, and Yan Feng himself was momentarily stunned. He looked down at his hands, feeling that there was no real difference from before. But the global announcement in his mind and the undeniable changes in his body both told him that this was real. After spending more than an hour looking for monsters and hugging 5 scarecrows, he had become the first player in the 5th batch to level up to level 2. This efficiency, it was simply absurd. Isn't this much better than struggling to kill monsters? Yan Feng immediately called up his personal attributes panel in his mind to check his specific gains. Player, Yan Feng. Level, 2. Chapter 7, Level 2 Corrupted Swamp Frog. Yan Feng's attention instantly focused on the upper limit of each attribute. Originally, the limit was 10, now it became 11. The attributes that were not maxed out directly became full due to leveling up. So the reward for being the world's first to level up is a permanent increase in the basic attribute limit. Yan Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. This is much more precious than simply adding a few random attribute points. This means his growth ceiling was higher from the very beginning than others. He looked over his gains again. 5 times of loving hugs left him with supplies in his backpack enough to make anyone jealous. 50 bundles of dry and flammable straw piled up like a small hill. A glowing object, the heart of straw, stone, which also boosts mental resistance, and enough fragrant rice to eat for 2 days. This stockpile far surpassed 99% of players worldwide. Yan Feng brushed off the grass bits from his hands, calculating in his heart. He had food and materials for shelter, but without water, everything was useless. He didn't want to urgently search for water when his body started signaling dehydration. As for how to process the rice, he wasn't hungry now and planned to handle it later. Water. Yan Feng returned to the habitat of the level 2 nightmare creature, the corrupted swamp frog. Where there is a swamp, there must be water. Though it was polluted water. But what Yan Feng thought of was the level 2 corrupted swamp frog's yearning for clean water earlier. The closer he got to the swamp, the more oppressive the air became. The ground underfoot changed from dry yellow soil to soft black mud, sinking halfway up his ankle with each step, and pulling his foot out was laborious. A mixed odor of decaying water plants and some unknown fishy smell invaded his nose. The vegetation around also became strange, with yellowed grass intermixed with some oddly colored fungi. Even though it wasn't dark yet, it gave off a faint glow. Ribbit, ribbit. A hoarse, painful croaking sound came from not far away, like a worn-out bellows being tugged. Yan Feng slowed his pace, pushing aside the reeds that were taller than him, and his view opened up. A patch of dark green swamp appeared before his eyes. A greasy film floated on the water's surface, with bubbles occasionally rising from the bottom, exploding and releasing an even stronger stench. A few palm-sized corrupted swamp frogs were lying at the mud's edge, their murky eyes fixed on any living creature that dared to approach. One was less than 7 meters away from him. Yan Feng didn't dare to get any closer, as the official information had already stated that level 2 corrupted swamp frogs would attack anything approaching within 5 meters. Next, was something that the viewers in the global livestream would again find hard to understand. Yan Feng didn't take out any weapons, instead, he pulled out a bundle of dry and flammable straw from his backpack. He squatted down by the muddy swamp, leisurely folding and compressing the straw repeatedly, quickly making a rough funnel-like cone. Why is he squatting down? Is he trying to make friends with that level 2 poisonous frog? Is he going to drink it? Is he crazy? Is this player from Dragon Country mentally unstable? I'm going crazy, what is he doing? That level 2 corrupted swamp frog has already noticed him. If he doesn't run, it will be too late. Could it be, this straw is some special item that can counteract the deadly poison spray of the corrupted swamp frog? In the Dream Control Bureau command center of Dragon Country, all analysts had their eyes almost glued to the screen. Their brains raced, trying to make sense of Yan Feng's bizarre behavior. Yan Feng was oblivious to everything happening around him. He picked a large leaf, tough and fan-shaped, from the side and carefully rolled it into a makeshift water scoop. Then, he made a move that made everyone's scalp tingle with fear. He actually used that leaf water scoop to draw up a handful of dark green, bubbling poison from the stinking swamp. He slowly poured the poison into the straw funnel he had just made. The foul liquid seeped down through the tightly packed straw fibers at an extremely slow speed. 1 drop. 2 drops. Everyone thought he was going to drink it. However, he did not. The dark green poison trickled down through the dense straw fibers. And after layers of filtering, the color clearly lightened. The non-bubbling murky liquid dripped down from the tip of the funnel, collecting on another leaf, prepared by Yan Feng, that could hold water. This water was still dirty, but compared to the poison in the swamp, it was much better. This is the clean water he wanted to give the corrupt swamp frog. Though still murky, it was no longer that shocking dark green, the bubbling in the water had also vanished. The corrupt swamp frog's throat bulged, seemingly full of alertness and doubt towards this strange human's behavior. It did not attack immediately. Yan Feng carefully held the filtered water, cautiously stepping forward. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Forbidden zone. The corrupt swamp frog suddenly shrank back, the acidic liquid in its throat already beginning to accumulate. Don't be nervous. Yan Feng's voice was soft, like he was soothing a frightened little animal. Drink this, and your throat will feel better. He moved the leaf holding the water a bit closer. In the murky eyes of the corrupt swamp frog, a struggle seemed to flash. In the end, the desire for water overcame the wariness of the stranger. It suddenly lunged forward, its long tongue shooting out like lightning, licking the few drops of water off the leaf clean. The next second, a miracle occurred. The festering pustules on the corrupt swamp frog's body flattened and faded at a visible speed. Its mud-green skin seemed to wash away years of filth, becoming smooth. Croak! A clear, bright, joy-filled frog call echoed through the swamp. This sound was no longer hoarse, no longer painful. Then, under Yan Feng's gaze, the corrupt swamp frog's body swiftly turned transparent, and with a pop, it transformed into a small pool of crystal-clear liquid. A few items lay quietly in that clear water. You have satisfied the level 2 Nightmare Corrupt Swamp Frog voice, achieving E-level rating. Gained, Pure Frog Meat X5. Gained, Spring Frog Croak X1, consumable, can purify a small piece of polluted land or water source into a clean area and has basic detoxification function. Gained, Frog Skin Gloves X1, equipment, slightly increases resistance to primary toxicity damage, can be embedded, keep exploring, there may be more uses. Gained experience points plus 40. Yan Feng's experience bar instantly became, level 2, experience, 40/200. He picked up the item resembling a jade green stone, the Spring Frog Croak, and looked again at the vast, foul-smelling swamp before him. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He took out the Spring Frog Croak. Rather than filtering painstakingly, it was better to solve the problem at its source. Yan Feng walked to the area with more water in the swamp and found a relatively isolated small puddle, throwing the Spring Frog Croak into the dark green poison. The Spring Frog Croak dissolved upon touching the water. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a visible circle of clear waves rippling outward from the Spring Frog Croak. The nauseating smell rapidly retreated, replaced by a refreshingly pure scent like that of rain-soaked grass. The murky, bubbling poison water became clear and transparent under the spread of these clear waves, making the bottom mud visible. Spring Frog Croak used successfully, you gain 0.5 L of pure water source. In a filthy area, a small piece of pure oasis was forcibly created. Yan Feng took out the empty water bag issued by the system at the beginning, opened the cap, and carefully filled it with clear, living water from the center of the purified area. With a stable water source, the following survival could be said to have a basic guarantee. He had just filled up the water when a voice immediately broadcasted loudly. Global announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player Flame Peak for passing the level 2 monster Rotten Swamp Frog with an E-grade rating. Reward, the average toxin resistance of all citizens in the Dragon Kingdom increases by 0.1%. Reward, National Fortune Resource, Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme ×1, triggering all players in automatic 10,000 times amplification times 10,000 copies. The level of this player is level 2, calculated based on the success rate of resource exchange into reality at 2% equals 200 copies. 200 copies have been teleported and converted to the National Command Center's Resource Depot. Description, Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme, this is a superactive enzyme extracted from the body of the level 2 Rotten Swamp Frog. Description, simply put, this is a super accelerator in the field of biology and chemistry. Whether it's producing medicine or doing agricultural breeding, as long as you have it, the growth efficiency can increase hundreds of times, as if cheating, and there are no toxic side effects at all. Function, specifically addresses the problem of not being able to wait for the research and development of new medicines, new vaccines, and new crop varieties. In the future, if any new virus or toxin appears, relying on it, special medicine can be developed within a few days and immediately mass-produced. The national fortune rating of the Dragon Kingdom is raised, and the success rate of resource exchange into reality increases by 1%. Chapter 8, Countdown to Darkness. In the global live broadcast room, at the moment Flame Peak tossed the clear spring frog cry into the swamp, the chat exploded. On the screen, the area purified into clear spring water stood in stark contrast to the surrounding foul-smelling, dark green mud, as if an unblemished emerald was embedded in the sludge. What the heck? The water is really clean? This is unscientific. Is it magic? What kind of divine item is his clear spring frog cry? Family, does anyone understand? I was cursing him earlier, now I just want to say, big guy, take me with you. You're not alone in front, my face is swollen. Master Flame Peak, I've sewn my mouth shut for you, please stop showing off, if you keep it up, I'm going to be gone. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Country's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was at its most oppressive. The S-level talent known as Thor the Thunder God was panting heavily, his muscles bulging, his body covered in scratches and dirt. He had just violently smashed a level 2 rotten swamp frog with lightning and had leveled up to level 2. But the only drop was a small piece of rotten frog meat, which had a risk of poisoning when consumed. Aside from that, there was nothing. Water supply was still the biggest problem. Thor, we can't wait any longer. Your hunger and stamina are both decreasing. The high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce Country urgently shouted to him through a dedicated channel. You need to hydrate. Thor looked at the muddy puddle in front of him, the only relatively less disgusting place he could find. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and filled the water bag provided by the system a little. He didn't dare to drink much, just took a small sip. Even so, a taste of earthy and faintly rotten odor still made his stomach churn. Thor cursed softly. He couldn't understand why, as a strong S-level talent, he was now struggling to find a sip of clean water. Yet that F-level from the Dragon Kingdom opened up a small spring in the swamp? This was simply absurd. The echo of the global announcement still lingered in his mind, but Flame Peak had already returned his focus. While the rise in national fortune was important, staying alive was fundamental. He glanced at the empty water bag in his hand, then at the small area of the swamp that had been purified. Filling just one water bag was far from enough for his long-term survival plan. He needed another clear spring frog cry. So, Flame Peak repeated his previous actions once again. He made a simple filter from straws, filtering out a little cup of relatively clean water, then cautiously approached another rotten swamp frog. If you drink it, your throat will feel better. The same words. The same comfort. The rotting swamp frog, after a brief moment of vigilance and struggle, also chose to accept this kindness. Another crisp croak echoed. The rotting swamp frog happily transformed into a pool of clear water, leaving behind a rich reward. You satisfied the voice of the level 2 Nightmare Swamp Frog, achieving an E-level score. Gained, Pure Frog Meat X5. Gained, Spring Frog Croak X1. Gained experience points plus 40. His experience bar changed to level 2, experience, 80 out of 200. Yan Feng did not hesitate and tossed the newly acquired Spring Frog Croak into another isolated puddle in the swamp. Gentle ripples spread, and a small patch of new pure water was born. He took out the empty water bag given at the start by the system and filled it up. A total of 1 L of pure water, enough to sustain him for 2 to 3 days. Having done all this, he looked up at the sky. The illusory countdown number had become glaring. Time until dark, 2 hours 32 minutes. There was not much time left. He had to find a safe shelter and light a fire before dark. Yan Feng packed all his harvest and turned to leave the swamp. He first returned to the original wasteland filled with scarecrows. The terrain there was relatively open, but there were also some low hills and huge rocks scattered around. He needed to find a place that was easy to defend and could provide shelter from wind and rain. At the same time, a completely different scene unfolded in hundreds of millions of live streaming rooms worldwide. Except for a few top players like Yan Feng and Thor who had already reached level 2, the vast majority were still struggling on the line of death. Brothers, I just saw that Sakura country player, who tried to learn from Yenshin and hug a scarecrow, ended up getting petrified, then cut to death, so tragic. Of course, Yenshin went there after understanding the voice, he was just going to die. I said 1-2, drank water from the swamp, and ended up poisoned and having diarrhea. The screen went completely black. Building a shelter is too hard. I saw this Gallus player struggle to cut down a few trees, but he ran out of stamina and fainted from hunger. Supplies. Supplies are the most important. Without food or water, if we can't find fuel before dark, it's a dead end tonight. It's over. That Dragon Country guy I saw is also about to give up. His stamina is almost depleted, hiding behind a rock afraid to move. In a common live streaming room in Dragon Country. The young man on the screen is named Li Wei. Like Yan Feng, he is one of the 5th batch of selected civilian players from Dragon Country. His talent is E-level robust physique, with a stamina limit 20% higher than that of ordinary people. At this moment, he is leaning against a rock, gasping heavily, his face filled with exhaustion and despair. He had just chopped down a dead tree with the ordinary axe from his beginner's pack to gather wood for building a shelter. But he did not expect that the tree was a disguise of 3 vengeful scarecrows. After a fierce battle, relying on his stronger stamina, he broke the 3 scarecrows with his axe, but paid a heavy price himself. His arm was scratched by straw, leaving deep wounds down to the bone, blood flowing profusely. Stamina, 1 out of 12. Mentality, 1 out of 10. Hunger value, 9 out of 10. Fatigue level, 9 out of 10. His condition had deteriorated to the extreme. And his gains were similar to 90% of people worldwide, with the lowest score of F level, not even in the same league as Yan Feng. Only a few bundles of moist straw, 2 portions of smelly rice, and a piece of blood-stained rope. Cough, cough. Li Wei coughed twice, his parched throat burning painfully. He had no water, so he could only stuff those 2 portions of moldy rice into his mouth, chewing hard to swallow, hoping to regain a bit of stamina. Shelter, fuel. He looked at those arm-thick logs not far away, his eyes full of bitterness. His current stamina was simply not enough to drag them to a safe place, let alone build a house to stay overnight. The sky was gradually getting darker. Despair, like a tide, was about to drown him. Chapter 9, Eating Meat. Eagle Sauce Country, Thor's live streaming room. The owner of the S-Class talent had a face that looked extremely grim at this moment. He had just drunk from a muddy puddle of water. You have drunk from a mildly polluted water source, gaining negative status, stomach discomfort. Effect, stamina recovery speed reduced by 10%, hunger consumption rate increased by 10%. Fuck. Thor punched the muddy ground beside him, splattering mud everywhere. The S-Class talent, Wrath of Thunder, was powerful, but each use consumed a massive amount of stamina and mental energy. He had overleveled and killed several level 2 swamp frogs, his experience increased rapidly, and he reached level 2, but his physical consumption far exceeded that of normal people. Without clean water and food to replenish himself, he would soon be overwhelmed by his powerful talent. 4. Calm down. You must find shelter. Yes. Survive tonight. Tomorrow we can find a way to purify the water source. The high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce Country spoke to him through an exclusive chat channel, trying to comfort their only S-class hope. Thor took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. Thor knew they were right. He looked around, finally setting his gaze on a dense jungle. Wood, there was plenty of it there. With his strength, building a simple wooden house before dark was not a problem. Yan Feng did not choose to build it himself. It was too slow and too exhausting. He used Voice of All Things to sense and search the wasteland. What he was looking for was a natural shelter. Soon, he stopped in front of a small hill formed naturally by several giant stones. Between the giant stones, a narrow gap formed, resembling a miniature canyon. Yan Feng squeezed in and found a world inside. This was a small cave only about 7 or 8 square meters, with a narrow entrance that could fit only one person, and the top and 3 sides were solid rock walls, making it a perfect shelter. This is it. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. He took out all 50 bundles of dry fire-resistant straw from his backpack. He took out 2 bundles first and spread them thickly on the cave floor, making a comfortable bed. Dry fire-resistant straw was not only fire-resistant but also insulated against the dampness and cold of the ground. Lying on it was even somewhat soft. He took out 2 more bundles to block some gaps at the top of the cave, preventing unknown insects from falling down at night. The rest was neatly piled near the mouth of the cave, serving as fuel for tonight. Hunger level, 3 out of 11. After just this little work, he started to feel hungry again. It seems that the logic of the real world cannot be applied in the nightmare world. For some reason, it was easier to feel hungry in this world. Having done all this, he sat on the warm straw bed and took out a portion of fragrant rice and pure frog meat from his backpack. He organized the items in his backpack one by one, looking at the pure frog meat before him. Yan Feng did not intend to eat it raw and bloody. He reached into his novice pack to take out the flint provided, and grabbed a handful of fluffy, dry fire-resistant straw. Snap! The crisp sound of striking echoed in the quiet cave, and a few sparks accurately landed on the straw. A wisp of gray smoke rose, and soon, a small cluster of bright flames blazed up. Yan Feng kept adding more straw, and the fire quickly stabilized. The orange-yellow glow dispelled the coldness inside the cave, bringing a sense of long-lost safety. Then, he took out a few wild plants he casually picked on his way back from a corner of his backpack. This was fennel, a natural spice, but it was still raw. He used a slightly sharp stone to peel a branch and skewered the 2 palm-sized pieces of frog meat, placing them over the fire. Then, he held the fennel plants by the edge of the flames, carefully keeping his distance. Using high temperatures to roast. Soon, a rich aroma resembling processed cumin from the real world wafted through the small cave. The frog meat stiffened quickly under the flames, licking, making a light sizzle sound. The white meat gradually turned into an enticing golden hue due to the fat within the frog meat. Droplets of grease were rendered, dripping into the fire and sparking a small burst of flames. When the frog meat was about 80% cooked, Yan Feng crushed the fragrant anise with a stone and sprinkled it evenly. The meat aroma mixed with the unique smell of spices aggressively penetrated his nostrils, causing his stomach to grumble embarrassingly. He no longer waited, picking up a skewer directly, blowing on it, tearing off a piece of perfectly roasted frog meat, and putting it in his mouth. The meat was firm and juicy, delicious without any muddy taste, and combined with just the right amount of spices, it was simply the ultimate enjoyment in this apocalyptic hell. Unfortunately, there was no salty taste. The spiciness removed the fishy flavor but left out the soul. He would find other ways later. As food went down, his hunger value quickly recovered. Hunger value, 0/11. He let out a satisfied sigh and burped loudly. Twisting open his water pouch, he took a big gulp of pure water. The refreshing liquid slid down his throat, washing away the greasiness in his mouth and bringing a wave of freshness from the inside out. A cool sensation traveled straight from his throat to his stomach, dispelling all his fatigue and thirst. At this moment, in the nightmare world of Guishu, countless players struggling in darkness and despair were watching the live broadcasts of others through the built-in streaming features of the nightmare game. The vast majority of them were hiding in makeshift dirt pits or beneath simple branch shelters, shivering in fear. Some were shoving moldy rice into their mouths, the dry and hard texture mixed with mold making their throats nearly bleed. Others were holding back disgust, taking small sips of murky water, praying they would not be poisoned. Then, their gazes were drawn simultaneously to the same live broadcast room. It was a small cave. Inside, the orange-yellow flames danced, dispelling the cold and darkness. A man sat leisurely by the fire, holding a skewer of golden, oily meat that seemed to emit an aroma capable of escaping the screen. He tore off a piece, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. A satisfied expression spread across his face. This scene was like a silent slap across the face of all the watching players. Silence. Deadly silence. The next moment, the global live stream's bullet screen went wild. What the hell? Barbecue? He's barbecuing? That meat is golden. It's still dripping grease. Damn, I just bit into some moldy rice and nearly broke my teeth. Don't say it, I just drank a mouthful of swamp water, and now my intestines feel like they're tying in knots. Vomit. Is this a survival game? Are we sure it's not a gourmet vacation show? Why can he live so comfortably? I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. Why is this happening? Envy quickly turned into sharp jealousy and anger. Especially for those players in the national team who bore their country's heavy hopes, their feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. In Long Country, at the special command center of Guishu Nightmare, Senmengsi. A huge electronic screen divided into hundreds of small windows, with the largest in the center showing Yan Feng leisurely eating barbecue. While the surrounding players' survival conditions looked pitiful. In one corner of the screen, a special forces soldier known as Warwolf, Zhang Lei, was awkwardly hiding in a bush. He was one of the 180 designated by the country and had awakened the B-level talent, Steel Body, granting him incredible defense, also being among the 5th batch of those with the highest talents. Before setting out, he had undergone the most stringent military training in Special Forces level outdoor survival, psychological stress resistance, combat, and nightmare survival theory. But now, he was covered in wounds, one arm deep enough to see the bone because of a level 1 Vengeful Scarecrow's attack. It can only be hastily bandaged with rags. He had just used up all his strength, stubbornly enduring petrification, and with his bare hands tore apart a Vengeful Scarecrow, earning an F-level rating. The harvest was only a few bundles of wet straw and moldy rice. He panted heavily, watching the screen where Yan Feng was eating with his mouth full, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. His training, his talent, and the results he fought fiercely to achieve, appeared laughable in front of this person. Chapter 10, Is the Conventional Thinking Wrong? On another screen, the botanist Professor Chen, codenamed Think Tank from the Dragon Kingdom, was running a high fever. He awakened a sea-level talent, Plant Affinity, allowing him to distinguish between types of plants and whether they are edible. He dared not drink the swamp water. After his careful inspection, he found that drinking it would cause diarrhea. Though not deadly, it could drain his strength and spirit, hampering his actions. He could only rely on chewing some non-toxic but bitter plant roots to replenish moisture. Even so, he still caught a cold, and both his spirit and energy slid to the brink of danger. He looked at the clear water in Yan Feng's water bag, his eyes showing the most primitive desire. Such a scene was common among the 180 elite players from the Dragon Kingdom. They were soldiers, police, scientists, top talents from all walks of life, receiving the country's best resources and targeted training. However, their current situation was even worse than that of some fortunate commoners. Surviving in the world of the returning nightmare was far from as easy as imagined. At the Nightmare Command Center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified iron. Among countless screens, aside from the central one showing the leisurely yet glaring barbecue scene, the rest were filled with struggles, pain, and despair. Commander Lin Zhenghua clenched his gaze on Yan Feng at the center of the screen, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. The expert team behind him was silent as a grave. Shame. An indescribable sense of shame was burning in the hearts of every high-level official from the Dragon Kingdom present. The 180 elite talents they cultivated with the full power of the nation were being humiliated by an obscure commoner in a way they could not comprehend, making them look like a joke. Is our thinking wrong from the very beginning? Finally, someone broke the silence. It was Professor Chen, codenamed Think Tank, who was watching his messy performance through the internal channel and then glanced at Yan Feng, his voice hoarse and filled with self-doubt. Wrong? Military scientist Zhang Lai snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Professor Chen, your sea-level talent Plant Affinity is already a top-notch asset for survival in the wild. But now, you can't even drink a clean sip of water, and you're burning with fever. And then there's Zhang Lei, with B-level talent Steel Body, a king of special forces, yet what happened? Nearly beaten to death by a level 1 monster, exchanging it for a few bundles of wet straw. He tapped heavily on the table, turning to Commander Lin Zhenghua. Commander, this isn't a fault of our training or strategies. We simply do not understand the rules of this game. Lin Zhenghua finally shifted his gaze from the screen, looking at the quiet, bespectacled middle-aged man beside him. Bai Qiming, a master in behavioral psychology from the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Bai, what do you think? Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses but did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed at Yan Feng on the screen. Everyone look, he is eating. Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this obvious? He uses natural spices to grill, making the food more delicious. He lays dry straw in the cave to make himself sleep more comfortably. He drinks the purest water. Bai Qiming's voice was calm, yet it struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. Have you noticed? From beginning to end, his pursuit is not just to survive, but to live with quality. This does not align with the mindset of a survivor struggling on the brink of life and death. Academician Xian Weigui immediately retorted, "This is not important. What matters is what he has gotten. Nightmare level high toughness plant fiber, nightmare active biological enzyme. Do you know what this means? Old Zhang, do you know?" Zhang Lai nodded, his face serious. "The former can create a qualitative change in the defense of our individual equipment, while the latter has infinite possibilities in biochemical warfare and environmental management." Bai Qiming smiled, his eyes behind the glasses seemingly able to see through everything. So, the question comes back. Why does he get these? Why can he get an E-level rating and national luck rewards with just a hug and a bit of water that we could not get even at the cost of our lives? He paused, speaking each word clearly. Because, from the very beginning, we got the target wrong. We treated those nightmare creatures as pure monsters. Our tactic was kill. But Yan Feng sees them as something to communicate with. His tactic is satisfy. A hug is to satisfy the level 1 vengeful scarecrow's craving for warmth. Watering is to satisfy the level 2 putrid swamp frog's desire for purity. Bai Qiming's voice echoed in the silent command center. His F-level talent voices of all things is not garbage at all. On the contrary, it might be the only SSS-level divine skill that can unlock the optimal solution of the game. He can hear the true needs of those monsters. What we see as suicidal behavior is, for him, the most cost-effective mission strategy. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Lin Jingguo's mind. All his previous confusion, anger, and misunderstanding suddenly became clear at this moment. He slammed the table, standing up. I understand. I understand it all. A new light burst forth in Lin Jingguo's eyes. He was no longer the commander crushed by pressure but a general who had found the key to victory. Violence is the dumbest and least effective means in this game. Communication. Solving puzzles. This is the true way to play the Return of the Void Nightmare. He looked at Zhang Lai, his voice firm and resolute. General Zhang. Yes. We will immediately form the highest level Yan Feng model analysis group. Analyze every frame of footage after he entered the game, every word he said, every action he took, break it down for me. I want to see a new survival guide to Return of the Void Nightmare in the shortest time possible. Understood. He turned to the communicator, issuing an order that could change the fate of all players in Longhua. Connect all designated players from various countries, including Zhang Lei and Professor Chen, to an emergency communication channel. Tell them to immediately stop all active attack behaviors. From now on, the highest operational directive for all Longhua players is only one. Lin Jingguo took a deep breath, his eyes shining bright as he stared at the relaxed figure on the screen, speaking each word clearly. Learn from Yan Feng, understand Yan Feng, become Yan Feng. The command from the Central Command of the Nightmare Administration, like an electric current, instantly spread to every corner where 180 elite players from Longhua were located. When the order rang in Zhang Lei's communicator, he was struggling to shove moldy rice into his mouth with his one good hand. After hearing the command, he stood frozen. His movements halted in place. What? His voice was full of disbelief, mixed with dissatisfaction. The highest operational directive? Learn from Yan Feng? Understand Yan Feng? Become Yan Feng? Zhang Lei suddenly spat out the rice from his mouth, mixed with blood and saliva, laced with discontent. You want me, a soldier king, to learn from a civilian? What a joke! After shutting off the live streaming function, he roared at the empty bushes. You want me to learn from that civilian madman? To embrace monsters? Shame. An unprecedented sense of shame, more painful than any wound on his body. He was a special forces king, a warrior who crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood. His creed was battle, conquest, to destroy the enemy by the most direct means. Now, a high command was telling him to imitate a civilian whom he deemed mentally unstable. He, used to being proud in his heart, couldn't accept it all at once. Chapter 11, The Sky Darkened. On the other side, Professor Chen, burning with fever, leaned against a dead tree, struggling to digest this command. He felt no anger, only deep confusion. As a scientist, he was used to analyzing everything with logic and data. Yan Feng's actions did not align with logic. But the results Yan Feng achieved were the most real and enticing. Nightmare-level high-toughness plant fibers. Nightmare-active biological enzymes. Each of these terms was enough to make him ecstatic in the laboratory. Learn from Yan Feng. Professor Chen muttered to himself, a glimmer of struggle flashing in his muddy eyes. Is the science of this world just to satisfy the needs of those monsters? He couldn't understand, but he knew that the command center's decision must have profound meaning. He must try to understand. Not just the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, high-level command centers in all countries around the world fell into a dead silence. On the huge screen, the leisurely and outrageous scenes of Yan Feng were also playing. In Eagle Sauce Country, at the Pentagon, the Shield of Freedom Command Center. A blond, blue-eyed man wearing military insignia stared intently at the screen, his face pale. "Has it been analyzed?" he asked in a deep voice. Beside him, a top analyst known as the Prophet adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. "General, the conclusion is probably the same as over in the Dragon Kingdom. That F-level talent, voice of all things, is not garbage, but a key. He can hear the monster's needs, so he can exchange minimal costs for unimaginable gains." The general's fist clenched on the table, making a creaking sound. "So, our S-level talent Thor is working his ass off like a fool smashing a lock with brute force? And that Dragon Kingdom guy is leisurely opening all the treasure chests with a key?" The analyst nodded silently. This analogy, though unpleasant, was incredibly accurate. "Fuck." The general slammed his fist on the table. "Send my orders. Immediately establish the Dragon Hunting Task Force to analyze all behavioral patterns of Yan Feng. Also, notify Thor and everyone we have in the Returning Ruins Nightmare. Once there is an opportunity for close contact, at any cost." A glimmer of cold killing intent flashed in the general's eyes. "Exterminate Yan Feng. The night has finally arrived." It did not descend slowly like in the real world. As if someone had pressed a switch, the sky was instantly dyed a deep ink color. There was not a trace of starlight, only a blood-red, ominous crescent moon hung in the sky, emitting an eerie glow. Global announcement: the night has come, and nightmares awaken. Warning: the mental power consumption rate increases by 100% at night. When mental power falls below 30%, you may hear or see some illusion stuff. Warning: please ensure that your shelter is sufficiently bright, and do not respond to any sounds from the darkness. We wish you sweet dreams. The cold system notification echoed in every player's mind. Panic spread like a virus in the hearts of all survivors around the world. Countless players hiding in makeshift shelters began to tremble uncontrollably. In the darkness, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching. The sound of the wind resembled a woman's cry. The rustling of the leaves turned into the jarring noise of nails scraping against a wall. In Yan Feng's cave, the firelight continued to dance steadily. He was well fed and rested, leaning on a warm straw bed with his eyes closed. Hunger level, 0 out of 12. Stamina, 9 out of 12. Mental state, 10 out of 12. His condition was considered perfect. At this moment, a strange sound came from outside the cave. Dong. 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 It was a rhythmic knocking sound, like knuckles tapping against the rock wall. Yan Feng opened his eyes. He did not panic, he merely listened carefully. The talent, voice of all things, activated. Mental -1. So dark. So cold. All alone, so lonely. A faint, timid voice, filled with a crying tone, entered his mind. Stay with me, play a game, okay? The corner of Yan Feng's mouth lifted slightly. A game? He loved playing games the most. In Sakura Country, in the live stream room of player Yamada Kuma 2. He hid in a pit he had dug himself, covered with a few branches and rotten leaves on his head. He was shivering from the cold, his teeth chattering incessantly. During the day, he had only found a few sour wild fruits, his hunger and stamina had barely recovered, putting him on the edge of danger. Mental, 4 out of 10. Crimson moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face. Suddenly. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound echoed right by his pit. Yamada Kuma 2 stiffened, not daring to breathe. He remembered the system's warning, do not respond to any sounds. But then, a gentle female voice called from outside, speaking in the dialect of his beloved hometown. Kuma 2, it's Mom. It's so cold outside, please open the door and let Mom in, okay? Yamada Kuma 2's eyes instantly reddened. Mom? His mother had passed away from illness when he was 12. This was his softest and most painful memory. No, it's an illusion, it's an illusion. He bit his lip hard, using the pain to stay awake. Kuma 2, you loved the rice balls Mom made when you were little. Mom brought them for you. A rich aroma of rice actually floated in from outside. Yamada Kuma 2's stomach betrayed him and growled. His mental defenses began to crumble under the onslaught of hunger, cold, and emotion. Mental -1. Mental, 3/10. Mom? He trembled as he tentatively called out. Yes, it's Mom, quickly open the door. The voice outside was filled with joy. Yamada Kuma 2 couldn't hold back any longer. He violently pushed aside the branches above him and crawled out. Outside was empty. Only a small pile of stones, half a meter high, made of black stones, quietly stood under the moonlight. Mom? He looked around in confusion. The next second, the little pile of stones suddenly came to life. The stones that made up its body began to roll and reshape, forming a large, grinning mouth filled with sharp teeth. Found you. A chilling voice echoed. The stone mouth suddenly opened wide and swallowed Yamada-kuma-2's head in one bite. Crack. With a crisp sound of bone breaking, the live stream room turned instantly black and white. Sakura Country player Yamada-kuma-2 has died. Sakura Country's national fortune minus 0.5%, a sudden 7.8 magnitude earthquake occurred domestically, causing a small tsunami in coastal areas. The cold announcement echoed across the globe. In the live stream room, all viewers who witnessed the scene were scared out of their wits. What the hell just happened? Chapter 12, Obtaining Star Pattern Obsidian. It's an illusion. That voice is fake. That monster can mimic the person that is most on our minds. It's too scary. You can't play this game at night. It's over, I see our country's players' mental values are almost gone, they seem to be talking to their deceased grandpas. The same tragic scene was playing out in various corners of the ruins nightmare world. One after another, players whose mental states collapsed opened the doors to their shelters at the call of their most missed person, only to be instantly devoured. The shadow of death loomed over the entire ruins nightmare world. However, in Yan Feng's live stream room, the atmosphere was still unique. Faced with the knocking sounds and the timid voice outside, Yan Feng did not open the door, nor did he ignore it. He simply took out a small stone, no bigger than a thumb, that he had gotten from the heart of the vengeful straw. It was a stone emitting a faint red glow. He placed the stone at the entrance of the pit and softly said something to the outside. Playing with a stone alone is too boring. How about we play a guessing game? The knocking sound outside stopped. The timid voice was filled with doubt. A guessing game? Yes. Yan Feng leaned back against the straw bed, leisurely saying. I'll put out a stone, and you'll put out a stone, and we'll see whose stone is prettier, how about that? The entire audience in the live broadcast room was left dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? Playing house with a ghost? Is he crazy? That monster outside just ate a person. He's not being quiet and is talking to it? I don't get it, but I am deeply shocked. In Longhua, at the Dream Control Command Center. Bai Qiming stared hard at the screen, his eyes shining brilliantly behind his glasses. I understand, he said excitedly. The monster that appeared tonight, its core need is not food, but companionship. Its attack method is to use mental loopholes to create illusions, luring the target out. And Yan Feng. He not only was not deceived by the illusion but accurately captured the monster's real need to play games. He used the straw heart as a toy, proactively making a game invitation. What terrifying insight and psychological game ability. Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and others were left speechless. They could only see Yan Feng talking nonsense. But Bai Qiming saw the chilling truth hidden beneath the nonsense. Silence fell outside the cave for a long time. The timid inner voice rang out again. Okay. But I don't have pretty stones. Yan Feng smiled. It's okay, you can use what you have around. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from outside the cave. Moments later, a fist-sized stone, entirely pitch black but with tiny silver star-like spots on its surface, was cautiously pushed through the gap at the cave entrance. Yan Feng picked up the stone. You have obtained Star Pattern Obsidian X1. Star Pattern Obsidian, a rare mineral that only spawns on nightmare nights, it is the core material for making mental resistance equipment and glows. Yan Feng's eyes lit up. He played with the obsidian in his hand and then pushed his straw heart stone out as well. It's your turn. The little monster outside happily accepted the straw heart stone. Your stone is so warm. I lose. In the next second, a system notification popped up before Yan Feng's eyes. Congratulations! You have fulfilled the Nightwalker Stone Puppet's wish, achieving first E-level perfect clear. Reward, Star Pattern Obsidian X10, Skill Book, Beginner Disguise X1. National Luck Probability Reward, Drop, Micro Nightmare Energy Core, X1. Server announcement, congratulations to Longhua player, Yan Feng, for being the first to clear the night-specific monster codex with an E rating. First clear unlocks the night-safe gameplay, rewarding all citizens of Longhua with a 0.5% increase in mental resilience. Player, Yan Feng, receives +1 base attribute point limit, Nightmare Night Blessing Gift Pack, X1. When that cold system announcement echoed around the globe for the third time, the whole world seemed to be pressed on mute, falling into a moment of dead silence. Immediately after, there was a volcanic eruption of noise. In the official Longhua live broadcast room, the bullet comments flooded the entire screen with an unprecedented terrifying density after 5 seconds of silence. What the hell? Oh my! My goodness! Here it comes again. The familiar global announcement. The familiar guy from our country. Flame God. Accept my kneeling. From now on, you are my brother. Which fool just said Yan Feng was dying, that he's chatting with a ghost? Step forward. I promise I won't beat you to death. I just want to ask if your face hurts. It hurts. My face is about to be swollen. But I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. I can take it. Whoa, Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I said I'm praying to the gods. Did you notice? Just now in Sakura country, a player died, killed by this kind of night monster. It was gruesome. I know. I just came from that live stream, they were crying like they were at a funeral. And when I returned to our room, Yan God is playing riddles with monsters and won a bunch of rewards. Damn, that's too cruel. I love it. What is called internationalist spirit? This is called no comparison, no harm. Kill the heart, oh brothers. The mental resilience of all citizens has slightly increased. No wonder I felt especially powerful when I cursed at people today. It turns out the fire god is giving me a buff. Expand your vision. What does this mean? It means the wisdom of our Dragon Kingdom people is limitless. Violence cannot solve problems, but the mind can. That's right. While the S level from Eagle Sauce is still struggling to fight monsters, our fire god has already started playing puzzle games. This is called Dimensionality Reduction Strike. Countless Dragon Kingdom spectators straightened their backs, feeling a surge of unprecedented pride and superiority rising from their hearts, filling their bodies. At the same time, in the official livestream of Eagle Sauce's Shield of Freedom, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip water. Shit. F***K. What the hell is going on? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. He's exploiting a bug in the game. An F-class talent? Don't make me laugh. All the F-class talent players in the world are almost dead, and he keeps getting perfect ratings one after another? This is unscientific. Can someone explain? Our S-class talent Thor, with thunderous strength, barely killed a level 2 monster and got an F-grade rating and a pile of rotten meat. But this dragon man plays a game with a monster and gets an E-grade perfect rating and rewards we've never heard of? Conspiracy. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. This game was developed by the dragon people. Calm down. Everyone, just calm the F***K down. Now is not the time to talk about this. Our national luck is falling behind. Thor. Go find that dragon person called Yan Feng. At all costs, kill him. We absolutely cannot let this continue. Yes. Kill him. Take everything from him. Anger, jealousy, unwillingness, and a trace of fear they themselves were unwilling to admit spread in the hearts of every Eagle Sauce spectator. The relaxed figure on the screen, at this moment, was more detestable than the most horrifying nightmare monster in their eyes. Chapter 13, Don't Open the Door at Night. In the Sakura Country livestream, there were no angry roars, only a dead silence and the wailing of despair. The livestream of Yamada Kuma's death had turned into a black and white screen, remaining there like a cold tombstone. And the global announcement burst forth like the sharpest knife, cruelly splitting open their bloody wounds. Yamada-kun, he was clearly the selected warrior from our Sakura country. Why did it turn out like this? Clearly, it was a similar monster. Why was Yamada-kun bitten, just like that? That dragon person, he was just playing a game. How could he, how dare he? An audience member, who had just witnessed the horrific death of his compatriot, could no longer control his emotions and let out a scream mixed with cries. Baka Yoru. This is unfair. So unfair. God. Amaterasu, have you abandoned your people? What did we do wrong, to suffer such torment? More than anything, it was a deep sense of helplessness. Yan Feng's success was like a mirror, reflecting their foolishness and weakness. The shadow of death they could not fight against with all their might was, to the other side, merely a minigame that could be easily completed. This huge gap between heaven and earth caused all the Sakura country spectators to feel a suffocating sense of despair. This night, for the Dragon Country, was a night of revelry. But for the vast majority of Dragon Country players in the Return of the Nightmare, it was an incredibly torturous night. Zhang lay curled up in his makeshift shelter built hurriedly from stones and mud, his heart racing. He was one of the 180 elites designated by Dragon Country, a king of special soldiers. But at this moment, he felt like a frightened rabbit. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came right on time, at the vine-wrapped wooden door of his shelter. A familiar voice that made him want to cry came through. Lazy, open the door, it's Dad. Zhang Lei's body trembled violently. His eyes instantly reddened. His father, also a soldier, died during a border mission before he enlisted. This was the biggest regret of his life. Dad. He instinctively wanted to respond. Just then, a burst of urgent static came from the special communicator on his wrist, followed by Lin Jinghua's unquestionable command. Zhang Lei. Wake up! That is an illusion created by a nightmare creature, it's fake. Remember your mission. Execute the highest order. Open the Yan Feng livestream, turn the volume up to the max. Block out all outside interference. Zhang Lei jolted and bit down on his own tongue, drawing a few drops of blood. The sharp pain brought him back to his senses. Luckily, he was not fooled, he almost believed it to be true. He dared not listen to the outside voices anymore. Suppressing his inner pride, he clumsily opened the Yan Feng livestream projection, which he had previously looked down upon. When the lively shout of the flame god is amazing echoed in the livestream, Zhang Lei felt for the first time that the voice he had found distasteful was so pleasant to hear. He turned the volume to the max, using the excitement from the livestream to counter the gentle call of that father outside the door. The same situation occurred in the shelters of the other 180 elite players of the Dragon Nation. All of you, watch the livestream, no matter whose it is, turn the volume up to the max to block out the strange voices outside. This is an order. I repeat, this is an order. In the Dream Command Center, Lin Zhenghua personally sat at the communications channel, issuing death orders to every elite player. They had already prioritized the Yan Feng livestream through internal channels. In an instant, cheers of Flame God 666 and Dragon Nation No. 1 echoed in the dark corners of the returning ruins nightmare. This strange scene formed an eerie sound barrier, allowing the vast majority of players to withstand the mental temptations of the nightmare creatures and safely survive the most dangerous moment. On the data screen, the green dots representing the life signs of the Dragon Nation players remained at 198. Only 2 gray marks stood out glaringly. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, 2 randomly selected civilian players have been confirmed dead. A staff member reported softly. What was the cause of death? Zhang Lei asked in a deep voice. They all responded to the voices outside and then opened the door. The entire command center fell into silence. Those 2 civilians had not undergone specialized military training, nor had they seriously looked at the official information beforehand, and the Dream Command had no authority to directly contact random civilian players. In the end, they could not resist the deepest feelings of longing in their hearts and walked towards death in the illusion. In Yan Feng's cave, it was warm like spring. He ignored the noise outside and was counting his gains. Star pattern obsidian, a rare mineral, the core material for making mental resistance equipment. Good stuff, Yan Feng directly stored it in his backpack. Skill book, basic camouflage. After use, you can learn a skill that allows you to blend into any complex environment, with an invisibility effect lasting 5 minutes, reducing the probability of being discovered. This skill was incredibly effective for ambushes and hiding, so without hesitation, Yan Feng chose to learn it. A flash of white light appeared, and the skill showed up on his personal panel. Mini Nightmare Energy Core, automatically integrated into reality. Description: this is the core technology that forms nocturnal stone puppets from a pile of rocks, and using the dropped, Mini Nightmare Energy Core, as the heart, creates a bunch of small robotic cubes that can work by themselves. Function: to solve the problem of reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, fortification, or even serving as cannon fodder in dangerous areas, when casualties are too high. We can truly create soldiers from beans. Before the battle, planes can directly airdrop tens of thousands of these robot cubes, and upon landing, they can click together to form defensive walls. The cannon tower, even forming large robots to charge into battle. Using them to scout and exhaust the enemy's firepower, our soldiers can safely output from behind. The key is, it can counter-kill nightmare creatures. This is the real big deal. More unexpected effects, please explore on your own. He cast his gaze toward the Nightmare Night Blessing package. Open. You have obtained Calming Sandalwood X3. Calming Sandalwood, within 30 minutes after being lit, its special fragrance can quickly restore mental value and dispel low-level illusions within a 5-meter radius. Yan Feng's eyes brightened. This is simply a divine tool in the night. Without hesitation, he lit one stick, and a faint, calming fragrance instantly spread throughout the cave. Mental +1. He leaned against the comfortable straw bed, the feeling of mental fatigue vanished, and he soon fell asleep. When the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness, and the crimson crescent moon disappeared, the cold system announcement echoed worldwide. The night has ended, and the day has arrived. First Nightmare Night survival statistics: 31,342 surviving players worldwide, 10,671 deaths, survival rate 66%. Dragon Country surviving players 198, deaths 2, survival rate 99%. Chapter 14 death rate exceeds 1/3. In an instant, all the surviving players worldwide, as well as all the audiences in the real world, were stunned. A death rate of 1/3. In just one night, over 10,000 chosen elites from various countries disappeared forever. Countless countries experienced signal interruptions in their live broadcasts, national fortunes declined, and natural disasters struck. Category 17 typhoons, level 8 earthquakes, extreme high temperatures and cold of plus or minus 50 degrees, sea water backflow, and other natural disasters descended upon the countries with dwindling fortunes. Shocking disaster bulletins, in bloody ways, were presented before the global audience. Eagle Sauce Country's emergency news report, codename Huaxia Level 20 Super Typhoon made landfall at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, wind speed breaking historical highs. Currently confirmed over 3,000 dead, nearly 10,000 missing, direct economic losses estimated to exceed $70 million, and the numbers are still climbing. Sakura Country's Meteorological Bureau issued the highest level alert. A magnitude 8.2 earthquake has occurred off the coast of our island, triggering a devastating tsunami that has swallowed several coastal towns. Currently, communication is completely cut off, casualties are unquantifiable, and still being counted. The Euro Union countries sounded alarms simultaneously. Unprecedented extreme rainfall caused the levels of the multiple Brain River and the Rain River to surge, causing several historical cities to turn into marshes, tens of thousands of citizens trapped on rooftops awaiting rescue. Within the White Elephant Country, an overwhelming locust plague is devouring all greenery, and the food supplies for millions have vanished within hours. The Bear Country is facing a once-in-a-thousand-year extreme cold weather, and the natural gas pipelines in the Siberian region have cracked due to low temperatures, causing chain explosions. The apocalypse seems to have arrived ahead of time. However, only Dragon Country remained quiet like a paradise. The surviving data was like a loud slap in the face, sharply striking everyone. A 99% survival rate. What a terrifying number. The comments in the global livestream exploded after a brief silence. 99%. Did Dragon Country cheat this time? It's not scientific. Fake. It must be fake. Our best players in Sauerkraut Country have died dozens of times. Why did Dragon Country only lose 2? You fool upstairs, go see the playback of Dragon Country players. They were almost all learning from Master Yan Feng in the second half of the night. Learning from Yan Feng? How? Talking to monsters. Although most of the time it failed, as long as you don't actively open the door, that stone puppet won't attack. Just this point saved countless lives. I understand. The 2 who died in Dragon Country must be civilian players who didn't listen to commands. Yan Feng. Forever a god. He's not surviving, he's teaching the whole world. In Dragon Country, the Dream Command Center. The atmosphere was completely different from last night's oppression, filled with a joyful and uplifting feeling of survival. Lin Zhengguo looked at the glaring 99% on the screen, his eyes slightly moist, as the downward trend of national fortune was temporarily halted. He turned to the communicator beside him, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Lei, how is Zhang Lei? The communicator quickly pulled up the image. In the picture, the special soldier King Zhang Lei looked in terrible condition, soaked through, with vacant eyes, clearly having struggled for a long time in the night's hallucinations. But he survived. Because at the last moment, he remembered that order he had scoffed at, don't respond. Commander, the player Zhang Lei is mentally traumatized, but he's alive. Also, Professor Chen, he succeeded. The image switched to Professor Chen. This botanist with a high fever was leaning against a tree, holding a dirty gray stone in his hands, his face showing a weak but satisfied smile. Using his profound knowledge of botany, he talked with the night stone about how different soils affect moss growth for the entire night, unexpectedly fulfilling the other's need to find something to chat about. Though he only received the lowest F-grade evaluation, he still obtained a bottle of clean water and a few pieces of stone-ground tofu, restoring half of his condition. Not only that, but his fever had also subsided greatly. Good. Very good. Lin Zhengguo clapped his hands heavily. Immediately compile all successful cases and write the second edition of the Survival Guide for Nightmarish Creatures, with the subtitle Learning the Yan Feng Model, Introduction and Practice. Yes. The morning sun shone through the cracks of the cave, dissipating the last bit of chill. In the global livestream room, the chaos and panic of last night were replaced by a new feeling, mixed with shock and absurdity. Dragon Country, survival rate 99%. This line of golden data was like a silent slap, hitting the face of every viewer who had mocked or questioned the Dragon Country. 99%? I'm not good at math, can someone tell me what this means? Does it mean out of the 10,000 who died last night, less than 2% were from the Dragon Country? Damn! Our Eagle Sauce Country lost over 70 elite members last night. That's a third of our people. Why does Dragon Country deserve this? Why? Because they turned the game into a simulation test. Halfway through last night, I switched to the Dragon Country section, and boy, it was pure chaos. Somebody was outside imitating a pig, simulating a pig, someone was memorizing the periodic table of elements, and another guy held a personal concert in the safe house, singing Good Luck Comes. The theme was using magic to defeat magic. I can testify. I watched Zhang Lei's livestream. That special soldier king managed to endure his dad's knocking while listening to the excited commentary of Flame God 666. I cried, it was so filial. So, Yan Feng is the final boss, not only clearing the game himself but also throwing out the question bank and the standard answers? Stop the awkward hate, this is called vision. We, the people of Dragon Country, are focused on common prosperity. In the Dragon Country's Dream Command Center, Lin Zhenghua had stayed up all night but was unusually excited. He looked at the big screen, those green dots still flickering with life signals, and the tense corners of his mouth finally lifted. Professor Bai, he turned to the psychology expert beside him, who also had dark circles under his eyes. I agree with your suggestion from last night. Bai Qiming nodded, pushing a hastily prepared document in front of Lin Zhenghua. The document was titled Feasibility Report on Nonviolent Contact with Nightmare Creatures. Lin Zhenghua picked up a pen, crossed out that line, and wrote a few large characters in a bold and cursive style. Learning the Yan Feng model, Introduction and Practice. He handed the document to the communicator beside him, speaking in a decisive tone. Rating, top secret. Immediately encrypt it and send it to all surviving Dragon Country players. Additionally, notify the logistics team to inform the families of the Yan Feng players. Start the Dragon Special Treatment Plan. Yes. In the cave, Yan Feng yawned and sat up from the straw bed that radiated warmth. Spirit +1, Spirit +1. Spirit, 12 of 12. The continuous recovery effect from the sandalwood made him feel full of energy, at maximum power. He even felt that he could run 5 kilometers right now without getting out of breath. He brought up his personal panel. Last night's guessing game had brought him great rewards, and his experience bar had risen to level 2, experience, 80 out of 200. Still need 120 experience points. Yan Feng stroked his chin, starting to plan today's agenda. 50 bundles of dry, durable straw. He had used 25 bundles last night, leaving 25 remaining. If he used another bundle tonight, it would be all gone, so he needed to find more supplies to survive the nightmare night. Survival supplies were never too many, only too few. Yan Feng planned to gather more straw during the day and then explore the area for higher-level monsters, to see if there were new supplies available. To maximize benefits, he needed to continue targeting those monsters with inner voices. Based on the vague inner voice he had caught earlier on the swamp's edge, Moon, my moon, so gentle, he inferred that the level 3 monster Wailing Moth should be lurking nearby. He opened the monster encyclopedia in his mind and carefully reviewed the information on Wailing Moth. Ecological habits, aversion to light sources, active only at night or in dark caves. Yan Feng's eyes fell on the few star-patterned obsidian stones in his backpack. He stretched, preparing to set off, but suddenly had a thought and opened the live-streaming split screen of other players. On the screen, the first thing that caught his eye was elite soldier King Zhang Lei. At that moment, Zhang Lei was standing in a barren field, facing off against a half-meter-tall Resentful Scarecrow. He clearly had just received the latest handbook from the command center, his face a mixture of humiliation, struggle, and a hint of determination. Chapter 15, Everyone Imitates. The comments in the livestream were more conflicted than he was. It's here. The Dragon Kingdom Elite Player Imitation Competition's #1 seed, Zhang Lei. Woo woo woo, my soldier king, how did you end up having to hug a scarecrow? This expression, worse than constipation, buddy, you're on a mission, not at a death sentence. In the video, Zhang Lei took a few tactical deep breaths, then stiffly opened his arms and walked heavily toward the scarecrow. That posture looked less like a hug and more like a demolition task, every cell in his body written with caution and killing intent. Yan Feng saw this scene and almost laughed out loud. Brother, you're not going to deliver warmth, you're going to deliver your head. Sure enough, just 3 meters from the scarecrow, its glowing red stone eye flashed. Resentful stare activated. Zhang Lei's body froze in place, as if he had been cast in concrete, maintaining a ridiculous hugging posture, unable to move. Immediately, the scarecrow waved its sharp arms, beginning straw-slicing attacks against him. -1. -1. -1. Fortunately, Zhang Lei's B-class talent iron body was all about having thick health, or someone else would have bled out long ago. The damage wasn't high, but it was extremely humiliating. Zhang Lei's health bar began to slowly and steadily decrease, while his face showed total shock and confusion. Thick health gave him enough time to be stunned. Why? I clearly did it as instructed. Why can Yan Feng do it, but I can't? In the Dream Control Command Center, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. What's going on? Zhang Lei slammed the table. Doesn't the handbook say hugging is enough? Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, hitting the nail on the head. General Zhang, the problem lies not in form, but in spirit. Zhang Lei merely mimicked the action of hugging, but his muscles were tense, his steps were tentative, and he carried hostility in his heart. For a highly sensitive creature like the Resentful Scarecrow, he felt not kindness, but a deadly threat disguised. Lin Zhenghua immediately grabbed the communicator, connect to Zhang Lei's single channel. Professor Bai, I leave the on-site guidance to you. Zhang Lei. Bai Qiming's voice came through the encrypted channel, clearing Zhang Lei's mind. Don't think you are embracing a monster. Right now, immediately. Treat that thing as the military dog Heise you cried to send off when you retired. Zhang Lei, in a state of petrification, had his pupils suddenly shrink. It's not a monster, it's Heise. Heise has been abandoned, cold and scared, and now it just wants you to hold it. Do you smell the grass on it? That's the dirt it rolled in outside. Do you hear its crying? That's it calling for you. Bai Qiming's voice seemed to carry magic, planting a new memory into Zhang Lei's mind. The image of the scarecrow began to blur, gradually merging with the memory of the black German shepherd wagging its tail, whimpering against his pant leg. His body, due to the innate ability, steel body, thick enough to endure, held up against the continuous bleeding damage. 1 minute of petrification ended. The vengeful scarecrow was preparing to launch the second, vengeful stare. Heise. Zhang Lei opened his arms again. This time, his movements were no longer stiff. His eyes reddened, and on his face was a sincere expression of deep pain and guilt. He stepped forward and tightly embraced the scarecrow, which was dropping grass scraps. I'm sorry I'm late. The flickering red light of the scarecrow gradually softened and eventually went out. Its rough body in Zhang Lei's embrace slowly transformed into warm glowing points and dissipated. You have fulfilled the vengeful scarecrow's wish, achieving an E-level score. Since this is not your first time clearing E-level, there are no extra clearing rewards. The quantity and quality of rewards are settled randomly. Rewards acquired: dry fire resistant straw X2 straw heart. Looking at the reward that shrank significantly from the first clear at Yan Feng, Zhang Lei fell silent. He picked up the piece of straw heart stone that was only the size of a fingernail and tightly clenched it in his palm. At this moment, his opinion of Yan Feng shifted from simple disdain to a vague, complex emotion. He admitted that guy did have some skill. He still refused to accept it. Yan Feng watched the manly tears drama with great interest. It seems someone has noticed how he plays and started to imitate his style. Then, he switched the split screen to Professor Chen, the botanist. Professor Chen found the level 2 nightmare creature, Swamp Frog. His high fever had subsided, but his steps still wobbled. More importantly, he had no straw to make a temporary water filtration device. Facing the hostile, pus-covered Swamp Frog, Professor Chen did not rush closer. He leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, and used his extensive botanical knowledge to carefully search around the swamp. Finally, he locked onto a type of fern with thick leaves and serrated edges. It's the purifying water fern, Professor Chen murmured. Though its effect is weak, its juice contains alkaloids that can neutralize weak acidic toxins. He climbed over with great effort, picked a few leaves, and, using all his strength, repeatedly rubbed and squeezed them in his hands. Eventually, a few drops of murky but barely clean green juice dripped into his trembling palm. He cradled those precious drops of juice, swaying as he walked towards the swamp frog, his face showing the gentle and sincere demeanor of a scholar. Child, drink a little, I know your throat hurts. The swamp frog's murky eye stared at him, a threatening gurgle sound coming from its throat. In the professor's live stream, all the viewers' hearts were in their throats. Professor, hang in there. Don't get sprayed. This is a true cultured person. Knowledge is power. In the end, the putrid swamp frog did not spit out acidic liquid. It seemed to feel no threat from Professor Chen. It hesitated, jumped forward, and extended its tongue to lick the juice in Professor Chen's palm. The next second, a miracle happened. The pus-filled sacs on the swamp frog's body visibly shrank at an incredible speed, and it let out a crisp and pleasant croak, transforming its body into a pool of pure liquid. You have fulfilled the swamp frog's wish, achieving E-level rating. Since this is not your first E-level clearance, there are no additional clearance rewards. The quantity and quality of rewards are randomly calculated. Rewards obtained: Pure Frog Meat X1, Clear Spring Croak X1, Defective, Frog Skin Gloves X1, Damaged, but the entire Longwa division changed its direction entirely. Under the demonstration of Zhang Lei and Professor Chen's successful case, other surviving players from Longwa began to follow suit. In an instant, various clumsy yet sincere hugs and water feeding were staged everywhere. Though the success rate was low and most rewards were incomplete, exchanging them for life-saving food and water was enough in the early stages. For them, the difficulty of survival had been pulled down a level. In the global live broadcast room, audiences from other countries watched these absurd, friendly interactions in silence. They stared, seeing the survival rate of Longwa players stabilizing at an absurdly high level, while players from their own countries were still validating the single dead end of violent kills with blood and lives. A stomach full of curses, not knowing where to start. An emotion called jealousy began to grow wildly in the hearts of global audiences. Watching the Longwa players clumsily yet determinedly walk down the path of flame peak mode, Yan Feng rubbed his nose. It felt quite harmonious. He turned off the live broadcast split screen and no longer delayed. Exiting the cave, he walked straight towards the direction he had vaguely sensed earlier. It was a dark and dense forest, where sunlight could hardly penetrate the thick canopy, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. As soon as Yan Feng stepped into the edge of the forest, a piercing buzzing sound came from deep within, accompanied by a faint mental impact that made his head feel slightly heavy. Sure enough, this was the place where the level 3 monster, the Wailing Moth, resided. Chapter 16, Yan Feng again. He did not continue deeper but stopped at the edge of the forest, taking out a softly glowing star pattern obsidian from his backpack. He placed the obsidian on a flat rock, then stepped back 10 meters, finding a comfortable position to lean against a tree trunk, quietly waiting for something. The audience in Yan Feng's live room was momentarily stunned by this incomprehensible operation. No, what new trick is my dude trying now? What is he doing? I suddenly don't understand anymore? When fighting level 1 vengeful scarecrows, he used loving hugs. When fighting the level 2 putrid swamp frog, it was feeding. Now, facing the level 3 wailing moth, why is he just slacking off? He placed a broken stone there. Lay back, what is he doing? Waiting for the nightmare monster to surrender? In less than a minute, a giant moth with a wingspan of nearly half a meter fluttered out from deep in the forest. Its wings bore the oddly human face-like wailing patterns, appearing especially eerie in the dim light. It instinctively hated the harsh sunlight from outside, but the gentle and steady light emitted by the obsidian had a deadly attraction for it. Carefully, it approached and circled around the obsidian, the wing beat frequency gradually calming down, and that piercing sound wave had vanished. Moon, my moon. Yan Feng heard the moth's heart voice filled with joy and longing for something lost and found again. Seeing this, Yan Feng's lips curled slightly as he stepped out from behind the tree. After stepping out from the trees, he didn't rush forward, just standing far away like a bystander who didn't care. There was not a hint of hostility on him, he was even too lazy to express curiosity. The wailing moth completely ignored this living person, its mind drawn away by that starry patterned obsidian. The wailing human face pattern on its wings seemed to unfold, radiating a sense of peace under the soft starlight. The moon is my moon. So warm. The moth's heart voice was intermittent, filled with joy and peace of having regained something lost, like a child who found their beloved toy. Yan Feng clearly sensed through his talent of voices of all things that the wailing moth's mental state had been fulfilled. This game was over. A few minutes later, the wailing moth danced its last dance, fluttering around the obsidian. Soon, its huge wings began to turn transparent and then transformed into countless twinkling lights, disappearing like fireflies in the dim forest. Only a pile of softly glowing items was left behind. Ding! You have fulfilled the wailing moth wish, achieving the highest reward E-level score in the novice village. Congratulations, you have cleared the level 3 nightmare creature wailing moth for the first time with an E-level score. Rewards received: Complete Moth Wings X5, Moonlight Heart, Stone, X1, Skill Book, Beginner Hypnosis X1. Experience gained, 60 points. A flash of golden light passed, refreshing Yan Feng's personal panel. Level 2, Experience Points, 140/200. Yan Feng slowly walked forward, picking up the spoils one by one. Complete Moth Wings, the core material for crafting beginner flying gear, allowing you to fly 3 meters high for 15 minutes. Moonlight Heart, Stone Consumable, grants a basic vision enhancement and mental recovery effect at night for 1 hour when used. More uses can be discovered through exploration. Yan Feng's gaze finally fell on the skill book. Skill book, Beginner Hypnosis. Upon use, you can master Beginner Hypnosis, which has a 50% chance to put low-level targets into a 1-minute sleep state. Players must reach level 4 to use. Nice, if I can't sleep in the future, I can just use this on myself. It's all self-sufficient. Yan Feng casually slapped the skill book onto himself, and a ray of light merged into his body. At that moment, the familiar system announcement echoed throughout the return to the Void Nightmare world once again. Global announcement: Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player Yan Feng for achieving the highest E-level score in the novice village, clearing the level 3 nightmare creature Wailing Moth. The reward for Yan Feng's country, Dragon Kingdom, is a national fortune level reward: Nightmare Sound Wave Weapon Design Blueprint, 200 pieces of Nightmare Sound Wave Weapon core materials, quantity calculated based on Yan Feng's current level. Item description: a complete blueprint that records how to convert specific frequency sound waves into physical or mental attacks. It adds intimidation and daze superpower attributes, providing additional mental hypnosis effects on nightmare creatures, while attacking humans as if they entered an unguarded realm. National Fortune Value provides groundbreaking revolution for the Dragon Kingdom to develop subsonic wave weapons, directional sound wave security systems, and other military and security technologies. This technology can be used to build a new urban defense system, deploying soundwave matrices to conduct large-scale expulsion, intimidation, and suppression of low-level nightmare creatures within specific areas on the human battlefield. It is utterly unstoppable. This reward has been automatically converted to the real world. Please Dragon Kingdom check carefully. As this announcement rang out for the third time under Yan Feng's name, the global live broadcast room was no longer an explosion but complete numbness and madness. Again it comes? The third time. Why is it always him? Why is it always the Dragon Kingdom? Sound wave weapon? Isn't that something from a sci-fi movie? The Dragon Kingdom already has blueprints to study future technology? Crazy. This world is completely insane. This game is not about survival, it's a tech gift package for the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Country, at the National Defense Science and Technology No. 005 Military Industrial Laboratory. The atmosphere here is even more lively than during the New Year. The lab director and chief physicist, Lei Zhenyu, is currently wearing thick black glasses, almost pressing his face against the holographic projection screen. Looking at the suddenly appearing sonic weapon design diagram, he is as excited as a child weighing over 100 pounds. My God, this is simply a miracle. Look at this energy transmission model. It completely subverts the Helmholtz resonance principle. It's beautiful. This is true physics art. On the other end of the video conference, in the Zenmengsi Command Center, military scientist Zhang Lai and psychologist Bai Qiming also watch intently. Zhang Lai taps the table, forcibly pulling the topic away from pure academic excitement back to reality. Old Lei, don't just enjoy it, say something we can understand. What can this thing actually do? What is its practical value? Value? Lei Zhenyu adjusts his glasses, the glow on his face becoming even brighter. General Zhang, this isn't a question of value. This is dimensional strike. What do we rely on for city defense in the past? High walls, turrets, anti-air and anti-missile systems, even the blood and flesh of our soldiers. Simply put, it's just a shell. We are passively blocking. He excitedly waves his arms, but this sonic weapon is different. It can create a field. An invisible, untouchable death zone that can cover the entire city. In the future, when nightmares descend, we won't need to let soldiers crowd the city walls as targets. We can directly activate the sonic matrix, and any lower-level nightmare creatures that enter the range will be mentally disoriented at best, or have their insides burst at worst. They won't even have a chance to touch our walls. We are using rules to defeat brute force. In the command center, there are whispers of disbelief. Bai Qiming adds, I am more concerned about its mental attack attribute. Intimidation and stun indicated can directly act on the essence of the nightmare creatures. The Yan Feng contestant absolved the moth's obsession with the moonlight, while we inherit the power of its wailing. This is a kind of plunder at the causative level. Lin Zhenghua feels a surge of excitement. He turns off the live stream and slams his hand down on the table. Notify Laboratory Number 005 to unite all relevant departments and military research and development groups, no cost, no price. I want to see the first prototype within a month. No need for a month, a week is enough. Lei Zhenyu replies. Chapter 17, The Inimitable Genius? Meanwhile, at the Eagle Sauce Country Command Center. The atmosphere is as oppressive as a graveyard. Fuck. It's him again. It's Dragon Country again. Commander MacArthur, a burly old man with graying hair, slams a tactical tablet hard to the ground, shattering the screen instantly. Third time. High-toughness fiber, high-efficiency biological catalysts, and now sonic weapons. All at nightmare level. Is God favoring those yellow-skinned monkeys? A blonde, blue-eyed analyst stands up trembling. He is Eagle Sauce Country's top behavioral psychology expert, codenamed the Prophet. General, we have repeatedly watched all footage of Yan Feng and conducted over 10,000 model simulations. The conclusion is, it cannot be replicated. Cannot be replicated? MacArthur's roar nearly shakes the roof off. We have the S-level talent Thor. We have the most elite special forces. Are you telling me we can't even imitate a Dragon Country civilian with F-level talent? Yes, General. The Prophet braces himself to explain. Yan Feng's behavior centers on his ability to accurately perceive the voiceless cries of monsters, which are their deep-seated needs. He is not embracing, he is giving warmth to the monsters. He is not feeding water, he is providing purity. This is not kindness or wisdom, it is a kind of perception ability that we cannot comprehend. His F-level talent is very likely some uniquely special growth talent. Currently, the meeting is ongoing. In our Eagle Sauce Nation, there are no players with such talent. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, MacArthur sat back in his chair, his expression cold as ice. If you can't copy it, erase it. He pulled up the file of a player. Player, Hound. Talent, all-purpose tracking, B-class. Effect, can track targets from miles away with a nose sharper than ordinary. Moreover, it can move at lightning speed with a speed of 60 km per hour and harbors unexpected tracking methods. Order Hound to abandon all current tasks. MacArthur's voice was chilling. Form a team called Eradication Peak with Tulip and Butcher, with Tulip as the team leader. Their sole task right now is to find Yan Feng. I want the damned Dragon Country's live stream signal to turn gray forever. He paused, adding, activate Eradication Peak plan, priority, highest. In an instant, dark currents stirred worldwide. In the command center of Sakura country, a graceful female player wearing a kimono bowed deeply to the commander. "Hi, please leave it to me. No man can refuse Sakura's gentleness. Her talent is charming fragrance, which allows her to evoke natural fondness in her targets." The command centers of other European countries, like Gaul and Hanskat, also began to select players with stealth, tracking, and assassination skills to form a temporary Knights Templar. Their goal was clear: to prevent the dragon country from becoming too dominant. A global hunt against Yan Feng silently began. Yan Feng hummed a tuneless melody, lining up his lute before him. The few pieces of complete moth wings felt slippery, like the finest silk, but had an oddly strong resilience. He tried to tug on them with all his strength, but they wouldn't budge. "Good stuff," Yan Feng murmured to himself, "I can make clothes to wear. If something pokes me later, I probably won't get pierced." On the other hand, the moonlight stone felt cold in his hand, very comfortable, calming his restless thoughts. He put everything into his backpack and rubbed his chin. When the wood is prominent in the forest, the wind must destroy it. Although he didn't know that the Eagle Sauce Nation had started the Eradication Peak plan, he could easily guess that after being announced 3 times globally, he was definitely a thorn in everyone's side, a target in the world's eyes. With too much attention, it was hard not to be noticed, just like a searchlight in the night. "I need to get something to protect my life." Yan Feng opened the synthesis panel, intending to make a flying equipment with the complete moth wings. Other things didn't matter. If I couldn't win, I had to be able to escape, right? As long as I could fly, including enemy players and those bulky monsters on the ground, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me, greatly increasing my survival rate. Synthesis, Basic Glider. Required materials: complete moth wings X5, high toughness vines X5, hard beast bones X2. TSK, still need 2 more. High toughness vines and hard beast bones. Yan Feng flipped through his monster encyclopedia, which only recorded level 3 wailing moths, with no clues at all about these 2 materials. Not enough experience points, can't see higher level monster information. In the game of Return to the Abyss Nightmare, players can only view nightmare creatures 1 level higher than themselves. Even if they could see, most of the information would be useless and low value. He never fought unsustainably. Without hesitation, Yan Feng immediately set off toward the level 1 Grudge Scarecrow refresh area. "So cold. I want to be hugged." Familiar voices came through. Yan Feng opened his arms, giving those pitiful scarecrows one warm and sincere hug after another. Experience gained, 20 points. Experience gained, 20 points. Experience gained, 20 points. Then, he ran to the level 2 corrupted swamp frog area, filling a new water bag with clean water to feed one frog after another. Gained experience, 40 points. Gained experience, 40 points. Gained experience, 40 points. In order to gather enough fuel and food for the night, he went back and forth, exercising dozens of scarecrows and swamp frogs, and also went to the level 3 wailing moth territory, catching a moth with the star-patterned obsidian. After more than an hour, he finally stopped. He discovered that, at this moment, after repeatedly hugging the scarecrow and feeding the swamp frogs, the experience points had stopped growing. Player level 4, experience points, 400/400. He looked at the fully filled experience bar on his panel, deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood. So that's it, there is level suppression. Relying on low-level monsters, I can only level up to full experience state 1 level higher, but cannot break through to the next level. In other words, if he wanted to reach level 5, he had to challenge level 4 or higher monsters. Level 3 nightmare monsters could no longer provide him with experience points. The gameplay setting of this game is really peculiar. Just at the moment when the experience bar overflowed, his monster encyclopedia finally began to unlock automatically. Nightmare Creature Encyclopedia Update complete. Nightmare Creature name, Gluttonous Wild Boar. Level 4. Description: it has low intelligence like the pigs you raise at home, it only charges straight ahead, unstoppable, and if it hits you, blood will spray everywhere, extremely gluttonous. Monster name, Shadowwood Root. Level 5, Boss. Description: yes, you read that right, a level 5 ordinary nightmare monster. I say boss is boss. If you have the ability, come bite me. If you can bite me, then let me change the rules. The main body cannot move, but its root coverage is extremely wide. When Yan Feng saw such a bizarre introduction, he fell silent for a long time. What the hell is this game setting? Snapping back to reality, Yan Feng's gaze lingered on the information of the gluttonous wild boar. Chapter 18, Clue to Synthesize Cooking Tools. Wild boar. Beast bones. This thing is about the size of a small calf. The possibility of getting hard beast bones from it is the highest. However, seeing the description in the encyclopedia, unstoppable, charging straight ahead. Yan Feng did not want to have a head-on collision with a silly wild boar, that would simply be madness. As for the high-toughness vines, the level 5 boss is Shadowwood Root, which is probably plant-related, so it is very likely to have the materials he needs. But the description says boss. He is currently only level 4, and without understanding the heart of the level 5 Shadowwood route, he does not dare to approach recklessly. Otherwise, approaching carelessly would be sending himself to be slaughtered. After grinding enough experience, both his spirit and strength were also drained by more than half. He found a sheltered slope to sit down, opened his water pouch, and drank a few mouthfuls of cool, clean water. The icy liquid slid down his throat, rushing into his empty stomach, triggering a slight spasm. Short-term measures could work, but in the long run, without waiting for the nightmare monster to act, his stomach would protest first. He took out a few pieces of tender, pure frog meat from his backpack, along with a handful of crystal-clear, aromatic rice. All high-quality goods exchanged for E-level ratings, smelling fragrant. He recalled last night's dinner. As a seasoned gourmet with a keen interest in food, his cooking skills are not top-notch, but his grilling skills are definitely on point. The heat was mastered just right, the frog meat was grilled to a slight crisp, golden and crispy on the outside, yet locking in the juiciness inside, tender and delicious. He even found raw cumin, sprinkled on top to remove the fishy smell, but the problem lay here. The meat smell, and the cumin smell, everything was right, but it was only missing salt, it was lacking a soul. That feeling was like a magnificent symphony, suddenly stopping at its climax. No matter how good the texture, it could not make up for the huge flaw in taste. Moreover, he could only stare at the raw rice, having no cooking tools to prepare it. Sigh. Yan Feng sighed. He couldn't just treat rice like a snack, throwing one grain at a time into his mouth, could he? Although it could also replenish hunger points, this way of eating was no different from a cow grazing. Surely, he couldn't truly be like a primitive person. Just thinking about that taste made his scalp tingle. Yan Feng's brows furrowed tightly. He was a person with the lowest standards for quality of life, especially when it came to eating, and he would never settle. I must come up with some cooking tools. He made up his mind and opened that familiar blue holographic screen in his mind, the synthesis panel. What should he do? Yan Feng looked at the pile of various materials he had harvested in his backpack and fell into deep thought. The synthesis function did not have a fixed formula, it all depended on his exploration. He simply steeled himself and played the random stew game. He first tossed in a few stalks of dry, fire-resistant straw and an ordinary stone dropped from a monster earlier. Synthesis possibilities, a useless grass nest. Synthesis possibilities, a pile of quicker burning ash. With a blank expression, Yan Feng cancelled that and switched to something else. This time, he threw in a complete moth wing and a few drops of the liquid from the murky venom sac. Synthesis possibilities, a film with slight toxicity that breaks with a poke. Synthesis possibilities, a pool of foul-smelling, sticky substance. Yan Feng's forehead twitched. What was this? He patiently began to consciously filter through. What is needed to make a high-temperature resistant stone pot? High-temperature resistant materials, like heat-resistant stones or pottery clay. He remembered the straw heart stone in his backpack. Although this stone was dropped by a nightmare creature, it at least had the word stone in it. He tentatively tossed the stone and some moist soil into the synthesis bar. This time, the panel finally reacted differently. Detected special energy substance straw heart, analyzing. Synthesis direction deduction in progress. Clue unlocked. Using straw heart as core, it can combine with a lot of clay to create basic pottery clay. Clue unlocked. Using basic pottery clay as a base and adding igniting straw can synthesize a simple stone pot. It worked. Yan Feng's eyes lit up. Although he had only found a clue for making a simple stone pot, which was a bit rough and not comparable to a real iron pot, this was already a huge breakthrough. But a new problem arose. Where's the salt? Dishes without salt have no soul. He refocused his attention on the synthesis panel again. He put a small handful of fragrant rice and the last bit of pure water from his water bag into it. Synthesis possibilities, a bowl of tasteless rice paste. Yan Feng was not discouraged and added pure frog meat dropped from the putrid swamp frog. Synthesis possibilities, a pot of bland frog meat porridge, needs cooking tools. It still doesn't work. Yan Feng sighed. It seemed that for condiments, one either had to find natural salt mines or plants in the wild, or they needed more special materials to synthesize. He vaguely felt that this might relate to higher-level monsters. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads must be walked step by step. Yan Feng reined in his thoughts and redirected his attention back to the monster compendium in front of him. First, solve the pot problem, then go challenge the not-so-smart gluttonous wild boar. Clay? There was plenty in the nearby marshy area. Now, he just needed a large enough straw heart stone as the core. Yan Feng's gaze once again fell upon the spawn area of the level 1 monster Resentful Scarecrow. It was time for another wave of warmth. Yan Feng stood up, dusted off the dirt from his pants, and got to work. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, the National Biological Materials Laboratory, number 012. The atmosphere was solemn, all researchers held their breath, fixedly staring at the specially crafted glass behind which was an independent testing chamber. The chief materials engineering scientist, Zhou Jiming, was gripping the edge of the control panel tightly, his eyes unblinking. In the testing chamber, a mannequin was wearing a tight combat suit made of nightmare high-tensile plant fibers that was entirely dark yellow. Starting low-temperature test. Zhou Jiming's voice was a bit hoarse. The order was given, and the temperature in the testing room began to plummet dramatically. The numbers on the display screen flickered rapidly, soon freezing at a chilling low of -150 degrees C. Report the internal temperature. Reporting, Mr. Zhou. The internal temperature of the nightmare combat suit remains at 25.2 degrees Celsius. No fluctuations. Switch to high temperature. The cold frost instantly vanished, and glaring heat lamps lit up, causing the temperature to soar to +150 degrees C. Report. Internal temperature at 25.2 degrees Celsius. Stable like a straight line. A collective gasp filled the lab. Zhou Jiming's breath became rapid. He pushed up his glasses that were almost sliding off, his eyes shining with fervent light. Prepare for level 3 armor test. Bring out the tungsten core armor-piercing round. A young assistant researcher turned pale. Mr. Zhou. That's ammunition capable of piercing the side armor of light armored tanks. Our strongest level 4 armor plates. Just shoot. Don't waste time with nonsense. Zhou Jiming shouted. The mechanical arm aimed the gun, and a muffled bang echoed. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks. On the holographic screen, the high-speed camera captured the scene and slowed it down countless times. The tungsten core projectile, capable of tearing through steel plates, seemed to hit an invisible air wall the moment it came in contact with the combat suit. The projectile abruptly changed shape, flattening visibly, and finally fell to the ground like a clump of squashed mud, powerless. Meanwhile, the surface of the combat suit merely rippled with an invisible wave, leaving not a single mark behind. The entire laboratory was dead silent. After what felt like an eternity, a young researcher trembled and pointed at the screen, his voice hitting a high pitch. Its stress feedback is 0? The kinetic energy of the projectile vanished into thin air? This defies the basic laws of physics. Zhou Jiming slumped into his chair as if all his strength had been drained, then suddenly sprang back up, rushing to the glass, hands slapping against it, laughing like a madman. Ha! This nightmare protective suit has a defensive power stronger than a tank. Junmeng Command Center. Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and Bai Qiming watched the entire experimental test video replay sent from Zhou Jiming's lab. Chapter 19, named in honor of Flame Peak. Junmeng Command Center. Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Lai, and Bai Qiming stared intently at the replaying video on the holographic screen. In the footage, the tungsten core armor-piercing round capable of penetrating tanks twisted and deformed bizarrely upon touching the earthy yellow combat suit, eventually crashing down like a lump of crushed scrap metal. The combat suit itself showed not a single wrinkle. Defense capability surpasses all active main battle tanks. Zhang Lai, the general, spoke dryly, feeling for the first time as a military scientist that his knowledge was facing an unprecedented challenge. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and added. Not just that. In Zhou Jiming's report, it was mentioned that this suit maintains an internal constant temperature of 25 degrees in environments of -150 degrees and +150 degrees. This means our soldiers will be completely free from the constraints of extreme environments. Most importantly, such protective suits can withstand the full-scale invasion of future nightmare creatures into reality. This is the most critical point. Lin Zhenghua tapped his fingers gently on the table, gazing at the frozen image of the combat suit on the screen, and after a long moment, he slowly said, "This nightmare protective suit is the first national strategic resource brought to the Dragon Country by Flame Peak. To honor his contributions to the Dragon Country, I have decided to name it after him. The suit will be called the Flame Defense Suit." Good name. Zhang Lai agreed. But the problem is, we don't have nearly enough material. Constructing a single flame defense suit requires a total of 50 portions of nightmare high-toughness plant fiber. Including Flame Peak, Zhang Lai, and Professor Chen and the other three brought back only about 300 pieces, enough at most to make 6 sets of flame-resistant suits. Let's not forget the rules of the nightmare game. Only players who clear the E-level rating for the first time receive the highest quality and the largest quantity of resources. Other players, if they want to obtain the same resources, whether in quantity or quality, will face significant discounts. Everyone nodded. This was indeed true. 6 sets, for the massive Dragon Kingdom army, was just a drop in the bucket. The atmosphere in the command center, which had just risen from ecstasy, instantly fell back into the heavy reality. Lin Zhenghua raised his head and looked around. His originally murky eyes were now incredibly sharp. Now that we know the way, let's not stop. He issued the command with conviction. I declare. All Dragon Kingdom elite players, starting now, your top priority task is to gather materials for nightmare high-tensile plant fibers. Everyone, activate Flame Peak mode, unlock level 1 Grudge Scarecrow with an E-level rating, and while ensuring your own safety and sufficient survival supplies, maximize the collection of strategic resources for the country. At the same time, level up yourselves, so the amount of material you can extract to the real world will increase. Level 1 corresponds to a 1% extraction rate, level 2 corresponds to 2%, and so on. Twisting together as one, combining our efforts, the more people there are, the greater our strength. Are we afraid that we can't solve our problems? In the Dream Command Center, footage of the real test of the flame-resistant suit was marked as top secret and then publicly released on the official Dragon Kingdom channel. Once the video was out, the entire Dragon Kingdom network exploded. In the footage, that seemingly plain, even somewhat rustic dark yellow combat suit held firm against a tungsten core armor-piercing projectile that could penetrate a tank. At the moment of contact, the projectile twisted and flattened against the suit like a piece of candy hitting an anvil, ultimately falling uselessly to the ground. And that combat suit showed not a ripple. Whoa! Whoa whoa whoa! Is this something I can watch for free? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Tungsten core armor-piercing projectile? Bulletproof suit? Bro in front, correction, it's called flame-resistant suit. Named in honor of the flame god. This is a full display of power. Constant temperature. Bulletproof. Knife and gun invincible. Mom doesn't have to worry about me wearing leggings in winter anymore. Flame god, forever a god. The person upstairs is thinking too small. If this thing could be mass supplied to our soldiers. I can't even imagine, in the future when nightmares descend into reality, wouldn't every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom be walking around in exosuits? Tears in my eyes, truly tears in my eyes. From the despair of the first batch to the hope now, who knows what we experienced. The Flame God isn't fighting alone, he has the entire Dragon Kingdom behind him. In the Dragon Kingdom's network, feelings of pride and joy surged like a tsunami. Outside the Dragon Kingdom, this released video was like a loud slap in the face, striking each country hard. In the Eagle Sauce country's live stream room, there was a dead silence. F***CK. This isn't scientific. This violates the law of energy conservation. Their material kinetic energy absorption rate is infinite? Cheating. This must be cheating. The Dragon Kingdom must have used some means we don't know about. Stop fooling yourselves, our S-level Thor is still leveling up, while their F-level characters have already skipped the 4th time and started on the 5th Industrial Revolution tech tree. How can we compare? Shut up. We must find that Flame Peak. Kill him. As long as we kill him, everything in the Dragon Kingdom will regress back. What the hell, is that person upstairs a spy? I'm reporting him right now, get him arrested. In the Return to Ruins nightmare world, Special Forces King Zhang Lei was carefully scraping a piece of frog skin with a sharpened stone. His communicator relayed Lin Xing indisputable command. Zhang Lei paused for a moment, then pulled the corner of his mouth self-deprecatingly. Learning from Flame Peak? Not long ago, he sneered at it, feeling it was a great humiliation. But now, when he exchanged a sincere hug for 2 bundles of dry, heat-resistant straw and fragrant rice, he fell silent. Got it. He replied softly, tossing aside the frog skin, getting up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and walking towards that familiar wasteland. This time, his steps had no hesitation, he immediately gave a loving hug, without any hostility. Professor Chen, the botanist, also received the order. He had just used his extensive knowledge of botany to successfully calm a level 2 swamp frog, and at this moment was holding a small pool of purified water from the clear spring frog song, sipping gently. Hearing the command, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Learning Flame Peak. This is not learning, this is simply opening up an entirely new discipline. He filled the water bag, organized his backpack, and also walked in the direction where the scarecrow appeared. For a moment, the wasteland, the forest, the marsh. The players from the Dragon Kingdom scattered throughout the nightmarish world began to take action. They were no longer like headless flies bumping around, nor did they use the low-level method of violent killing to obtain resources whenever they encountered something they didn't understand. Instead, with clear goals, they started the most peculiar collective farming in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers, my emotions aren't in place, that scarecrow stared at me. Don't worry, imagine it as an ex-girlfriend you owe something to, you are going to apologize. Damn. This works. E-level. I broke 3 bundles of straw and got 0.05 shares of nightmare high fiber material. Even though after the 10,000-fold crit, only 50 shares can be brought back to the real world, not as many as Flame God, but it still contributes to our mom. I'm proud. The 180 designated players of the national team from the Dragon Kingdom began to exchange their experiences of hugging in a special channel only accessible by the national team. From the initial clumsiness and resistance to later familiarity and sincerity, scenes of warm and funny hug kills played out in the live stream rooms of the Dragon Kingdom players. The quantity of nightmare high resilient plant fiber started to climb at an astonishing speed in the back-end data of the Dream Suppression Office. At the same time, this wave of hugging swept across the globe. In the Eagle Sauce country, at the Shield of Freedom Command Center, the lights had been on for 36 continuous hours, and the air was filled with a mix of caffeine and the smell of despair. Countless data streams cascaded across the giant holographic screen, but the core image was always fixed on several key recordings of Flame Peak. The psychologist codenamed Prophet, Christina, had bloodshot eyes. Her desk was piled high with analysis reports submitted by her subordinates. Every conclusion pointed to the same word: unable to replicate. No, still not working. Our simulation AI, 0.5 seconds before contact, must show a surge in subconscious hostility, unable to pass the monster's judgment. The 37th biological signal simulation failed. The target's adrenaline level cannot be suppressed at the moment of the hug, judged as predatory behavior. Damn it, this is not psychology, this is metaphysics. General MacArthur's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He stared hard at the blonde woman. Prophet, you promised me before that there is no human behavior pattern you cannot crack. But now? We have spent massive human and financial resources, deployed the top analysis team, and you tell me that we are worse at hugging than a commoner from the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 20, Cracked? Christina ignored the general's roar. Her pupils flickered with countless frames of deconstructed images. She had overturned all her previous conclusions. No, this isn't something simple that sincerity can explain. Sincerity is a subjective emotion, while the game system is a cold program. It must follow a certain quantifiable objective rule. She suddenly stood up and walked to a standalone touchscreen, her fingers moving rapidly on it. Overlay all environmental energy fluctuation data for 3 seconds before Yan Feng interacts with the Scarecrow, his brainwave model, heart rate changes, and the resentment frequency of the Scarecrow itself, all onto the same coordinate system. But, Prophet, this data has no correlation. A technician hesitated. Just do it. Christina's voice was sharp and resolute. Soon, an incredibly chaotic waveform appeared on the screen. Red brainwaves, blue heart rates, green environmental energy, and the chaotic black strand representing the Scarecrow's resentment entwined together, with no apparent pattern. To everyone, this seemed like a pile of meaningless junk data. But Christina seemed to see a divine revelation. She extended her trembling hand, drawing a circle on the screen, encircling the moment Yan Feng opened his arms and took his first step. Look here. Her voice was filled with an excitement and hoarseness as if discovering a new continent. From the moment he had the thought of embrace, his brainwave alpha band showed a peculiar, unconventional resonance peak. The frequency of this resonance peak coincides exactly with a hidden main frequency in the Scarecrow's resentment band. She quickly zoomed into that area, and 2 originally unrelated curves resonated in that instant, like 2 guitar strings. He is not performing sincerity. His talent of hearing the heart of all things enables him to hear the core needs of the monster, and then, his brain unconsciously tunes his goodwill to the same frequency and sends it out. This is not an embrace. This is a precise signal connection. The act of embracing is merely the final ceremonial step after the signal connection is completed. All our previous research was wrong. We mimicked the ceremony but completely misunderstood how to send that decoding signal. Inside the command center, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this groundbreaking conclusion, their scalp tingling. MacArthur breathed heavily, finally understanding. So, without this talent, one can never send the correct signal? Yes, General. Christina turned around, her eyes full of blood yet revealing a calm cruelty. The Yan Feng model, fundamentally, cannot be replicated. But she shifted her tone. Although we cannot replicate the signal, we can publish the ceremony. What do you mean? I propose that we immediately package our previous discredited, incorrect sincere embrace method as the ultimate strategy and make it public globally. Christina's lips curved into a cold arc. The people of Long Country treasure it like a precious gem. We will turn it into garbage that everyone can pick up. This will weaken Long Country's leading advantage. More importantly, there will be countless foolish imitators, risking their lives and national fortune, to help us test the consequences of this wrong ceremony against higher-level monsters. They will become our pathfinders, our cannon fodder, clearing all unknown traps in front of Thor. General MacArthur's fury gradually faded, replaced by a sinister smile. Prophet, you are truly a genius. Let's do it. Let them offer their humble lives for the great Eagle Sauce Nation. Soon, a video titled Gospel from the Prophet, Embrace, the Key to Survival went viral across global networks. Once the secret was revealed, elite players from various countries receiving orders from the Abyss Nightmare underwent a dramatic transformation. Sakura Country livestream. Baka. So the key lies in the heart. Embrace with your heart, a player from Sakura Country cried, tears streaming down his face. Rushing forward, he hugged the Scarecrow tightly, and unexpectedly, it really worked. Gall Chicken Live Room. Oh my god. Pierre. Show the passion you had when you pursued Annie. Treat that scarecrow like your lover. White Elephant Country Live Room. Down this bowl of Ganges water. Let's use love to touch the monsters together. The first few hundred players who acted indeed tasted the sweetness. You have satisfied the wishes of the level 1 Vengeful Scarecrow, achieving an E rating. Reward: Dry, Fire-Resistant Straw x2, Fragrant Rice x1, Nightmare High Fiber Material x0.2, multiplied by 10 in reality, level 1 equals 1% withdrawal rate, tied to current level percentage. You have satisfied the wishes of the level 2 Swamp Frog, achieving an E rating. Reward: Pure Frog Meat x1, Clear Spring Frog Sounds x1, Nightmare Level Active Biological Catalyst x0.2. Multiplied by 10 in reality, level 1 equals 1% withdrawal rate, tied to current level percentage. These rewards, compared to Yan Feng's easily achievable E-level perfect ratings and overwhelming loot, were shrunk down perhaps countless times. But for those players struggling on the brink of death, 2 bundles of straw that could burn for an hour, rice enough to avoid starvation, and a bit of national fortune strategic resources were nothing short of a miracle. Congratulations! You have earned national fortune materials for your country. Fractured Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber x0.1, multiplied by 10 in reality, level 1 equals 1% withdrawal rate, tied to current level percentage. It was this 0.1 portion of broken, nearly negligible national fortune material that completely ignited the craziness among global imitators. We succeeded. We can also obtain national fortune materials. The Yan Feng model is real. The strategy cracked by the Eagle Sauce Country is also real. They knew very well that what they obtained was just the leftovers from the Dragon Country player Yan Feng. But no matter what, it was still far better than starving to death. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. As thousands began the hugging kill, the rewards started to plummet sharply. No matter how sincere the later participants were, they could no longer earn even a tiny bit of national fortune materials, only collecting survival supplies. This huge sense of disparity threw countless players into a tilt, their jealousy and resentment towards the Dragon Country and Yan Feng only growing stronger. And the real disaster descended in the live room of the Gall Chicken Country poet player Let. After successfully hugging more than 10 scarecrows, Let's confidence became extremely inflated. When he came to the dark forest and heard the piercing scream of the level 3 nightmare creature, the wailing moth, a sympathetic expression appeared on his face. Listen, it is crying. It has lost its moon. Holding a piece of glowing stone, he stepped gracefully towards the giant moth with nearly half a meter wingspan, reciting verses aloud. Oh, the lost sprite of the night. The giant moth's enormous compound eyes turned towards him, its heart filled with uncontrollable rage and disgust. Shut up, get lost, my moon never makes noise. Buzz. A visible white sound wave, like an invisible wall, instantly slammed into Let. Time seemed to slow down. Let's elegant smile froze instantly, and the next moment, his head unceremoniously and silently swelled for a moment, then boom, it exploded into a brilliant and bloody red mist. The sky was filled with red and white fragments, falling like raindrops, splattering everywhere. A cold global announcement echoed in every survivor's mind. Gall Chicken Country player Let, Pierre, Sophie killed by the wailing moth, their souls dissipated. The national fortune rating of the Gall Chicken Country is downgraded, an extraordinary scale debris flow disaster erupts in the country. Globally, a deathly silence fell. Chapter 21, The Conspiracy of Eagle Sauce. The bullet screens of all global live rooms eerily froze at this moment. The crimson mist that exploded in the dark forest mingled with brain matter and skull fragments. It felt like an invisible heavy punch. It slammed into the chest of every spectator, leaving them momentarily speechless. Silence. A deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, the global public channels exploded like a detonated powder keg. What the hell? What was that just now? What the heck was that? Special effects of ketchup? Special effects my ass. A person. A person's head exploded. Like a watermelon. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to vomit my lunch. Who the hell turned the live stream into a horror movie? What the hell is going on in the Gallic Chicken Country? Didn't we agree to embrace and enlighten? How did they end up skyrocketing themselves? This wave of panic quickly fermented, evolving into a storm of anger, with the blame aimed directly at the Eagle Sauce Country that previously released the strategy. Fuck. You liars from the Eagle Sauce Country. I'm only just realizing now, is this your gospel of the prophet? I'd say it's an invitation from the Grim Reaper. You sons of bitches, did you already know that this move doesn't work on level 2 and above nightmare monsters? Did you deliberately send us to our deaths? My god, everyone's dead. Pierre is dead. They're all dead. No, it can't end like this, the Eagle Sauce Country must pay for this. Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy by the Eagle Sauce Country. They want to use our lives to clear the way for their Thor. In stark contrast was the official livestream of the Dragon Country. After the initial shock, the bullet screen took a sharp turn, turning into a carnival. Ha! I knew it. I knew it would be like this. It's killing me, there are really fools who believed it. Learn from me, Flame God? At most I'll give you a little sweet deal. Drawing a tiger but ending up with a dog. No, this doesn't even count as a dog, at most it's a protozoan. The mouth ahead should accumulate virtue, but I couldn't help laughing like a pig. The Flame God has the talent of voices of all things, it's a skill job. This group of foreigners thinks anyone can get loving hugs to acquire massive resources? Dream on. The perspective is small, brothers. This move is the Eagle Sauce Country using a knife to kill, treating players from all over the world as cannon fodder, their hearts are so dark. It's better in our Dragon Country, we'd rather steady ourselves than call on others to take such a fatal risk. In the Gallic Chicken Country, at the southern foot of the Alps, a peaceful little town named Saint Didier. Night had just fallen, and the residents of the town had just finished dinner, enjoying the warmth and comfort by the fireplace. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a low, heart-pounding quiver. At first, people thought it was just an illusion. But soon, the tremor grew more intense, windows buzzing, chandeliers shaking violently. It seemed as if an ancient giant beast was waking underground, issuing a muffled roar. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Quick! Get outside! Panicking, people rushed out of their homes, only to witness a sight they could never forget. In the distance, on the ridgeline, under the cold moonlight, a massive black shadow was coming down with unstoppable force, accompanied by thunderous roaring. That wasn't a shadow, it was a mudslide formed by thousands of tons of soil, rocks, and uprooted trees. Oh my God! An old man's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with despair. The speed of the mudslide was beyond imagination, it devoured forests, crushed rocks, like a giant mouth that could cover the sky, fiercely biting down towards St. Martin town. There was no time to scream, no chance to escape. That world-destroying force instantly submerged the entire town, houses were easily destroyed like blocks. The cries of humanity were drowned in the deafening roars, not lasting even a second. In the Gallic Chicken Country, the Élysée Palace. President Laurent had just finished a lengthy meeting, holding a cup of coffee, standing by the window, overlooking the dazzling night view of Paris. The office door burst open, the secretary hurried in, pale-faced, his tablet trembling in his hands. Mr. President! Big trouble has happened. A catastrophic disaster. Laurent furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "What are you panicking about? Speak clearly." Our satellites detected that in the southern mountainous area, the towns of Saint Dimar, Rinian, and 7 others, 3 minutes ago, experienced an unprecedented mega landslide at the same time. The entire town of Saint Martin has disappeared from the map. What? Laurent's coffee cup crashed to the ground, the scalding liquid splattering onto his pant leg, yet he remained oblivious. Almost simultaneously, an urgent communication came through in the command center, the voice of a general filled with uncontrollable fear. Mr. President! Our nightmare players from Gallus, Jean, Pierre, Sophie, have been confirmed dead by a level 3 nightmare creature's whale. Our national fortune is declining. Thus, a mega landslide disaster has erupted. Thinking of his subjects perishing and the countless losses, Laurent's body began to tremble. He gripped the desk to steady himself, barely maintaining control over the buzzing in his head. He remembered. Just a few minutes ago, that icy global announcement. Every word in the announcement turned into the sharpest knife, piercing his heart brutally. It turned out, that was another death warrant following the night of nightmares. He once again experienced the horrid reality of disasters caused by the decline of national fortunes. The Eagle Nation. Laurent's teeth ground together, his eyes red like a lion enraged. It's the Eagle Nation. It's their damn strategy. He slammed his fist down on the desk, roaring, "Connect me to the emergency hotline at 7 Stars Building. Right now. I want that bastard Trump to give me an explanation." The call was quickly connected, and Trump's arrogant tone came through the receiver. "Oh, it's President Laurent, what brings you to call so late?" "Explanation." Laurent practically screamed, spittle flying everywhere. "Trump! Your gospel of the prophet? Is this your gospel? My 3 elite players are dead. My 7 towns are destroyed. Tens of thousands of citizens have been buried alive. You call this a gospel?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call, and then Trump's voice came through, devoid of any apology. "Mr. President, I regret to hear this news. But the strategies are public, how to use them is your own choice. Adventure and experimentation always come with a price, don't they?" "Price?" Laurent trembled with rage. "Using the lives of my Gallus citizens to pave the way for your Thor, is that what you call a price? Please mind your language, Mr. Laurent, this is slander. Go to hell." Just as Laurent was about to tear off his usual diplomatic mask and curse, he was pulled back by an advisor shaking his head. He caught on immediately and changed his tone. "Please convey my regards to your lady." He quickly hung up the phone. It was a close call. He had managed to avoid impulsively saying something that could incite war, leaving behind recorded evidence. The military strength and nuclear capability of the Eagle Nation remained the first in the world. Even he wasn't foolish enough to prepare for war. At most, he would complain a bit, for the Eagle Nation wouldn't dare take action against him anyway. The entire presidential office was silent as death. Everyone stared at the president, whose eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving, too afraid to breathe. Chapter 22, Global Outcry. After a long while, Laurent finally issued a presidential decree in a voice hoarse to the extreme. Initiate the highest-level disaster emergency plan, spare no effort to rescue. Additionally, he paused, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Release our conversation recording with Trump to the world. I want everyone to see the ugly and venomous faces of those who call themselves the world's beacon. The same scenes of disaster were unfolding in other small and medium-sized countries. After all, intelligence knows no borders. It is not only the land of Gaul. Fortunately, there have been negative examples from which to learn, and those who wanted to blindly copy the strategy of the Eagle Land quickly slammed the brakes, avoiding further losses. In the Eagle Land, at the command center of the Shield of Freedom. Looking at the brilliant cloud of blood on the screen, General MacArthur's lips slowly curled into a cruel arc. Just moments ago, he had spoken to President Trump, receiving praise and recognition from him. Very good. He turned to look at Christina beside him, openly expressing his admiration. Prophet, you are truly a genius. With a wrong answer, you have helped us eliminate potential threats. At the same time, I knew there would be countries stepping forward, but I didn't expect the first to be Gaul. Gaul used their precious national fortune to verify the attack pattern of the Level 3 Nightmare Beast, becoming a test subject for us. This deal is too profitable. The president made a special call to praise your contribution upon hearing this news. Christina's face showed no expression. She calmly brought up the data model of the Level 3 Nightmare monster, the Wailing Moth. Report, General, the data has been confirmed. The core requirement of the Wailing Moth is silence. Any strong mental wave will be judged as noise and trigger a sound wave attack. Our theory of the embrace ceremony will only accelerate death in front of it. Therefore, the way to clear the E-level rating is to remain silent until the Wailing Moth finishes its dance. This conclusion has already been sent to our Thor and other elite player survivors. Her words were cold and devoid of emotion, as if the living who had just died were merely numbered samples used in an experiment. Very good. MacArthur leaned back in his chair, his eyes flickering with morbid excitement. Christina, you understand me, I appreciate you a little. General MacArthur's lips held a proud and cruel curve. The praise from the president greatly satisfied his vanity. Just then, a blonde female assistant rushed in, her voice tinged with urgency. General! The official channel of Gaul is broadcasting global news. MacArthur waved his hand impatiently. What's the rush? It's just a crying show for the dead citizens, seeking sympathy, let them weep. No, it's not, General. The assistant's face turned pale as she trembled, handing over her tablet. They have made the recording of President Trump and Lonlo public. MacArthur's smile froze instantly. The giant main screen in the command center forcibly switched to another scene. Gaul's most reputable host stood in front of the camera, her eyes red. She did not look at the teleprompter, but instead stared with a gaze filled with suppressed great sorrow and anger at everyone outside the screen. Behind her was a comparison of St. Martin town before and after being completely swallowed by a mudslide. One side showed a peaceful and serene home, the other a hellish sight of destruction. Dear viewers, just half an hour ago, our country, our people, suffered another painful blow since the nightmare game descended. Julian's voice was hoarse but clear. And the cause of all this originated from a gospel from the Eagle Land. Now, let us listen to the voice behind this gospel. Is it the guidance of angels, or the whisper of devils? In the next moment, an audio clip was played. Trump's arrogant and frivolous tone echoed throughout every corner of the command center. Adventure and experiment always come at a price, don't they? The recording was followed by the desperate roar of President Lonlo. A price? With the lives of my people from Gaul. To pave the way for your Thor, is this what you call a cost? The recording suddenly ended here. The studio was silent. Julian slowly raised her head, tears streaming down the wrinkles on her face. Cost. She savored this word, a touch of a profoundly bleak smile appearing on her face. President Chuanpu was right, we have indeed paid a price. 7 towns, tens of thousands of lives, and our 3 brave contestants. They are the so-called costs spoken of by the Eagle Sauce Country. Her voice suddenly rose, like a cuckoo crying blood, filled with accusations. They packaged a wrong, deadly guide as a gospel of salvation and spread it to the world. They watched our fellow countrymen from Gaul, full of hope, walk into a death trap, just to use our flesh and blood to validate their conjectures. This is not strategy. This is not an experiment. This is a completely intentional, cold-blooded conspiracy and murder. Today, we release this recording to the public, not to seek sympathy, but to tell the whole world. To tell all those who still believe in them. That so-called lighthouse has long been extinguished. What now occupies it is a group of butchers who have built their throne on the bones of foreign people. The live broadcast signal was cut off, but Julian's eyes, burning with anger and hatred, seemed to pierce through the screen, branding the heart of everyone watching. The global network exploded. It was completely blown up. Pickle Country Forum, Shiba. Eagle Sauce Country is just a bunch of bastards. I thought they really cracked the guide. So kind-hearted, but they were actually waiting for us. Luckily our people were a step slower. White Elephant Country Forum, oh my god. This is scarier than nightmare monsters. Monsters kill instinctively, but Eagle Sauce Country they enjoy the process. Maple Leaf Country Forum, we must reassess our ally relationship with Eagle Sauce Country. Today it could be Gaul, tomorrow it might be us. A wave of anger swept across every country's network. Countless people who were once close to Eagle Sauce Country now felt a bone-chilling cold and rage at being deceived. However, in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the bullet screen presented a completely different scene. Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Too refreshing. This is what you get for being a lickspill. Now you've been backstabbed by the master, huh? You up there have some morals, but well done. This is a real-life version of The Farmer and the Snake. Now it's good, Eagle Sauce Country's international reputation has been wiped clean overnight. We in Dragon Country are stable, never trusting those Yankee bandits' words. We have the Flame God. All this comes from our Flame God. Flame God is thriving, even Eagle Sauce Country is conducting special research on him. Of course, let's not forget who was the first to clear the E-level rating, it's us from Dragon Country. Follow the Flame God, and there will be food and drink. In the face of the tsunami of accusations and questions from the global network, the White House of Eagle Sauce Country hastily held a press conference. Eagle Sauce Country President Chuanpu adjusted his signature red tie, stepped into the spotlight, and forced a painful yet sincere expression on his face. My friends, regarding the great misfortune that has befallen Gaul, I, along with all the people of Eagle Sauce Country, feel deep sorrow. This is a terrible tragedy. His voice spread across the world through the microphone, heavy and as if he truly felt compassion. The recording circulating online is a malicious distortion of my goodwill. We shared the guide out of humanitarian spirit, hoping to help more struggling elites from various countries survive the nightmare. We meant to help. He spread his hands, adopting a pose of an innocent victim. As for the cost, I mentioned exploring the unknown has never been smooth sailing. Those sacrificed warriors are the heroes of all humanity. Their sacrifice is not for our use, but to light the path for those who come after. To smear this sacrifice as a conspiracy is the greatest insult to the pioneers. This passionate and stirring speech only resulted in even fiercer ridicule from netizens around the world. Comments from Dragon Country netizens. Here it comes. The annual Best Blame Shifting Conference. Translation: I'm sorry someone died, but I won't take the blame. I gave the strategy, but it was your own foolishness that caused the deaths. This acting is so good, it's a shame not to go to Hollywood, I'm almost convinced. Gallus Country Forum. Liar. Shameless butcher. Every word he says is stained with the blood of our compatriots. Hero? My brother was just an ordinary person who wanted to survive. Not a stepping stone for your Eagle Sauce Country. Chuanpu's denial not only failed to quell the anger, but instead poured gasoline on the flames, causing Eagle Sauce Country's international reputation to fall again. Sakura Country Network. Unlike the angry condemnations from other countries, the network in Sakura Country showed a strange tone. The people of Gallus Country are so stupid. President Chuanpu is right, exploration requires costs. Exactly, the strategy is dead, but people are alive. Knowing it's a level 3 monster, going in with level 2, who can we blame? Our Yamato people are far more cautious than them. We must always believe in and follow the great Eagle Sauce Country. That's right. Don't let the wailing of losers shake the relationship between our two allied nations. As the whole world stirred in chaos due to Eagle Sauce Country's antics, and the international situation played out like an even more thrilling melodrama than a primetime soap opera. The one who caused all this chain reaction, Yan Feng, was at the edge of a swamp, disdainfully poking at the slightly harder mud beneath his feet. TSK, this texture, it's all clumpy. Outside, the flood surged, and he didn't know it all, he was only thinking about how to cook a delicious meal. Food is the most important thing to the people, the sky is vast, but eating is the biggest deal. But without a good pot, even with delicacies, he could only stare in vain. He couldn't stand this. He couldn't just chew on raw rice, right? He had to find a pot to steam it. In the air of the nearby swamp, a strange mixed stench of rotting plants and fish pervaded, making one's head throb. Yan Feng carefully avoided the water puddles bubbling with strange bubbles, using a thick branch he found to dig the darker, harder clay. This clay is the basis for making pottery and one of the core materials for his cooking pot. Dragon Country official livestream. No, my eyes aren't deceiving me, right? What is Yan God doing? Playing with mud? The perspective is too narrow. This is called returning to simplicity, experiencing life. You know nothing. Come on, I just came from the live stream of Dallas Country's memorial. They were crying their hearts out, and here we have Yan God digging in the mud. This damn contrast. Is there a possibility that Yan God is doing some secret task? Like a mysterious treasure in the depths of the swamp? Treasure? I think he wants to make a beggar's chicken. Look at his technique, so professional, so similar. The audience varied in their opinions, and the experts of the Dream Ministry also looked puzzled after seeing this. What is he doing? Lin Zhenghua frowned, unable to understand Yan Feng's actions. He had just been angry about Eagle Sauce Country's shameless act, but now the screen showed that his country's ace player had already begun diving into the handmade pottery business. Judging from the soil's color and texture, this should be clay-rich and kaolin. Academician Xian Weiguo pushed his glasses, the lenses reflecting streams of data. In theory, it's excellent material for making low-level pottery, one of the commonly used refractory materials, with a fire resistance greater than 1580 degrees Celsius. But what I don't understand is, what does he want to make? No one can answer. Yan Feng dug enough clay, wrapped it with a few large leaves, and stuffed it into the bag of his system space, then he patted the mud off his hands. Done, we're finished. He opened the synthesis interface and dragged the clay and the previously obtained, straw heart, stone, inside. Synthesis recipe processing. Core material detected, straw heart, stone, X8. Shaping material detected, clay rich and kaolin, large amount. Insufficient core materials for synthesizing the target, simple stone pot, needs straw heart, stone, X10. Damn. Just too short. Yan Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit annoyed. This meant he had to go back to farm those scarecrows again. Although it was not dangerous, running back and forth wasted time. There was no choice, for the pot, he had to make another trip. When the livestream audience saw Yan Feng step forward, heading back to the original scarecrow refresh area, the comments exploded again. Oh my. Going back? What is the flame god going to do? I know this operation. Forget to turn in a quest and going back to find the village chief, right? No wait, this game has no village chief. Stop messing around, didn't you notice? The flame god is going to farm level 1 monsters. A pro who already reached level 4 is going back to farm level 1 monsters, for what? I got it. It's sentiment. He has developed feelings for the scarecrows, going back to visit relatives. What relatives? You go visit relatives and give them a big bear hug, then rip their hearts out? In the midst of the cheerful banter, Yan Feng reached his destination. Those lonely scarecrows were still wearing their straw hats, swaying in the wind. Yan Feng was already familiar with the routine, went up without a word, opened his arms, and gave one of them a solid hug. The movement was smooth and quick. That action, so skilled it was heart-wrenching. You have satisfied the 1-level bitter scarecrow's voice, achieving an E-level perfect rating. Reward, dried, fire-resistant straw X2, fragrant rice X1, straw heart, stone, X1. Just as he was about to hug the next one, a golden prompt box popped up unexpectedly. Chapter 24, Successfully Synthesized 2 Pots. Global Unique Achievement Voice Pioneer Exclusive Prompt. Due to a large number of players globally imitating the bitter scarecrow hugging behavior, the resentment core of this nightmare creature has adapted. To maintain the ecological balance of nightmares, the drop rate of straw heart, stone, has been reduced from 100% E-level rating to 20% E-level rating, but as the first clear winner, your exclusive drop rate will be permanently locked at 100%, unaffected by this rule, and can be authorized to your teammates, limit of 100 people. Yan Feng was stunned for a moment, then a subtle smirk curved his lips. So that's how it is. All this time, his actions were indeed noticed by others. Probably too many imitators caused the monster's drop rates to shrink? What do you call this? Involution killing oneself? TSK, what a sad story. He sympathized verbally, but his heart was blooming with joy. Now, this resource point was basically monopolized by him alone. Others worked hard to hug 5 times but couldn't get one. He could get one with just 1 hug, focusing on a 100% drop rate. That feeling was like having a VIP exclusive channel, watching the people outside scrambling to queue, and yet they might not even get a turn. He was in a great mood, walking towards the second scarecrow, following the same standardized process. Reward, dried, fire-resistant straw X2, fragrant rice X1, straw heart, stone, X1. 10 stones, all done. Yan Feng clapped his hands, fully satisfied and ready to leave. And this series of actions of his was recorded clearly in the livestream, causing a small sensation among both the official and grassroots in Dragon Country. Because almost at the same time he got the second straw heart, the other elite players in Dragon Country imitating him were filled with cries of despair in their live streams. Report. Player Zhang Long from the 073 national team. After hugging the Scarecrow 3 times, I only got straw and rice, but no core stone. Report. National team player Zhao Qian, number 112, this is her 5th time. Still no stone. She's about to hug that Scarecrow into a mold. What's going on? Just shrinking lucky materials is one thing, why can't we find the stone either? In the command center of Zen Mengxi, Lin Zhenghua suddenly stood up. Data comparison. The technician immediately brought up the data comparison chart, one side showing Yan Feng's clean, 2 precise hugs, with a 100% drop rate. On the other side, more than a dozen elite players from Long Country had a total of over 50 hugs, with only 9 drops of the Heart of Straw. The combined drop rate drew infinitely close to 20%. This. All the experts gasped in shock. Professor Bai Qiming pondered for a long time before realizing the situation. His voice trembled with disbelief. I speculate, this might be the pioneer's bonus. It's a first clear reward. He pointed at Yan Feng, who was leisurely walking away on the screen, and excitedly explained, the system likely determined that Yan Feng was the first player to clear this monster in the correct way, so it granted him a permanent 100% drop rate privilege. But for all those who came later, all the imitators could only enjoy a weakened shrinked version drop rate. This is no longer just being a step ahead, General Zhang Lai clenched his fists tightly, this is crushing them on a rules level. Yan Feng has locked down an absolute advantage channel for our Long Country to consistently obtain resources. This is something players from other countries, including our own players, cannot achieve. What a pity he's a randomly selected player from the system, and we currently can't contact him. It would be great if he were a national team player, but we need to respect his wishes and obtain his consent. My God. Academician Shan Weiguo looked at that small stone as if he were seeing a mountain of gold. Doesn't this mean as long as Yan Feng is willing, we can have a continuous, lowest cost supply of Heart of Straw? Since this thing can be synthesized into a pot, our national team members can finally escape a barbaric lifestyle. Perhaps there are other uses too. The value is immeasurable. The live chat room, after a brief silence, erupted completely. What the hell? It can be played this way? Is Yenshin using an official cheat? Laughing my ass off, while other countries are breaking their heads for a 20% drop rate, our Yenshin has the right to wholesale diplomas. Please, stop insulting Eagle Sauce Nation, I'm really afraid they'll make Yenshin laugh too. I now announce, Yan Feng, YYDS. Who agrees, who disagrees? What's the use of opposing? Don't you see even the game system is on our Yenshin's side? Having secured the stone, Yan Feng felt satisfied, as the pot he yearned for seemed to be waving at him. He opened the synthesis interface, dragging the clay and 10 Heart of Straw, stone, into it all at once. Synthesis recipe confirmed. Core material, Heart of Straw, stone, x10. Shaping material, clay rich in kaolinite, large amount. Expected synthesized item, fireproof stone pot, rough, ×2. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. As he made the mental command, the materials in his backpack vanished, and a gray, roughly shaped lid-covered stone pot appeared in the system space. Though it was ugly, it was usable. Yan Feng could even imagine how fragrant and soft the rice cooked in this pot would be. He happily pulled out a handful of fragrant rice, preparing to find a water source to wash the rice and start a fire, but his movement suddenly froze. A soul-piercing question flashed in his mind. Rice is ready, but what about the vegetables? Even if there are no vegetables, eating plain rice is fine, but what about salt? Without salt, everything tastes bland. For someone with even a tiny bit of pursuit for quality of life, this is simply torture. No, I must get salt. Once this thought arose, it spread like wild grass. Unable to hold back any longer, he took 2 steps in place, casting his gaze towards the Scarecrow not far away that he had just embraced. An idea flashed in his mind, and he activated his talent, Voices of All Things, once again. Spirit 1. The familiar whisper echoed in his mind, so warm, doesn't want to move. Yan Feng gently prompted in his heart, brother, do you know where there are salty, white, small grains? The Scarecrow's inner voice was calm, being held, so comfortable. Yan Feng. He slapped his forehead, feeling like a fool. Discussing taste with something that doesn't even have a mouth and lives on resentment was like playing a lute to a cow, right? Is it the cow's problem? Is it my problem? Wrong approach, need to change the target. He abandoned the Scarecrow and turned towards the direction of the swamp. Level 2 rotting swamp frog, has a mouth, eats things, should have some concept of taste, right? Chapter 25, The Price of Gluttony. Official Dragon Country livestream. Pot. It's a pot. I see it. The flame god made a pot. Wow, it really is handmade pottery. From digging mud to firing, imagined, all in one go. This skill, love it. Isn't your focus a bit off? Now the elite players of the world are still struggling to survive, and the flame god is already preparing to enter agricultural civilization, heading towards prosperity. This isn't just leading by aversion, it's leading an entire era. Stop boasting in front. Look, he's heading back. What's he going to do? Forget something again? No, he's going towards that swamp. He's going to farm level 2 monsters. Yay! Finally going to get serious. Tired of lovesick hugs, let's get something exciting. The audience got excited, and the experts in Zen Mengsi also perked up. Yan Feng's actions were always unexpected yet seemed to hold a certain meaning. What was he planning to do this time with that mud-like frog? Yan Feng arrived at the swamp, which emitted a foul odor. He didn't rush forward but squatted on a dry rock and activated his talent from afar. Spirit 1. The swamp frog's inner voice came intermittently, so thirsty, throat, hurts, clean water, want a drink. Aside from that, there was a craving for mosquitoes and flying insects. Yan Feng sighed in his heart. As expected, for a frog with a nearly rotting throat, its world only revolved around the instinct to quench thirst and fill its belly. The concept of delicious didn't exist at all. This road was blocked again. He stood up, dusted off the dirt on his pants, and gazed towards the distant forest. Level 1 Scarecrow, no sense of taste. Level 2 Rotting Swamp Frog, no taste. Level 3 Wailing Moth. Yan Feng silently crossed it off in his mind. Something that lives by absorbing moonlight essence, can you talk about salt with it? It would be polite if it didn't give you a dose of mental pollution. So, eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how absurd, is the only possibility. Level 4 Gluttonous Wild Boar. That guy, huge like a cow, tusks curling out, clearly a glutton. Moreover, it's an omnivorous beast, it must have a more developed taste system compared to the previous ones. It must know the clue to salt. Determined, Yan Feng took a step forward, walking deeper into the forest. However, this decision stirred up a storm in the global livestream. Official Dragon Country livestream. What the? Did I see that correctly? He skipped the area with level 3 monsters and went straight to the level 4 monsters place? It's over, the gluttonous wild boar is best at violence, and the flame god has no combat experience. This time he might have gone too far. Shut up. Did you forget what the flame god's talent is? Maybe he can exploit a bug. Upstairs, your bug exploitation is to use your face to hit the level 4 monster's violent charge, right? That thing is like a dump truck, it directly wipes out a person. Don't panic. Trust the flame god, he must have deep meanings. Look at his stable strides, does it look like he's going to his death? This is called tactical retreat. You understand. The moment he stepped into the forest, the light suddenly darkened. Towering giant trees intertwined, weaving an impenetrable canopy, shredding sunlight into fragments. A heavy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil floated in the air, filling his lungs with a suffocating chill. The surroundings were eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of his steps on the dry branches and fallen leaves, amplified in this dead stillness. Yan Feng stopped and listened closely. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of the wind. It was an ominous silence, as if all creatures were holding their breath before the appearance of a top predator. He stored the 2 newly made fire-resistant stone pots back into his system backpack, his gaze sharpening. This was the territory of level 4 nightmare creatures. Sure enough, he hadn't gone far before he saw the first shocking mark. A giant tree, needing 2 people to embrace it, was snapped in half, the broken wood splintered and fearsome. On the ground, a series of hoof prints, the size of bowls, were deeply embedded in the mud, with cracks spreading from the immense force around each print. Yan Feng crouched down, measuring the depth of the hoof print with his fingers, coming to a rough judgment in his heart. This thing's weight must be approaching 1 ton. As he ventured deeper, the sights became even more horrifying. A beast's carcass, unrecognizable in form, was carelessly discarded in the bushes, bloody and mangled, bones shattered as if crushed by a speeding truck. Dragon Country official live broadcast. Hiss, the atmosphere in this forest is off, it's making my hair stand on end. You in the front, that's hair on your arms, mine is on my scalp. This place is too eerie. Flame god, hugging won't help against wild boars. Look at that broken tree. That pig must have trained its iron head to perfection. If it charges, people will turn to mush. It's over. This time, we might be in for a disaster, the flame god is going to crash. Shut up. Everyone be quiet. Trust the flame god. He must have his own plan. Look at his expression, is there a hint of fear? He's as steady as a rock. In the Dream Control Command Center, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. What is he doing? Lin Jinggua's finger slammed heavily on the table, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Does he want to confront level 4 nightmare monsters head-on? Even if his talent is special, the opponent is pure power-type monster, and hugs and coaxing won't work. Commander, should we use emergency communication to remind him, a nervous analyst suggested. Remind him? How do we remind him? General Zhang Lai said in a deep voice, we don't have permission to communicate with him. And I trust him. Look at his steps and the details he observes, this is not something a reckless person would do. He pays attention to his surroundings with every step, a caution that is in his bones. Is he really just a civilian? Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, staring intently at the screen. What I'm more curious about is why he came here. Just to fulfill his craving for salt? He's willing to take life-threatening risks to challenge a level 4 power-type monster? I can't quite grasp his reasoning. As everyone was debating, Yan Feng in the live broadcast suddenly stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on a dense thicket ahead. Boom, rumble. The earth began to tremble slightly, as if thousands of troops were charging from afar. The sound grew louder, more ferocious, coming closer and closer. The next second. Humph. A deafening roar exploded. The thicket ahead burst open with a deafening crash, wood chips and grass juice flying everywhere. A creature, comparable in size to a calf, charged out fiercely, wrapped in a foul-smelling whirlwind. The roots stood upright, like steel needles. Blood-red eyes locked tightly onto Yan Feng, with foreign flesh and saliva hanging from the exposed fangs, liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth, corroding the ground into white smoke with a sizzling sound. Level 4 nightmare creature, gluttonous wild boar. The global live stream room exploded at this moment. Holy cow! It's here! It really came! My god! This thing is too big. This isn't a wild boar, it's clearly a light tank. Eagle Sauce Country audience, oh god. That Dragon Country person is doomed. Lord Thor said that the only way to deal with such monsters is to destroy them with greater strength. Cherry Blossom Country audience, baka. Look. It's charging. It's all over. The gluttonous wild boar didn't give anyone time to react, it thrust its hind hooves fiercely. The immense body transformed into a black shadow, charging wildly towards Yan Feng with an unmatched momentum. The ground cried out under its trampling, and the air was ripped apart by its speed, producing a sharp whistle. Those two sharp fangs, like knives, pointed straight at Yan Feng's heart. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. To them, facing such a devastating charge, the only outcome would be to become a puddle of indistinguishable blood and flesh. However, in the footage, Yan Feng made a move that stunned everyone's brain. He didn't dodge or avoid, he didn't even change his posture, only slowly raised his right hand. Towards the rampaging steel beast, he gently spread his 5 fingers. As if saying, stop. The commentary in the Dragon Country official live stream room was instantly flooded with, and it's over. At the Dream Hunting Agency command center, Lin Jinggua suddenly stood up from his chair, eyes wide. Just as the sharp fangs were less than half a meter from Yan Feng's chest, even showing the traces of blood. Yan Feng's lips moved silently. Spirit -1. Beginner petrification technique, activate. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated from Yan Feng's center, instantly spreading out. Time seemed to be pressed on pause at that moment. The wild-charging gluttonous wild boar, along with the clouds of dust and flying grass it sent up, all froze in that instant. It maintained a forward stance, one hoof raised, with a snarling face and glimmering fangs. All motion transformed into eternal stillness, becoming a vivid, violent sculpture in gray. The entire world was eerily silent. In the live room, after a full 3 seconds of absolute silence, the comments erupted like a volcanic explosion. What the hell? What did I just see? Time stopped? No. It's petrification. He used the beginner petrification technique he learned from the Scarecrow to turn that pig into stone. This is freaking possible? A skill from a level 1 monster can freeze a level 4 monster? To the one above, this isn't a joke, this is reality. Yan God has redefined reality. What about the dump truck? In front of Yan God, you're just a cement block, poured in place right here. In the Dragon Country official livestream, the comments exploded with a nearly mad fervor after experiencing 3 seconds of silence. Every word showed the ultimate shock and joy of the audience, their worldview overturned. In livestream rooms from other countries, the atmosphere was starkly different. Eagle Sauce Country Forum, what? This must be a mistake. It's a bug in the game. How could a low-level skill have such power? Cherry Blossom Country Forum, baka. This is a desecration of the rules. How did he do it? This defies logic. Gallo Chicken Country Forum, oh my god, if our contestant had this kind of ability, they wouldn't have. Dream Hunting Agency Command Center. This is Lin Jingwa's pupils constricted, staring intensely at the lifelike boar statue on the screen, his voice dry. All the experts and analysts behind him were frozen as if under a spell. One by one, they opened their mouths, forgetting to breathe. It's petrification magic. Professor Bai Qiming was the first to break the silence. He slapped his thigh with such force that his glasses nearly flew off, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the Scarecrow's basic petrification. Not only has he learned it, but he has also used it. This is impossible, a young analyst instinctively retorted. How could a basic skill from a level 1 monster work on a level 4 creature? Don't forget, this basic petrification can only be used after a player reaches level 3. General Zhang Lai suddenly remembered something, his voice deep and powerful. Haven't you figured it out yet? Yan Feng never intended to challenge it. He pointed his finger in the air, gesturing at the screen. What is the trait of the greedy wild boar? It's strength. It's charge. It's pure physical destruction. It might have high defense and thick health, but has it ever guarded against petrification? From the beginning, Yan Feng had no plans to compete in strength or health. He utilized our thinking blind spots. We all assumed that combat is AABB, a hard clash. But he showed us that combat can also be Control plus C, Control plus V. Professor Bai Qiming excitedly took over, exactly. This is a dimensional strike that sees through the rules. The function description of basic petrification is forces petrification for 1 minute, but it never said it doesn't work on high-level monsters. This means it's a rule judgment type skill, not a damage judgment skill. As long as the opponent doesn't have a specific petrification immunity, this rule will remain effective. Academician Xian Weigua adjusted his glasses, murmuring, a level 1 skill, consuming 1 point of mental energy, has immobilized a level 4 power-type monster. This cost-benefit ratio is unimaginable. He isn't even fighting, it's like he's doing research with his brain. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yan Feng in the command center completely changed. Yan Feng was unaware of the waves that his skill had stirred outside. He calmly looked at the wild boar before him. The petrified boar, every bristle, every muscle texture, was clearly visible, filled with a wild energy. He stepped forward, extending his finger, gently tapping the boar's cold, hard tusk. Clang! It produced a crisp sound, like stones colliding. Very solid. He nodded in satisfaction, then activated his talent, voice of all things. Mental -1. A chaotic and brutal fragment of thought surged into his mind. Hungry, so hungry. Want to eat everything, can eat everything? Yan Feng patiently sifted through this useless information, as if searching for a keycode in a pile of garbled text. Suddenly, a weak fragment of thought filled with disgust was captured. Northwest, the water there, salty, so salty, hard to drink. This is it. Yan Feng's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. He withdrew his hand, not even looking at the wild boar again. Kill it? Brutally slay it, with a rating of F, dropping some rough beast meat and broken tusks? No interest. His only goal from start to finish was salt. Now, with the clue in hand, this boar had lost its most urgent value to him. Under the astonished gaze of the entire world audience, Yan Feng clapped his hands, turned around, and walked northwest without looking back. Leaving behind a statue of a wild boar in mid-charge, waiting silently for the petrification effect to end in the forest. Official live broadcast of the Dragon Country. He's leaving? He just walked away like this? Crap. Land the finishing blow. Yan God. At least go give it a punch. What if it drops equipment? Killing the pig without a knife? You are the second uncle of Zhu Beiji, just useless. You don't understand. This is called strategic understatement. Yan God is telling that pig, I can freeze you once, I can freeze you a second time. You better watch yourself. Vision. Family. This is the pattern. The Flame God's target is not these low-level monsters, he has a grander plan. The audience wildly imagined, while the experts from the Dream Control Department, after a brief shock, fell into deeper thoughts. Professor Bai Qiming gazed at Yan Feng's departing figure and softly said, is he really just here to find salt? No one could answer. This man's logic of behavior had completely surpassed their understanding. The deeper they ventured into the northwest direction of the forest, the more eerie and strange the environment became. The previously visible sunlight in the woodland was now completely shrouded by the dense canopy of trees. In the air, mixed with the scent of decaying plants, there was a faint hint of saltiness, along with a trace of blood. Yan Feng walked lightly, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings as he moved. The ground was covered thickly with dead twigs and leaves, rising up to his ankles with each step. Suddenly, he stopped and crouched down. In front of him, half buried in a pile of fallen leaves, lay a chilling white skeleton. Judging by the shape of the bones, it seemed to be some sort of large deer-like creature, but its ribs displayed a bizarre spiral break, as if something had brutally twisted them apart. Yan Feng frowned and continued forward. Not long after, he saw a second corpse. It was a creature resembling a giant lizard, split open from the middle. Its innards were completely removed, leaving only an empty cavity, with the edges of the wound smooth, as if sliced by an extremely sharp blade. Creak! A faint abnormal sound came from above. Yan Feng suddenly looked up. He spotted a large shadow hanging upside down on a thick branch. It seemed to notice Yan Feng's gaze and swiftly retreated into the dense leaves, vanishing from sight. The entire process was so quick that it felt like an illusion. Official live stream of Long Nation. What the heck? What was that just now? It scared me. There seems to be something in the tree. This place is way too creepy, right? It feels even more dangerous than the territory of the gluttonous wild boar. Flame God, how about we head back? We can live without salt. Eating plain rice is also quite tasty. Don't be cowardly. Fortune favors the bold. I believe the Flame God can handle it. Yan Feng ignored the scrutiny above and simply quickened his pace. The salty smell in the air grew stronger. After passing through a thicket of thorny bushes, a scene opened up before him. A small lake appeared in front of him. The water in the lake was not a clear blue but exhibited a murky milky white. On the ground by the lake, a layer of white crystalline substance covered the surface, glimmering faintly in the dim light. Yan Feng approached, crouched down, and pinched a bit of the white crystal to taste it on the tip of his tongue. A pure and direct salty flavor exploded on his taste buds. In the real world, Long Nation. This is a message from our station. Our fourth batch player Shinong has brought back the strategic resource of national fortune Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and Nightmare Dragon Ridge corn at the cost of his life. After several rounds of scientific nurturing, it has been declared a failure. The scene then switched to Long Nation's top agriculture cultivation base, the sterile laboratory representing the highest level of agricultural technology in Long Nation. The camera focused on a frail old scientist with white hair, who was wearing thick reading glasses, nearly leaning over the holographic microscope. His hands trembled slightly as he stared at the last few seeds in the petri dish. His murky old eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and irrepressible despair. According to the hints from previous batches of the Nightmare World, this rice can grow in the most barren land, yielding 10,000 genes per acre, and is the future hope of our Long Nation's agriculture. We tried all methods and adjusted all parameters: light, humidity, trace elements, cannot nurture it to sprout. The old scientist's voice was hoarse, as if he were speaking to the entire nation, yet also as if he were talking to himself. Just because these two crops need nutrients and catalysts that are too special, which today's agricultural technology cannot satisfy. Without a miracle, our country will completely lose all seeds of Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and corn within a month. In an instant, the comment section, which had just been filled with joy, fell into a dead silence. Before the public could recover from this news, he took off his glasses and wiped his eyes with the rough back of his hand. Unfortunately, these two crops need nutrients and catalysts that are too special, which our current agricultural technology cannot satisfy. Without a miracle, our country will completely lose all seeds of Nightmare Dragon Ridge rice and Dreams Dragon Ridge corn within a month. At that time, we will lose all the luck brought by these two national resources. Instantly, the comment section, which had just been filled with joy due to Yan Feng, fell into total silence. It was a suffocating silence. Before the public could recover from this heavy news, the second news followed closely, coming from the Foreign Affairs Ministry. The spokesperson looked serious, speaking each word clearly. Sakura country, disregarding our repeated stern warnings, has established a temporary training camp on our inherent territory, Diaoyu Island, attempting to seize the randomly launched national luck resource, Crimson Flame Fusion or DOT. This surveying was obtained before the fourth batch of S-grade chosen ones fell, and was randomly dropped in the volcano inside Diaoyu Island after being manifested in the real world. The spokesperson paused, his tone becoming even more heavy. Our collection team could only send humans through the entrance due to its size, and the protective gear cannot withstand the 48 degrees Celsius high temperature on the surface, nor the hotter and harsher conditions inside the volcano. 3 landing operations have all ended in failure, with multiple soldiers suffering severe heatstroke and dehydration, requiring emergency evacuation. These two pieces of news were like two heavy hammers, striking hard on the heart of every Dragon Country citizen. The bullet screen in the Dragon Country official live broadcast room paused for a moment, then was quickly drowned in endless anger and frustration. Damn it! It's those little guys from Sakura country again. These dogs, their desire to ruin us never dies. Our soldiers suffer from heatstroke and dehydration, yet they want to steal our things? It's too much. The hope for agriculture is gone. What should we do? After the nightmare descends, what will happen to our food? I'm so damn angry. I feel so blocked in my chest. The flame god is fighting in front, while we can't even defend our home behind. Shut up, everyone, just quiet down. Let me be alone. The scene returned to Yan Feng's side. He was completely unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he was squatting by that milky white lake. The air was salty and humid, mixed with a faint hint of blood and decay, drilling into his nostrils. He picked up a bit of the white crystals on the ground by the lake and gently licked it with his tongue. A pure and strong salty taste instantly exploded on his taste buds. This is the taste. Yan Feng's eyes lit up. With salt, there is flavor. With flavor, eating is no longer just survival, it's called living. He stood up, brushed off the crystal fragments on his hands, feeling very happy. The livestream audience, after experiencing the oppression brought by the news, felt as if they were cured instantly upon seeing Yan Feng's long-lost smile. Found it. Salt. It's salt. Heaven does not abandon our dragon country. What kind of divine luck is this for the flame god? What's missing comes right. Haha, who just said to be quiet? Now we can get hyped up. While Eagle Sauce Country is still gnawing on tree bark, our flame god has already begun researching seasonings. This battle is Michelin 3-star versus roadside stall. At the Dream Command Center, the oppressive atmosphere also eased up a bit. A natural salt lake. Academician Xianwei pushed up his glasses, his eyes shining. If we can obtain this steadily and cash it into the real world, its value is immeasurable. We can not only solve the problem of edible salt, but also greatly supplement industrial salt. Yan Feng had no such thoughts for now. His only thought at the moment was to quickly turn these rough salt crystals into edible fine salt. He opened the synthesis interface, preparing to put these crystals along with some filtering materials into it. At that moment, chirp chirp, a fluffy little squirrel darted out from the nearby forest. It dragged a fluffy big tail, its black bean-like eyes curiously sizing up Yan Feng, seemingly not wary of this outsider. Level 0 observational nightmare creature, forest squirrel. Harmless. Yan Feng glanced at it, not paying much attention. The little squirrel tilted its head to look at him for a while, then ran off to the lakeside. It lowered its little head, stretched out its pink tongue, and began to drink the milky white lake water. The viewers in the live stream were immediately melted by this scene. Wow! What a cute little squirrel! Yan God, don't move it! Let it drink! What a harmonious scene! Everything has a spirit. Love it, love it! Yan Feng also found this scene quite interesting, slowing his actions down and watching with interest. However, in the next second, an unexpected change happened. The little squirrel, which had just taken 2 sips of water, suddenly stiffened. Then, its fur stood on end, and its body started to twitch violently, its limbs flailing uncontrollably, leaving marks on the ground. Squeak, squeak. A shrill, unearthly scream squeezed out from its throat. Then, under the terrified gaze of millions of viewers, 1 drop, 2 drops, black blood streamed from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears at the same time. Its body began to dissolve and rot at a visible speed, as if injected with strong acid. Fur fell off, flesh melted, bones softened. In less than 5 seconds, the cute, lively little squirrel that was just hopping around had completely turned into a puddle of black, foul-smelling pus emitting white smoke. Sizzle. The pus corroded the ground, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. The whole world went dead silent. The live stream's barrage disappeared. Everyone seemed to have their throats gripped, unable to utter a single word. The smile on Yan Feng's face had long since frozen. He stood still, feeling a cold chill rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Just now, he almost directly scooped up the lake water with his hands. If he hadn't thought of purifying it first, if that squirrel hadn't suddenly appeared, he dared not think further. This was not a gift from the heavens at all. It was a death trap dressed in the guise of salt, coated with deadly poison. After a long silence of more than 10 seconds, the live stream finally erupted like a boiling pot of oil. What the did I just see? Ugh! I can't take it. I'm going to vomit my dinner. That squirrel's death is too damn disgusting. My goodness! What kind of poison is that? It's too ruthless. Turned directly into a puddle of pus? I take back what I said about it being cute. My sanity is dropping like crazy. This game is so hellish. Yan God. Run. This place is toxic. Dream Control Command Center. Poison. Deadly poison. Professor Bai Qiming's voice trembled with a hint of fear. This lake water looks natural and harmless, but I never expected it contained deadly toxins. I misjudged. It's not a salt lake, it's a poison lake. Academician Shan Weigua murmured, his eyes filled with despair and horror. The return to the nightmare. Indeed, there's no free lunch. Behind every gift is a deadly price. General Zhang Lai's fists cracked as he squeezed them tightly. What a naturally formed trap. First use salt, the thing everyone desires most, as bait, to let you lower your guard. Once in contact with the lake water, it is a certain death. This is more treacherous than any monster. In the secret command room of the seven-pointed building in Eagle Sauce Country. Oh God, General MacArthur looked at the screen, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. I thought that kid from Dragon Country had some lucky break, but it turns out he went to Lake Poison. What a splendid twist. The psychologist codenamed Prophet, Christina, did not smile. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a rational light flickering in her blue eyes, and softly said, General, don't you find this amusing? This Yan Feng, all the opportunities he encounters come with a deadly trap. The embrace of the scarecrow hides petrification, the clue of the greedy wild boar comes from a raging charge. Now, the readily available salt is actually a deadly poison. This world seems to be testing his observation, caution, and wisdom in the most extreme way. It gives rewards while also demanding a price. It is sifting out those who can truly understand and utilize its rules. And Yan Feng, Christina's lips curled into a teasing smile, he survived. Time and time again, he narrowly avoided the most fatal option. This isn't luck, General, this may be a terrifying survival instinct and a logical closed loop. General MacArthur pondered for a moment. Are you speaking in English? I can't understand a word. Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The air mixed with stench and saltiness made him feel nauseous. He stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the still steaming black water, and his mind raced. The water is poisonous. And it is contact poison, highly corrosive. So, the question arises. Are these white crystals at the lake's edge, which are coarse salt, also poisonous? They are precipitated from the evaporation of the salt lake. Theoretically, if the toxin is water-soluble, then these crystals must also contain deadly poison. At the same time, in the Return to Ruins nightmare world, quite different from Yan Feng. A Bear Country player had just finished a war of attrition, covered in mud, and collapsed under a tree, exhausted. He looked at the murky puddle in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to drink from it because of extreme thirst. He gulped down several large mouthfuls. After drinking, he let out a satisfied belch and was about to open a live stream to see what other players were doing. When he clicked into the globally popular Yan Feng's live stream, he just happened to see the scene of the little squirrel melting. Put! The muddy water he had just drunk, mixed with gastric acid, suddenly sprayed out, splattering everywhere. His face instantly became pale, and looking at the puddle he just drank from, he raised his head to see the milky white poison lake on the screen. Although the colors are different, but who can guarantee that what he drank isn't poisonous? A huge wave of fear gripped his heart. He trembled as he reached out his hand, touching his face and then his arm. The skin is still there, the flesh is still there. He hasn't melted. Ha! Ha! Oh God! Oh thank God! He collapsed to the ground, gasping deeply, feeling like he had just returned from the gates of hell. At this moment, countless players around the world, just like this Bear Country player, who had just drunk from the wild water source, were all drenched in cold sweat. They looked at Yan Feng on the screen, their eyes filled not just with shock but with a sense of heartfelt gratitude. This person from Dragon Country once again used his bizarre and dangerous experience to pave a reminder for everyone: wild water cannot be drunk casually. Chapter 29: Purifying the Poisonous Salt. Yan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his racing heart. His mind raced. The water is poisonous. Is the salt mineral evaporated from that lake also poisonous? But how to verify? Find another little squirrel? Or another living thing? Yan Feng's gaze began to scan the eerie forest around him. No, the risk is too high, and it's a waste of time. Who knows when the next living thing will appear? He needs a more controllable mouse. He subconsciously rubbed his fingers, his eyes sweeping over his backpack space. Synthesize. A thought flashed like lightning through his mind. His talent is voice of all things, and besides that, there is also a skill that the game grants to all players: automatic synthesis. Purify. Filter. Can the synthesis skill take these potentially poisonous rough salts and purify them into non-toxic fine salt? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. His heart began to pound faster and faster. This is a gamble. If the synthesis succeeds, he will gain one of the precious survival resources in this game world: safe salt. If the synthesis fails or the salt he produces is still toxic, he will surely end up as a puddle of goo. He glanced at the puddle of black water that had stopped bubbling and swallowed. No, he can't try it himself. Absolutely not. His eyes quickly scanned the items in the system's backpack, and suddenly, his gaze froze on an inconspicuous corner. It was something that looked like dried frog skin, with some strange patterns on it. Spring water frog sound, consumable. Effect: purifies a small area of water and detoxifies. Note, a gift from the level 2 nightmare creature Rotten Marsh Frog, Ribbit, the water is really good, Ribbit. This is it. A bold and thorough plan instantly formed in his mind. Under the anxious watch of everyone in the live broadcast room, Yan Feng did not turn to escape but instead cautiously approached the lake's edge. He didn't touch the white salt crystals but used a long branch to dig a small depression at the lakeside. Then he guided a small stream of milky lake water into it, creating an isolated small puddle separated from the main lake. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Still daring to touch that water? Isolating it? Does he want to conduct some kind of experiment? The audience and the experts from the Dream Control Office held their breath, looking at his actions in confusion. After finishing all this, Yan Feng took out the spring water frog sound from his backpack. He didn't hesitate for a moment and directly threw it into the isolated small puddle. Splash! The dried frog skin fell into the water, not sinking but floating on the surface. In the next second, a miracle happened. Ribbit! A clear, pleasant frog croak echoed as if it came from an ancient spring, resounding above the small puddle. Immediately, centered around that frog skin, ripples began to spread out in circles. The originally murky, deathly white toxic water instantly became clear and transparent at a visible speed as the ripples swept across. In just 3 seconds, that small puddle of water transformed from deadly poison into clear, see-through pure salt water. The previous nauseating stench also vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint salty and humid scent. The whole world fell into a deathly silence again. In the live broadcast room, the comments disappeared. At the Dream Control Office command center, all the experts looked as if they had been strangled, each one with their mouths open, forgetting to breathe. Yan Feng looked at the scene before him, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He guessed correctly. He didn't rush to touch that water but instead pulled up the synthesis interface again. Synthesis object, pure salt water plus dried, fire-resistant straw. Synthesis direction, 1, edible fine salt, 2, filtered drinking water. Expected output, safe to eat fine salt, about 1 kilogram, drinking water, about 2 liters. Synthesize? Yes. Yan Feng silently thought. He saw a piece of coarse cloth from his backpack vanish, while the water in the small puddle instantly disappeared. The next second, the system notification sounded. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained, edible fine salt times 1 kilogram. Obtained, pure drinking water times 2 liters. Yan Feng opened his backpack and saw a large bag of snow-white, delicate salt lying quietly inside, along with 2 standard water bags filled with clear water. He could even smell the pure salinity emanating from the bag of salt. It worked. At this moment, the live stream went completely wild. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What the hell am I seeing? Alchemy? Poison turning into salt? It's that frog skin. The reward dropped from the rotting swamp frog before. My god, it can be used this way? While others play PUBG, Yenshin plays with Minecraft synthesis tables. Everything can be combined. How did this brain come up with this? Linking 2 completely unrelated things to solve a life and death problem. I'm on my knees, I'm really on my knees. Yenshin, YYDS. Forever a god. At the Dream Command Center, Professor Bai Qiming slammed his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Connection. It's the connection of knowledge. He remembered every seemingly useless resource he obtained. And at a crucial moment, he connected them to form the key to solving the problem. Genius. This is a damn genius. Academician Shan Weigua adjusted his glasses, looking at the bag of salt, his eyes shining brighter than when seeing gold, filled with admiration. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath, picked up the intercom on the table, and commanded with an undeniable tone, immediately. Edit the entire process of Yan Feng purifying toxic water into salt into a teaching video, and send it encrypted to all Dragon Country contestants. Require them to learn and imitate immediately. Find the rotting swamp frog and get pure spring frog song, and replicate this process. Yes. Commander. Soon, the Dragon Country elite contestants struggling to survive everywhere received the highest order from the Dream Command. Professor Chen, who was studying a plant, shook his head with a wry smile after watching the video. This Yan Feng is thinking always refreshes my understanding. Special Forces King Zhang Lei, who was wiping his spear, was filled with shock and a hint of respect after watching the video. Using rules to integrate resources, this is far scarier than pure strength. At this moment, in the Dragon Country official livestream, a careful netizen sent a puzzled message. Brothers, I find it a bit strange, our side is going crazy, but why don't I see any foreigners spamming the screen? Logically speaking, shouldn't they be stunned by Yenshin's amazing move too? Chapter 30 only visible to Dragon Country. As soon as this message was sent, someone reacted. Yeah. Too quiet. It doesn't make sense. Holy crap. Brothers. I just switched to the Eagle Sauce Country's livestream, and they are still debating whether Yenshin was poisoned. They didn't see the purification process at all. What's going on? Delayed? A netizen with the ID Sherlock Yen sent a shocking message. Family, I announced something. Yenshin turned off the global livestream when he went to find that pig. He is now an only visible to Dragon Country mode. This method of making salt has become our Dragon Country's exclusive secret. Boom! This message excited the Dragon Country audience even more than Yan Feng's purification of toxic water. No way! Is this real? Yenshin's vision. This is what's called vision. Holy crap! Is this real? Yenshin's vision. This is what's called vision. Quietly getting rich, it's a skill deeply rooted in us Dragon Country people. Brothers, let's spam the words vision on the public screen. The vision has opened, Yenshin. I declare, from today on, you are my only brother. When that netizen with the ID Sherlock Yen revealed the secret, the entire Dragon Country official livestream turned into a sea of joy. It felt like the whole class was copying straight-A student Yan Feng's homework, and in the end, the straight-A student secretly told only his class about the most crucial steps to solve the problems. They crazily switched to the live streams of Eagle Sauce Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Kimchi Country, and other big names. Watching as analysts and viewers from those countries passionately discussed, is the kid from Dragon Country going to be poisoned? Analysis of the toxic components in this lake water, discussing the diversity of traps in the returning ruins nightmare. The faces of the Dragon Country viewers revealed knowing yet polite smiles. No more talking, my friends, I'm going to grab some salty chicken first. You all keep analyzing, we'll go eat first. However, while the surprise brought by Yan Feng was still fermenting, another less optimistic message quietly overshadowed the hearts of Dragon Country's top officials. Dragon Country, Agricultural Science Cultivation Base Number 03. This is the nation's top botany sanctuary, yet it is now filled with a heavy atmosphere that is almost suffocating. In a spacious and bright sterile laboratory, several elderly men in white coats, their hair gray, were gathered around a row of petri dishes, their faces etched with fatigue and anxiety. The leader among them was Yuan Lao, a respected figure in Dragon Country's agricultural science. He adjusted his reading glasses, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on the yellowed seeds in the petri dish. Still not working? His voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of despair that he hadn't even noticed. These seeds were the national fortune-level rewards that the previous batch of players brought back to reality with their lives: Nightmare Dragon Spine Rice and Nightmare Dragon Spinecorn seeds. In the world of Returning Ruins Nightmare, their description was astonishing yield, extremely short growth cycle, able to adapt to any harsh environment. This was a strategic resource capable of changing a country's food landscape. When they were successfully brought back to reality and appeared at base number 03, the entire agricultural science community in Dragon Country was in an uproar. But now, hope was wilting. These highly anticipated seeds had yet to germinate in the soil of the real world. No matter how the scientists adjusted light, humidity, and nutrient solutions, they could not stop them from heading towards death. Yuan Lao, all data is normal, soil pH and trace elements, we've tried everything we could think of, but they just won't sprout. A young researcher reported, his voice thick with difficulty, his fists unconsciously clenched. It's like their life levels are too high, the energy of our world can't feed them. Yuan Academy remained silent. He took off his glasses and wearily rubbed his forehead. This metaphor was quite abstract, yet it perfectly described the current reality. This was an oppression from a higher dimension, beyond human reach. Were they really going to stare blankly at the seeds that could potentially rewrite the reality lineage? The hearts of everyone present sank to the bottom. At that moment, a young assistant wearing glasses seemed to suddenly remember something. He rushed to a computer, frantically tapping on the keyboard, pulling up the National Fortune Resource database shared by the Dream Suppression Bureau. His fingers moved rapidly, his gaze firmly locked onto Yan Feng's National Fortune Reward list. An inconspicuous line of text came into his view. His pupils contracted sharply, as if grasping the last lifebuoy. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement, almost shouting out, "Yuan Lao! Look! This!" Everyone turned to look. On the screen, a line of text was clearly displayed. Nightmare Active Biological Enzyme X 500 portions. Effect, can grant any living being unimaginable growth vitality, allowing a withered tree to come back to life, seeds to be revived. Note, comes from a generous swamp frog that drank plenty of water. Ribbit. The entire laboratory fell into dead silence. The next second, Yuan Lao shoved away the chair next to him, his old body exploding with surprising strength as he rushed to the screen in just a few steps. He stared intently at that note, the murky flames reigniting in his eyes. Quick! Hurry to request to use it from the Dream Suppression Bureau. Dilute it tenfold. No, 100 times. Be careful with the operation. Yes. Soon, a solution of extremely diluted nightmare-active bioenzyme was filled in a precise dropper. A researcher held his breath, his hand steady as a rock, carefully dripping a drop of light blue solution onto the seed of the Dragon Ridge rice. After doing all this, everyone nervously watched, their hearts in their throats. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. No changes. Old Yuan sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, everyone go rest. Even if it works, it will probably take at least 10 days to half a month. They all thought that no matter how powerful the biocatalytic enzyme was, it still needed time to react. The disappointment was hard to hide on their faces as they dragged their weary feet, preparing to turn and leave. But just as the last departing researcher unconsciously looked back at the experimental table, his footsteps suddenly froze, and he stood still. His eyes widened little by little, his mouth opened, but no sound came out, only a trembling hand pointing at the culture dish. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. Wow, my God. Look quickly, you all look. Everyone turned back in confusion, looking at that researcher. Chapter 31, every meal and every item is tied to the nation's fate. The next second, they witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. The seed that was originally silent actually cracked open a barely perceptible tiny seam on its surface. Then, a little tender green struggled out from the crack. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, that touch of green grew wildly, as if pressed by a fast-forward button, at a speed completely against natural laws. The dry seed coat was completely broken. The vibrant green sprout shot up to the sky. The originally curled leaves unfurled. The thin stem rapidly grew robust and upright at a visible speed. Even in just half a minute, its roots had already deeply plunged into the culture medium, branching out new shoots. A dead seed performed a miracle of rebirth in front of all the top scientists. It sprouted, a young researcher murmured, his voice tinged with tears. It finally sprouted. Old Yuan's bloodshot eyes fixed on that touch of green, the miracle of life reflected in his murky pupils, his cracked lips trembled, but no words came out. This scene was faithfully recorded by the laboratory's surveillance. Days later, the surveillance footage was publicly released in the official news of the Dragon Country. In front of the camera, Old Yuan looked spirited, holding a pot of flourishing, lush Dragon Ridge rice. We succeeded. We not only revived it but also grasped the key to making it thrive. From today, our rice bowl will be held even more firmly in our own hands. For a moment, the entire nation rejoiced. Of course, that is another story. Yellowfish Island. A pearl above the East China Sea of the Dragon Country, now turned into a hell. The active volcano in the center of the island had undergone drastic changes in its internal environment after the return of the dreams of the past. According to the information brought back by the previous S-rank chosen ones, the National Fortune strategic resource, Red Flame Fusion Ore, was deployed here. That is the core material for manufacturing third-generation aircraft engine blades, the final piece of the puzzle for the Dragon Country's aviation industry to reach the pinnacle of the world. However, hope was right in front of them, yet still out of reach. The temperature outside the volcano reached 500 degrees Celsius. The most elite special gathering team of the Dragon Country, wearing the most advanced heat-resistant protective suits, attempted to land 3 times, and all 3 times ended in failure. For some reason, even with suits that could withstand temperatures of 1,500 degrees, they could not last 3 minutes in that heat before reaching the performance limit, with internal temperatures soaring, and if they stayed any longer, they would be roasted alive. Report to the command center. The third landing failed. Team members suffered second-degree burns, and equipment overheated and was damaged. Requesting evacuation. The urgent report coming through the radio made the atmosphere in the command center of Zenmengsi extremely tense. Lin Jingguo's face was dark, watching the images transmitted back on the big screen. In the footage, several soldiers were being helped by their teammates, struggling to retreat from a scorched piece of land back to the landing craft. Their protective suits were emitting white smoke. What made him even angrier was that on the other side of the island, next to Sakura Country, a flag of Sakura Country was fluttering in the wind. They had also established a camp there, watching closely. The Foreign Affairs Department had issued the sternest warnings, but the other side refused to withdraw, citing scientific research as their excuse. This was clearly a plan to wait for Long Country to wear down, so they could reap the benefits. They go too far. Military expert Major General Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table, and the tempered glass surface let out a dull sound. They are betting that we can't achieve it. Once our personnel and equipment are exhausted, they will find a way in. Academician Xian Weiguo pushed up his glasses, a serious expression on his face. Conventional heat-resistant materials have reached their limit, unless. At that moment, a young staff officer responsible for data organization suddenly stood up, staring intently at the supply list of Yan Feng on another screen. Commander! I have thought of a possibility. His voice was sharp with excitement. What if the heat from this volcano is also a kind of nightmare energy? Using our real-world technology to fight against it, isn't that wrong from the start? His words awakened everyone. Major General Zhang Lai's eyes lit up. Do you mean, using materials from the nightmare world to deal with the nightmare released into the real world? Yes. The staff officer quickly pulled up the data. Look at this. The national luck materials obtained by Yan Feng before, nightmare high-toughness plant fiber. Academician Zhou Jimin's report mentioned that it allows the user to maintain a constant temperature in the real world, resisting extreme temperatures of plus or minus 150 degrees Celsius. Only 150 degrees? What use is that? Someone immediately rebutted. No. Academician Xianwei was slammed his thigh, realizing, we have fallen into a cognitive trap. This constant temperature may not refer to simple physical temperatures in the real world but rather the ability to block nightmare energy erosion. The volcano's high temperature is not pure heat, it is the nightmare energy released by the Jiwa fusion ore. Therefore, our protective suits would fail. Think about it, before the nightmare materials were released into this volcano, it was a dead volcano, and the surface temperature was no different from the normal outdoor temperature. Lin Jinghua's eyes sparkled. Did academician Zhou Jimin's laboratory not make several sets of flame-proof suits using those nightmare fibers? Immediately. Airlift them to Huanyu Island's front line. Let the collection team change into them and try again. In the Su nightmare world, the next day at noon. Yan Feng was oblivious to the stir in the outside world. He hummed a little tune, enjoying his lunchtime. He took out the frog meat he had previously harvested from the system backpack, along with 2 simple stone pots. One pot was used for washing rice and cooking, while the other was prepared for stewing frog meat. Hint, due to overnight storage, some tender meat of the putrid swamp frog has spoiled. Yan Feng looked at the frog meat in his backpack, half bright red and half blackened, and was not surprised. He calmly took out the fresh frog meat, carefully rubbed it with the coarse salt he had just obtained, and set it aside to marinate. As for the frog meat that had already begun to smell sour, he did not throw it away but carefully wrapped it in a few large leaves and tucked it back into the backpack. In Long Country's live broadcast room. Oh my, what is Yinshin doing? Saving money at home isn't supposed to be like this, right? He's keeping spoiled rotten meat? Could it be emergency rations? No way, won't eating that cause instant blast off? Don't ask, just know that Yinshin has his own plans. Yan Feng set up the stone pot and started a fire. He cut the marinated frog meat into small pieces, casually picked a few spicy wild ginger leaves from the forest, and added the leftover cumin powder from before. Together thrown into the pot he had prepared earlier. The grease quickly melted at high temperature, and with a sizzling sound, a powerful meat aroma instantly exploded. He had no spatula, so he used a sharpened pair of tree branches to stir slowly, watching the frog meat's surface change from pink to golden and crispy. Next, he poured in purified drinking water and covered it with a synthetic pot lid. When the time was almost up, he heard the bubbling sound of boiling, and he opened the pot lid. The broth was boiling, with thick white steam mixed with the aroma of meat desperately trying to escape from the pot lid's gap, rolling like a serpent in his stomach. Yan Feng used the sharpened tree branches as chopsticks, grabbing a piece of tender boiled frog meat, blowing on it lightly, and putting it into his mouth. The meat was firm and springy, the richness of the grease perfectly combined with the tenderness of the lean meat. With the salt, wild ginger leaves, and the cumin powder he had saved earlier enhancing the flavor, the muddy, earthy taste was completely gone, leaving only the purest, most original meat aroma bursting on his tongue. With one bite, the warm meat juice instantly filled his mouth, so delicious it made him squint his eyes in bliss. Chapter 32 Napping. In the Dragon Country livestream, there was already a chorus of wails. I'm cracking up, brothers. I just clicked on a bowl of instant noodles, and suddenly the braised beef noodles in my hand don't taste so good. Flame God, stop eating. If you keep going, I'm going to lick my screen to death. This is life. While others are in a nightmare world eating raw flesh and drinking blood, our flame god is directly stepping into a better life, having meat for every meal, and it's pure and safe. Damn it, I'm so envious. I just want to soul transmigrate to flame god and taste that pot of meat soup. He was completely satisfied with this meal. Not only had he cleaned up all the frog meat, he also drank every last drop of the fragrant broth, mixed with delicious rice, warming him from head to toe. After finishing, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he meticulously washed the 2 stone pots clean and returned them to the system backpack. This scene made the experts at the Dragon Country Command Center nod approvingly. You can tell a person's quality from the details, Professor Bai Qiming marveled. No matter the environment, he maintains a pursuit of quality of life and good personal habits, which shows his strong psychological quality and a very stable inner order, not easily broken by harsh surroundings. Meanwhile, in other countries' live streams, the atmosphere was entirely different. In Eagle Sauce Country, the S-Class talented player Thor was panting heavily, having just used a powerful lightning strike to turn a level 2 corrupted marsh frog into charcoal. The huge exertion left his face somewhat pale, and he ripped off a half-cooked frog leg and roughly shoved it into his mouth, the burnt taste and bloody flavor mixed together, nearly impossible to swallow. Irritated, he glanced at the split screen of Yan Feng's livestream, just in time to see Yan Feng enjoying the fragrant roasted frog meat from last night. F***K. Thor muttered under his breath, angrily throwing the frog leg to the ground. Most Dragon Country players, however, strictly followed Lin Jingguo's directive, imitating Yan Feng's actions. Special Forces King Zhang Lei, who had traded for the fragrant rice from the Scarecrow earlier, could finally put it to use. He had no pot, so he could only use a simple stone slab to grill it, the rice grains turning golden and emitting a faint rice aroma. Simple, but at least it was cooked. Watching Yan Feng's pot of meat soup, Zhang Lei swallowed, his eyes showing the purest longing. But he didn't say anything, silently stuffing a grilled rice cake into his mouth to replenish his strength. He secretly decided to also imitate Yan Feng after, getting 2 pots for himself. Feeling full and warm, a wave of sleepiness hit. Yan Feng yawned, looking around for a particularly lush tree with a trunk so thick it could be embraced by 2 people, a towering giant tree. He climbed up in just a few moves. He adjusted into a comfortable position, resting on his arms, and fell asleep just like that. Sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting mottled spots of light on his calm face. A gentle breeze brushed by, making the leaves rustle like a soothing lullaby. Soon, the sound of his snoring rang throughout the entire live streaming room. This sleep set the Dragon Kingdom's live stream ablaze. What the heck? Am I seeing things? He fell asleep? A nap, in this nightmare world where every moment could mean death? While Thor is still gnawing on charcoal, our flame god is already snoring. Half an hour later, Yan Feng woke up on time. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking like popping fireworks. He glanced at his personal panel, his fatigue was already 0, and he felt full of energy. Looking at the sky, he noticed the sun was beginning to set. There are about 3 hours until dark, that's enough time. He looked at the countdown to nightfall, muttering to himself, and leaped down from the tree, landing steadily. Then, he took out the package wrapped in leaves from his backpack. When he opened the package, a strong, sour, rotten smell instantly filled the air. Inside was that half piece of frog meat, completely spoiled and blackened. What the heck? Flame God is still keeping this stinking meat? What is he planning? No way, he can't possibly want to eat this, right? Ugh, just looking at it makes me sick. Are we sure this isn't a biochemical weapon? It's done for, my takeout just lost its appeal, I feel like I'm saving money for dinner. Under the puzzled gaze of all the viewers, Yan Feng held up the bag of rotten meat, figured out the direction, and turned into the depths of the forest. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's Dream Commander Center. He went back to find that wild boar? A young officer's eyes widened in disbelief. The direction he's heading is where the gluttonous wild boar is located. He's holding that bag of spoiled frog meat. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, frowning deeply, his mind racing. Wait, I think I understand. The gluttonous wild boar's voice is hungry, an endless hunger. It swallows everything it can digest. Yan Feng's goal isn't to fight, it's to feed. Feed a level 4 gluttonous wild boar with rotten meat? Xian Weiguo's lips twitched, this idea is too absurd. What if that beast rejects this rotten meat and turns to him as the main course? No, this is precisely the smartest move. Zhang Lai's voice was calm and strong, his gaze fixed on the screen. Did you forget the wild boar's Pokédex description? Leftovers. Yan Feng is using the lowest cost to fulfill a satisfaction voice with the highest reward. As soon as he said this, the entire command center fell into silence again, everyone stunned by Yan Feng's creative thinking. While others thought about how to fight, how to kill, he was thinking about how to feed. Re-entering the territory of the level 4 nightmare creature, the gluttonous wild boar, the air around felt heavier. The chirping of birds in the forest vanished, replaced by a suffocating silence. He stepped on thick fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound that was particularly jarring in this area. In the air, besides the stench of the rotten meat he brought, there was also a faint mixed smell of blood and earth lingering. Yan Feng slowed down his steps, breathing becoming long and deep. He didn't rush to find the target but first walked around the edges of the area to carefully discern and observe the terrain. He soon found a giant tree with a huge gash made by the wild boar. On the trunk, rough bark was torn away, the whitewood fibers inside were exposed, with deep tusk scratches clearly visible. Yan Feng didn't approach, he just observed from afar. His gaze wandered among the surrounding trees, finally locking onto a towering tree about 50 meters away from this place. The tree was thicker than the one he had slept under before, needing at least 3 people to wrap around it. The trunk was straight, and the leaves were lush. More importantly, about 5 meters above the ground, there was a very thick horizontal branch, almost like a natural observation post. Yan Feng took a deep breath, slightly unwrapped the package of rotten meat leaves, letting the foul smell spread freely. After doing all this, he no longer hid his presence, but instead quickened his pace towards the direction where wild boars appeared. Chapter 33, Miscalculation, Wild Boar Crashing into Tree. He's baiting a monster. A viewer with a military background in Longgua's live stream instantly recognized the tactic. Wow, that's gutsy. Going to pick a fight with a level 4 wild boar? Don't forget, the gluttonous wild boar excels at charging. Looking at the size of the last wild boar, a medium-sized truck could be smashed to scrap in an instant, let alone a person. Quiet down in front, enjoy the show. Products from Yenshin are always top-notch. Waiting for a miraculous turnaround. Not far ahead, a violent shaking was seen in the bushes. Humph. A roar filled with rage and hunger echoed like a thunderclap, making people's eardrums throb. Following that, a massive creature, comparable in size to a small truck, violently burst through the bushes into Yan Feng's view. It was a level 4 nightmare creature, the gluttonous wild boar. Its entire body was covered in filthy, matted black bristles, smeared with dirt and unknown dried bloodstains. In its blood-red eyes burned an insatiable flame of greed. On its giant tusks hung bits of flesh and blood. Thick drool dripped from its mouth, corroding the fallen leaves on the ground with a sizzling sound. Upon seeing Yan Feng, its nostrils flared wildly, first attracted by the strong stench of rotten meat. But then, its red eyes locked firmly onto Yan Feng himself. In its simple logic, the smell of blood and flesh from this biped was clearly more delicious and enticing than the stench. Roar humph! The gluttonous wild boar dug its hooves into the ground, letting out a deafening roar, and its huge body sank slightly, preparing to charge. All the viewers watching Yan Feng's livestream felt their hearts leap into their throats. At the Dream Control Command Center. It's over. A young officer turned pale, subconsciously standing up from his seat. This pig's power is too terrifying, Yan Feng. Zhang Lai's hawk-like eyes were glued to the screen, his voice laced with an uncontrolled anxiety. He's overestimating himself. That beast's charging power is conservatively estimated to exceed 3 tons. Forget about a person, even a wall or a medium truck could be smashed down. His current position is a dead end, with no room for evasion. No, General Zhang. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the shadow of the rampaging beast on the screen. Look at Yan Feng's stance and the expression on his face. He pointed at the screen. From start to finish, there's not even a hint of panic. If he chooses to take it head-on, then the result would indeed be as you analyzed, a 100% death rate. But he won't. We cannot use conventional combat logic to predict him. The distance he chose is far enough from the wild boar. This distance is exactly the perfect length for the boar to complete a charging acceleration. This isn't a coincidence, this is the reaction zone he intentionally left open. The moment the gluttonous wild boar transformed into a black-red tank, barreling forward with the terror of crushing everything towards Yan Feng. Yan Feng moved. He did not retreat, did not dodge, nor did his facial expression change in the slightest. He simply raised his right hand calmly, aiming at the colossal creature now less than 10 meters away. Beginner petrification spell. Spirit -1. A small drain of mental energy. There was no earth-shattering light effect. There was no earth-shattering force. Only a nearly invisible gray ray of light shot out from Yan Feng's fingertips, instantly piercing into the greedy wild boar's forehead. The wild boar, charging wildly, came to an abrupt halt at that moment. In 1 second, it was an unstoppable tank of flesh, and in the next second, it turned into a lifelike stone sculpture. Its frenzied charging posture was perfectly frozen, the splattered dirt, the flailing mane, and even the drool dripping from its mouth instantly transformed into hard rock. The immense inertia caused this stone sculpture to slide across the ground for 7 or 8 meters, finally stopping less than 3 meters away from Yan Feng, the rush of wind making his clothes flap. The entire world seemed to have pressed the pause button. In the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room, after 3 seconds of deathly silence, it was suddenly flooded with a tsunami of comments. Wow! 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 Important things must be said 3 times. Is this the legendary you can charge, but if you move, I lose? Level 1 skill freezing a level 4 monster? Is this reasonable? Is this in a river? This is in the Ganges. Don't get excited upstairs, this is rule killing. Yenshin's understanding and use of rules has reached a shocking level. Yan Feng glanced at the petrified wild boar, confirming that a minute of control time was sufficient. Then, he leisurely took out a palm-sized piece of blackened, rotting frog meat from his pack and casually tossed it in front of the stone sculpture. After doing all this, he turned and ran, moving swiftly like a monkey, quickly climbing up the towering tree he had chosen earlier. Settling securely on a horizontal branch 5 meters high, he looked down at everything. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary movement. A minute passed quickly. Crack! A soft cracking sound echoed, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the body of the petrified greedy wild boar. Crash! The outer stone layer completely shed, and the greedy wild boar regained its movement. It shook its huge head in confusion, seemingly not understanding why it had suddenly stopped. Then, a strong smell of rot invaded its nose. It lowered its head and saw the blackened piece of frog meat at its feet. Endless hunger overtook its brain once more. Without a moment's hesitation, it swallowed the rotten meat in one bite, a satisfied gurgle escaping from its throat. However, a piece of frog meat twice the size of an adult's palm was not even enough to fill the gaps in its seemingly bottomless stomach. Its hunger was not only unrelieved but instead completely ignited by this little appetizer. It suddenly lifted its head, those blood-red eyes precisely locking onto Yan Feng in the tree. There was more, better meat. Oomph, roar. This roar was more violent and furious than any before. Its massive body turned into a black battering ram, crashing violently towards the towering tree where Yan Feng was hiding. Bang! A dull roar that made one's heart race. The entire tree, thick enough for 3 people to hug, shook violently, countless leaves rustling to the ground. Yan Feng, sitting on the trunk, felt a great force surge from below, and his body jolted, nearly thrown off. He quickly held on tight to the trunk, steadying himself. The hearts of the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room were suddenly in their throats. Wow! Something's wrong. This beast is too powerful. Can this tree hold? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. A piece of frog meat could never satisfy it. At the Dream Control Command Center, Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table. This beast has started attacking. Yan Feng is in danger. Chapter 34, The Correct Way to Use Hypnosis. Don't panic. Professor Bai Qiming stared hard at the screen, cold sweat already beating on his forehead. Yan Feng must have a backup plan. He can't possibly leave without a contingency. On the tree, Yan Feng's face finally turned serious for the first time. He looked down and saw the greedy wild boar taking a few steps back, adjusting its stance, preparing for a second charge. The spot where the tree was hit had already formed a dent as large as a basin, wooden chips flying everywhere. This tree can't withstand much more. I miscalculated, underestimating this guy's appetite and overestimating the temptation of rotten meat, Yan Feng thought rapidly. Bang! Another earth-shattering charge. This time, the shaking was even more severe. Yan Feng even heard a creaking sound from inside the trunk, burdened beyond its capacity. Without hesitation, he took out another piece of rotten meat from his pack and threw it with all his strength toward a spot far from the big tree. The greedy wild boar, preparing for a third charge, paused as it was attracted by the flying rotten meat and ran over, panting, to gulp it down. But it was still not enough. It only slightly satisfied its hunger and then looked at Yan Feng on the tree with even fiercer eyes. Roar! It charged at the big tree again. Bang! 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 With each increasingly furious collision, the entire ground was trembling slightly. Sitting on the tree, Yan Feng felt like he was experiencing a magnitude 5 earthquake. He could only hold on tightly to the trunk, his face turning pale. On the trunk, a nasty crack started from the impact point and quickly spread upward. This tree is about to break. It's over, it's over. It's going to GG. Yan God, think of a way. The tree will fall after one more hit. Jump down and run? No way, I definitely can't outrun this beast on the ground. Petrification spell. Use the petrification spell again. No use. The cooldown for the petrification spell isn't over yet. And even if it gets immobilized, what will happen after a minute? It'll still be a dead end. In the live broadcast, there were cries of despair. Everyone felt that Yan Feng was truly in a bind, pushing himself into a deadlock. At that moment, the wavering Yan Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his eyes. Since I can't satisfy you, then. A bold, even whimsical plan instantly took shape in his mind. As the greedy wild boar stepped back again, gathering strength to launch a fatal blow, Yan Feng quickly took action. He pulled out the last piece, and also the largest piece, of rotten frog meat, as big as his 2 fists. Then, he closed his eyes and spent 1 point of mental energy. He activated another skill he had never used before, gained from the level 3 nightmare creature, the Wailing Moth. Basic hypnosis. An invisible wave of mental energy quietly spread out from him. This time, his target was not 1, but 2. One was the greedy wild boar below, preparing to charge. The other was the rotten frog meat in his hand emitting a foul stench. The hypnotic command he gave to the wild boar was, "You are about to see the largest and most delicious food you have ever seen in your life." And the hypnotic effect he placed on the frog meat was, "Grow. Grow infinitely. In the target's eyes, you are a mountain of meat." After doing all this, he suddenly opened his eyes and, with all his strength, hurled the mentally enhanced frog meat into the open ground far from the big tree. The greedy wild boar, about to charge, suddenly froze in place. In its vision, that small thing thrown down from the tree underwent an unbelievable transformation in the air. It was no longer a small piece of rotten meat. In its pupils, it rapidly magnified, turning into a cow, an elephant, or even a small mountain made from the freshest meat. The meat mountain emitted a fragrance that was the ultimate temptation it had never encountered in its life, instantly overshadowing the small bipedal creature on the tree. Oh ho! A low hum of confusion mixed with extreme desire escaped from the wild boar's throat. Its simple brain, muddled by hunger, completely crashed at this moment. It gave up the precariously swaying dinner plate in front of it, turned its heavy body, and galloped away with all four legs at an unprecedented speed, charging toward the mountain of meat that existed only in its hallucination. It opened its bloody mouth wide and bit into a piece of spoiled frog meat lying on the ground. Under the bewildered gazes of all the spectators, this brutal level 4 nightmare creature, like a real pig, crazily rooted, chewed, and swallowed on the empty grassland. Its throat emitted satisfied gurgles, as if enjoying the world's finest feast. In the tree, Yan Feng let out a long sigh, only to feel his back soaked with cold sweat. In the livestream, the audience, who experienced a roller coaster of emotions from despair to shock, found themselves at a loss for words to describe their feelings. This operation. I kneel. Truly kneel. If physical feeding doesn't work, then spiritual feeding? Yen God, are you a devil? An empty-handed trick? No, Yen God, this is an empty-handed trick with a wild boar. A few minutes later, the gluttonous wild boar finally ate its fill. It let out a loud belch, and its gigantic and furious body began to shrink at a visible speed, with its black bristles gradually fading and its blood-red eyes returning to clarity. In the end, it shrank back to the size of an ordinary wild boar, lying down contentedly in place, closing its eyes. Its body slowly transformed into golden specks of light, dissipating into the air. Global announcement: congratulations to player Yan Feng for fulfilling the desires of the level 4 nightmare creature gluttonous wild boar and completing the E-level rating. National Fortune Reward: irresistibly delicious wild boar meat times 2,500 portions, quantity calculated based on automatic tenfold increase and 5% cash out rate, has been distributed to Dragon Country. You have gained 80 experience points. You have received a reward: irresistibly delicious wild boar meat X5, tough beast bones X2, wild boar charge boots X1, numerous wild boar beast skins. A series of system prompts scrolled before Yan Feng's eyes. He jumped down from the tree, picking up the loot from the ground. It was a huge leg bone, harder than diamond, and a pair of thick-looking boots made from wild boar skin. Without hesitation, he put on the wild boar charge boots, feeling a lightness in his feet and a warm flow wrapping around his ankles, making his movements a bit more agile. With a thought, the detailed information of the three spoils clearly appeared before his eyes. Wild boar charge boots. Description: wear it, and you'll be the coolest in the forest, running faster than a pig, of course, as long as you don't really go crash into trees. Effect: increases movement speed by 20%, provides basic warmth, can jump, can run up walls, but can't fly high, just annoying, right? Tough beast bones. Description: the leg bone of a wild boar that absorbed nightmare energy, its hardness and toughness are beyond imagination, a top-notch material for building core supports. More uses, explore for yourself. Irresistibly delicious wild boar meat. Description: produced in the nightmare world, this exquisite pork is purified after fulfilling wishes, marbled with fat and lean, naturally fragrant, a top ingredient that can make tough guys weep. Effect: each portion completely restores hunger, and continues to restore stamina within 1 hour until fully restored. Chapter 35, Clue for Crafting Glider Wings. Meanwhile, the landscape of Dragon Country and even the entire world was subtly changing in places invisible to Yan Feng. Under Yan Feng's guidance, 180 elite players in Dragon Country almost all successfully crafted fireproof stone pots and found salt. Although their process was filled with bumps and various troubles, far from the smoothness of Yan Feng's, they ultimately broke free from the primitive stage of survival and stepped into the cooked food civilization. Special Forces King Zhang Lei had even completely replicated Yan Feng's process, successfully defeating the level 3 whaling moth. The level steadily reached the maximum of level 3. The survival quality and average level of players in the Dragon Kingdom are now far ahead of the entire world at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, players from other countries, those with S-level talents or below, have struggled to reach level 2, relying on bits and pieces of level 1 and 2 monster information stolen from the Dragon Kingdom's livestream for their knowledge. This has unintentionally created a bizarre situation. Players all over the world are either directly or indirectly copying Yan Feng's homework. In the Nightmare Forest, Yan Feng's gaze fell upon the thick beast bone, thicker than his own thigh. This thing was heavy to hold, hard and cold to the touch, its surface filled with strange natural patterns that made a metallic sound when struck. Hard beast bone. Description: a wild boar leg bone that has absorbed nightmare energy, its hardness and toughness are beyond imagination, making it excellent material for crafting core supports. More uses, explore on your own. Support: Yan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at his personal panel. Player: Yan Feng. Level: 5, 80/500, level is related to the probability of material withdrawal into reality. Combat power: 5, utterly useless attribute. Stamina: 4/12, enormous consumption while dealing with the wild boar. Mental strength: 4/12, continuous use of skills. Hunger level: 3/12. Fatigue level: 4/12. The struggle with the level 4 gluttonous wild boar seemed like a clever victory, but in reality, it was incredibly dangerous, each step dancing on the edge of a knife, draining his stamina and mental strength. Especially when the tree he collided with was about to topple, he was merely a hair's breadth from death. I can't keep being passive like this. Yan Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. On the ground, no matter how fast he ran, there was always a limit. Once entangled by a higher level, more powerful nightmare creature, there would be no room to maneuver. It seemed necessary to speed up the creation of beginner gliding wings. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. With a thought, Yan Feng's familiar synthesis panel unfolded in his mind, and he directly locked onto the synthesis option with the wing icon. Synthesize, beginner gliding wings. Required materials. 1. Complete moth wing X5, already owned. 2. High toughness vines X5, not owned. 3. Hard beast bone X2, already owned. Looking at the list on the panel, Yan Feng frowned slightly. The moth wings were obtained earlier from the level 3 wailing moth. The hard beast bone was just dropped from the level 4 gluttonous wild boar. As for the high toughness vines, a description of the level 5 boss, Shadowwood Root, instantly appeared in Yan Feng's mind. High toughness vines are excellent materials for making ropes, bowstrings, or even securing the wing surfaces of flying wings. He needed to face that level 5 boss, Shadowwood Root. Yan Feng looked up at the sky. The sun was clearly leaning towards the west, with orange-red light filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting long shadows in the forest. He did not linger for a moment, not even taking another look at the forest that had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. He oriented himself and walked towards a brand new, deeper, and darker area. There was the territory of level 5 nightmare creatures. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream were dumbfounded. No way, man? Just escaped from a level 4 monster and not even taking a sip of water, turning around to deliver himself to the 5-level monster zone on O, to inspect work? I suspect Yin God has some performance metrics, how else could he be this driven? You all don't understand, this is called striking while the iron is hot. He just leveled up, got new gear, and is bursting with confidence. If it were me, I'd go too. If it were you, you would have already gone to the path of the west. In the Dreams Holding Command Center. He is going to challenge the level 5 nightmare creature, said an aide's voice. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and stared closely at the screen. No, he doesn't seem to be going to challenge it, but rather to take something. Looking at his expression, there is no hesitation or fear, only a clear goal. He must have discovered something in the monster encyclopedia. There is a reason that cannot be missed. General Zhang Lai crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, the hard beast bone he just obtained is a material for supports. Now he goes to the level 5 monster area, and there is an 80% chance he is looking for materials to make wing surfaces. This guy, he wants to fly. Fly? This guess left the entire command center in silence again. In a perilous world of nightmares, everyone present understood what gaining air superiority meant. That would be a leap in survival capacity. At the same time, in another dense forest about 1 kilometer away from Yin Peak, 3 figures moved like ghosts, silently navigating with high efficiency. The leader was a fiery, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, dressed in a tight tactical suit that showcased her supermodel-like curves. But her gaze was like a Siberian cold wave, without a trace of warmth. Her name was Catherine, codenamed Tulip, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the American Peak Elimination Plan. Behind her, a slender, pale-faced man crouched on the ground, his fingers lightly brushing over a fallen leaf. His codename was Hound, a holder of B-level talent, omnipotent tracking, skilled in tracking and human movement. Captain, Hound stood up, his voice hoarse. The energy residue is just ahead in that forest. It's strong, at least from the wave of a recently dissipated level 4 nightmare creature. Also, the smell of human activity, very fresh, not more than 15 minutes old. At the end of the team, a muscular man over 2 meters tall, like a giant bear, was cautiously looking around. After hearing Hound's words, the husky-voiced man spoke, being able to take down a level 4 monster, the target is tougher than described in the intel. Intelligence is always lagging behind, Butcher. Catherine's voice was cold and straightforward. We are here to end the myth of Yin Peak, not to listen to stories. Keep moving, Hound, locate and track his exact position. Understood. Hound closed his eyes, his talent activated, a trace of nearly imperceptible mental power spread out. In his sensory world, the various information remaining in the air transformed into clear, visible lines. He soon arrived at the clearing where Yin Peak had just fought the greedy wild boar. God! Butcher looked at the giant tree nearly broken in half, the muscles on his face twitching. How was this done? This impact could flip over an armored vehicle. Hound ignored him, walking straight to the tree, carefully inspecting the ground. Footprints. He pointed to the ground, 2 kinds. One is the ordinary human shoe prints left before leaving. The other is from when he left. Looking at this pattern, it's brand new boots. He changed his gear during the fight. Catherine walked over, her bright blue eyes sweeping across the battlefield. She saw the broken tree, the nearly dissipated energy traces on the ground, and finally, her gaze settled on the footprints that Hound had pointed out. Chapter 36 Level 5 Shadowwood Roots. He did not kill that monster. Catherine's tone was unusually certain. She pointed at the tree. He was attacked by the monster. He was pushed to the tree and then, through some method we don't know, made that monster satisfied and disappear. He received a reward, put on new shoes, and then immediately went to the next target. Her analysis sent chills down Hound and Butcher's spines. This was no longer a battle, this was taming beasts. This Yen Peak from the Dragon Kingdom is a monster. Hound said hoarsely. That's why we need to deal with it. Catherine's eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. A clever person who knows how to use the rules is far more dangerous than an S-level talent who only knows how to use brute force. Hound, where did he go? Hound closed his eyes again. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide, pointing east. East? He is moving at high speed. Direction. This is the warning area of level 5 creatures. Is he crazy? No, he's not crazy. Catherine's lips curled into a cold smile. He is very confident. Let's go, keep up. Our fire god seems eager to meet his next friend. We need to hurry, or we won't catch up to surprise him. The three said no more, their figures blending back into the shadows of the forest, like three top predators, silently locking onto their prey. Yan Feng had no idea that the shadow of death was rapidly closing in behind him. All his attention was drawn to the strange forest ahead. The deeper he went, the dimmer the light became. Tall, twisted trees intertwined, like a massive, impenetrable web, completely blocking the sky. The air was thick with a heavy, musty smell, like a basement that hadn't been ventilated for 1,000 years. The cold, damp air filled his lungs, making his chest feel heavy. The ground beneath his feet became unusually soft, with no sound at all when he stepped on it. Countless twisted roots, as thick as baby arms and dark as ink, spread across the surface like coiled snakes, creating an extremely uncomfortable and bizarre picture. There were no signs of life here. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. The whole world was silent, like a giant grave. Yan Feng slowed his pace, his newly changed combat boots allowing him to move silently. With each step he took, he carefully observed his surroundings. He knew he had stepped into the domain of the level 5 boss, Root of Shadow Wood. According to the manual's description, its body was buried deep underground and could not be attacked directly. However, its roots covered a vast area above ground. Any creature that entered its domain would be instantly dragged underground, draining their life force. The heart's voice is sunshine? Yan Feng silently thought about the information he received after activating Voice of All Things, longing for sunshine, hating all life that can enjoy sunshine. He continued forward, moving towards the heart of this area, the darkest part. He needed to find the boss's core, a wooden structure resembling a heart. As he stepped into a relatively open glade in the forest in that instant, a sudden change occurred. Swish! The ground beneath his feet exploded without warning. Dozens of black roots shot up like living tentacles, wrapping around his ankles, calves, waist, and arms at an almost imperceptible speed. A tremendous force pulled him downward. Root cage. Almost at the same time, more roots erupted from the ground, weaving and entangling around him, forming an airtight black cage, trapping him utterly in place. The surface of the roots felt cold and sticky, with an invisible suction pulling at him. He could clearly feel his strength being slowly drained away. On his personal panel, the word stamina, 7 out of 12 were slowly blinking. Stamina -1. Stamina -1. Not good, stamina is decreasing. The Dragon Country livestream exploded with chaos. What the hell? He got caught. What is this thing? Did it grow from the ground? This is too eerie. It's over, it's over. He's tied up like a big crab. Can't move at all, just waiting to die. Fire God. Think of something, Fire God. In the command center, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Zhanglai's hands were tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from exertion, veins bulging on the back of his hand like coiling angry dragons. Yet, in this dire situation, Yan Feng showed no signs of panic on his face. He didn't even try to struggle. He had sensed the toughness of these roots when he first stepped into this area. They were stronger than steel cables. With his currently diminishing strength, any physical struggle would only accelerate his stamina loss. Meaningless. He was tightly bound, unable to move, as an irresistible force slowly pulled him toward the ground, as if the earth had opened an invisible mouth to swallow him whole. Stamina -1. Stamina -1. On the personal panel, the numbers representing stamina coldly jumped. The icy digits were the countdown timer of life. Here it comes, this is how a level 5 boss entertains guests. He whispered to himself, his eyes frighteningly calm, the appetizer is a bit tough, but the main event should begin now. Instead of looking down at the tightening roots, he raised his head, his gaze straining to pierce through the gaps in the top of the cage woven from countless black tentacles, struggling to find something in the sky obscured by thick, twisted branches and leaves like a dark curtain. The entire world was dark, oppressive, even the air carried a stale odor, like something rotten pulled up from deep within the earth. Finally, he found it. Between the layers upon layers of almost impenetrable treetops, there was an extremely tiny, nearly insignificant gap. A ray of the last golden sunlight of evening, like a forgotten golden needle dropped by a celestial being, stubbornly pierced through the endless darkness, shining straight into this desolate realm. That was the only light in this grave. This is it. Under the confused, horrified, and desperate gaze of billions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room and all the experts at the Dream Control Center, Yan Feng made a move that caused everyone's brain to stall. He did not try to attack the roots, nor did he use any skills. Instead, with his arms firmly bound and his movement space severely limited, he awkwardly fumbled in his system backpack and pulled out his old buddy, that pot, clean to a shine, with a smooth interior, the fireproof stone pot. No way, dude, are you serious? Why are you pulling out a pot at a time like this? Oh my god, I get it. Is this going to be the Last Supper? Just missing a fire now. Stop it up there. His stamina is dropping faster than my salary, what is he trying to do? I can't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. He's just going to throw caution to the wind, huh? Yenshin, let's not take this abuse, just close your eyes and wait for death. 18 years later, you'll be a great man again. I'm done for, my heart can't take this, does anyone have a quick-acting heart pill, lend me one? The live broadcast room's comments went completely crazy, a whirlwind of guesses and wails flooded the screen, the atmosphere of desperation spread like a plague. Chapter 37, Am I going to be sucked dry? Dream Control Center. What is he doing? A young aide could no longer hold back, shouting out loud, only 3 points of stamina left. If he doesn't do something soon, then... Shut up! Major General Zhang Lai growled, his eyes wide like bells, staring intently at the bound figure on the screen. Watch. He is not someone who will just wait for death. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering with extreme focus beneath the lenses. He murmured, the pot, the light, he wants to use the light. But what can a pot do? Could it be? A ridiculous yet seemingly the only possible guess surfaced in his mind. On the battlefield, Yan Feng ignored all the external commotion. All of his attention focused on two things. First, to withstand the immense pressure from the roots trying to crush his bones, he needed to keep his body stable. Second, to execute the mad plan that had already formed in his mind at the moment he was captured. He closed his eyes. Mental, 4 out of 12. Consume 1 point of mental power again. Beginner's hypnosis, activated. An invisible, intangible wave of mental energy, only he could perceive, spread out silently from his center. But this time, his target was not any living creature, but the central part of this root network, that huge wooden core buried deep underground, slowly pulsating. The desire he heard in the voices of all things was, sunlight, give me sunlight, even if it's just for a moment. Then, I will give you sunlight. A clear, firm, unquestionable hypnotic command was precisely stamped into the simple and obsessive consciousness of the Shadowwood root. You are about to see the most perfect focal point in the world. Any ray of light that touches its surface will be gathered, magnified, and transformed into the most desirable, the purest, burning sunlight you crave. Having done all this, Yan Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, the ordinary stone pot was reflected, but in the perception of the Shadowwood root, this pot was no longer just a pot. It was a divine artifact. It was a mirror that could capture and reflect sunlight. Who? Yan Feng let out a long breath, sweat sliding down his face from his forehead. Preparation completed. Next, it's time to operate. With his arm wrapped in roots, he struggled to adjust the angle of the stone pot. This movement was extremely difficult, as the binding force of the roots was immense and tightening at all times. Each time he moved a centimeter, the muscles in his arm trembled violently, and his bones groaned under the unbearable load. His physical strength was down to just 2 points left. If he failed again, he would truly be drained dry. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers held their breath, even the dense barrage of comments became sparse. Everyone subconsciously clenched their fists, widened their eyes, staring intensely at the figure struggling in the darkness on the screen, their hearts in their throats, waiting for the miracle that might happen, or might never happen. Time, in that moment, felt incredibly long. 1 second. Like a century. 2 seconds. Sweat dripped into Yan Feng's eyes, stinging, but he dared not blink. 10 seconds. His arm finally stopped at a specific angle, unmoving, as if welded in place. The unremarkable inner wall of the stone pot, at a tricky and extreme angle, perfectly, neither too much nor too little, caught the tiny golden ray of sunlight falling from the sky. The next second. In everyone's view, the weak light simply reflected inside the pot, and nothing special happened. But in the perception world of the Shadowwood root, it was as if the long-awaited light had finally arrived. That beam of light, gathered and magnified by the stone pot, was no longer a thin golden thread. It turned into a pillar of light with a diameter of over 100 meters, burning, dazzling, carrying supreme divine power. This holy sword of light, which only existed in its illusion, tore through the darkness, crossing distances in space, and with an invincible stance, it precisely struck the center of the underground root network. There, the soil slightly bulged, and a huge, heart-like wooden core was slowly beating in the darkness. And this was the core part of the Shadowwood root. The instant the light beam hit the core. Scree! A shrill, soul-piercing scream that did not belong to this world suddenly exploded in everyone's mind. It was not a sound transmitted through the air, but a pure, brutal mental shock filled with endless pain and fear. In the Dragon Country livestream, countless viewers watching felt their heads as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, instantly dizzy, ears ringing endlessly. What the hell? What's that sound? Ah! My head. It's going to explode. In the command center, except for a few generals and experts, most of the staff painfully covered their ears, their faces ashen. And in the nightmare forest, the wooden core that was hit by the light beam, like it had been splashed with aqua regia, erupted with thick black smoke, cracks appeared on its surface, and it began to twitch violently and erratically. The roots entwining Yan Feng's body. At this moment, it felt as if he was undergoing the dual torture of electric shocks and burning fire, tightening suddenly, almost crushing his bones. Ugh! Yan Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling all his bones creaking. But then, that deadly binding force suddenly loosened again. Crash! The massive black root cage collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. Those incredibly tough roots lost all vitality, and the moment they touched the air, they turned into black dust, falling gently. Yan Feng regained his freedom. Without any hesitation, he pushed down hard with his feet, activating the jumping ability of the charging boots. He soared into the air like a nimble monkey, leaping high and flipping in midair, landing steadily in a safe zone several meters away. The whole process was smooth and natural, without a trace of delay. He steadied himself and looked back. In the distance, that massive network of roots covering nearly 100 meters was twisting and rolling wildly, like countless dying giant pythons making their last struggle. The core, exposed to the continuous sunlight, was cracking and breaking down inch by inch on the surface. Seconds later, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant crack, the huge wooden core completely shattered. All the roots stiffened at the same time, then quickly lost their luster, collapsing to the ground, rapidly wilting and decaying, sinking back into the dark soil that had nurtured them, imprisoning them for endless years. Silence. The forest returned to its previous silence. As if that earth-shattering scene had never happened. Wow, you wanted sunlight, and now that the sunlight has come, it's you who cannot bear it. Chapter 38, Gaining the Heart of Life. Yan Feng witnessed the entire process of the Shadowwood roots in agony after receiving sunlight, unable to understand how the sunlight they craved became their death sentence. Global announcement: congratulations to player Yan Feng for completing E-level rating by satisfying the inner voice of the level 5 nightmare creature Shadowwood roots. National Fortune Reward, Source of Life X 3000, amount has been automatically increased tenfold and calculated at a 5% withdrawal rate, has been issued to Dragon Country. You gained 100 experience points. Level 5, 180/500. You received rewards: High Toughness Vines X8, Life Do X2, Heart of Life X1. A series of system notifications flashed before Yan Feng's eyes, sweet-sounding and delightful. He let out a long sigh, feeling a chill on his back, already soaked with cold sweat. Every step he took felt like walking on a tightrope, with only 1 point of stamina left. If he had failed the hypnosis or miscalculated the angle, he would have become a drained corpse by now. He stepped forward and picked up the spoils from the pile of broken wooden core powder. 5 bundles, like dark green jade carved vines, emitted a faint fragrance of grass and wood, feeling cool and resilient to the touch. And a seed, only thumb-sized, completely green, radiating a soft glow of life. High-toughness vines, absorbing the life essence of the Shadowwood roots, its toughness is beyond imagination, making it excellent material for making ropes, bowstrings, or even fixing flying wings. Heart of Life. Description: after bathing in sunlight, the Shadowwood roots condensed all vitality and their ultimate obsession with light into a single hope. Effect: can be planted in a shelter. Once rooted and sprouting, it will become a never-ending microspring, producing life dew daily. Throw it in the ground for unexpected effects, allowing you to experience its wonders. Life dew: after drinking, it can quickly stop bleeding and heal wounds, rapidly restore stamina and spirit, and eliminate most negative states caused by nightmare creatures. The life aura it emits can slowly purify the surrounding polluted environment. Short review: a mobile spring and healing pack, making it a small safe zone. With it, you can at least sleep well at night. Source of Life, National Fortune level material. In the depths of the earth, the essence of life lies sleeping, refreshed by the energy of nightmares, and purified by the yearning for sunlight, a miraculous creation. National Fortune Effect. When activated, it will connect with the earth vein of a piece of land, forming a protective area with a radius of 500 meters. Within the radiation of this area, all buildings will be able to withstand earthquake disasters of up to level 10. The pure energy it emits can also effectively weaken and resist the mental erosion of nightmare creatures in the real world. Activation method requires ample sunlight exposure. Validity period 3 months after activation. Evaluation. It cannot create skyscrapers, but it can ensure that skyscrapers never collapse. This is the heartbeat of the Earth. With it, at least for the short term, there is no need to worry about disasters and casualties caused by level 10 earthquakes in the real world. The moment the global announcement echoed, the nearly frozen barrage in the Dragon country's live broadcast room exploded like a nuclear reactor fueled by nuclear fuel. Wow wow wow. E-level rating. Level 5 boss. I'm stunned, really. I was just thinking about whether to turn off the live stream, worried my heart couldn't take it, and then he just hit me with a knockout punch? Using a pot? Showed off a boss to death? Is this guy here to survive or to perform tricks? Please, open a class, I'm begging on my knees. Don't be silly up front. Can you learn this? They are playing psychology, physics, and metaphysics. We are playing Tetris. Flame God, my mental superhero. From today, you are my biological father, separated by different mothers. Stop messing around. Quick, look at the National Fortune reward. Source of life. Just hearing this name feels heavenly. In the Dream Suppression Command Center. A dead silence was broken by a trembling, tearful exclamation. It succeeded, he really succeeded. A young female officer covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably, releasing extreme despair into wild joy. After all, Yan Feng's every move now relates to the national fortune of Dragon Country, and everyone's attention on him has reached a new height. Smack! Major General Zhang Lai slammed his palm on the table. The heavy wooden tabletop made a dull sound, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, it was pure excitement and admiration. Good boy. No bloodshed. With a pot, shook a level 5 boss. It's like having the art of war etched in his mind. This is tactical deception. No, General, this is a deeper layer than tactical deception. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, his voice filled with the excitement of a scholar discovering a new continent. He deceived not the boss's eyes, but its concept. He used hypnosis to make Shadowwood's roots believe that pot was sunlight. This is an attack launched directly on the conscious level. This way of thinking. Before he finished speaking, academician Xian Weiguo from the Materials Engineering Institute rushed to the screen, staring intently at the introduction of Source of Life, his breathing becoming heavy. Resisting level 10 earthquakes. My God. My God. This is not a material. This is a miracle. The stabilizing needle for national safety. He suddenly turned around, looking at Commander Lin Jinghua, his voice hoarse with excitement. Commander! This means we can establish absolutely safe strategic bases, nuclear power plants, and even super cities in any geologically unstable area. The value of this thing is immeasurable. It can change the territorial map of Dragon Country. In the entire command center, all experts and generals fell into tremendous shock at Xian Weiguo's words. General Lin Jinghua, whose body had been tense, slowly leaned back against his chair. He did not look at anyone, he only gazed at the calm figure on the screen. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of turbidity, his eyes swirling with unprecedented brightness, muttering, "Just stay alive, just stay alive." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The edge of the nightmare forest. Yan Feng's face finally revealed a genuine smile. Now, he had the complete moth wings, he had the hard beast bones, and now he also had the high-tensile vines. Beast bones to make the dragon bone framework, moth wings for the wing surface, and vines to tie and secure. All materials for the primary glider have been gathered. He walked to the edge of the forest, glanced at the sky, the sun was about to set, and evening glow began appearing at the horizon. The light in the forest was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were 0 hours and 55 minutes left until dark. Night was coming soon. On the night of nightmares, he didn't know how many people would not survive and would not see tomorrow's sun. He no longer hesitated, taking those 2 huge hard beast bones and 5 bundles of high-tensile vines in his hands, silently chanting in his heart. Synthesis. The familiar synthesis panel unfolded in his mind, and he directly locked onto the option with the wing icon. Synthesis, primary glider. Confirm. A soft white light began to shine in his hands, the 3 materials slowly floated, about to merge. However, just as the synthesis light was about to reach its peak moment. Snap. A very slight sound, the sound of a dry yellow branch being broken by external force, came from a thick shadow about 80 meters to his left rear. The sound was very soft, so soft that in the daytime noise, it could even be drowned out by the wind. But in this forest, which had just regained absolute silence, it was like someone smashed a glass cup in a quiet concert hall. Yan Feng's smile instantly froze. His synthesis action abruptly stopped, and the light in his hands vanished in an instant. The synthesis was interrupted. Chapter 39, Synthesis Interrupted. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp eyes sweeping fiercely toward the direction from which the sound came. His muscles tensed to the extreme in an instant, his whole body switched from relaxation to hunting mode in a moment. Like a startled cheetah, filled with dangerous tension. In the increasingly dense darkness, the shadows of the trees swayed, and there was nothing there. Nothing at all. But Yan Feng's heart, at that moment, uncontrollably began to race. Once. Then again. Heavily pounding against his chest. Something was wrong. It wasn't a nightmare creature. If it were a nightmare creature, no matter how well it hid, as long as it had heart voice, his talent All Things Heart Voice would surely capture a trace. Just now, he activated his talent All Things Heart Voice toward the direction of the sound. No heart voice. Silence. Besides the rustling of the wind through the leaves, there was nothing. Then there was only one possibility. That was, a person. Other players. The thought shot through his brain like electricity, sending a chill down his spine. Why would players appear here? According to the manual, in the early stage of the game, players were at least hundreds of kilometers apart, making it difficult to meet other players in a short time. To be able to find him so precisely in such a short time was no accident. Moreover, the other party stepped on a branch, exposing their position, yet made no sound and did not reveal themselves. What does this mean? It means the other party is professional, and they come with bad intentions. They had been following him. Since when? Was it after dealing with the greedy wild boar, or even earlier? He had just gone through a life and death battle, and his physical and mental strength were exhausted. He was currently in the weakest and most relaxed moment. Did the other side choose to expose themselves at this time by mistake? Or was it intentional? One thought after another flashed through Yan Feng's mind. He clenched his fists, his gaze turning cold and vigilant. He did not speak, nor did he make any extreme reaction, just quietly stood in place, confronting the darkness. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the barrage that had just boiled over for the astonishing effects of Source of Life. Suddenly, it stopped. What's going on? Why did the flame god stop? Isn't the light in his hand meant to combine new items? Why hasn't he done it? Look at his expression. Damn, I've never seen the flame god like this, it's like he wants to eat someone. What is he looking at? Turn the camera over there. It's all dark, there's nothing there. Shut up. Everyone, be quiet. Something has happened. This is definitely something. This isn't the expression for fighting monsters, it's the expression of encountering an enemy. In the Dream Command Center. The scholar Qianweigua, who was just delighted by the Source of Life, had his smile freeze before it could fade. Something's wrong. Major General Zhang Lai was the first to speak, his voice low and powerful, his hawk-like gaze locked onto the side profile of Yan Feng on the screen. He has entered a combat stance, the highest level of alert. I can sense that aura from him, it's the aura of killing. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his face becoming extremely serious. There is no monster alert, and his talent hasn't been triggered. This means he is not facing nightmare creatures. The answer can only be other players. Moreover, players with strong hostility. Players? General Lin Zhanghua tightened his fist under the table. The game just started a few days ago? Are they already going to start killing each other? In the Eagle Sauce country, at the Seven Corners Building Command Center. The huge screen was also divided into dozens of images, but the center and largest one was the live broadcast room from the perspective of Tulip. In the image, players from the Dragon Country appeared in the distance. Since Yan Feng turned off the global live broadcast feature, his every move could only be seen by the Dragon Country, with a delay in the transmission of actions, states, and information. But this did not affect the intelligence transmitted back by the spies he had placed in the Dragon Country. Oh, here it comes. General MacArthur leaned back in his chair, a cruel smile curving his lips as he took a sip of coffee. Tulip has done well, seizing this moment perfectly. Just finished the boss, tired and worn out, at the lowest state of alert, TSK, a perfect start to the hunt. But why expose their position? That's a rookie mistake. Beside him, the psychologist codenamed Prophet, Christina, had blue eyes that seemed to pierce through the heart, filled not with joy but with cold, extreme analysis. General, her voice was calm, the sound of the broken branch was not an error. It was intentional by Tulip Catherine. She was testing the reaction speed and alertness of Yan Feng. At the same time, it interrupted his item synthesis unexpectedly. An item that he values so much, combined from 5-level boss materials, must not be easily obtained. Look, Christina pointed at Yan Feng's instantly tensed body outline on the screen. His reaction is astonishingly quick, almost responding within 0.5 seconds of the sound, and he immediately halted the synthesis. His combat intuition is not what an ordinary person should possess, it's even stronger than we assessed. Catherine's mistake provided her with the information she wanted but made us lose the opportunity for a surprise attack. MacArthur shrugged dismissively. Opportunity? My dear Prophet Christina, do our top 3 agents in Eagle Sauce need to rely on surprise to deal with an exhausted ordinary person? This is a slaughter. Next, I invite you to enjoy a splendid, one-sided massacre. In the Nightmare Forest. The air seemed to have solidified. The wind had stopped, the leaves no longer shook, even the distant unknown creature's roars faded away. 80 meters, for ordinary people, is a distance that requires a light jog of several seconds. But for the confrontational sides at this moment, it was a distance of imminent death. Yan Feng's breathing grew long and steady as he forced himself to calm down. Stamina 1/12, Spirit 3/12. This was the weakest moment since he entered the game. Fighting head-on was a dead end. Run? Since the other side could track him here precisely, it meant they had special tracking methods. His charging boots might increase his speed, but in the complex terrain of the forest, he was not sure he could shake off professional hunters. The only way to survive. His gaze fell on the few materials in his hand that had not yet been successfully synthesized. Basic glider wings. Only by flying into the sky could he completely escape the ambush on the ground. But synthesis took time, even a few seconds in this deadly moment of confrontation could be enough to kill him 10 times over. He had to create an opportunity. He slowly put the beast bones and vines back into the backpack behind him, leaving only the 5 large moth wings. At the same time, his brain was working furiously, analyzing all the available information around him. This forest had just been ravaged by the roots of shadow wood. The ground was extremely soft, covered with withered, rotten roots, which were both traps and cover. The sky was slowly darkening, light was the biggest variable. And Chapter 40, the Zenith team appears. The corner of Yan Feng's eye caught a glimpse of a smooth stone beneath him. An extremely bold and even crazy plan instantly formed in his mind. Just then. Whoosh! A piercing sound that cut through the air erupted suddenly from that dark shadow. A pitch-black crossbow bolt with spiral tail fins shot through the air, carrying a deadly wind. Its target was not Yan Feng's vital points, but the ground 3 meters in front of him. Thud! The bolt plunged deep into the soft ground, its tail trembling violently, producing a buzzing sound. This was both a warning and a test. Yan Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He saw clearly that it was not an ordinary bolt. The arrowhead was coated with a layer of ghostly green light, and a faint sweet smell wafted through the air. The arrowhead was poisoned. The Dragon Kingdom's live chat exploded in an instant. Holy crap! It's a bolt. Someone shot from the shadows. It's green. It's poisoned. These damn dogs have no sense of honor. Flame God, run! There's more than one person on the opposite side. Almost at the same time the bolt hit the ground, shadows on both sides of Yan Feng began to move. On the left, a shadow darted out, moving so fast it left only an afterimage, rushing towards Yan Feng's flank. Its goal was clear and cold, to close in on Yan Feng as quickly as possible to engage in close combat. It was the Butcher. His towering, bear-like figure ran at high speed, exuding a bulldozer-like momentum. Each step he took caused the soft ground to sink slightly. On the right, an even more ghostly figure silently glided out. It did not attack directly but circled around in a huge arc to encircle Yan Feng from behind. His steps were as light as falling leaves, making not a sound, like a gust of wind. It was the Hound with B-level tracking talent. What he needed to do was block all of Yan Feng's escape routes. From the front, in the direction where the bolt had come, a striking and fiery figure slowly emerged from the deepest darkness. Her golden hair still shone brightly in the dim light, and her tight tactical suit perfectly accentuated her amazing curves. In her hands was a sleek military crossbow, and on her face was a playful smirk, as if she was a cat toying with a mouse. It was indeed Tulip, Catherine. Hello, Flame God. Her voice was lazily magnetic, clearly reaching Yan Feng's ears from 50 meters away. Let me introduce myself. I am Catherine from the Zenith team, also the Flame God's Terminator. The 3 of them instantly formed a product-shaped encirclement. Their roles were clear, cooperation was seamless, and their actions decisive. Faced with this deadly situation, Yan Feng's face was surprisingly calm. He did not back down, nor did he look to the left or right at the encircling enemies. His gaze assessed the woman named Catherine directly ahead. This woman seemed to be the brain of the small team. The Butcher closed the distance rapidly to Yan Feng. When the Butcher was less than 5 meters away, a fierce gust of wind slammed into him, making his face ache in an instant. Yan Feng moved. He abruptly bent down, not to dodge, but to grasp the smooth stone at his feet. Then, using all his strength, he hurled it fiercely towards Catherine. Humph, a petty skill. Catherine disdainfully snorted, she even lazily avoided it, seeing this thrown object as no threat to her. However, Yan Feng's target was not her at all. The stone flew through the air in a parabolic arc, heading towards Catherine's head above. There, the last rays of evening sunlight, accompanied by the richest colors of sunset, cascaded onto the stone's smooth surface, glinting slightly. Beginner hypnosis. Mind 1. Yan Feng roared internally, the remaining 3 points of mental power once again drained, leaving only 2 points. This time, his hypnotic command consisted of just one word. Light. A simple and crude mental hypnosis aimed at Catherine, the butcher, and the hounds, utterly lacking in reason. You will see the most dazzling light in the world. The next second, that stone flying in mid-air, illuminated by the sunset's glow, erupted into light so blinding that it felt like a nuclear explosion, seen by the 3 hunters. It was not true light, merely an illusion created by a mental suggestion. But to the hypnotized minds, layered on top of the nightmare world-gained hypnosis, this signal felt genuinely real. Ah! The butcher, rushing at the front, took the brunt of it. He only felt a bright white in front of him, a piercing pain like needles in his eyes, and tears uncontrollably gushed out. He instinctively shut his eyes, letting out a painful roar, and his forward motion instantly warped, crashing into a nearby large tree. Thud. The dull thud of the impact sounded painful. The hound preparing to encircle from the side also fell victim. He groaned as his steps faltered, staggering in his position. Meanwhile, Catherine, who stood still and composed, felt her pupils shrink instantly to pinpoints. Her brain instantly judged this to be a mental attack, but her body's instinctive reaction was faster than her reasoning. She reflexively turned her head, raising her arm to shield her eyes. Victory and defeat were only a hair's breadth apart. A great opportunity. It was the fraction of a second. Yan Feng waited for this moment. He did not run away, instead, he turned sharply and plunged into the darkest, muddiest area recently ravaged by the roots of the shadow trees. Synthesis! He screamed in his heart. The white light shone in his hands once more. This time, there was no hesitation and no pause. Bastard! Catherine's reaction was lightning fast. The moment she turned, she realized she had been fooled, and that it was not really strong light. It was just a trick packaged by the cunning people of Dragon Country using hypnosis. She swiftly turned back, her azure eyes filled with the fury of being played. She saw the white light that symbolized synthesis glowing in the darkness. This white light was familiar to her, as their weapons and equipment were also synthesized through the system's built-in function. No way! Without a shred of hesitation, she raised the crossbow again, even two rushed to aim accurately, instinctively targeting that ball of light and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Another poison crossbow bolt, like a snake seeking its prey, ripped through the air and aimed straight at the center of that glowing light. In the dark forest, that soft white light representing synthesis. At this moment, it became the most fatal target. The crossbow bolt, infused with a dark green poison glimmer, rapidly enlarged in Catherine's furious and cold pupils. Its trajectory was incredibly precise, aiming directly for Yan Feng's heart. This arrow condensed the anger and killing intent of a top hunter. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. There was no way to evade. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the hearts of billions of viewers were suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, almost stopping their beats. The bullet's scream vanished. The sound disappeared. The entire world was left with only that infinitely enlarged, deadly green arrow on the screen. Chapter 41 First Injury. No! In the Dream Control Center, Major General Zhang Lai's eyes turned blood red, his fist smashed hard on the alloy table in front of him, making a loud bang. The military teacup on the table jumped and shattered on the ground, breaking into pieces. It's over. These two words popped into everyone's mind at the same time. At this distance, at this speed, Yan Feng was in the middle of synthesis, his body unable to move, making him a living target. A deadlock. At the Eagle Sauce Country Command Center, General MacArthur's face bloomed with victorious joy. Yes. Well done. Catherine. He almost jumped out of his chair. It's over. End this damn Dragon Kingdom myth for me. Christina's lips also curled into a slight arc for the first time. In her eyes, although Yan Feng created an opportunity with an incredible flashbang, he still made a fatal mistake. He shouldn't have synthesized in place. He should have created distance first before anything else. Now, he paid the price of his adventure with his life. But just as the crossbow bolt was about to pierce through that white light, a change occurred. Rebirth. During the synthesis, Yan Feng's body could not move. But his eyes, like the most precise instruments, locked onto the flying crossbow bolt. His upper body didn't move, but one of his legs moved. Wild boar charge boots. After putting on these boots, he could move by simply stepping in place. His jumping ability, which he had never experienced before, was activated in an unbelievable way at this moment. Stamina -1. He used all the strength in his body to stomp hard on the already dead tree roots. Crack! A powerful reaction force came, and Yan Feng's body, unable to move actively, was actually pushed half a meter to the upper right by this force. Just as he was set to shift half a centimeter to the upper right, the arrow had arrived. This half-centimeter distance, usually insignificant, proved deadly. But this half-centimeter distance did not give Yan Feng enough time to evade the poison arrowhead. Though unable to strike a crucial hit, it was still enough to injure him. Put! The poison crossbow bolt almost grazed Yan Feng's left rib. The sharp arrowhead tore through his clothes, drawing a streak of vivid red blood. A deep wound appeared at his side in an instant. The intense pain felt like a blazing iron pressed harshly against his nerves. Ugh! A suppressed groan escaped Yan Feng's throat, his face turned pale, cold sweat dripped down. He was injured. It was his first real injury since entering the game. But he was still alive. Almost simultaneously as the crossbow bolt whizzed past him, the white light in his hand finally reached its most brilliant peak. Synthesis successful. You have obtained Beginner Glider X1. Automatically equipped. The light dissipated. A pair of primary gliders, made with 2 thick beast bones as the main skeleton and 5 huge moth wings as the wing surface, tightly bound with dark green vines, looked slightly rough but structurally stable, automatically installed on his back. Without any hesitation, even without time to check the attributes or care about the fiery pain at his side, Yan Feng gripped the central handle of the glider with his right hand. The left hand shot out from behind the backpack like lightning, pulling out an object. It was a piece of black, hand-sized, stinking, rotting frog meat. Roar! On the other side, the butcher, recovering from the blinding state, let out an angry roar. He saw Yan Feng injured, saw the giant wings in his hand, and his simple brain instantly understood the opponent's intention. His leg muscles suddenly bulged, his whole body like a cannonball, charging again towards Yan Feng. This time, he used his talent. B-level talent, Mighty Elephant Charge. A faint earth-yellow halo appeared on his body, and his speed and strength surged instantly. He wanted to smash Yan Feng, along with that ridiculous pair of wings, into a puddle of flesh before he could take off. A fierce glint flashed in Yan Feng's eyes. He did not look at the charging butcher but suddenly turned around, facing the bottomless cliff behind him. The edge of this area turned out to be a steep cliff. This was the only escape route he had instantly judged when he charged into the darkness earlier. With all his strength, he hurled the stinking frog meat down into the endless darkness beneath the cliff. After doing this, he didn't stop at all, grabbing the gliding wing and leaping. He jumped down from the edge of the cliff just like that. Is he crazy? This was the thought that flashed through the minds of Catherine, the Hound, and the millions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream. Jumping off a cliff? That gliding wing looked like a beginner's model. Could it take off from this windless cliff? What was the difference from suicide? Catherine's lips even curled into a sneer. She thought Yan Feng was under immense pressure, mentally breaking down and choosing to end it all. Just as he jumped off the cliff, his body began to fall rapidly. Woo! A shrill, piercing cry, filled with endless resentment and hunger, suddenly surged up from the bottomless darkness below the cliff. Next, massive, sickle-like shadows surged out of the darkness at a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch. Their target was not the falling Yan Feng but the rotting frog meat that was also descending. Level 6 Nightmare Monster, Resentful Vulture. A nightmare creature that inhabits the cliffs. They are born gliding experts, but when extremely hungry, they will attack anything that moves. Earlier, they were suppressed by the aura of the level 5 boss Shadow Root and did not dare to show themselves. After all, with a boss title, level 5 can be stronger than level 6. Now, with the nearest Shadow Root dead, they had less reason to hold back. More than a dozen resentful vultures, comparable in size to adults, surged out of their nests on the cliff like sharks smelling blood, crazily chasing the frog meat, creating a chaotic blackstorm below the cliff. They flapped their wings, stirring up a strong, chaotic, upward airflow. This sudden upward current was like an invisible hand, forcefully pushing under Yan Feng and his gliding wing, which was falling. Buzz! The gliding wing's surface was instantly filled with the raging wind, emitting an unbearable buzzing sound. Yan Feng felt a great force coming from his arm. The downward trend stopped abruptly. His body shook and rolled violently in the air, almost being torn apart by the chaotic airflow. He bit his teeth tightly, the wound on his side tore again from the intense movement, blood staining half his body, and the sharp pain made him dizzy. But he used the last bit of his strength, relying on his superhuman balance and control over his body, forcefully adjusting the angle of the gliding wing. Finally, after rolling in the air 7 or 8 times, he seized a gap in the airflow. The beginner gliding wing suddenly shook. Like a sea swallow breaking free from its bonds, swaying and tilting, it glided towards a direction far from the cliff. Success! He flew up. At the cliff's edge. The butcher, who just rushed to the edge, could only watch helplessly as that figure steadied in the air, then flew further and further away, eventually becoming a tiny black dot, disappearing beneath the increasingly dense sky. Time until darkness, 0 hours 2 minutes. He slammed his fist down in anger. Hard rocks were smashed into a fist-sized imprint. Fuck. The figure of the hound silently appeared beside him. He looked at the direction where Yan Feng disappeared, his face pale, and hoarsely said, "It's almost dark, my tracking cannot be performed in the dark." Catherine slowly walked to the cliff's edge, her crossbow still in shooting position. She looked at the vulture flock below, fighting over a piece of rotten meat, and then glanced at the horizon where Yan Feng vanished. On that beautiful face, the playful and lazy demeanor faded for the first time, replaced by a complex expression mixed with shock, anger, and a hint of fear. Flair, using the terrain, predicting the enemy's moves, exchanging injury for life, and finally using the monster below the cliff to create an updraft. Every link tightly connected, each step danced on the edge of a blade, every move calculated to perfection, every step a limit operation. This man. Is he really a civilian player from the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 42, The Cliff Cave. Captain? The butcher asked in a deep voice, should we still chase? Catherine put away her crossbow, glancing at the countdown of 2 minutes until darkness. Time until darkness, 0 hours 2 minutes. She shook her head, her voice cold, no. It's about to get dark, and the night forest is 100 times more dangerous than him. We must immediately find a movable shelter. She paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her azure eyes. He is seriously injured. My arrow was coated with the poison of a swamp frog. Although the dosage is small, it's enough to make his wounds fester and continue bleeding. He won't fly far. Moreover, with him causing such a scene, everyone now knows he can fly. He is now the primary target in the eyes of all the players from every nation. Our goal has been half accomplished. Let's go, retreat. After speaking, she turned without looking back, leading the two swiftly disappearing into the dark forest. They were confident and rational. Although the mission failed, they successfully tested Yan Feng's trump card and seriously harmed him. More importantly, they forced Yan Feng to reveal his secret, a flying ability. From today, Yan Feng would transform from a mysterious god into a god that bleeds, targeted by countless hungry wolves. This was the deeper intention behind the Kill Peak plan. Beneath the dim yellow sky, a black shadow swayed as it swept over the treetops of the forest. The flying experience brought by the beginner glider was nowhere near as beautiful as imagined. At most, it allowed you to leave the ground for 15 minutes. It felt more like a huge leaf that occasionally leaked air, rather than wings. Every bump from the airflow made Yan Feng feel like a little boat in a storm, on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. The wind howled in his ears, the cold air rushed into his nostrils, carrying the unique thinness and sharpness of high altitudes. If not for taking off from the cliff, relying solely on the beginner glider, he would not have been able to reach such heights. Yan Feng gritted his teeth, his right arm tightly grasping the glider's handle, muscles aching and trembling from overexertion. His left hand pressed firmly against the wound on his left side. There, a patch of sticky warmth, his clothes already soaked with blood. A fiery, tingling pain was constantly radiating from deep inside the wound, and it seemed to spread to the surroundings. You have been poisoned, swamp frog poison, medium dose. Effect, bleeding control effect reduced by 80%. The speed of physical recovery has decreased by 50%, and it continues to cause slight corrosion damage. A scarlet negative status alert announced his terrible situation at this moment. His health points had already hit rock bottom, and due to the poison effect, he could no longer recover. His mental strength had only 1 point left. He was now truly in a desperate situation. Damn it, I've suffered a huge loss, just wait for me. Yan Feng gritted his teeth and took a sharp breath. To shake off those 3 professional special forces, he had risked almost everything. Although he successfully escaped, the price was hefty. He looked down at the dark forest rushing past below, his heart filled with an increasing sense of crisis, not a hint of joy. Flying up just temporarily solved the problem of being chased. But new problems came one after another. It's getting dark, nightmare creatures are about to emerge. He must find a safe landing spot and build a basic shelter before the nightmare creatures appeared. Otherwise, once the nightmare creatures emerged, he would only die faster. Moreover, he needed to stop the bleeding and treat his wounds as soon as possible. Not only was it getting dark, but the poison from the swamp frog was causing continuous blood loss, ticking down to death. He had to clean the wound and then find a way to detoxify or suppress the poison. His gaze swept across the vast forest below like a hawk, his mind working at its limits, searching for a glimmer of hope. The open ground wouldn't do, as it would be easily discovered by the nightmare creatures. A tree? Ordinary trees can't support a glider's landing, and in his current state, he couldn't climb up. He had to find a place, easy to defend, hard to attack, and with a special geographical environment. At that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. To his left front, about 2 kilometers away, a huge black cliff, as if sliced by a sharp sword, came into view. The cliff stood hundreds of meters tall, with smooth and steep sidewalls nearly vertical. And at the halfway up that cliff, there was a huge, pitch-black cave opening, like the mouth of a monstrous beast ready to swallow someone. A cave. Yan Feng's heart jumped wildly. This was practically a heaven-sent sanctuary. The high cave could perfectly avoid the harassment of most ground-level nightmare creatures. The only entrance was that cave, easy to defend, hard to assault. The most important part was that he was now in the air. He could fly directly there. He hesitated no more, nibbled on a bit of dry food to recover 1 point of stamina. He immediately adjusted the angle of his glider and soared towards the cliff cave. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room. After experiencing a roller coaster of ups and downs, from despair to ecstasy, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. He's flying. He's really flying. This is humanity's first flight. Newton, I was sitting right beside him, watching him. I didn't stop him because I didn't know what he was going to do. Don't joke around up front. Yan Feng is hurt. Look at his waist. He's bleeding a lot. Oh my god. Really? Those damn Eagle Sauce agents. Their attack was too brutal. Don't panic, don't panic. Flying means safety. Hurry and find a place to land and bandage yourself. Where to go? It's all trees down there, how can we land? He's not going to perform a leap of faith and plunge into the woods, right? The audience's hearts were once again in their throats. They watched helplessly as Yan Feng swayed in the air, seeing the ever-expanding bloodstain on his body. Everyone's heart was heavy. At that moment, Yan Feng adjusted his direction, and in the distant view on the screen, that cliff with the cave also appeared in everyone's sight. Cliff cave. It's a cave on the cliff. My god. There's always a way out. Yan Feng, hurry over there. It's definitely safe. Great. Finally, there's hope. I told you, Yan Feng is the child of fortune. How could he possibly die in the sky? At the Dream Suppression Command Center. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. The tense nerves finally experienced a brief moment of relief. Beautiful. So beautiful. Zhonglai swept away his earlier rage, slapping his thigh with force, a look of full admiration on his face. Calm under pressure, turning the tables to escape. This kid is born to be a special forces soldier. His mental quality and tactical decision-making are stronger than my most elite soldiers. Professor Bai Qiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, barely standing upright as he supported himself on the table. He gazed at the increasingly close cave on the screen, muttering to himself. He hasn't just found a shelter, he has gained, for a short time, air superiority. Though it's just the most basic gliding ability, it will fundamentally change his survival mode. Exploration, collection, transfer, reconnaissance, his efficiency and safety will see a geometric increase. Because of him, this game has entered a new era. General Lin Jinghua's gaze was deep, he remained silent, but his slightly narrowed eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Chapter 43, Do you want to excuse them? In Eagle Sauce Country, the Pentagon. Trash. General MacArthur swept the antique porcelain cup off the table, shattering it to pieces. The entire command center was so silent you could hear a pin drop. I sent out 3 top agents, B-class talents, with poison weapons. And what happened? One nearly exhausted guy got away. He even flew up in front of the whole world. He pointed at the gliding black dot on the screen, his neck veins throbbing in anger. Who can tell me what is going on? All the staff held their heads down, no one dared to speak. At this moment, a calm female voice broke the silence. General, from a tactical perspective, Catherine and her team did indeed fail. Christina sat in the corner, her hands crossed, quietly watching the screen as if enjoying a drama. MacArthur turned sharply, his anger directed at her. Do you want to excuse them? No. Christina shook her head, her blue eyes showing a chilling kind of calm rationality, but from a strategic standpoint, we gained. She raised one finger. First, we obtained his complete combat data and psychological profile. This is more valuable than killing him. She raised a second finger. Second, he has been poisoned and seriously injured. A bleeding god is no longer a god, only humans bleed. He now has vulnerabilities. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Christina's mouth, as if a hunter had seen prey fall into a trap. Third, and most importantly, we forced him to reveal a secret, flying. Her tone carried a hint of amusement. Now, the eyes of the whole world are focused on him. Do you think the S-class talents from other countries will let a flying, highly sought-after candidate from Dragon Country get away? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Christina's mouth, as if a hunter had seen prey fall into a trap. Third, and most importantly, we forced him to reveal a secret, flying. Her voice was not loud, but it made the temperature in the command center drop a few degrees. General, a person who can fly, a seriously injured contender, has now become a target for the whole world. No matter how strong he is just one person. He needs rest, needs treatment, needs food. Every disturbance, every pursuit, consumes him. The ninja from Sakura country, the tyrant from the Northern Federation, the paladin from the European Union, these people are no fools. They will pounce on him like wolves smelling blood from all directions. You contribute a little, I contribute a little, using a tactic of wheel warfare, and we can exhaust him to death. He is no longer just prey for our side, he is a delicious piece of meat that all top players want to share. What we need to do now is not to engage directly but to stoke the fire even more. Christina looked at the black dot on the screen that was about to disappear into the cave. Cold calculations flickered in the blue eyes. When everyone has chewed him down to his last breath, we will appear like ghosts and take away the final fruit of victory. This is the least costly, most profitable way to play. She gently set her hand down. This is the strategy. In the command center, MacArthur's heavy panting gradually calmed. The rage on his face was slowly replaced by a chilling calculation. He fixed his gaze on Christina, and after a few seconds, suddenly smiled, but that smile held no warmth. Very good. He walked back to his seat, sat down again, fingers interlaced on the table, leaning forward like a beast ready to pounce. Since you have laid out the plan so perfectly, you will be responsible for the follow-up. His tone was not heavy, but carried an undeniable command. Don't let me down, Christina. Otherwise, you will be the next useless one. Don't forget, you are also an officer. Who? The glider traced a shaky arc through the air, like the last stubborn leaf in the wind. Blood loss and excruciating pain made Yan Feng's vision blur, and his arm gripping the handle had long since gone numb, leaving only the most primal instinct to hold on. No, I can't hold on anymore. He watched helplessly as the dark hole was right in front of him, but the last 2 meters became an insurmountable chasm. The strength in his arm was completely drained. The glider suddenly tilted wildly, and he lost control, plummeting from the air. Bang! With a muffled thud, he crashed heavily onto the narrow rocky platform in front of the cave. The violent impact instantly expelled the air from his lungs, darkening his vision, nearly causing him to faint. The glider crashed beside him, emitting a dull clatter and then fell silent. Yan Feng couldn't care about any of that now. He struggled, using the last bit of strength, crawling to the cold rock wall, his whole body slumping against it, gasping desperately like a broken windbox. The wound at his side finally ruptured from the recent impact, warm, thick blood gushing out, soaking half of his clothing. He raised his head, and the surroundings were already a pitch-black void. It had been more than 10 minutes since night fell. Global announcement: night has fallen, and nightmares have revived. Warning: mental power consumption speed at night increased by 100%. When mental power drops below 30%, you may hear or see some hallucinations. Warning: please ensure your shelter is sufficiently bright and do not respond to any sounds from the darkness. No matter what noise you hear, do not open the door. Wish you, have a good dream. The cold system alert echoed in the minds of all nightmare players. At the same time, in the dark forest below that had just been relatively calm, terrifying howls, shrieks, and roars suddenly erupted. Countless pairs of crimson, ghostly green, and pallid eyes lit up in the darkness, densely packed, like will-o'-the-wisps. Nightmare creatures were on the prowl. The real horror was just beginning. Yan Feng leaned against the cold cave entrance, glancing back at the pitch-dark, bottomless cave, then at the forest below that had already turned into a realm of demons. He was temporarily safe. But he was also trapped here. The rocky platform at the cave's mouth was bone-chilling. Yan Feng leaned helplessly against the smooth rock wall, his lungs burning, each breath carrying a rusty, bloody taste. He struggled to lift his hand, pressing it against his left side. His fingertips felt the warm thick blood, the torn clothes already soaked and congealed, sticking to the wound. The earlier violent impact caused the wound that had barely stopped bleeding to rupture again. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air, gritting his teeth in pain. A strange pain, hot and mixed with a prickling numbness, spread out from deep within the wound, growing stronger. Like countless ants devouring his flesh and blood. Chapter 44, just escaped, danger approaches again. He called up his personal panel. Stamina, 0 out of 12. Mental state, 1 out of 12. Hunger, 11 out of 12. Fatigue, 11 out of 12. Status, serious injury, toxicity of marsh frog. Stamina at 0, only a flicker of mental energy left, fatigue skyrocketed to a dangerous level. If this continues, before the nightmare creatures find him, he will succumb to blood loss and poisoning, completely meeting his end here. Outside the cave, the sky was completely dark. The once calm dark forest had now turned into a hell of dancing demons. Piercing shrieks, deep roars, painful howls. All kinds of bizarre sounds echoed, weaving a symphony of death. Countless pairs of crimson, eerie green, and pale white eyes lit up within the forest, like fireflies on a summer night, but carrying a bone-chilling coldness and madness. This time, I've really messed up, Yan Feng grimaced, self-mocking as he cursed. He wanted to quickly start a fire, block the cave entrance, and build a shelter to survive the night. But he didn't even have the strength to stand up. The urgent task was to recover stamina and deal with his wounds. Enduring the intense pain, he fumbled through his backpack for a long time and pulled out a piece of hard black bread from his starter pack that was tough enough to be used as a brick. Ignoring the taste, he leaned against the wall, mechanically tearing, biting, and swallowing. The dry bread scraped his throat, hard to swallow, but he forced himself to eat more than half. Stamina, 0/12 1/12. A drop in the bucket, but better than nothing. At least he recovered some strength to move. He then took out a slender piece of sandalwood incense. This was something he had obtained from a Nightwalker stone puppet during last night's Night of Nightmares. Soothing sandalwood, the special fragrance released within 30 minutes of being lit, can quickly restore mental energy and dispel low-level illusions within a 5-meter radius. He struck a flint to ignite the sandalwood, a wisp of green smoke rose, and a calm, serene fragrance instantly wafted into his nostrils. His tense nerves were slightly eased, the nearly snapping string in his mind finally felt less tight. Mental state, 1/12 2/12. After doing all this, he finally began to address the most challenging issue, his wounds and the poison. He took out the clear spring frog's croak he had obtained from a level 2 marsh frog, using its detoxification function. Clear spring frog's croak, consumable, can purify a small piece of contaminated land or water source into a clean area, and has basic detoxification capabilities. A clear and melodious croaking sound echoed in the cave, like a summer night's concerto, carrying a hint of coolness. However, he looked down at his status bar. Status, serious injury, toxicity of marsh frog. That crimson prompt remained unmovable. The tingling pain on his wound did not lessen at all. Useless. Yan Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed that clear spring frog's croak could only relieve the most basic toxins, and obviously, it was powerless against the expertly crafted toxicity of the marsh frog by the agent from Eagle Sauce Country. Was he really going to be consumed by this poison? Just when the heaviness weighed more in his heart, he suddenly remembered something. His hand reached deep into the backpack, feeling a small, warm object. Heart of Life. One of the core rewards obtained after defeating the level 5 boss Shadowwood's root. He held in his palm a seed, about half the size of a hand, entirely emerald green, gently pulsing like a heart. On the surface of the seed, a drop of crystal clear dew was rolling, emitting a gentle breath of life. Life Dew. Effect: drinking it can quickly stop bleeding, detoxify, and heal wounds, rapidly restoring half of stamina and mental energy, and clearing most negative statuses caused by nightmare creatures. The life aura it emits can slowly purify the surrounding contaminated environment. Brief review: a mobile spring and a blood-stopping package, considered a small safe zone. With it, at least I can have a good sleep at night. Now, it is the time I need it the most. He hesitated for not a second, carefully dripping that drop of life dew onto the bloody and messy wound at his waist. There was no intense pain as imagined, but rather an indescribable cooling sensation that instantly spread from the contact point. Like pouring a bottle of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day, that refreshing feeling rushed from the wound straight to the crown of his head. What was originally a fiery, itchy pain quickly faded under this cool comfort. He looked down and saw the surrounding flesh around the wound, which had started to blacken and rot, was visibly returning to a normal color. The blood that was flowing miraculously coagulated and stopped. A few seconds later, the bright red warning on the status bar finally flickered once, then completely disappeared. You have removed the poison state, corrupted swamp frog poison. Stamina restored by half. Stamina, 6/12. Who? Yan Feng exhaled a long breath, his entire body felt like the bones had been pulled out, completely limp. The feeling of gratitude for surviving the calamity made his tense body soften repeatedly. He survived. In Longwa's live broadcast room, the audience's hearts also went for a thrilling roller coaster ride. Wow! It's removed. The poison is gone. The blood stopped. I was scared to death, just now I thought Yin God was going to die. What is that drop of dew? What a miraculous effect. Instantly healed, like nothing happened. It should be the reward for defeating that level 5 boss. Indeed, high risk, high reward. Damn it, those American dogs are too ruthless. If there was no antidote, Yen God would have been done for. Stop talking. The danger is not over yet. It's dark. He hasn't built a shelter yet. The audience was right. Now that Yan Feng had his stamina back, he easily stood up and began to assess this temporary refuge. The cave was pitch black, bottomless, like the mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour someone. The air was filled with the damp scent of earth and rocks, with a faint whiff of blood. The cave entrance was small, with no cover at all. He had to start a fire quickly and block the entrance. The light of fire was the only guarantee of safety on this night of nightmares. The rule of the refuge was not seen: as long as there was something to block, even if it was made of paper, monsters would not actively attack. He took out a big bundle of dry straw he got from defeating the resentful Scarecrow before, using half to block the entrance and the other half to start a fire. Stamina was fully restored, and his mental strength slowly recovered under the effect of sandalwood. Everything was moving in a good direction. Just as he was about to get up and set up everything at the entrance, a voice that was both familiar and strange unexpectedly floated down from above the cliff. "A phone? Is that you?" Yan Feng's movements froze instantly. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in an instant. This voice. Too familiar. It was the voice of Chen Ming, his best playmate in childhood, the childhood friend he lost contact with due to moving. The tone, the manner of speaking, even the slight accent, were mimicked vividly. "A phone. It really is you. Great. You're still alive." The voice above carried a hint of surprise and urgency. "Don't move. I'm going to find a way to pull you up. Wait for me." A trace of absurd, unrealistic hope flashed through Yan Feng's heart. Could it be he was also in this game? And he was nearby? He instinctively opened his mouth, almost yelling a Ming. But just as the voice was about to burst out of his throat, he suddenly bit down on his tongue. A wave of sharp pain and the taste of blood exploded in his mouth, instantly waking him up. No, this is the nightmare in the Guesu world. He recalled the system warning, after dark, the Chapter 45, Childhood Friend? The bloody warning erupted in his mind like a thunderous bell. His childhood friend is far away in the real world, thousands of miles back home. How could they possibly appear here? Even if they really did show up, every player in the early game is separated by hundreds of kilometers. What are the odds they would appear right above him? And they know he is injured, having fallen into a cave halfway down a cliff? This is a trap. It is the lure of a nightmare creature. A chill shot from his tailbone up to the back of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end. He hurried a few steps into the cave, but quickly stopped, suddenly looking up and staring intently at the pitch-black cave entrance. But it was too late. In that brief moment that he was distracted by the sound, a faint, cringeworthy rustling noise had already come from outside the cave. That sound was not coming from above the cliff, but right at the cave entrance. How could it be so fast? Just a blink of an eye, and it arrived at the cave entrance? It was now slowly crawling into the cave. That sound was like bait, a sonar to confirm his location. His heart sank to the bottom instantly. If he tried to make a fire now, he hadn't even built a proper shelter yet, the light would immediately expose his position. If he tried to seal the cave entrance, facing the nightmare creature would be no different from sending himself to die. The rustling sound was getting closer, and he could even smell a stench of decay and damp earth wafting in with the night breeze. What to do? Wait to die? In a moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration lit up in his mind. He remembered he still had a nearly forgotten skill. Basic camouflage. This was also a skill he obtained from the night-walking stone puppet last night, allowing him to blend in with his surroundings for 5 minutes. This was his only way out now. Without any hesitation, Yan Feng used all his strength to roll and press himself tightly against the darkest part of the cave's rock wall. In Yan Feng's mind, it felt as if a string had snapped. He almost roared inside with all his might. Use basic camouflage. Mental -1. In an instant, a torrent of intricate yet clear knowledge that he had learned earlier flooded into his mind, as if it were instinctual. He didn't dare waste a moment, and his body instinctively obeyed the newly formed guidance in his mind, completely hiding himself in the unfathomable darkness. His outline began to blur, and the color of his skin deepened, as if merging into the rough rock wall behind him. His heartbeat was forcibly suppressed to a minimum. His breathing became almost imperceptible. He turned into a stone. A strange, tingling sensation spread throughout his body. From the corner of his eye, he could glimpse his exposed skin and clothing changing colors and patterns rapidly, soon matching the uneven black rock wall behind him exactly. Almost at the same moment he completed his camouflage, the rustling sound stopped right in front of him. Then, a huge, unidentifiable shape slowly blocked most of the cave entrance, completely obscuring the already sparse starlight outside. Inside the cave, total darkness enveloped him, nothing was visible. Yan Feng's heart pounded like a drum in his chest. He didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe heavily, didn't even dare blink. A wet, cold breath with a strong fishy odor wafted onto his face. That thing was right in front of him. Time stretched infinitely in this moment. Basic camouflage remaining time, 4 minutes 50 seconds. In the darkness, he could only hear a series of sniffing sounds, as if the monster were sniffing out the air's scent. Yan Feng's body went rigid like a piece of iron. He did not dare to move. He did not even dare to swallow, fearing that the slightest movement of his throat would make a sound. His heart thumped wildly in his chest, every beat making his ribs tremble. He could only bite down hard on his molars, forcing all his bodily reactions to stay within him. In this suffocating darkness and deadly silence, a faint, yellow light suddenly brightened at the mouth of the cave. The light dispelled a small patch of darkness at the entrance, and illuminated the silhouette of a person. Yan Feng's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole in an instant. The person, wearing simple sportswear, with a few smudges of dirt on his face, holding a glowing stone in his hands, stood right in front of him. So close that he could almost touch him. What shocked Yan Feng the most was that face. That face, both familiar and strange, exactly like the one from a year ago in the depths of his memory. It was his childhood friend, Chen Ming. Ah Feng? Chen Ming glanced at the still-burning sandalwood incense, looked deeper into the cave, his voice tinged with uncertainty, echoing in the silent cave. Ah Feng, is that you? I think I just heard some movement. Did you fall? His voice was filled with urgency and worry, every word striking at Yan Feng's most fragile nerves. Yan Feng's mind went blank. Rationality told him this was a trap, a nightmare creature's disguise and lure. But emotions roared like a beast that had broken its chains, raging deep within his heart. Childhood memories surged uncontrollably in his mind. Catching fish in the river together, sneaking roasted sweet potatoes on the ridge. The small figure who had stealthily given him a packet of spicy snacks when they were punished for fighting. What if it really was him? What if he had also been drawn into this damned world like himself? This thought flashed by, bringing a hint of absurd, unrealistic hope. He opened his mouth, the name sealed in his memory almost spilling out. Ah Feng. It really is you. Great. You're still alive. The Chen Ming at the cave's entrance seemed to see something, his voice suddenly filled with immense surprise. Don't move. Are you hurt? I'll find a way to get you out. As he spoke, he prepared to crouch and enter deeper into the cave. In that moment, Yan Feng bit down hard on his tongue. The intense pain and the taste of blood in his mouth were like a bucket of ice water poured over him, snapping him out of the whirlpool of emotions. No. Everything was too coincidental. Coincidental like a well-scripted play. He had just fallen down, and he appeared at the top of the cliff? And could enter the cave so quickly? He had just been severely injured, and he could guess it precisely? How could anyone react so absurdly fast? Not even a novel would dare to write this. Moreover, the distance between players in the game world was hundreds of kilometers. How could it be so coincidental that he was right above him? This was not Chen Ming. This was a nightmare creature wearing his friend's skin. With this thought, a deeper chill surged from his tailbone straight to the top of his head, nearly freezing all the blood in his body. This monster, it could not only mimic voices but also read his most precious and unguarded memories deep within. Chapter 46, Are We Going to Die? In the live broadcast room of Long Country, all the viewers were stunned. What the hell? What is happening? There's someone in the cave. Is it another player? Looks like they are from Long Country. Is Yen God saved? Wait. Don't you think it's strange? In this wild mountain, it just got dark, how could someone pass by so conveniently? And know you are injured? Yen God's friend? He called out for Ah Feng just now. Stop being foolish. Have you forgotten the system warning? Do not respond to any voices from the darkness. This is definitely a trap. It is a monster. My God. This monster is way too smart. It even plays mind games? It directly transforms into the form of your friend to trick you into opening the door. Who can withstand that? Flame God. Please don't make a sound. Hold on. A brother should chop me in the real world, not save me in the game. Dream Control Command Center. Nighttime nightmare creatures are different from daytime ones, they are almost all psychologically induced nightmare creatures. Professor Bai Qining stared at the screen, speaking extremely quickly. It's not just mimicking voices, it has invaded Flame Peak's shallow memories, extracting the image of someone he highly trusts for disguise. This is a form of advanced psychological hypnosis and a trap. Once Flame Peak responds, even with just an unconscious move exposing his position, he will be instantly devoured. General Zhang Lai's fists crack loudly, the veins on his hands bulging. This damned thing is 100 times more insidious than those monsters that just charge blindly. This is not a national survival game, it's psychological warfare. General Lin Zhenghua said nothing, but his deep-set eyes reflected the firelight on the screen, his gaze colder than the darkness outside. He believed in Flame Peak's judgment. However, facing a monster that has transformed into his closest friend, the mental pressure is something no one can empathize with. Inside the cave. Chen Ming entered the deepest part of the cave but found no one and walked back out. He didn't forget to call out for a full 2 minutes, occasionally talking to himself. He was sometimes delighted, sometimes anxious, and sometimes reminisced about their childhood fun, trying to use warmth and memories to break through Flame Peak's mental defenses. Ah Feng, do you remember when we were kids and went to Uncle Wan's melon field to steal watermelons, only to be chased 3 miles by his dog? Flame Peak closed his eyes, blocking all sounds from the outside. His mind, at this moment, was an ever-counting timer. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 2 minutes 17 seconds. Finally, after receiving no response, Chen Ming stopped talking to himself. In his hand, the glowing stone still shone, steadily illuminating his sunshiny and kind face. But at that moment, under the soft glow, that face began to twist little by little. In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience watched this horrifying scene with wide eyes. Chen Ming's facial muscles melted and deformed like wax being scorched by flames. His eyeballs suddenly bulged out of their sockets, dangling on his cheeks, swaying helplessly as his body twitched. His mouth tore inch by inch toward the back of his ears, splitting open to an incredible angle, revealing layers of fine, needle-like fangs inside. Chen Ming's body slowly peeled away like a human skin suit. What the hell? Oh my god. Don't use that face to do this. I'm gonna puke. This monster, it's transforming right in front of us. Flame God. It's right in front of you. The bullet screens went crazy, screams and terrified characters flooding the entire screen. Crack crack. Inside the cave, the sounds of bones cracking and reshaping were clearly audible. Under the illumination, Chen Ming's entire body underwent a horrifying transformation. His body elongated, limbs bending at unnatural angles, then reattached, transforming into a twisted, inhuman form. Ha ha ha. A sound that resembled a wind instrument's screech came from that shredded giant mouth, replacing the earlier gentle calls. A stench 10 times stronger than before rushed in. Rustle rustle. That familiar, spine-chilling scratching sound echoed in the cave. It gave up the disguise and crawled in the cave, as if searching for something. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something. The gaze turned towards the disguised position of Yan Feng. It's coming. Yan Feng's heart jumped to his throat. Indeed, this monster was drawn to the bloody smell on his clothes. A damp and cold breath, filled with a fishy scent, sprayed onto his face once again. This time, it was closer, and the feeling was clearer. Yan Feng could even feel that creature's mouth or tentacles trembling just a few centimeters in front of his nose. He instantly stopped breathing. All the blood in his body froze. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 59 seconds. Only 1 last minute left. The monster seemed a bit confused. It could clearly smell the source of the blood, but why was there nothing in front of it? Only a cold rock wall. Its patience was rapidly wearing thin. The heavy breathing turned hurried, tinged with a hint of impatient agitation. Yan Feng could feel a sharp killing intent locking onto him. Was it going to launch an indiscriminate attack? Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 45 seconds. Am I going to die? A flash of despair crossed Yan Feng's mind. Once the disguise technique fails, he would be fully exposed to the monster. In his current state, he wouldn't hold on for even a second. You have to know, the night-creeping nightmare creatures are almost invincible, violent killings would just lead to a faster death. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 30 seconds. Just then, the monster's frantic sniffing suddenly paused for a moment. It seemed to have caught another scent. It was the tranquil and deep aroma of calming sandalwood. And also the faint, pure life aura left around the wound from the essence of life. These two completely different, yet purifying scents mingled with the bloody, deathly smell, forming a strange contradiction. When it had just transformed into human form, it couldn't detect anything unusual. But when it reverted to its nightmare form, the same scent triggered an instinctive response. For a nightmare creature that relies on instinct to hunt, this contradictory aroma confused its mind greatly. The prey is here. But this doesn't look like a place with prey. There is a deathly aura, but also a life aura. Hiss. The monster let out a puzzled low growl. Its enormous, indescribable head tilted slightly, as if trying to process this incomprehensible information. A few seconds later, it seemed to give up thinking. For it, which has a certain level of intelligence but not particularly high, this complex situation exceeded its processing capacity. It let out a roar filled with unwillingness and anger, its massive body swiftly turned, and the rustling sound quickly faded away. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness of the forest below the cliff. Has it gone? Is it really gone? Chapter 47, Surviving the Disaster. Yan Feng's brain crashed for a full 3 seconds. Only when the heart-pounding rustling sound completely disappeared did he come to his senses. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 3 seconds. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 2 seconds. Remaining time for basic disguise technique, 0 minutes 01 seconds. The disguise effect vanished. The color of his skin and clothing instantly returned to normal. Phew! Finally able to breathe normally. Yan Feng could no longer hold back and gasped for air. He collapsed onto the rocky ground like a deflated balloon, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Ha ha ha. He panted heavily, greedily inhaling the cold and dirty air of the cave. The relief of surviving washed over him like a tide. He had survived. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Wow. It left. That monster finally left. I was scared to death. I didn't even dare to breathe. My heart rate must have soared to 180. Yan God is amazing. This psychological quality is simply extraordinary. Face to face with the monster, and holding on for 5 minutes. It was the sandalwood and that life dew that saved him. That monster was clearly confused by those 2 cents in the end. This is indeed high risk, high reward. The flame god bet right. Those rewards can not only upgrade but can genuinely save lives at critical moments. At the Town Dream Command Center, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Lai sat back down in his chair, only to realize that the back of his military uniform was soaked. He wiped the cold sweat from his face and cursed, "Damn, watching this kid's livestream is more thrilling than going to battle." Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement behind the lenses. An incredible survival loop. He gains high-value rewards through high-risk gambling, and then uses these rewards to resolve the next deadly crisis. This is no longer just about national survival, it's a kind of snowballing advantage accumulation. As long as he doesn't die, he will grow stronger and harder to kill. In the Eagle Sauce Country, at the Seven Corners building. Christina quietly watched the figure slumped on the ground, gasping heavily on the screen, and a hint of solemnity appeared for the first time in her blue eyes. Although the Flame Peak had shut down global live streaming so the public could not see, it did not mean that the military could not access the live streaming permissions. They had plenty of spies planted within Dragon Country. Just as Dragon Country also had spies placed in unseen areas of Eagle Sauce Country. At this moment, Eagle Sauce Country was analyzing Flame Peak's every move through real-time videos sent back by spies. "General," she slowly said, "we may have seriously underestimated him." General MacArthur's face was dark enough to drip water, he didn't speak, only coldly stared at the screen. Physical trauma, psychological inducement, all failed. Christina's voice was terrifyingly calm. Not only does he possess strong tactical execution and on-the-spot adaptability, but more frighteningly, his psychological defenses are insurmountable. Moreover, his luck, or rather, the items he obtained by non-violent means, their functionality and practicality far exceed our imagination and estimation. Inside the cave, silence reigned. Flame Peak lay slumped on the cold rocky ground, his chest heaving violently, each breath bringing burning pain. His shirt was already soaked with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his skin, wet and chilly. He had survived. This thought lingered in his mind for a few seconds before he dully realized that the suffocating stench and the sound of friction had indeed disappeared. Outside the cave, there was nothing but the sound of the wind. Had it really left? He dared not fully believe it, still keeping a stiff posture, straining to listen for a full half-minute. After confirming there was no strange noise, his taut nerves finally relaxed. An indescribable fatigue surged in like a tide from his limbs, leaving him with no strength even to lift a finger. But now was not the time to rest. That monster could return at any moment. The cooldown time for the basic disguise technique was still quite long. Next time, he might not be this lucky. Flame Peak supported himself against the slick rock wall and stood up unsteadily. His legs were still weak, with every move, his muscles sent waves of soreness. He could not afford to delay, quickly walking to the cave entrance, first scanning the cliff below warily. Below the cliff, the forest was pitch black, with only countless eerie faint light points flickering like ghost fires. For safety's sake, he dragged out a large bundle of the dry, fire-resistant straw obtained from the Resentful Scarecrow from his system backpack. From the quantity, it was enough for him to last through the night. These straws carried the scent of sunlight, and in this damp, cold cave, they seemed especially precious. He first piled up most of the remaining straw at the cave entrance. Lighted with a flint. Who? Flames surged up, the orange-red tongues of fire dispelled the darkness outside the cave and brought a touch of scorching warmth. The bonfire was bright enough, the fuel sufficient to burn for a whole night without issue. Then he returned to the cave, feeling around and moving out several large pieces of rock that could block the entrance. He gritted his teeth and carried the heavy stones one by one to the entrance, stacking them into a rough stone wall taller than himself, sealing off the cave. Between the stones, the gaps were still significant, unable to block the nightmare's gaze. Yan Feng grabbed more straw, desperately stuffing it into every gap in the stone wall, crushing and packing it tightly, leaving no openings. The rules of the Nightmare World Sanctuary were strange. As long as one was not seen, one would be safe, and with the light outside, the beginner nightmare creatures could not force their way through. Even if it was made of paper, as long as it could block the nightmare's line of sight, it counted as a success and was safe. This wall, a mix of rock and straw, was ugly but effectively isolated him from the outside world. Having done all this, Yan Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He piled the remaining straw inside the cave, then rummaged through his backpack for some dry branches he had collected earlier to stack on top, igniting them with his flint. Snap! Sparks flew, igniting a second pile of dry, combustible straw. A ball of orange-red flames rose up, dispelling the darkness at the cave's entrance and bringing a long-lost warmth. The firelight reflected on the rough rock walls, dancing and softening the gloom inside the cave. Watching the flames, Yan Feng's heart, which had been suspended, finally settled back into his stomach. There was fire and cover. Tonight, he was temporarily safe. Suddenly, a strong hunger sensation surged from his stomach, making him bend over involuntarily. He pulled up his personal panel to take a look. Stamina, 2 out of 12. Hunger level, 10 out of 12. After moving several large stones, his stamina was severely depleted. His hunger level was nearly bottomed out, and his stamina had dropped significantly. It was time to start a fire and cook. Chapter 48, A Peaceful Dinner. He returned to the depths of the cave, sat cross-legged, and took out the unstoppable delicious wild boar meat obtained from the level 4 nightmare creature, the gluttonous wild boar. An indescribable aroma instantly spread throughout the cave. The scent was overpowering, rich yet not greasy, carrying a unique magic that could stir the most primal appetite. Yan Feng's stomach betrayed him, growling loudly, and saliva began to flow uncontrollably. He took out 2 stone pots and lit a third fire. Using the small pile of ignited kindling, he grabbed a water bag and shook it, realizing there was just enough water left for 1 round of meat stew and 1 pot of rice. He poured the water into each pot, one for steaming rice and the other for stewing meat. In the pot for stew, he pinched some salt and sprinkled it in. The fragrant rice seemed clean enough not to need washing, even cleaner than washed rice, saving water in the process. Next, he tore the chunk of meat, with its fat and lean alternating, resembling the finest Wagyu beef, into small pieces and tossed them into the other pot. Sizzle. As the meat hit the bottom of the pot, it made a pleasant sound. The fat in the meat quickly rendered out, mixing with the water in the pot, and the aroma intensified, becoming even richer. He covered the pot, controlling the heat while leaning against the rock wall, enjoying the tranquility after the storm. Halfway through the stew, he lifted the pot lid and sprinkled a small handful of cumin powder he had found in the corner of his backpack. A brand new scent, imbued with a hint of exotic flair, blended perfectly with the meat aroma, penetrating the cave powerfully and overwhelmingly. Just smelling it made Yan Feng feel much of his fatigue dissipate. Safety, warmth, and the craving for delicious food. This is how life should be lived. Dragon Country live streaming room. The audience, just experiencing 5 minutes of hellish terror, still hadn't recovered from the shadow of that monster's transformation when they were suddenly overwhelmed by a delightful scent. On the screen, Yan Feng was leisurely roasting meat over a fire. The steaming pot bubbling and the aroma seemingly wafting out of the screen created an absurd contrast with the chilling horror of moments before. The comments section, after a few seconds of silence, completely lost it. OMG. I smell something delicious. This isn't an illusion. I really smell it. And it's cumin flavor. To the brother above, you might want to see a doctor, but seriously, I'm freaking hungry too. What kind of meat is this that looks so delicious? Just came from a horror movie scene, and now switching to a cooking show? This livestream's vibe changed way too fast. Yen God, there's no fear that can't be solved with a good meal. If there is, just sprinkle a bit more cumin. I'm crying, I'm eating instant noodles outside the screen, while Yen God is roasting meat in a survival game. Is this fair? This is not fair. The Eagle Sauce Country is still gnawing on frog legs, the Sakura Country is still eating frog sushi, but here in Dragon Country, Yen God is enjoying pork. This is the difference. Zen Mengsi Command Center. A few experts had subtle expressions. Major General Zhang Lai rubbed his empty stomach, coughing to cover his embarrassment. Not bad. The more dangerous it is, the more you need to replenish energy in time to stay in peak condition. This is the right tactical choice. Professor Bai Qiming looked amazed. This is not just about replenishing energy. This is a perfect psychological rebuild. Through cooking and eating, the most primitive and comforting actions, he's rapidly repairing the mental trauma from the earlier encounter and re-establishing a sense of control over his environment. Incredible, this self-regulating ability is textbook level. Beside him, material scientist academician Shan Weigua's eyes were glued to the piece of pork on the screen, his breathing slightly quickening. This piece of meat, the energy it contains, according to preliminary analysis from instruments, its energy density and activity far exceed any conventional food we know. This is no longer food, it's a solid energy block. Just one portion can keep an adult from feeling hunger for 3 days while being energized. National fortune level ingredients. This is definitely a national treasure. Oh right. Xianwei suddenly slapped his thigh before, when Yan Feng passed the level 4 gluttonous wild boar challenge, the system rewarded this kind of national fortune ingredient. It's this pork. If the cash-out rate is 5%, multiplied by a 10,000-fold increase, let me calculate. That's 2,500 portions. Where is that batch of meat being distributed now? As soon as this question was asked, everyone's gaze in the command center suddenly focused on General Lin Zhenghua, the commander. That's 2,500 portions of national treasure, the first food resource dragon country obtained from the return to the Abyss Nightmare. Major General Zhang Lai was even more straightforward, his impatient nature making him joke, "General, since this strategic material is so important, has it been prioritized for our frontline combat troops? If our special forces can have it, their combat power." However, Lin Zhenghua slowly shook his head. He didn't respond directly but instead signaled to his secretary beside him. Soon, the main screen in the command center split into two, the left side still showing Yan Feng's cave livestream, while the right side switched to a recorded national news segment. The news headline was boldly written in eye-catching red bold letters, "Return to the Abyss Nightmare Knowledge Competition. Answer correctly to receive Nightmare Wild Boar Meat." On the screen were the landmark squares of various major cities in Dragon Country, where temporary distribution points were set up, with crowds bustling everywhere. But the queue was orderly, and every person's face was filled with excitement and curiosity. "We have made all 2,500 portions of the national fortune pork into prizes." Lin Zhenghua's voice was calm and strong, resonating in the quiet command center. "Any citizen of the Dragon Country can participate in our Return to the Ruins Nightmare Survival Knowledge Quiz through the official app, and by answering 3 questions correctly in a row, they can use the generated QR code to collect one for free at the nearest distribution point." What? Zhang Lai almost thought he heard wrong. Is it that not enough to give to the common people? He couldn't understand. The Dragon Country had a population of over 1.5 billion. In his view, this was like a drop in the bucket. "Comrade Zhang Lai, think carefully." Lin Zhenghua looked at the excited crowd on the screen, his gaze deep, giving to the special forces as a wartime mindset. "Right now, we are waging a cognitive war, a battle for the hearts and minds of the people. Panic is scarier than any monster. What we need is not a few hundred more soldiers who can fight, but for 1.5 billion citizens of the Dragon Country to understand correctly the rules of the Return to the Ruins Nightmare, to comprehend it, and even to utilize it. Using the national fortune rewards exchanged with their most admired Yan Feng player, to teach them the survival wisdom of Yan Feng, and how to adapt to the rules after the Return to the Ruins Nightmare descends into the real world. This is more effective than any popular science and government orders." The screen switched, and the camera turned to a young female college student who was in line. She nervously stared at her phone screen, where the first question suddenly popped up. Question 1. In the world of Return to the Ruins Nightmare, at night, you are alone in the shelter, and suddenly hear your mother's voice calling you from outside. You should A. Open the door immediately to confirm your mother's safety. B. Respond loudly and ask about the situation outside. C. Remain absolutely silent, ignoring any sounds. The girl's mind flashed back to the terrifying monster that disguised itself as Yan Feng's childhood friend during the livestream. She decisively tapped option C. Ding! Correct answer. A cute celebration animation popped up on the phone screen. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and continued to the second question. The camera then moved to a construction worker resting beside the construction site, sweat covering his forehead, his dark face showing a serious expression. Question 2. During the 7-day newbie protection period, the most critical survival core for building a shelter is A. Materials must be strong, preferably steel or rock. B. The shelter must completely hide the body, so it is not seen by the outside world. C. It must be built next to a water source. The worker smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, mumbling. Yenshin used straw to bluff his way through. Wasn't it all to avoid being seen? Option B. No mistake. Ding! Correct answer. The scene shifted again, arriving in the living room of an ordinary residential building, where a white-haired grandmother, wearing reading glasses, was reading the questions to her elderly husband word by word. Question 3. Facing a level 4 greedy wild boar with a hungry voice, which of the following actions may earn an E-level score and the highest reward? A. Use the terrain to avoid the charge and violently kill it with weapons. B. Take out expired food from your backpack and feed it to satisfy it. C. Turn and run, the farther away, the better. The grandfather slapped his thigh and said cheerfully, I know this question. I've seen the live stream. That young man fed the pig with that stinky meat. Choose B. Satisfy its wish. Ding! Correct answer. Congratulations, you have earned the qualification to receive National Fortune Pork. Please use this QR code to go to the nearest distribution point to collect your reward. Joyful music played from the phone as the old couple danced happily like children. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the Dragon Country. This nationwide popular science activity, presented in the form of a game, has deeply imprinted the survival rules of Return to the Ruins Nightmare in the hearts of ordinary people at an unprecedented speed. People are no longer just passively watching the live broadcasts, they are participating, learning, and preparing for their own future and the future of their families. After all, everyone knows that the nightmare of the return to ruins will eventually descend into reality. The learning happening now is to survive better after the arrival of the nightmarish game. That female college student eagerly returned home with her loot from the distribution point. 3 palm-sized silver vacuum bags felt slightly heavy in her hands, embossed with an imposing national flag emblem of the Dragon Country and the words Dream Control Office. When she got home, her parents were already curiously waiting in the kitchen. As the packaging was carefully cut open, an indescribable exotic fragrance instantly burst forth from the small opening, instantly filling the entire kitchen. "Girl, what is that smell? It's so fragrant," her mother exclaimed. It was a piece of meat the size of a palm, with marbling that resembled the finest marble, the pink lean meat intertwined perfectly with the creamy white fat, looking more like a work of art than an ingredient. They couldn't bear to use complicated cooking methods, simply boiling it in clear water, as if the raw material was already seasoned perfectly. At the moment the meat was placed in the pot, a light sizzling sound was heard, and the fragrance seemed to be infused with a soul, suddenly blossoming and exploding. The rich meaty aroma mixed with a strange floral scent instantly penetrated through the kitchen door, filling the entire living room. The family of 3 each received a piece of wild boar meat the size of a palm. The girl picked up the meat, blew on it, and eagerly placed it in her mouth. It wasn't greasy as she had imagined, the meat was incredibly tender and smooth, melting in her mouth without much chewing. A wave of warm and pure energy slid down her throat, instantly spreading to her limbs. The fatigue from staying up late for final exams was swept away in that moment, and she felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring, every cell cheering excitedly. My back doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore," her father suddenly exclaimed with joy. He had suffered from chronic lumbar strain for years but now felt a warm current swirling in his lower back, and that familiar soreness was surprisingly reduced by more than half. Her mother also widened her eyes, touching her face. I feel like my skin has improved." They had long realized that any materials brought back from the world of the nightmare of the return to ruins should not be viewed with the mindset of the real world, let alone the power of the national fortune ingredients. What it brought was not just satisfaction for the appetite but a real elevation of life level. For a moment, the entire social network of the Dragon Country was completely boiling over. #Divine Pork #, Flame God YYDS #, Answer Questions to Get Meat # and other topics instantly dominated the hot search lists of all platforms. Countless people shared photos of the pork they received, sharing their miraculous experiences after consuming it. "After eating the Flame God's pork, my years of chronic leg pain suddenly disappeared. Thank you, Flame God. My son, after eating it, did 200 push-ups today without feeling tired at all. This isn't pork, it's a magic potion. Woo-woo, the questions were too hard, I didn't get it right, now begging for a piece, price is negotiable." A nationwide celebration around National Fortune pork washed away the gloom and panic that had shrouded the Dragon Country. In the Dream Control Office command center, there was dead silence. Zhang Lai looked at the screens filled with joyful faces and those comments filled with gratitude and hope, and he remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long breath and gave a heartfelt military salute to Lin Jinghua. "General, I am convinced. I apologize for my previous short-sightedness to you." He finally understood the deeper meaning behind Lin Jinghua's move. These 2,500 portions of pork were not just filling the stomachs of 2,500 people but warming the anxious hearts of 1.5 billion people. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses and sighed. It has turned the Guishu dream feast from a distant, terrifying killing game into an opportunity that is closely related to each of us, and even brings actual benefits. In the most direct way, it has alleviated the panic among the people and established the strongest trust between the country and its citizens. "General, this is the most brilliant psychological guidance." Lin Zhenghua simply looked at the screen calmly. On the left, Yan Feng enjoyed delicious food, looking completely satisfied. On the right, the people of Longhua, basking in the blessings of the nation's fortune, were joyous and jubilant. "This is just the beginning." His voice was not loud, but it was firm. "Yan Feng has opened a brand new door for us. The road behind the door requires all of us in Longhua to unite and walk together. This is the spirit of following the path of socialism with Longhua characteristics. If the people are good, the country will be good, and the nation will thrive." Chapter 50, Protective Vest. In the cave, the flames burned quietly, making a soft crackle sound. Well-fed and content, Yan Feng leaned against the warm rock wall, the satisfaction in his stomach dispelled the last of his fatigue. He pulled up his personal panel and looked at his restored peak values but felt not much joy inside. That damp, cold, foul breath seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. When chased by the Zhu Feng squad, the sharp pain of a blade cutting through his waist seemed to still be haunting him. He was not a fool who liked to passively take hits. The main reason he survived this time was due to exhaustion, and he had no good defense equipment to protect himself. It was almost entirely based on luck, but luck doesn't always stay on his side. Foreign Special Forces. Yan Feng muttered softly, a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was just an ordinary office worker who enjoyed wild survival shows, and compared to the elite of those countries, he was not even close in combat skills and physical quality. In a head-on confrontation, he feared he wouldn't last even a second. To seek revenge and step on those Eagle Sauce country agents, he couldn't play by their fighting rules. Since I can't fight, then I shall turn myself into an iron turtle that no one can bite through. Yan Feng made up his mind and immediately opened the system backpack. A pile of miscellaneous materials lay before his eyes, and he began to calculate. His gaze eventually fell on a bundle of unremarkable straw fibers that emitted a faint plant fragrance. This was a national fortune material obtained from a level 1 Vengeful Scarecrow, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber. At that time, he only thought this thing was absurdly tough, but now it seemed to be the only hope for his turtle shell plan. Automatic synthesis. Yan Feng silently urged in his heart. He put the Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber as the main material into the synthesis bar. After thinking for a moment, he added the beast skin obtained from a level 4 gluttonous wild boar, hoping to increase some defense. Core material detected, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fiber X20. Auxiliary material detected, Wild Boar Beast Skin X2. Analyzing the optimal synthesis path. A flash of light appeared, but the item in the synthesis bar was not the clothing he imagined, but a bundle of thick, long rope. Synthesizable item, Vengeful Rope. Type, Tool. Quality, Ordinary. Effect, extremely tough, difficult to cut. Can be used for climbing or binding. The bound target will continually suffer from weak vengeful erosion, causing their mental strength to gradually decline. Description: a very sturdy rope, you can use it to strangle enemies, or perhaps you can hang yourself to experience the feeling of the vengeful scarecrow. Yan Feng's face darkened. I want clothes, not a rope. He stared at the grayish rope, feeling speechless inside. This automatic synthesis function was not the wishing machine he imagined. The synthesis clues were all over the place, like pure luck. It would only consider the material's most basic physical properties. Fibers and animal hides, the most direct use is to twist them into stronger ropes. Unfortunately, the wings of the wailing moth have been consumed in the basic glider, and there are no extra materials to synthesize defensive clothing. Earlier, a basic glider could block attacks from cold weapons, but at that time, he failed to synthesize it successfully. By the time he actually succeeded, he was already injured and exhausted. Moreover, the wings of the basic glider were too large. When it came time to defend against cold weapons, they weren't sensitive enough. By the time he needed protection, he had already been shot full of arrows like a porcupine. Being able to fly was already quite good. If he really wanted to use it for defense, among the existing resource materials, only the wings of the wailing moth were most suitable. A sense of frustration surged in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed. Impatience would not help. He forced himself to calm down and re-examine the synthesis logic. Since the system couldn't understand the concept of clothing, he had to give it a clear shape as guidance. A template. His gaze swept around the cave and finally landed on that bundle of high-tensile vines. These vines, obtained from the roots of the shadow wood, are flexible and strong, perfect for shaping. A bold idea formed in his mind. He didn't hurry to synthesize. Instead, he sat cross-legged, picked up those vines, and began to clumsily weave them together based on crafty videos he had seen in his vague memories. The vines danced and intertwined in his hands, and gradually, a rough upper body-like human model frame was woven together. This thing was quite ugly, resembling a scarecrow that had lost its head and limbs, looking like a vest. After finishing this human model, Yan Feng activated the synthesis function again. This time, he first placed the vine frame into the synthesis slot, defining it as the template. Then, he carefully placed the remaining Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fibers and a few pieces of animal hides inside. With vines as bones, and fibers as flesh, create a piece of clothing for me. Detecting synthesis template. Detecting core material, Nightmare High-Tensile Plant Fibers. Detecting auxiliary materials, rough animal hides, high-tensile vines. Path correction, synthesizing direction basic Nightmare protective vest. Type, armor. Defense power, elementary. Effects. 1. High tensility, effectively resists conventional physical piercing and cutting. 2. Environmental adaptation, automatically adjusts surface temperature, adapting to plus or minus 50 degrees Celsius temperature difference. 3. Toxin filtration, can filter out most known low-level biological toxins and corrosive gases in the air. This is good. Yan Feng clicked on synthesis. In the next second, a bright light erupted in the synthesis slot. Those fibers seemed to come to life, automatically and precisely wrapping around the vine frame, quickly weaving and filling, while the animal hides transformed into a thin membrane, seamlessly integrating into the fibers. This time, a solid dark yellow full-body protective vest appeared steadily in the synthesis slot. Yan Feng let out a long sigh of relief. It was done. Yan Feng happily put on the protective vest. It fit perfectly, allowing for free movement, and he could hardly feel its weight. A long-lost sense of security enveloped his entire being. Well, for now, it's serviceable, at least it can block sneak attacks from ordinary cold weapons. Tomorrow, I will return to the territory of the wailing moths to gather more self-defense materials. To give myself full protection. Resolute in his decision, he stopped overthinking and began tidying up, preparing to sleep. While he was sorting through the scattered materials, his elbow accidentally bumped into something. Gurgle. A thing about the size of half a palm, entirely emerald green, pulsing like a heart. Due to the inertia from the touch, it fell onto the hard rocky ground of the cliff cave. Heart of life. Yan Feng's movements halted, and he immediately bent down to pick it up. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the heart of life, that little heart suddenly trembled, radiating a gentle green glow. Immediately, a delicate green root, thinner than a hair, emerged from its base, effortlessly piercing into the hard rock beneath as if it was tofu. Yan Feng was stunned. He watched in disbelief as the root dug into the stone, and then the heart of life sank completely into the ground, leaving only a faint green dot on the surface that flickered rhythmically. What was going on? Automatic planting? Chapter 51, Dragon Country Players with Zero Death Rate. Yan Feng crouched down and poked at the spot where the light had disappeared, the surface feeling hard, completely unlike something that had just burrowed in. A wave of intense drowsiness surged over his brain like a tide. His eyelids were heavy like they were filled with lead, and every cell in his body screamed for rest. Forget it. He was just too tired. He would look for it tomorrow. After all, he was inside a cave, where there was no escape. From being chased to dealing with monsters, and then exhausting his mind to study synthesis, his mental energy was already depleted. No matter what would grow, the sky could fall, but he needed to sleep first. He yawned, moved to a drier corner deeper in the cave, and spread out some dry, fire-resistant straw. Wearing a brand new protective vest, he leaned against the rock wall and fell into a deep sleep. Under the same night sky, the second night of Return to the Ruins nightmare continued. Darkness covered this land filled with dangers. Countless rustling sounds came from the forest, the swamp, and deep underground. For the vast majority of selected ones worldwide, this was still a sleepless night full of fear and torment. In a wooden shed carefully built somewhere in Cherry Blossom Country, a young player was desperately covering his mouth, shaking like a leaf. Outside the shed, a voice resembling his mother's was gently calling his name repeatedly, full of concern. He knew it was fake. He had watched the live stream from Dragon Country and remembered Yan Feng's experiences. But that voice felt too real, so real that tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't help but want to open that thin wooden door several times. The fire's glow danced outside, with enough dry straw piled nearby to burn all night. Another part of the straw was used by him to fill the gaps in the wooden shed. He didn't know how much longer his willpower could hold out, so he simply watched other people's live streams, using their voices to drown out the tempting whispers of nightmares. At the foot of a mountain, Special Forces King Zhang Lei sat in front of a bonfire, meticulously drawing something on the ground with a branch. He hadn't built a sturdy fortress, only using some huge banana leaves and vines he had found to simply surround himself with a half-person high circle. The fire he had set outside was very bright, illuminating the banana leaves, making it impossible to see his figure inside. Outside, there were strange scraping and whispering sounds, but he was oblivious, focused on replaying all of Yan Feng's actions from the day. Core Principle 1, Do Not Be Seen. Core Principle 2, Firelight is a deterrent, not absolute defense. However, not everyone was as meticulous as Zhang Lei. In another dense forest far away, a young player from Eagle Sauce Country was comfortably leaning against his built stone house. He was very proud, using the C-Class, Green Giant, talent to lift several hundred pounds of heavy stones, as if it were nothing. Nevertheless, this stone house took him half an afternoon, stacking stones mixed with mud, making the walls thick and sealing all the gaps. There were bonfires both inside and outside, burning brightly, the orange glow illuminating the stone house warmly and brightly. A group of fools. John looked at the players shivering in a shabby leafy shelter on the livestream split screen, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought only idiots would be fooled by such low-level illusions. As long as the fortress was strong enough, the night was nothing to fear at all. He yawned, drowsiness washing over him. The howling of demons outside sounded like a lullaby at that moment. As his eyelids grew heavier, a fist-sized, spider-shaped black nightmare creature silently approached the stone house's perimeter. It made no sound, leaving behind silver traces where its 8 thin legs passed. Suddenly, it stopped. In a corner of the stone house close to the ground, 2 stones were stacked, and due to his carelessness, the mud was not fully sealed. There were no other objects to obstruct the view. A gap finer than a hair leaked a faint glow of fire. The spider-like monster turned all 8 of its compound eyes toward that gap. Through that gap, it saw. It saw the firelight, saw the stone wall, saw the living human outline leaning against the stone wall. Inside the stone house, John suddenly felt a chill. He turned off the livestream, sensing that something was wrong. It wasn't the sound, nor the temperature. It was silence. The cacophony of ghostly wails that had just filled the surroundings vanished in an instant. A deathly silence enveloped the entire forest, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. He sat up alertly, his heart racing uncontrollably. SSSHHH. An extremely faint sound, like a fingernail scraping across glass, came from the wall behind him. Not from outside. It was coming from inside. John's blood seemed to freeze in an instant. He stiffly turned his head inch by inch. The firelight remained bright. But right behind him on the stone wall, the hard, seamless stone wall began to melt like wax, a black, palm-sized bulge slowly leaking out, dripping thick black liquid. One leg, then a second, a third. The spider monster crawled out from the seemingly indestructible stone wall. John's pupils contracted to pinpoints, overwhelming fear tightened around his throat, leaving him voiceless. In the next second, the monster lunged forward. In the livestream, John's screen was suddenly covered by a wave of darkness, and all that could be heard was a brief, sharp sound of flesh tearing. Then, a cold system notification appeared before all the viewers who were watching him. Eagle Sauce Country player John has been confirmed dead. As the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness, the cold system notification of return to the abyss nightmare echoed in the minds of all survivors worldwide. The second nightmare night has ended. Total surviving players, 30,684. Number of deaths, 658. Global death rate, 2.1%. Dragon Country death rate, 0%. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. In the Dream Control Command Center, the atmosphere that had been tense all night finally relaxed. Many people exhaled deeply, collapsing directly into their chairs, their backs soaked in cold sweat. That night, they witnessed too many players being silently devoured by monsters that leaked from walls due to a small mistake, their shelters being seen. Every dark screen represented a life lost. And in Dragon Country, 198 players from the 5th batch survived the night unscathed. General Zhanlai looked at the eye-catching 0%, the tense corner of his mouth finally relaxing slightly. He leaned back in his chair, feeling like most of his strength had been drained away. So good. 0 casualties, we held on. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hoarse weariness. In the first 4 batches, the death rate for Dragon Country players was as high as 95%, and every report was like a knife stabbed into his heart. Now, the death rate is 0. This is a miracle. Chapter 52, This is no longer science. Professor Bai Qiming pushed up his glasses, his eyes bloodshot behind the lenses, yet shining with a strange light. It's not about holding on, it's about learning. He pointed out sharply, our contestants have nearly replicated Yan Feng's survival mode using everything they can find to shield themselves, ensuring the fire burns all night. They no longer rely on solid materials, but understand the core rule of not being seen. This is a victory in cognition. Stopping the loss in casualties is just the first step. Lin Jinghua spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it made the entire command center quiet once again. Yan Feng can no longer be treated as an ordinary civilian player. He stood up and walked to the huge electronic map. On the map, 198 light points representing players from the Dragon Kingdom were scattered across vast unknown areas, distant from each other. The light point representing Yan Feng still remained on a cliff slope. He is a living textbook, a guide that updates in real time, constantly bringing us surprises. His safety is the greatest strategic guarantee for our Dragon Kingdom members in the Return to Ruins Dream Banquet. Lin Jinghua turned around, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. I declare. Everyone stood up instantly. Immediately select 3 players from the 5th batch of national team contestants, all of whom have tracking, stealth, and high-speed movement abilities. They have only one task: give up all current exploration, adjust their direction immediately, and gather at full speed towards the coordinates where Yan Feng is located. Without disturbing him, establish a safe zone on the outskirts to eliminate all potential threats for him. He is responsible for leading the way, while we are responsible for clearing obstacles and providing security. Zhanlai suddenly looked up, his eyes shining bright. I agree. This kid is a treasure, but he's also fragile. Last time he was chased by those scumbags from Eagle Sauce Country, he almost didn't make it. We must send someone to protect him. The order was immediately passed on. For a moment, the Dragon Kingdom channel was in an uproar, as the elite players of the 5th batch, who were cautiously exploring their respective areas, received the highest order from Dream Control Office. They didn't hesitate at all. After confirming they met the conditions, 3 elite players immediately turned their direction and began the long migration towards the distant target. Meanwhile, the global public channels and various forums were already in chaos. 0% death rate? How did the Dragon Kingdom do it? Damn! That bastard Yan Feng turned off the livestream. Only open to the Dragon Kingdom. He found the secret to clear the game but only told his own people. What a selfish guy. The shameless person upstairs, have you forgotten how you got your survival secrets? Who told you how to safely get through the nightmare night? Without Yan Feng, the death rate would at least increase tenfold. I appreciate him, but I also disdain him. Knowledge should belong to all humanity. Thank the Almighty, having someone like Yan Feng has helped my country lower the death rate and also reduced natural disasters and national misfortunes. Curses and gratitude intertwined, causing the name Yan Feng to become a contradictory and controversial global focus after the second night. Inside the cave. Yan Feng woke up naturally the next day. Under the faint light of the moonstone, he cleared the cave entrance to let sunlight in. The fire pit outside had already extinguished, leaving only a few embers. The cold morning wind blew in, and the newly made nightmare protection vest gave him a wave of warmth, offsetting most of the chill, but he still felt the morning temperature was very low. Perhaps it was because of his location, right at the wind inlet. He moved his body a bit and felt better than ever. His physical strength, mental state, hunger level, and fatigue rate all restored to their peak. He stood up, and the first thing that came to his mind was the heart of life from last night before he went to sleep. That thing could produce life dew, a precious treasure. He walked to the spot where the heart of life had disappeared last night and looked down. On the ground was hard, cold rock, smooth and bare, with nothing on it. Ha! Yan Feng was taken aback for a moment, squatting down to search carefully. Could he have remembered the location wrong? He used his hands to feel around on the ground. Suddenly, his fingertips touched an extremely tiny bump. He leaned closer and his pupils slightly shrank. On the hard rock surface, there was a visible green light point, like a faint star, flashing in a regular pattern. Looking inward from this light point, strands of glowing green lines gradually thickened to the size of willow twigs and tree roots. The deeper he looked, the thicker they became, and when the green lines grew to be thicker than a medium-sized truck, they suddenly extended along the rock wall, reaching upward, unknown to where they led. Yan Feng's gaze slowly moved upward along those green light lines. Those were not just lines. They were tender green roots breaking through the rock, drilling up from deep within the ground. They clung tightly to the cave walls, interweaving and twisting together, forming perfect steps, forcefully opening a passage. All the way upward, merging into the morning light at the cliff's top. At the top of the cliff, countless roots and vines had woven themselves into an arched entrance full of vitality. The entire silent cliff seemed to be injected with a living soul overnight. Yan Feng tilted his head back, following the passage opened by the green light lines, climbing higher and higher, his mouth agape. He touched the vine walls that covered the inner walls nearby. The texture was warm and solid, and he could even feel a certain energy flowing slowly within. Could it be that the heart of life that fell yesterday, overnight, had grown from a seed into a path to heaven? A bold thought popped into Yan Feng's mind. If this is true, then this world cannot be explained by science. Perhaps its very existence is not scientific at all. The return to the void, nightmares. Since it is a dream, nothing is impossible. In the live stream, it had long been deathly silent. Whether they were viewers from the Dragon Country or experts from the Dreamtown division, they were all staring at the scene of Yan Feng's shock as if under a spell. This is... Academician Xianwei stood up while holding the table, his lips trembling, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. As a natural materials scientist, he couldn't understand what substance could grow to such a massive degree overnight, ignoring the physical structure of rock. This was no longer science. This is metaphysics. Could it be that the end of science is indeed metaphysics? Professor Bai Qiming muttered to himself, it seems to be responding to him, this world is responding to Yan Feng's actions. He planted a seed, and this world gave him a way to survive. In Zhang Lai's eyes, for the first time, a true awe mixed with shock appeared. He looked at the youth on the screen who was about to step onto the vine staircase, saying word by word. We thought he was adapting to the rules. Now it seems, he is creating the rules. Chapter 53, 3D Printing Nightmare Safe House. Yan Feng's feet stepped on the solid ground made of vines. It was a warm sensation with a resilient touch, completely different from the cold, hard rock inside the cave. He gently stomped his feet, and the ground made of vines and roots echoed with a muffled, solid sound, surprisingly steady. He lifted his head. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling, pouring down without any cover. He instinctively squinted his eyes. After a moment of adaptation, he slowly opened them. Before him was a clearly bright and open world. The sky was high and deep blue, with a few thin clouds lazily drifting by. The cold morning wind, filled with the unique chill of the mountain peak, rustled his clothes fiercely, but also cleared his muddled mind quite a bit. The space on top of the cliff was much larger than he had imagined, wide enough to be comparable to a football field. At the edge of the cliff, there were countless intertwined vines forming a natural railing, giving him a strong sense of safety. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The whole world seemed to be beneath his feet. In the distance, the nightmarish forest looked like an endless green carpet, and a winding river shone like a silver ribbon set against it, sparkling under the sunlight. This place. Yan Feng murmured, taking a deep breath of fresh air, filling his chest with the fragrance of plants and the taste of sunlight, is way better than that dark, gloomy cave. Last night's shelter, hastily set up in the dark, damp cave below, was only a temporary measure. Now that he had a better choice, he naturally wouldn't deprive himself. It was time to build a proper shelter. The thought just arose, and he turned to walk towards the center of the cliff. There, a main root as wide as a basketball court broke through the earth, like the heart of this new platform, its surface covered in mysterious green patterns, regularly pulsing slightly. Tree of Life. Introduction. Grown automatically from the heart of life's seed, it automatically roots and sprouts, binding itself to the sower, defaulting to whoever sows the seeds as its master. Its roots and trunk can penetrate an area the size of 2 football fields in an instant, directly rooting and sprouting in hard rock layers, with roots infiltrating into the stone. As long as it is nourished and watered with the glowing nightmarish hearts, for example, heart of straw, heart of moonlight, etc., all stones bearing the word heart, it can listen to the sower's voice and fulfill a part of the sower's wishes in return. This includes building shelters that can completely resist nightmarish creatures, as well as nourishing and cultivating crops, signing contracts with nightmarish creatures, as an intermediary, providing opportunities for nightmarish creatures to serve their masters, managing and restraining nightmarish creatures by oneself, and more. Explore on your own to discover more wonderful uses. A description of the Tree of Life appeared before Yan Feng. Sure enough, it was a towering giant tree grown from the heart of life. Voice of all things, activate. For some reason, Yan Feng suddenly felt inspired to activate his innate skill. In the next second, a wave of information far larger and more complex than any he had experienced before surged into his mind. This time, it was no longer a single, vague desire. It was a mix of the joy of new life, the satisfaction of sunlight, and an extremely pure hunger, stemming from the instinct of life. Its voice was also clearly transmitted to him. It craved nutrients, craved growth, craved to become strong, and even larger. What it needed for nourishment was neither water nor soil, but some stones containing special energies. Just as described in the system, as long as it had these stones as nourishment, it could in turn fulfill some wishes of the sower, including building a shelter to resist nightmarish creatures. In Yan Feng's mind, the heart of straw and the heart of moonlight, glowing faintly, immediately surfaced. So the heart of life drilled into the stones, rooting and sprouting to become the tree of life, and needs stones to nourish its growth. Can it also, in turn, fulfill some wishes of the sower? Based on the voice, Yan Feng gained a preliminary understanding of it. Investing some low-level materials to construct a shelter that could automatically resist nightmarish creatures was indeed a great deal. No matter how you calculate, it's all profit. He opened his backpack and took out the dozens of straw hearts and a moonlight heart he had saved up, a full 50 of them, piling them at the foot of the main root. Almost at the moment when the straw hearts and the moonlight heart touched the main root, the 50 stones that originally emitted a faint glow suddenly shone brightly and quickly dimmed again. Streams of visible bright energy flowed in, like small streams merging into the sea, greedily absorbed by the tree of life's main root. In the end, the 50 straw hearts turned into a handful of ashes, scattering in the wind. Buzz. The entire platform at the cliff top let out a long, seemingly satisfied hum. Yan Feng immediately felt that his connection with this tree had grown tighter. A clear thought was directly transmitted from the tree trunk to his mind. Not in words, but in a direct exchange of ideas and information. Protection needs form? Can it be customized? Yan Feng's eyes brightened. He almost instinctively sketched out the image of the shelter he wanted in his mind. He didn't want a fortress that was airtight, that would make him feel like he was in prison. He wanted a semi-open structure that could shield him from the wind and rain while fending off nightmare creatures, yet still allow him to see the sky and scenery outside at any time. Ideally, there should also be a passage that led directly down to the cliff cave below. Just as his thought took shape, the change in scenery made him completely abandon the last glimmer of hope to understand this world through science. Creak, creak. Centering around the main root, countless vines and roots, as thick as arms, began to grow rapidly, twisting and intertwining like living pythons. They wove quickly before him with a precision and efficiency beyond mortal understanding. On the ground, countless roots broke through the soil, intertwining with each other to form a smooth and sturdy floor, warm to the touch like jade. On all sides, several main trunks rose from the ground, forming the basic frame of the house. Soon, more small vines filled the gaps, quickly weaving into walls. The walls were not completely closed but left large hollows like floor-to-ceiling windows, their edges delicately wrapped in smooth vines, forming natural window frames. Above, large, broad leaves resembling banana leaves layered upon each other, automatically forming a roof that perfectly shielded from rain, while the gaps between the leaves allowed dappled sunlight to filter through. In just a few minutes, a semi-open treehouse, about 150 square meters, filled with the breath of nature and life, sprang up from the ground. It perfectly blended with the entire cliff-top platform, as if it had grown there all along. Yan Feng stood in awe as he walked inside, his hand brushing against the walls woven from vines, which felt strong and warm, and he could even sense the life energy flowing inside. In one corner of the house, a spiral vine staircase had already formed, winding down towards the cliff cave where he had rested last night. This is faster than 3D printing. In the very next second after it was built, players worldwide received a system notification. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Country player Yan Feng for obtaining the Nightmare Safe House crafted by the Tree of Life. Reward: Yan Feng's basic attribute point limit +1. Nightmare Safe House. Within a 5-meter range of the Tree of Life, players enjoy absolute safety. Even if nightmare creatures can see the players, they cannot attack. Global announcement: the functions of the Tree of Life are now synchronized and merged into the National Fortune Resource, Life Source, retaining the original functions of Life Source while adding those of the Tree of Life, limited to Dragon Country. Chapter 54. This update is limited to Dragon Country. The Dragon Country livestream room, which fell silent for a moment, was instantly drowned in a tsunami of comments. What the hell? What did I just see? Completely automated shelter construction? Just bring in your luggage and move in? Is this called a shelter? This is, damn it, a Mountain View flat at the top of Nightmare Cliff number 1. Even the best of Tang Chen would cry. While others are still playing wilderness survival, they have already started playing the simulation life. As fellow players, while others are worried about night rations, the Flame God has already started real estate development. The gap between people. Dream Management Command Center. Compared to the shock and ridicule from the public, the atmosphere inside the command center was a mixture of ecstasy and shock, yet serious. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with wisdom, as he pointed out sharply. Rather than building, it's more about coexisting. The Flame Peak provides the nutrients needed for the Tree of Life to grow, while the Tree of Life, in accordance with its needs, offers the most perfect shelter in return. This proves that this tree has basic intelligence. It can understand the concepts of trade and coexistence. Academician Xian Weiguo rubbed his hands excitedly, his face wrinkled in laughter. This is great news. Look at its growth speed, look at this perfectly natural structure. If we could bring this living building material seed back to reality. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Then our national defense engineering, our urban infrastructure, will undergo a complete revolution. Self-repairing works, temperature-regulating buildings, cities that can withstand level 10 earthquakes. Most importantly, they can withstand the end-time erosion when nightmares invade reality. I dare not think further. Everyone present saw an incredibly brilliant future from Academician Xian's words. General Zhang Lai, who had been silent, finally spoke up. His voice carried a roughness and unprecedented awe. A living defense structure, a living reconnaissance system. Its roots reach deep underground, covering a 2-kilometer range. If one of our special forces teams had such a seed behind enemy lines, what would that mean? A pin drop could be heard in the entire command center. Everyone was frozen by the picture depicted by Zhang Lai. Just then, an announcement from the system popped up in the real world. Global announcement: the exclusive national fortune resource of Dragon Country, Source of Life, will merge with all existing and future functions of the Tree of Life. This update is exclusive to Dragon Country. In the live broadcast room, the previously bustling barrage of comments came to an eerie halt for a full few seconds. What does this mean? This means that the Source of Life distributed to Dragon Country has merged with all the functions of the Tree of Life. The upgraded Source of Life can not only withstand earthquakes of up to level 10 but can also weaken the mental erosion of nightmare creatures in the real world. It can, in turn, listen to the sower's thoughts and fulfill parts of the sower's desires. This includes building shelters that can completely resist the invasion of nightmare creatures, non-irrigated crops, signing contracts with nightmare creatures, and providing opportunities for nightmare creatures to serve their masters, among other known functions. In addition, there are unknown functions that are yet to be unlocked. What the hell? Exclusive to Dragon Country? I can't be hearing this wrong. Just now, Academician Xian and the others were fantasizing, and the next moment, it was realized? They even put a stamp on it that says exclusive to Dragon Country, piracy will be investigated? Upstairs, this isn't just realization. This is directly packaging what the Flame God has created alone into a national fortune gift package for the benefit of our entire nation. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. I can already hear the cries from the neighboring Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom country. Let them be jealous. Let them curse. This wave is called favoritism, one that can't be envied. The Flame God eats meat, and we get soup? No. This is the Flame God robbing an entire pig and slamming it right on our dining table. And telling us, this pig will be raised by our family from now on, no one is allowed to touch it. Awesome. So damn awesome. I've never felt this proud in my life. In stark contrast to the joyous celebration in Dragon Country's live broadcast room, there was a deathly silence on public channels around the globe. This silence lasted for a good 10 seconds before being shattered by a sharp question. Eagle Sauce Country player, limited Dragon Country? What does that mean? Is this a bug? This question seemed to poke a hornet's nest. Bug? This is clearly an official cheat. Why? Why is it that only that Yan Feng can monopolize this thing, binding it to just one country? Exactly. Good things should be shared among everyone, not hoarded. Sakura country player, this is too much. Yan Feng is clearly a treasure for all humanity, how can Dragon Country monopolize it? They should share the technology of the Tree of Life. Protest. We must protest to the game system. This is discrimination against global players. You fools upstairs, who are you going to protest to? That system that wipes out thousands without hesitation? Who do you think you are? Damn it. We fight hard through life and death, while Dragon Country people just watch Yan Feng's livestream and level up their national luck? How are we supposed to play this game? Eagle Sauce Country, return Miss Nightmare, Strategic Command Center. Bang! General MacArthur slammed his fist hard on the conference table, his face turning red like an angry bull. Cheating! This is blatant cheating, he roared, spitting everywhere. That yellow-skinned guy named Yan Feng must have found a loophole in the system. I demand that technical personnel be organized immediately to crack this loophole. In the conference room, many generals and experts fell silent as if frozen. General, a technical supervisor stood up bravely, his voice dry. We don't have anything that can be cracked. This game doesn't exist in the real world, let alone have any code. Waste. MacArthur was furious beyond control. At that moment, a cold female voice came from the doorway. General, this is not a loophole, nor is it cheating. Dressed in a white lab coat, Christina walked in, her blue eyes showed no emotional fluctuation, only a calm like a supercomputer. This is a reflection of the rules. She walked to the main screen and pointed at Yan Feng's figure. The game is telling us in the most direct way that Yan Feng is the first person to create and refresh a miracle, and its ownership belongs only to Dragon Country. He is not playing the game for himself, every move he makes is defining the future of Dragon Country's national luck. Christina's gaze swept across everyone present, her voice was not loud, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. The gap between us and Dragon Country, from this moment on, is not just a simple change in national luck points, but has created an insurmountable dimensional gap in future survival models. We are still fighting disasters with our flesh and blood, while they will have a living country that can self-repair and self-grow. Therefore, I suggest that players from Eagle Sauce Country, to rush ahead of Yan Feng, find every possible way to create and refresh miracles. Only in this way can we have a chance to overtake. MacArthur's chest heaved violently as he tried to calm himself down. Although Christina's suggestion offended his authority, it was indeed valuable. Soon, he ordered Christina's suggestion to be communicated to all elite players in Eagle Sauce Country's national teams. People from the Free Kingdom are the best at creating and taking risks. Believe that overtaking and surpassing Dragon Country, becoming the first to eat the crab and receive the first reward, should not be too difficult. Chapter 55, Testing the Source of Life. Dragon Country, Northwest Gobi Desert, with yellow sand swirling. Away from the bustling cities and densely populated areas, 500 meters underground. In the national-level extreme environment simulation laboratory codenamed Pangu, the flow of air seemed to be frozen, leaving only the faint white noise of the equipment operating in an eerie silence. Its top structure is strong enough to withstand a nuclear weapon, and below, there is a hollow space larger than a standard football field, entirely cast from cutting-edge composite alloys. At this moment, in the center of this space, a fist-sized seed is quietly suspended. It is entirely emerald green, emitting a soft and vibrant glow that reflects a dreamlike area upon the cold alloy ground. It is the national fortune reward that has just materialized here through an unknown dimension, source of life. An hour ago, a cold, global announcement echoed around the world. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was a roaring joy like a tsunami. But for Commander Lin Jinghua, it was a moment to remain calm. With just one motion, he restored silence in the entire place. Until we have personally confirmed the true effect of this thing, any celebration could turn into a future joke. Thus, this seed, imbued with the future of the entire nation, was directly transported here under the highest confidentiality protocols. Academician Zhou Jiming, a master of biological materials engineering in the Dragon Kingdom, is now wearing a full set of sterile protective gear, almost reverently kneeling next to the source of life. The specially made sensor glasses on his face display a light blue stream of data that refreshes rapidly like a waterfall. This mad scientist, accustomed to miracles, has been circling the seed for more than half an hour, murmuring to himself in a very low voice. Incomprehensible energy dissipation model, non-nuclear, non-electric, non-magnetic. Oh God, this is a completely new form of energy. The structure is perfect, and the internal energy field is stable like a living miniature universe. His voice trembles with the thrill of discovering a new continent, his withered hand slightly spread open, hovering above the source of life. Wanting to touch it, yet afraid to do so. The skin at his fingertips can feel the warm energy wave, but it suddenly halts a centimeter away, fearing his mortal body would desecrate this miracle. On the other side of the laboratory, in the real-time remote observation room, the live broadcast permissions have been temporarily closed. Lin Xinghua, Xian Weigua, and Zhang Lai stand side by side, their expressions solemn, all their gazes fixed on that tiny seed. Old Zhou's emotions are a bit out of control. Xian Weigua adjusted his reading glasses, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. To excite Zhou Jiming, a madman who values experimental data more than life itself, this thing's value can no longer be measured by the current scientific system. General Zhang Lai stood upright with arms crossed, his gaze sharp as an eagle. He was not looking at the seed, but at the ceiling of the laboratory, where rows of hydraulic impact drills and high-frequency oscillators resemble the fangs of ancient beasts. These are the core of the Pangu Laboratory, the Heavenly Punishment Simulation System, specifically used to test seismic simulations from level 8 to the theoretical maximum of level 10. Today, these fierce steel beasts will play the first melody for this tiny seed. Commander Lin, Zhang Lai spoke in a deep voice, his tone like a bullet firing short and powerful. All equipment is warmed up and ready to start. Lin Xinghua did not respond immediately, his gaze passed through the glass, resting on Zhou Jiming. Old Zhou, he spoke through the internal communicator, his voice steady and clear, are you ready? Zhou Jiming took a deep breath, suddenly waking from his obsession. He slowly stood up, straightened his slightly hunched back, and nodded toward the observation room. I am ready. All members of Lab 012, prepared. Please approve sewing. Approved. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Jiming carefully took a sealed special metal box from his assistant's hands. The box opened, and inside lay a perfectly cut crystal, quietly resting. It emanates a purer light than diamonds. The most energy-dense material in the real world, Dragon Crystal 01. This is currently the closest thing they can find to the so-called heartstones in the nightmare world. Every gram is worth a fortune. Zhou Jiming used special tweezers to gently pick up the crystal and placed it next to the source of life. At the moment of contact, there was no earth-shattering roar, no blinding light explosion. That source of life just glowed softly, as if a person had just woken up and contentedly stretched their body. Then, that expensive Dragon Crystal 01 began to melt, like an ice cube exposed to sunlight, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not turn into liquid, instead, it directly decomposed into billions of points of light, which the seed inhaled as if breathing. Then, a truly incredible scene occurred. Buzz. A long, low hum sounded, not from any device, but like the heartbeat from deep within the earth, echoing throughout the underground space. The source of life slowly sank, disappearing into the hardened composite alloy floor. The process was strange and silent. At the contact point, there was no crack, no melting, the seed simply penetrated directly, as if the physical presence of the alloy had been temporarily erased for a second. In the next moment, the entire laboratory floor became like dark glass, showing a translucent texture. From the seed's sinking point as the center, strands of emerald green light suddenly lit up, wildly spreading within the alloy. They disregarded physical structure, ignoring any scientific reasoning, as they barbarically penetrated the metal atoms, forcibly illuminating a living underground root system map within. Zhou Jiming's pupils suddenly constricted to a pinprick. He saw those light strands quickly thicken, transforming into visibly tender green roots, effortlessly burrowing deeper into the ground. The layers of defense-grade alloy that could withstand nuclear explosions now became the softest fertile soil for the source of life. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. In the observation room, everyone held their breath, their chests feeling like they were gripped by an invisible hand, unable to rise and fall. Oh my god, a young researcher covered their mouth to avoid shouting, is that a root system? It's inserting the roots into the alloy? It's not inserting. Zhou Jiming's voice came from the communicator, hoarse and urgent, mixed with an uncontrollable frenzy, it's merging. It's merging with the material on an atomic level. It's rewriting the basic rules of this area. Lin Zhengwa gripped his fist tightly, the cold metal railing becoming slippery with the sweat of his palm. He gazed intently at the incredibly stable data on the screen, each character seeming to be branded on his retina. He spoke each word deliberately, issuing a command. Activate the program. Phase 1, Richter Scale 7 Earthquake Simulation, begin. Commands issued. Boom. The entire Pangu experimental base violently shook. Above the dome, rows of menacing hydraulic impact drills suddenly activated, crashing down with immense force onto the edge of the laboratory. In the observation room, everyone felt a strong tremor beneath their feet, and the water cups on the table shattered on the ground. Chapter 56, If Every Inch of Land Has It Guarding. In the observation room, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Report, a technician's voice was slightly off-pitch from tension. B-zone comparison building, structure has permanent deformation. Alloy support has small cracks. B-zone is a control group fully replicated on a one-to-one basis with a zone, using the same specifications of defense-grade composite alloy, with the only difference being the absence of the source of life. On the screen, the monitoring footage representing B-zone shook violently, as the steel fortress made of cutting-edge technology. In the face of a simulated level 7 earthquake, there rang out a groan of unbearable burden. The cracks are expanding. Column number 3 has broken. The structure is collapsing. Boom. With a dull roar, the building in Area B completely collapsed into a pile of scrap metal under the dust-filled sky. From the start of the level 7 earthquake to the complete collapse, it took less than a minute. The observation room fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the main screen in Area A. The image was shaking violently, but the alloy ground rooted by the source of life was steady as a rock. No, it was not holding on stubbornly. Academician Zhou Jiming stared intently at the data panel, his murky eyes bursting with terrifying light. He pointed at the oddly stable energy curve on the screen and shouted hoarsely, "Look! The energy response underground in Area A. It is absorbing. It is actively absorbing and conducting seismic wave energy." On the screen, those green roots rooted in the alloy were radiating a soft glow, pulsating rhythmically with the vibrations, as if a giant heart was breathing. Every time a violent tremor hit, it was instantly absorbed, decomposed, and ultimately transformed into nothingness by that huge root network. It turns the power capable of destroying a city into nutrients? Academician Xian Weiguo muttered, his expression a mix of shock and joy. General Zhang Lai's fists clenched tightly, his breath became heavy, and a fire burned in his eyes. What he thought of was not the building, but national defense. It was the missile silos buried deep underground. It was the intricate underground Great Wall. It was the nightmares that might come from the ground in the future. If his voice was extremely hoarse, if every inch of our territory is protected by this thing. No one dared to continue his words, for that picture was too grand and too crazy. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. He picked up the communicator, his voice steady as a mountain. "Old Zhou, what is its limit?" Zhou Jiming was so excited that his face was flushed. From the data model, its energy conduction and absorption efficiency have no upper limit. As long as the area covered by the roots is large enough, theoretically it can withstand all physical level shocks. Good. Lin Zhenghua only said one word. Zhou Jiming looked at the main control panel and issued a new command. Increase the intensity to level 8. Rumbling. This time, the tremors were several times more intense than before, and even the special glass of the observation room let out a mournful cry of breaking. The divine retribution system of the Pango base let out a true roar. In the laboratory of Area A, the green root network shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were a divine realm. At that moment, an environmental monitoring researcher suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Report! Inside Area A, laboratory toxic suspended particles in the air are being rapidly decomposed. Oxygen concentration is increasing at an unreasonable speed. Lin Zhenghua turned back sharply. On the screen, the data bar representing air quality was visibly turning from red to green. It could not only resist earthquakes but also purify the environment. The tight corners of Lin Zhenghua's mouth finally lifted into a smile. He looked at the undamaged greenland in the center of the screen, as if he could already see the future of the Dragon Country. It would be a place no longer afraid of natural disasters, even capable of turning calamity into vitality, a divine land on Earth. He picked up the communicator again, this time with an undeniable determination in his voice. All units, pay attention. Prepare to launch the highest level test. Level 10. Zhou Jiming's voice fell, like the final verdict. Warning. Warning. Energy output exceeds the safety threshold. The divine retribution system is about to overload. The harsh alarm sounded throughout the observation room, the red lights flashing wildly, casting the serious faces of everyone in alternating brightness and darkness. Boom. This is not a sound, but a destructive force. The entire Pango base, 500 meters underground, seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand and then violently shaken. In the observation room, a young technician lost his balance and fell directly to the ground, while more people clung tightly to their surroundings, their faces drained of color. The metal components on the ceiling produced a painful, twisted sound, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Report. The structural integrity of the observation room has dropped to 70%. Special glass has developed cracks. This is just the aftershock. Zhang Lai gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words between them, his gaze fixed firmly on the screen of Area A's laboratory. The images on the screen could no longer be described as shaking. It was a complete, overturning chaos. However, at the center of this chaos, the alloy ground covered with emerald green roots lit up with an unprecedented brilliance. Look! Academician Zhou Jiming appeared almost mad, pointing at the screen, his voice breaking from extreme excitement. It's glowing. It's devouring. It's treating the energy of the entire heavenly retribution system like a buffet. That emerald green root network now shone as bright as day, illuminating the entire Area A laboratory. The terrifying shockwave, capable of flattening any city on the surface in an instant, was greedily absorbed and transformed the moment it touched this green ground, creating not even a slight bit of destruction. Not only did the ground not crack, But as energy surged in, the roots became thicker, greener, and filled with immense vitality. The tremor lasted a full 3 minutes. When the Heavenly Retribution system automatically shut down due to energy depletion, the entire base finally returned to a deathly silence. Inside the observation room, chaos reigned. Yet everyone's gaze was fixed on that intact, even shinier alloy ground in Area A than before the experiment. It lay quietly there, as if the disaster that could destroy civilization just moments ago was merely a harmless massage. We did it! Academician Xian Weiguo took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice tinged with tears. We succeeded. Major General Zhang Lai slowly relaxed his white-knuckled fist, leaning against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. If every missile silo, every underground fortification, every border outpost had this. He murmured, unable to finish his thought. Because the vision had already transcended the limits of human military imagination. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He picked up the communicator, his voice restored to calm but trembling uncontrollably. Old Zhou, test the next project. Okay. Zhou Jiming suddenly snapped back to reality, a fervent smile on his face. Building generation simulation, start. Zhou Jiming snapped back to reality, a fervent smile on his face, and gave a new command to the main control panel. Building generation simulation, start. This time, he did not walk toward the control panel. Instead, he walked towards the place where Dragon Crystal 01 had just been deployed. Chapter 57, The Formation of Intent. He arrived at the roots of the Tree of Life and closed his eyes. In his mind, a three-dimensional imaginative blueprint, existing solely in his imagination, rapidly took shape. It was not a cold CAD drawing, but a complex conceptual project. With his rich imagination and extraordinary memory, the architectural outline in his mind became progressively clearer. A hive-like fortress with its main body submerged underground, with only the low and slanted defensive outer wall exposed above ground, resembling the armor of a prehistoric beast. The walls were made of billions of tightly twisted fibers, enough to make armor-piercing round sai. The fortress was no longer dotted with rigid firing ports, but instead had living openings that could instantly retract and close, blending seamlessly with the walls. Flawless. Inside the fortress, there is a layered spiral structure like a maze, where each chamber can independently close off, becoming the final defense. This thought, he forced all his mental energy into the dragon crystal, imprinting it inside. The moment everything was done, the Tree of Life flickered. In the next second, on the floor of Area A's laboratory, those green roots surged wildly again. Countless roots broke through the alloy floor, like living fibers given thought, rapidly began to intertwine, twist, and take shape. They no longer grew wildly, but followed the blueprint in Zhou Jimin's mind, conducting an incredibly precise construction. In just 5 minutes. A miniature fortress, exactly like Zhou Jimin's vision, entirely made of roots, rose from the ground. It merged perfectly with the ground as if it had grown there naturally. The smooth slanted outer wall, those tightly closed shooting holes like muscles, every detail was perfect. Inside the observation room, a young researcher stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself. It really can understand human thoughts, simulating construction based on human imagination? I have a bold idea. I think its limits go far beyond this. Zhou Jimin's breath was rapid as he pointed at another screen and shouted, "Start extreme environment simulation, inject VX nerve gas." The pungent yellow gas, like the breath of death, was instantly injected into the Area A laboratory, where the Tree of Life existed. However, the deadly gas, upon contact with the root network, was quickly decomposed and purified as if it had met fierce fire in icy snow. The reading representing air quality shot up briefly to a dangerous red before almost immediately returning to the optimal green. Indeed, it can purify toxic gas. Purification ability, beyond imagination. Before everyone could recover from this incredible scene, Zhou Jimin had another discovery, his voice changing with excitement. Look! The tips of those roots. The screen zoomed in quickly. At the tips of those thick roots, drops of crystal clear liquid were slowly condensing, exuding a gentle aura of life. This is... Academician Xian Weiguo pushed aside the technician in front of him, leaned towards the screen, and exclaimed, "That's the life dew. Exactly like what Yan Feng got in the game world." Lin Xinghua quietly watched everything unfold. Earthquake resistance, construction, purification, self-healing, resource production. This was no longer a simple national fortune reward. This probably needs to be measured by the dimension of civilization. A living thing, capable of self-growth, self-repair, and even able to nourish an entire civilization, a miracle. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all the excitement and shock had settled into a steely determination. I declare, from today, all projects at the Pango base are paused. He scanned everyone present, his voice was soft, yet it made each person's heart tremble. All personnel, all resources, will be directed to the research and application of Source of Life. Lin Xinghua stepped forward, his palm pressed against the cold observation window, as if he wanted to touch that green miracle. I want every inch of Dragon Country's land to be under its protection before the nightmare of Guishu descends into reality. 3 hours later. Capital city, Shishan, 300 meters underground. In the highest level joint conference room codenamed Kunlun, the air was so heavy it felt like water could be squeezed from it. The oval redwood conference table was polished to a mirror shine, reflecting a series of square faces, each marked with power and responsibility. Lin Jingwa sat at the head, behind him the bright red flags of Dragon Country's party, nation, and military. He had no unnecessary opening remarks, merely inserting an encrypted USB drive into the console. Everyone, time is urgent, please look directly at the report. His voice was calm, yet it made everyone present's hearts tighten. The word emergency from Lin Zhengwei implies the seriousness of the situation. Sitting across from him was Minister He from the Finance Department, an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously combed hair. He habitually pulled out a small notebook and a fountain pen, ready to record key financial expenditure estimates. On his left sat Minister Liu from the Construction Department, a large-built, dark-skinned man in charge of national infrastructure projects. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. There was no engineering miracle he had not witnessed. Next to him was Minister Wang from the Emergency Crisis Department, a sharp-looking woman with short hair, her brows always bearing the calmness of an impending crisis. At the end of the table sat a figure who nearly blended into the shadows, Director Chun from the Security Department. His presence was minimal, but his eyes were like those of a hawk, silently observing everyone. A huge screen lit up, displaying the Pango laboratory. In the conference room, only the faint sound of equipment running remained. The video began to play. When that emerald green source of light seeped into the indestructible composite alloy floor, Minister Liu raised an eyebrow, loosening his crossed arms slightly. Minister He from the Finance Department paused his pen, writing down new material penetration technology, followed by a question mark in his notebook. When the building in the control group of Area B collapsed with a roar in the 7.0 earthquake simulation, turning into scrap metal, Minister Liu let out a disdainful snort. This was in line with his expectations. Even defense-grade alloy couldn't withstand such a sustained strong earthquake. Yet the scene in Area A left him frozen, the corner of his mouth stiffening. The ground covered with green roots remained completely still. Energy absorption, conduction? Minister Liu murmured, sitting upright for the first time, his robust body leaning forward, his eyes glued to the screen. The scene switched to an 8.0 earthquake simulation. The special glass in the observation room began to whine, while the ground in Area A only shone brighter. Minister He's pen came to a complete stop. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting that incredible green light behind the lenses. This had already surpassed the scope of material science. Initiate, highest level test. 10. Level. As Lin Zhengwei issued this command in the video, the atmosphere in the conference room froze to a freezing point. Boom. Even through the screen, that destructive force shook everyone's nerves. The image shook violently, a chaotic view. Minister Liu's hand had unknowingly gripped the edge of the table, his Adam's apple bobbed, breath becoming heavy. He had dealt with steel and concrete his entire life. He understood better than anyone what a 10.0 earthquake meant. That was divine punishment. A doomsday disaster capable of tearing apart an entire continental plate. Yet on the screen, that green light web shone bright as day, greedily devouring all the destructive energy. As the video ended, the base returned to silence. The ground in Area A was intact, even greener than before. In the conference room, a pin drop could be heard. Minister He's gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose, yet he was oblivious, merely gasping silently with his mouth open. His mind was blank, all calculations regarding budgets, costs, and input-output formulas turned into jokes in that moment. Money? What could measure an unfalling nation? Chapter 58, The Future is Here. Minister Wang from the Emergency Crisis Department clasped her hands tightly, slightly leaning forward. Her gaze was not fixed on the earthquake resistance. When the video reached the moment VX nerve gas was instantly purified, her pupils dilated sharply. Purification, toxic gas. She stared fixedly at the data bars changing from red to green on the screen, her mind flashing with countless scenes from emergency drill exercises, representing death and despair. Chemical plant leaks, nuclear power plant crises. City gas attack. If only. She murmured to herself. If only this could be laid under every nuclear power station, built into long embankments along every river, or, then the Dragon Country would no longer face natural disasters. She dared not think further, that image was too beautiful, too unreal. And when academician Zhou Jimin envisioned that beehive fortress in the video, rising within 5 minutes. Bang! Minister Liu of the Construction Department slammed his palm on the table, startling himself and everyone else. He suddenly stood up. In his excitement, the chair slid far back, making a harsh screeching sound. His eyes were bloodshot, staring fixatedly at the perfect miniature fortress on the screen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. That was not construction. That was a miracle. No blueprints needed, no workers needed, no bricks or tiles needed, just one imagination, one clear idea could achieve this. The ultimate dream of indestructible engineering, efficiency above all, which he had pursued his whole life. And it happened in a way he could not comprehend. Director Chen of the security department, who had been silent, slowly raised his head. He was not looking at the building, not at the purification, but at a line of small text on that report. This update is restricted to the Dragon Country. He slowly exhaled a breath, long and heavy, as if releasing years of pressure from his heart. Lin Zhenghua scanned around the room, taking in everyone's shocked faces. He stood up, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The Dragon Head has approved, all projects at the Pango base are paused, and all resources will be redirected to Source of Life. He paused for a moment, glancing at the leaders of finance, construction, security, and crisis management. I need you all, everyone here, to fully cooperate. This is not a command, this is a request. In the dead silence. I agree. Minister Lu's hoarse voice echoed. He sat back down, his tall frame slightly hunched, as if all his strength had been drained. He looked at Lin Zhenghua, his eyes complex beyond description. I just want to ask one question. This is called Source of Life, right? How much of it do we currently have? Lin Zhenghua looked at him, and at every breath held face in the conference room, and slowly extended 3 fingers. Currently, 3,000 units have been brought into reality. 3,000. This number struck like a bucket of cold water poured over the newly ignited roaring fire. In the meeting room, there was a deathly silence. Only 3,000? Lu Minister's voice abruptly turned hoarse, his tall frame seeming to lose its backbone, slumping back against the chair. He didn't need a calculator, his brain, filled with maps of the country and key projects, raced quickly. 3,000 units sounded like a lot, but how vast was the Dragon Country? A key protection area in a top-tier city might consume tens of thousands of units. These 3,000 units, scattered across the vast lands of the Dragon Country, would barely make a splash. Minister He of the Finance Department pushed up his slipping glasses, his gaze sharp as a knife behind the lenses. General Lin, are these 3,000 units the first batch, or the total? This question struck at everyone's heart. They are from the boy Yan Feng, the national fortune reward he brought back from his first E-level scoring task. Lin Zhenghua did not hide it, multiply by 10,000 times, then by his current level of caching rate, that ultimately gives us this number. The first time. Just a player brought it back. The air in the conference room once again froze, but this time, within the frozen atmosphere, there was a hint of crazy heat. If one player could bring 3,000 units, what if there were 10 players? 100? I suggest, prioritize deploying in the capital region and several core economic zones. Minister He was the first to speak, his pen hitting the notebook hard. The first batch of resources should prioritize protecting the brain and heart, so we can afford to care for the limbs. I object. Minister Wang of the Emergency Crisis Department immediately retorted, her short hair neat and her voice clear and firm. A catastrophic nuclear power plant accident, or the breach of a major river dike, would cause devastating secondary disasters. The threat level far exceeds that of a regular earthquake. We must prioritize reinforcing all nuclear power plants and Class A water conservancy hubs. Old Wang, you have your priorities all wrong. Minister Lu of the Construction Department slammed the table, his emotions rising again. People. Protecting lives is the top priority. I propose that we deploy the first batch entirely to the Sichuan region. That area is a high seismic zone in Dragon Country. How many losses have we suffered there over the decades? How many lives have been lost? These 3,000 units could at least save one prefecture, hundreds of thousands of lives. The argument broke out instantly. This was not about power, nor about departmental interests. Everyone present saw the most urgent application of the Source of Life from their own professional fields and responsibilities. Every suggestion was tinged with blood and tears, and every plan was a heavy weighing of lives and the fate of the nation. 3,000 units were far too few. Too few that no matter how we choose, it's wrong, it's a trade-off, it's regret. Director Chen of the Safety Department, who had been silent, slowly opened his mouth, his voice soft yet bringing silence to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, have we overlooked a premise? He looked at Lin Zhenghua. This thing can withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake, and can purify VX gas. So, can it resist underground bombs? Can it build an indestructible underground military fortress? Those words suddenly dropped the temperature in the meeting room to freezing point. Civilian and military. Survival in war. This was the most fundamental, and the cruelest, choice to make. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He did not participate in the argument but walked to the giant screen, facing away from the crowd. Everyone, arguing about how to distribute these 3,000 units is not very meaningful. His voice echoed through the silent meeting room via the microphone. Because no matter how we distribute them, it won't be enough. He turned around, his gaze sharp, sweeping over each person present. The real topic we sit here for today is just one. How do we turn these 3,000 units into 30,000, 300,000, 3 million? How do we make this miracle brought back by Yan Feng cover every inch of Dragon Country that needs it in the shortest time possible? Our hope is not in this meeting room, nor in our distribution plan. He paused, each word spoken with determination. But in the return to the ruins nightmare. Of course, this is also what our Dream Command is meant to do. We gathered everyone here today to facilitate our future cooperation. Lin Jingguo's hand slammed heavily on the podium. The sound made every person's heart in the conference room tighten. As his words fell, the entire Kunlun conference room fell into absolute silence. The ministers who had just argued fiercely were now like fish caught in a net, staring blankly at Lin Jingguo. Chapter 59, Trading with Trees. Yes. They were fighting over the allocation rights of 3,000 miracles, like a group of starving people scrambling for 3 pieces of bread. What a sight! But the one who brought them the bread was still walking alone in that world full of danger. What they could do was not about how to distribute the bread, but to find every possible way to hope he could bring back a warehouse full of bread. Minister Liu of the construction department sat down dejectedly, his tall figure seemed a bit forlorn. He looked at Lin Jingguo and spoke in a hoarse voice. I understand. General Lin, what do you need from our construction department? Just one word, and the National Engineering Forces can be mobilized at any time. I too from the Emergency Crisis Department. Minister Wang's eyes were resolute, all Class A plans can give him the green light. Minister He of the Finance Department pushed up his glasses. Directly closed the notebook filled with budgets. Money is not an issue. From now on, for any budget related to dream control, as long as it is reasonable and benefits the country and the people, there is no limit with me. Lin Jingguo looked around and slowly nodded. Good. From this moment on, the entire national machine of Longguo will operate with unprecedented force for that young man far away in the nightmare world. Meeting dismissed. Lin Jingguo uttered 2 words and turned towards the door. He needed to return to dream control, back to the command center. He wanted to watch over that child. Because he was not only the hope of Longguo, but also like a military order from Lin Jingguo to everyone present, even to the billions of citizens of Longguo. Return Ruins Nightmare World. The breeze at the cliff top carried the unique coolness of the morning, brushing against Yan Feng's cheeks. He leaned against the life tree that broke through the rock and deeply rooted itself at the bottom of the cliff, contemplating his next plan. Right now, there was no need for him to worry about building a shelter, he could simply use what was ready-made. But the shelter was only for avoiding nightmare monsters, not for escaping from the same kind. Often, the most terrible thing is not the flesh-eating monster but the people consumed by the monster. Just like the 3 people who ambushed him yesterday. He was well aware that a lucky escape once did not mean he would be just as lucky the next time. Those guys were like sharks smelling blood. As long as he remained in this Return Ruins nightmare world, they would sooner or later find him again. He had to get some defensive gear and weapons so that he would have a chance for revenge. He was not a soft-hearted person. He could not even bother to examine and set up the shelter now, his gaze fell directly on the basic glider in his backpack. This thing was made from the complete moth wings of howling moths, not only lightweight but also incredibly tough. If it weren't for Catherine's poison crossbow arrows firing too quickly, the basic glider might have been flexible enough to block them with just wings. Making a few defensive clothes from it, or simply crafting a shield to withstand arrows made from branches, would be more than enough. Resolving in his mind, Yan Feng stood up, dusted himself off, and prepared to set off. But as soon as he took a step, he stopped. Standing on the open cliff, the view was good, but it was also completely unfamiliar. Looking down from the height of the cliff, the forest below appeared entirely different. The few monster trees that were once used as landmarks were now indistinguishable in the thicket. He could not tell the direction to the howling moth's nest anymore. Damn, messed up. Yan Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. At that moment, he felt a slight, vibrant rhythm coming from behind him. He turned to look at the life tree, and a bold idea emerged. Hey, buddy, can you help me? He reached out, gently pressed against the thick trunk, and activated his talent voice of all things. Tell me, where is the howling moth located, in which direction? Mental power consumption -1. A warm stream of information surged into his mind. The life tree did not give him a direct direction but shared everything its roots could sense in a resonating manner, like a gradually unfolding living map. This feeling was as if Yan Feng had complete control over the brain of the life tree, even becoming the new master of the life tree. Using the roots of the life tree, countless emerald green nerve roots spread out from the center of his consciousness, instantly covering the entire cliff's rock layers, extending deep underground, passing through the cave he had been in last night, as if he had transformed into the central processor of this enormous root network. The flow of the wind, the breath of the earth, the faint heartbeat of distant creatures. It felt as if he could see and hear everything. Everything, everything. In a clarity beyond belief, it resonated in his perception. With a flicker of thought, he wanted to find the wailing moth. In the next second, from the northwest, the tip of a nerve root, sensing a faint, sorrowful fluttering sound from other intertwined roots, reached out. He found the location of the level 3 wailing moth. The direction was clear, the distance evident. This feeling was marvelous. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, a root, stretching and entangled nearly 100 meters underground, touched upon a completely different area. It was neither rock nor soil. But it was a shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, coiling like a dragon's spine. Yan Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. A mineral vein. It was a metal mine buried deep under the ground. In this primitive, savage, and bizarre nightmare world, what that meant was, needless to say. It meant he could forge iron weapons and tools for his revenge through the mine. Moreover, who knows what unexpected supernatural powers the minerals from this nightmare world might possess. A wave of joy was met with a practical problem before him. The mine was deeply buried, what to use to dig it out? He couldn't possibly dig with his hands, right? Or should he slowly carve with a stone axe? That would take ages. Just as Yan Feng was troubled, the heart of the tree of life echoed again, as if it could understand Yan Feng's thoughts. Shining stone heart I like to eat. Feed me heart I will help you dig. The fragmented thoughts, simple and direct, struck Yan Feng's mind like lightning. After listening for a while, Yan Feng finally understood what the tree meant. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the shelter formed by the tree of life beside him. No way. It can do that? This tree of life is not just a plant that can create a shelter, it can actually communicate and make trades? Feed it stones with the word heart, and it can help him mine. This is hardly a shelter, it's practically an automatic resource collection base. Yan Feng's understanding of the world of nightmares was once again refreshed, he felt like he was still at kindergarten level. Stones with the word heart. He immediately thought of the heart of straw, stone, dropped by the level 1 vengeful scarecrow, and the heart of moonlight, stone, of the level 3 wailing moth. Just right, he was going back to farm for the level 3 wailing moth's complete moth wing for armor, and on the way, he could stop by the respawn area of the level 1 monsters to warm up those so cold, wanna hug scarecrows again. Looks like it's time to clock in for work again. Yan Feng's goal suddenly became incredibly clear. Without hesitation, he discerned the direction given by the tree of life, equipped his basic gliding wings, and stepped forward, flying towards the dark forest where the wailing moths were located. The next few hours were undoubtedly a gentle calamity for the level 1 and level 3 nightmare monsters in this area. Chapter 60, Supply Run. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream watched as Yan Feng's figure darted back and forth between level 1 and 3 monsters. When facing the level 1 vengeful scarecrow, he was as nimble as ever, going for a solid hug. Congratulations to player, Yan Feng, for satisfying the heart's voice of the level 1 nightmare creature vengeful scarecrow, earning an E-grade score. Against the wailing moths, he was even more experienced, pulling out a heart of straw, stone, from his backpack, soothing the moths with its faint and stable glow. He made them dance around the stone and then happily transformed into specks of light. Congratulations to player, Yan Feng, for satisfying the heart's voice of the level 3 nightmare creature wailing moth, earning an E-grade score. He farmed monsters with elegance, even too lazy to check the dropped materials, stuffing everything into the system backpack. The entire process was fluid and effortless, without a single superfluous action. The efficiency is shocking. Complete moth wings, straw heart, stone, moonlight heart, stone, fragrant rice, and so on. His backpack was filling at a visible speed, and he didn't even bother to count the number. Who knows when he would need them later? It's better to stock up now than to run back and forth like before. Besides, the demand for straw, this consumable, is increasing, the more, the better. Why do I feel the flame god is stocking up? Stocking up? I think he's raiding someone's nest. Look at that scarecrow's refresh speed, it can't keep up with how fast he's harvesting it. So brutal. Oh no, I mean so gentle. Poor scarecrows, freshly spawned and already being hugged by the flame god. What do we call this? Sustainable overexploitation? You really are a talent. But speaking of which, what is the flame god planning to do? Collecting so many materials, is he going to open a grocery store? At the same time, on the other side of the returning void nightmare world, the owner of the Eagle Sauce Country's S-level talent, Wrath of Thunder, Thor, was sulking, watching the looped video replay. The command center of the Eagle Sauce Country advised him to keep a beginner's mind to learn from Yan Feng, otherwise, the survival quality and efficiency of enhancing national fortune would be lowered. In the footage, a person from the Dragon Country named Yan Feng was embracing one freshly spawned scarecrow after another and then contentedly picking up the dropped items to stuff into his backpack. The whole process was efficient, smooth, and even carried a strange harmony. Fuck. Cheap tricks. Thor smashed his fist into a nearby rock, and a violent arc of electricity instantly burst forth, shattering the half-human high granite into pieces. Shattered stones scattered, dust filled the air. Although he had listened to the prophet's explanations, he was still unconvinced. Why should he, a dignified S-level talent holder, work hard, spend most of his stamina and mental energy, to thunderstrike a level 2 corrupted swamp frog, only to get a few pieces of rotten frog meat? While this dragon country monkey, who just knew how to exploit loopholes, only needed to hug a level 1 little trash to get an E-level perfect evaluation and a bunch of high-quality materials? This is definitely taking advantage of some despicable rule loophole. Thor, now is not the time to compete for superiority, you need to stay calm. In the dedicated communication channel, the calm and rational voice of Prophet Christina came through. Anger will only drain your precious mental energy. We have analyzed that Yan Feng's pattern is not replicable, his talent is the key. You walk entirely different paths, there is no comparability. You should leverage your own talent instead of always imitating him to create a new path. Different paths? Thor panted, his blood-red eyes scanning the barren rocky area around him. My path is to use the strongest power to hunt the strongest monsters. But this damn game is telling me that this is wrong. He annoyedly closed Yan Feng's livestream. Ever since Yan Feng snatched the honor of being the world's first level 2 player from him, he had been holding in his anger. He continuously challenged higher levels, scorching nightmarish creatures with lightning, rapidly increasing his experience points, and now he had also reached level 4, just one step away from level 5. But in his backpack, besides a few pieces of half-cooked meat and a bag of murky water, it was almost empty. The F-level score for violent kills yielded a pitiful drop rate. Do I really have to learn from that dragon country person and play house with monsters? No. His pride would not allow him to do that. He suddenly stood up, glancing around. This was a vast stone forest, with oddly shaped rock pillars piercing the sky, and there wasn't a single blade of grass on the ground. It was dead silent to the point of madness. He didn't want to see those disgusting nightmare monsters anymore. Since the benefits of killing monsters were so low. So why cling to killing monsters? This world is so vast, are there no other resources besides monsters? A thought flashed through Thor's mind like a bolt of lightning. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm, thin strands of golden electric arcs began to jump and gather, making a sizzling sound. Wrath of Thunder, this S-rank talent, can it really only be used for battle? No. Lightning is one of the purest forms of energy in the universe. It can destroy everything, naturally, it can also explore everything. Thor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his mental power highly focused. He no longer released the power of his talent violently but tried to control it with precision. The electric arcs in his palm were no longer wild, instead, they became like gentle streams, slowly seeping into the earth beneath him under his will. Hum. A peculiar sensation traveled through the electric current, relaying feedback from deep underground to his brain. It was like sonar exploring the ocean floor. Different materials conduct and obstruct electric currents in entirely different ways. Dry rocks, moist soil, hollow caves, each kind of material presented a unique color in his lightning sensation. This was an incredibly taxing process on his mental power. In just 10 seconds, fine beads of sweat began to form on Thor's forehead, and his mental power rapidly dropped at a rate of 1 point every 5 seconds. Damn, the range is too large, and the consumption of mental power is too fast. He lit a stick of sandalwood to restore his mental power and immediately adjusted his strategy, no longer conducting a wide area scan, but gathering all the lightning probes into a single beam, like an invisible drill, piercing vertically into the earth. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. His mental power rapidly depleted, falling from the maximum of 10 points to 5 points. Just when he was about to collapse, a completely different feedback suddenly emerged from about 15 meters deep underground. It was a heavy, dense response, carrying a uniquely cold metallic texture. Found it! Joy erupted in Thor's eyes. He wasted no time, pouring all his remaining mental and physical strength into his right arm in one go. Wrath of Thunder. He let out a furious roar, clenched his right fist, and the muscles in his arm bulged. Countless violent golden bolts of lightning gathered into a blinding sphere, crashing forcefully down to the ground. Boom! The ground shook. A thick golden lightning column struck precisely at the point he had just detected, and the hard rock layers crumbled like cookies under the might of the thunder. A massive pit, over 5 meters in diameter and bottomless, suddenly appeared on the spot. The edges of the pit were melted rock, presenting a glazed texture, still exuding wisps of blue smoke. Thor gasped for breath, his physical strength instantly depleted, and he swayed unsteadily. But he couldn't care about the fatigue. He struggled to crawl to the edge of the pit and look down. At the bottom of the pit, dark red ores shimmered with a unique metallic luster under the remnants of the lightning light. System prompt: congratulations to the player from Eagle Sauce Country, Thor, for discovering natural resources, common red iron ore, ×1. System prompt: common red iron ore is a national fortune level resource and has been automatically calculated for withdrawal. Global announcement, player Thor from Eagle Sauce Country takes an alternative path, discovering a mine for the first time, greatly expanding the survival methods for players. Reward, the national fortune rating of Eagle Sauce Country increases by 0.5%. Reward for player Thor, all basic attribute limits +1. Chapter 61 Nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy. With the global announcement ringing, the command center of Eagle Sauce Country's Shield of Freedom erupted in cheers like a tidal wave. General MacArthur excitedly slapped the table, his face flushed with joy. Good. Well done. This is how our S-rank chosen ones from Eagle Sauce Country should be. Conquering this world with wisdom and strength, not like the cowards of some countries, relying on hugs and begging. The global live broadcast room exploded at this moment. Countless players who were still worried about food and water seemed to see the door to a new world. Wow! Is this how to play? Instead of killing monsters, we can mine directly? S-class talent is indeed S-class talent, the destructive power is simply like a human excavator. The Flame Peak mode is about puzzles, but Thor is about brute force. Both paths can be taken. I think I've got it. My talent is C-class, Earth Control. Although I can't split mountains, I can dig a few meters deep. There might be treasures underground. Can my B-class talent, Sonic Resonance, also be used to explore mines? In a moment, countless players around the world began to imitate. They no longer obsessed over fighting monsters to the death but turned their attention to this vast and mysterious land beneath their feet, starting to use their talents to explore the world's most primitive natural resources. A player from the Pickled Cabbage Country, with C-class talent, Sharp Nails, forcefully dug a deep pit in the soft soil with his fingers and actually unearthed a low-quality copper ore. A player from the White Elephant Country, with D-class talent, Flame Hand, couldn't explode thunder like Thor, but could continuously burn rocks with high heat until they became brittle. He could burn through a giant rock in half a minute, getting a handful of quartz sand. Although the resources they obtained were the most basic and ordinary natural resources, and their quality was far less than nightmare high-toughness plant fibers, these resources could still translate into national fortune and bring real benefits to their countries. At least, the trend of their country's national fortune declining was halted. For a moment, a vigorous great production movement swept through the entire Return to Void Nightmare world. And the leader who caused all this, Thor, was enjoying praises from all over the world and flattery from the Eagle Sauce Country. He looked at his attribute panel, feeling the power filling his body again, with the corners of his mouth curling into an extremely confident smile. Mr. Flame Peak, did you see it? This is the true power of talent, this is the correct use of S-class talent. Your childish tricks will never amount to anything. Just wait, once I gather the resources and forge a full set of divine gear, it will be your end. He firmly believed that he had found the broad road to surpass Flame Peak. Since Flame Peak had closed the live stream visible only to the Dragon Country, he didn't know Flame Peak's current situation. Just as he was feeling proud over a common iron mine, far away on the mountaintop shelter. Flame Peak had spent over 3 hours defeating all nightmare monsters below level 5 before gliding back to the cliff's peak. He yawned and casually took out a few Straw Hearts, Stone, and Moonlight Hearts, Stone, from his backpack. Like feeding pets, he tossed them under the enormous main root of the life tree, which was as wide as a basketball court. Buzz. A satisfied, almost earthy hum sounded. Those stones shimmering with faint light, upon touching the main root of the life tree, had their brilliance greedily absorbed, turning to a handful of flying ash. In the next second, in Flame Peak's mind, the underground living map composed of countless emerald green roots lit up again, and it was 100 times clearer than before. The root network surged like it had been given hormones, crazily spreading deathwise and penetrating layer after layer of rock and soil. Soon, a huge mine flickering with colorful lights was illuminated at the edge of the map. Your life tree has discovered mineable resources, nightmare-shaped titanium alloy Oregon. Nightmare-shaped titanium alloy ore, on the basis of ordinary titanium alloy properties, it adds extraordinary properties from the nightmare world. Its hardness, toughness, and energy conductivity are more than 100 times that of ordinary titanium alloy, possessing a natural restraint and lethal effect on lower-level nightmare creatures. Yan Feng's eyebrows slightly raised. He did not start mining immediately, but carefully read the detailed introduction provided by the system. Detected that the core component of this ore vein is Nightmare Titanium Memory Alloy, automatically unlocking its corresponding information for you. Nightmare Titanium Memory Alloy integrates the extraordinary properties of 3 metals, titanium, aluminum, and vanadium. In the real world, titanium alloy is one of the core materials used for manufacturing 5th-generation fighter jets, like J-series fighter jets, J-16, and the key structural components of aircraft carriers. Its production process is extremely complex, requiring separate extraction, smelting, and mixing from different ore veins. Special function, memory shape. After receiving the energy bestowal of the Tree of Life, this alloy can permanently achieve the extraordinary ability to switch between multiple preset forms. Interesting, Yan Feng rubbed his chin. He originally thought he had just found harder iron, but unexpectedly dug out the bones needed for aircraft carriers and fighter jets. What's more critical is, it can change shape. Isn't that a power that only Transformers have? Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Dream Restraining Division. When the detailed introduction of the Nightmare Titanium Memory Alloy popped up in Yan Feng's live broadcast, the entire command center seemed to have hit pause. Academician Qianweigui of the Materials Science Academy suddenly leapt up from his seat, the movement so vigorous that he knocked over the chair behind him. He rushed to the main screen in quick steps, placing both hands on the operation platform, almost pressing his face against the screen. His usually calm eyes were now filled with fervor and disbelief. Titanium, aluminum, vanadium, a natural titanium alloy or vein? His voice was hoarse and trembling from excessive excitement, as if he had witnessed a miracle. Old Qian, calm down. Major General Zhang Lai frowned and caught his wobbling body. Is this thing important? Important? Qianweigui turned around abruptly, his eyes red as he stared at Zhang Lai. General Zhang, you can't just summarize it as important. Do you know what these materials mean? He pointed at the lines of text on the screen, his breath quickening as he explained. Every year, we invest so much manpower and resources to overcome the production challenges of titanium alloy for the body frame of J-series fighter jets, for the supporting keel under the aircraft carrier deck. From ore screening to purification to smelting, each step is a money-burning monster. Now, Yan Feng, he has directly dug out an entire finished ore vein for us. Moreover, it's the nightmare-enhanced version that is 100 times stronger than ordinary synthetic materials. What does this equal? This equals that while others are still working hard in the fields, milling flour, and kneading dough, we directly dig baked bread from the ground. Enhanced with top-grade Wagyu. This analogy sounds crude, but it was exceptionally accurate. In the command center, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Wait, said Lin Jinghua, the silent commanding officer, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The report mentioned memory shape. Academician Qian, what does this concept mean? Qianweigui's Adam's apple rolled up and down, he swallowed hard, and the fervor in his eyes turned into an almost reverent shock. Commander, if I am not mistaken, this has transcended the realm of material science. This can be called magic. It means that a dagger made from this alloy, upon receiving a specific command, can instantly extend and transform into a shield. The armor plates we equip soldiers with can assemble into a temporary individual shelter in 1 second. It can even, according to our thoughts, grow from a piece of metal ingot into any complex part we desire. This is no longer the fourth materials revolution. Qianweigui's voice trailed off. With a murmuring hint of a dream, this is a direct leap from the industrial age straight into the age of myths. Boom! The official livestream room of Dragon Country exploded completely. Chapter 62, Crazy Synthesis. Wow. What did I just hear? The materials for Transformers have been dug up by the Fire God? Brothers in front, your vision is too small. This is clearly the Saint cloth from Saint Seiya. Just shout Pegasus cloth, and it will automatically wear itself. Upstairs, you know anime. So, from now on, our uncle and the PLA will each have a set of Dragon Nation cloth? Laughing to death, over there in Eagle Country, Thor just dug up a broken iron mine and their media is blowing it up as the leader of the Industrial Revolution. If they knew what the Fire God dug up, wouldn't they suffer a heart attack right on the spot? Don't say anymore, brother, I'm already imagining the J-20 wearing this armor, playing transformation in the sky to dodge missiles, so sci-fi. Fire God, eternal God. You go ahead and play, the entire scientific community of Dragon Country will be your supporting team. You are responsible for creating miracles, and we are responsible for turning miracles into reality. In the Guishu nightmare world, on the cliff top, Yan Feng was completely unaware of the huge waves stirred up behind Dragon Country. To him, no matter how magical the material was, it was just a tool. And now, this tool just happened to be used to do something he had long wanted to do. His eyes grew cold, and images of the desperate scene from days ago when he was pursued suddenly surfaced in his mind. Shu Feng Team Catherine. The painful memory of that poison crossbow bolt cutting through flesh seemed to linger at his waist. Ambushed like prey, he had to jump off the cliff in a panic, relying on the updraft formed by a group of vultures to escape by the skin of his teeth. He didn't like this feeling at all. Yan Feng was not a magnanimous person, on the contrary, he held grudges. There must be give and take, that is called politeness. Since you all love being hunters so much, I'll play with you. Only this time, the identities of prey and hunter need to be switched. He concentrated his thoughts and issued an order to the Tree of Life. Harvest. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, and on the living map, countless tiny green roots, like a disciplined army underground, silently seeped towards that colorful mineral vein. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the subtle and dense rustling sound emitted as the roots penetrated the rock. A few minutes later, the thickest main roots slowly rose from the ground, like gentle palms, lifting countless pieces of ore the size of human heads, dark red all over, but with a strange colorful sheen on the surface, before Yan Feng. Yan Feng reached out, and the moment he touched one of the ores, a cold and heavy feeling came through, completely inconsistent with its apparent size. It felt almost too light. He did not hesitate and directly opened the autosynthesis panel. He needed a handy weapon. He placed this nightmare form titanium memory alloy raw stone into the synthesis slot and took out 2 hard beast bones that he had looted from a level 4 greedy wild boar from his backpack. Detecting core material, nightmare form titanium memory alloy, deformable. Detecting auxiliary materials, hard beast bones, can be used as handle/core support. Please envision the weapon form you wish to synthesize. A simple and deadly military dagger appeared in Yan Feng's mind. The blade was elongated with a graceful curve, with a blood groove on the back. The handle must perfectly fit the shape of the hand and be wrapped with non-slip vines. As soon as this thought settled, the white light in the synthesis slot suddenly surged. The alloy ore in beast bones instantly decomposed into countless specks of light, rapidly reorganizing, merging, and shaping in the white light. As the light dissipated, a perfect, art-like dagger quietly floated in mid-air. It presented a profound dark red color all over. It was as though the blood had frozen. The blade didn't reflect any light under the sun, absorbing all rays, exuding an ominous and silent death. The grip made from beast bones perfectly merged with the blade, also generating rough and non-slip textures automatically. Name, Tooth of Nightmare. Category, Dagger/Short Blade. Effect 1, Extreme Sharpness. Can easily break through the physical defenses of most nightmare creatures below level 10. Effect 2, Light Absorption. The blade doesn't reflect light, providing high concealment in darkness. Effect 3, Memory Form. Can scan through thoughts, transforming into any desired shape and switch freely, requires mental power. Description: its first taste of fresh blood will determine its future reputation for slaughter. Remark: explore on your own, and you will find the wonders before it are just a little brother. Yan Feng reached out to grasp it, and a feeling of bloodline connection arose. Light, too light. He casually swung at a piece of granite half the height of a person nearby. No sound. The dagger sank into the hard rock as if slicing through tofu, and when pulled out, the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Yan Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this, breaking through that muscle-bound defense of the execution peak team should be no problem. But merely having a weapon wasn't enough. He also needed a sufficiently reliable armor. That poisoned wooden arrow, he did not want to experience it again. Yan Feng opened the backpack again, his gaze locked onto the complete moth wings he had procured from the level 3 wailing moth territory. These wings were wider than an adult's outstretched arms, lightweight yet remarkably tough, still retaining phosphorescent powder that could affect the mind. He tossed 5 complete moth wings and a bundle of high-toughness vines into the synthesis slot. This time, he didn't envision traditional armor, but rather something closer, more flexible and integrated protective suit that merged vests, shoulder guards, arm guards, leg guards, and helmet protection. At the same time, a buckle structure was reserved at the back for quick combination with the basic glider wings. Core material detected, complete moth wings, possesses mental interference properties. Auxiliary material detected, high toughness vines, excellent flexibility. Synthesis template detected, protective suit package, composite structure. Synthesis beginning. White light shown, softer than when the dagger was synthesized. 5 massive moth wings melted together like butterfly garments, while the vines turned into dark green threads, precisely sewing and weaving, shaping the wings into the form in Yan Feng's mind. A few seconds later, the light faded, revealing a lightweight protective suit, as thin as a cicada's wing, showing a gray-red color with natural butterfly patterns, floating in the air. Name: Wailing Wing Armor. Category: Lightweight Protective Suit. Effect 1, Physical and Magical Defense. Can effectively resist piercing, cutting, and attack damage of conventional physical and magical types, with a defense comparable to that of a light tank. Effect 2, Phosphorescent Powder Halo. Can release colorless and odorless wailing phosphorescent powder, causing slight mental disorientation to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Effect 3, Flight Cooperation. The back buckle perfectly combines with the basic glider wings, enhancing stability and control during gliding. Description: wearing it, you will hear the wails of the defeated. If you can't win, what you'll hear is your own. Without hesitation, Yan Feng replaced the basic nightmare protective vest with this brand new wailing wing armor. The inner armor fit instantly against his muscles, as if it were a second skin, so lightweight it was barely felt, yet bringing an unprecedented sense of solidity. With weapons and armor ready, Yan Feng sat cross-legged, inserting the newly born tooth of nightmare into the vine floor beside him. He closed his eyes once more, sinking his consciousness into the root network of the Tree of Life. Help me find them. Chapter 63, Setting the Trap, Drawing the Wolf into the Pit. His intention transformed into an invisible command, conveyed to the divine tree beneath him that coexisted with him. Buzz. The roots of the Tree of Life glimmered with light, weaving a network. This time, the emerald green living map no longer remained underground but extended upward, as if possessing countless invisible eyes, beginning to sense everything on the surface. Yan Feng's vision was instantaneously raised and widened. He could smell the scent of the wind, which carried the stench of distant swamps and the fragrance of the woods. He could hear the rustling of leaves as the wind blew through, even distinguishing the different sounds made by broadleaf and needleleaf trees rubbing together. He could even feel the invisible energy traces left by the creatures that had passed through every inch of land, like varied imprints of different depths. His consciousness and the images in his mind turned into the most efficient search engine, inputting 3 keywords into the massive data stream: the 3 aggressive, cold energy signals that had once hunted him down. His awareness swiftly traced back along the footprints left by those signals. Very cautiously, Yan Feng saw that after yesterday's confrontation, the 3 individuals had not gone far. Instead, in the direction he had jumped off the cliff, like 3 experienced wolves, they patiently circled around, constantly narrowing their search, looking for any possible clues. Slowly drawing closer to where he was. They guessed that Yan Feng might not be dead. Even if he was truly dead, they would not rest until they found either his living body or his corpse. Yesterday, just before dark, they had witnessed him soaring away on a glider, like a wounded bird fleeing into the sky. They bet that he was severely injured, and with Catherine's poisoned wooden arrows, he wouldn't be able to fly far, and he would definitely fall somewhere to struggle for survival. If it weren't for their fear of the terror of the night of nightmares, they certainly wouldn't have waited until dawn to begin searching. Very good. This saves me the trouble of looking for you. Yan Feng's consciousness swiftly scanned the terrain map of the entire area, modeling the environment and planning tactics like a supercomputer in his mind. Soon, he locked onto a perfect ambush location. It was a narrow and elongated stony canyon, about 4 kilometers northwest of his current position. The canyon had towering steep walls, rising 100 meters high, smooth as if chiseled by a knife, with almost no points to climb. The only passage was no more than 5 meters wide at its widest, winding and twisted, filled with rugged rocks, complex terrain, and abundant natural blind spots and hiding places. A perfect pocket formation. A natural slaughterhouse. This is it. A cold, emotionless smile tugged at the corners of Yan Feng's mouth. The first step of revenge is to set the stage. And a perfect stage requires a perfect bait. He looked down at the wound on his waist, which had been cut by the poisoned crossbow arrow. It had long healed under the nourishment of the life dew, leaving no trace of a scar. An untouched prey would not let a cunning hunter lower their guard. A flash of cunning light flickered in Yan Feng's eyes. Just now, when he utilized his talent Voice of All Things to communicate deeply with the Tree of Life, he learned of some hidden functions of the tree. This thing from the nightmarish world, while filled with the bizarre and dangerous, became immensely useful once its secrets were revealed. All of this relies on the advantages of his talent Voice of All Things. In the instant Yan Feng was about to carry out his crazy and bold revenge plan, a thought flashed through his mind like an electric current. Live broadcast. This was a critical step that he almost overlooked, yet it was essential. His actions? It will definitely be seen by billions of viewers from Dragon Country. And the actions of the Rising Dawn team will also be monitored in real time by the high-ups of Eagle Sauce Country. Once I carry out my revenge plan, if the counterattack is successful, the whole process will be exposed right under the nose of Eagle Sauce Country, which would be like declaring war in the real world. The consequences would be unimaginable. I need a war, one that belongs solely to the hunter and the prey, a clean battle unknown to the outside world. Tree of Life. Yan Feng's consciousness sank into the emerald green network connected to his soul, a clear directive echoed within. Can you interfere with those eyes? Buzz. The main root beneath his feet emitted a long, light sound in response. A mysterious and mighty stream of information surged into Yan Feng's mind. Tree of Life, information interruption, basic. Effect, centered on the sower, within a 5-kilometer radius, it can forcibly interrupt all locked players' live streaming signals. This effect provides a dual barrier on physical and energy levels, appearing as signal loss in the real world, unable to be tracked or repaired by conventional technology, and leaving no trace of who cut the streaming signal. It would simply be seen as an accident. Consumption, each signal interruption lasts for half an hour, consuming 1 point of mental power, and the process of consuming mental power cannot be captured by the live streaming signal. The corner of Yan Feng's eye twitched slightly. That's enough. Lock onto those 3. Yan Feng issued the directive on an awareness level, and me. From now on, interrupt the signals of the 4 of us. Almost at the same moment Yan Feng issued the order. In the real world. Eagle Sauce Country, the highest command center of Shield of Freedom. A piercing alarm rang through the entire hall without warning. Report. 3 members of the Rising Dawn team, Tulip, Hound, and Butcher, all live streaming signals have been interrupted. Warning. Signal loss. Unable to reconnect. All backup line tests failed. The target signal source has completely vanished. On the main screen, the 3 split screens that previously displayed the movements of Catherine and her team turned black, indicating loss of signal. Fuck. General MacArthur's roar drowned out the shrill alarm. He stood up from his chair abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at the three black screens like an enraged bull. What happened? Answer me. Is the tech department a bunch of useless idiots? A sweating technical director scrambled to his feet, trembling as he spoke. General, it's not our fault. It's the signal source, it just vanished into thin air. No error codes, no system warnings, like someone pulled the plug on the other end. Pulled the plug? MacArthur grabbed him by the collar. Tell me, who can pull the line on the nightmare of the abyss in that hellhole? Amidst the chaos in the hall, the silent prophet Christina suddenly spoke up. Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. General, perhaps you should look at this. She pointed to the edge of the big screen, a nondescript live streaming window, also turned black. The Dragon Country player, Yan Feng's live streaming signal, vanished at the same second. The entire command center fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze focused on the four identical black squares. If the simultaneous interruption of three signals was an accident, what about four? Or was it that four individuals from opposing sides lost contact in the same area at the same moment? This was no longer something that could be explained by coincidence. A chill crept up the spines of many. Chapter 64, Livestream Cut. Fake Death Scheme. General MacArthur released the technical director's collar, his face pale, breathing heavily. Christina calmly analyzed. This doesn't seem like a technical failure. This is something we cannot understand. Inside the nightmare world of Guishu, there is a rules-level shield. Moreover, I tend to think that this is not the action of the game system itself. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the screen and see into that unknown world. It's man-made. Someone doesn't want us to see what is going to happen next, but we have no evidence. MacArthur snorted coldly. It doesn't matter whether it is caused by rules or a man-made conspiracy. What if the live broadcast signal was interrupted? Don't forget, they are the elites of our Eagle Sauce country, the enemy's only fate is to be subdued by us. Christina sighed softly, no longer saying more. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country, the highest command center of the Dream Suppression Division. Report to the commander. The live signal from Yan Feng has been interrupted. Reason, unknown signal source interference, determined as signal loss. Lin Zhanghua's face instantly darkened, and the fingers resting on the armrest instinctively tightened. Was it a surprise attack? Major General Zhang Lai was the first to react, slamming his hand on the table. Did that group of Eagle Sauce bastards make a move? The atmosphere in the command center dropped to freezing point in an instant. Everyone knew about the existence of the Zhu Feng team and knew they had attacked Yan Feng last night. Now that the signal was suddenly cut off, the worst possibility was that Yan Feng was about to encounter misfortune again. Wait. Psychological expert Bai Qiming, who had been staring at the data stream, suddenly raised his head, immediately pull up the live footage of the three members of the Eagle Sauce Country's Zhu Feng team. The technical staff immediately complied. The Eagle Sauce Country had spies, and so did Dragon Country. Pulling up videos of foreign players was not a problem. The next second, three equally dark windows, marked as signal loss, lined up next to Yan Feng's window on the main screen. Four black screens, like four silent tombstones. In the command center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew they weren't fools. In an instant, everyone understood. This. Academician Qian Weiguo from the Material Institute stared in shock. How is this possible? Regional signal shielding? Does the nightmare of Guishu have such a function? No. Lin Zhanghua slowly spoke, his voice deep yet sharp with understanding of everything. He looked at the four black screens and said word by word, could this be a built-in game function? No matter whether this is a game function or not, Yan Feng is in danger now and needs our protection. Lin Zhanghua looked at the four black screens, his voice low and sharp. He suddenly turned to the advisor beside him and asked, where are the people arranged to protect Yan Feng now? The advisor checked the latest status and his face turned ugly. Report. Among the fifth batch, Zhang Lei and Professor Chen, who are closest to Yan Feng, are still over 100 kilometers away. Others with fast-moving abilities are over 2,000 kilometers away. Distant water won't quench nearby fire. Lin Zhanghua's fists clenched tightly. In a moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration struck him as he thought of another plan. Raise the authority. Pull out all the positions of the Dragon Country players from the first four batches who are still active. He abruptly turned to the advisor beside him, giving a fierce order. Contact the players from the first four batches, see who is closest to Yan Feng. The data stream on the screen refreshed rapidly, and soon, two green dots lit up near the area where Yan Feng had disappeared, glaringly obvious. Second batch, National Team Player, codename, Fat Girl. Third batch, National Team Player, codename, Dong Feng. Try to contact them, tell them about Yan Feng's situation, they have special tasks, and they probably don't even know about Yan Feng. Lin Zhanghua's eyes burst with determined light, tell them to find and protect Yan Feng at all costs. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, billions of viewers also noticed something was wrong. Why is it black? Did my internet freeze? It didn't freeze, I'm blacked out too. What the hell happened to Yen God? Could something have happened? Wait. You guys go check on Eagle Sauce, that agent named Catherine. And her two teammates also went completely dark. Damn. Is this for real? All four of us blacked out? What the hell is going on? Did the server crash? Fallen Nightmare World. After Yan Feng cut off the live broadcast signal, he opened the automatic synthesis panel and took out a few red as bloodberry he had picked casually on the way back. He then carefully scraped a bit of the stinking slime from the already rotten, decomposed frog meat. He threw these two items into the synthesis slot, imagining a product with deceptive qualities in his mind. A flash of white light. Synthesis successful. You obtained Disguise Plasma, low level, X1. Item description: a special mixture synthesized from bloodberry and decomposed biological tissue, having a color, texture, and smell very similar to dried and solidified blood, containing faint traces of nightmare toxin, making it an excellent disguise tool. Yan Feng nodded with satisfaction. He tore off a clean piece of cloth and smeared the thick liquid that emitted a mix of sweet and foul odors onto it, then carefully wrapped it around his waist, disguising it as a circle of freshly changed, blood-soaked bandages. Then, with the blessing of the Tree of Life, he made his originally full and rosy complexion fake a pale and weak look as if he had lost too much blood. But that was not enough. He needed a death certificate that would convince his opponent completely. His gaze fell on the remaining half of the decomposed frog meat, and the spoiled frog meat that hadn't been fully thrown away in his backpack. A bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. He closed his eyes and, again under the blessing of the Tree of Life, activated beginner hypnosis. This time, the target was not a living creature, but the spoiled and rotten meat. He slowly infused his mental power, instilling an extremely simple command: "This is my flesh and blood." The surface of the decomposed frog meat rippled subtly, and within the stench, there bizarrely mingled a hint of Yan Feng's unique life essence. Having finished all this, he focused his intent. The command was precisely transmitted to the rocky gorge less than a kilometer away through the link with the Tree of Life. A silent, tremendous transformation began quietly in the depths of the earth, unknown to anyone. The roots of the Tree of Life, thinner than hair yet hundreds of times stronger than Kevlar fibers, quietly surged forth from deep within the earth. They did not break the surface, causing any noticeable disturbance above ground. But like a group of ghosts lurking in the dark, they slithered along the crevices of the rocks, tightly adhering beneath the surface, transforming the entire valley floor into an invisible, deadly green spiderweb. Then, Yan Feng issued a second command. He saw a group of level 0 nightmare monsters, stone rats, hiding in the crevices of the rocks in the gorge. Stone rat, level 0 nightmare creature, carnivorous, naturally timid, non-aggressive, does not attack living beings. But it has an extremely keen sense of smell and an almost insane obsession with the scent of death and decay, often scavenging the corpses of any creature in groups. In the Fallen Nightmare, the appearance of stone rats often indicates the presence of dead bodies. Through the roots of the Tree of Life, Yan Feng's intent silently transported the piece of rotten frog meat, which he had hypnotized and infused with his life essence, to a flat rock deep in the gorge. Everything was ready. He stood up, donned the beginner gliding wing, walked to the edge of the cliff, and took a deep breath. He spread out the gliding wing and without hesitation leaped from the cliff top. Yan Feng's figure glided towards the rocky gorge like a bird with broken wings, wobbling and swaying. When he was still 100 meters away from the gorge, he seemed to have finally exhausted the last bit of his strength. The glider tilted sharply, and he plummeted like a broken kite into the depths of the canyon, emitting a dull thud before falling silent. Almost at the moment of his fall, countless small eyes, like green beans, lit up from the cracks in the stones within the canyon. Then, hundreds and thousands of stone mice surged like a tide of black, racing towards the spot where he fell, drawn by the strange air mixed with death and life. At the same time, not far from the canyon, in a dense forest, a thin man, codenamed Hound, suddenly stopped, his nostrils flaring wildly. "I found it," he whispered in a hoarse voice, with a hint of cruel delight in his tone. "His breath is gone. Just now, it completely cut off. He's dead." Chapter 65, The Counterattack of the Reanimated. Next to him, a muscular man asked, "Hound, are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." The Hound's eyes sparkled with excitement, the last point of his breath burst out in the rocky canyon ahead. "He must have fallen to his death last night. I can smell the strong scent of blood and the stench of death. Butcher, check your equipment. Hound, keep tracking." A cold female voice rang out as Catherine issued her final orders. "We need to confirm our victory." Three agile figures moved like ghosts through the forest, silently speeding towards the rocky canyon. They had no idea that, while they thought they were going to share the cake of victory, the true hunter had already begun to unveil the feast of death for them. The entrance to the rocky canyon gaped like the fearsome mouth of a giant beast. Catherine raised her hand, making a tactical gesture to halt. The three figures instantly blended into the shadows of the rocks, as if they had never existed. Something's not right. The hound's voice was much lower, carrying a hint of caution. It's too quiet. The butcher flexed his muscles and said, everyone's dead, of course it's quiet. No, Catherine disagreed, hound is right. According to the data, the nightmare creatures in this area, though low in level, are numerous and varied. It shouldn't be this silent. This is abnormal. Her green eyes, like the most precise scanner, quickly scanned everything in the canyon. Jagged rocks, twisted dead vines, deep shadows. Everything looked so normal, but it was this very normal that made her sense a hint of danger. I'll go in first to take a look. The hound said quietly. His B-level talent, all-purpose tracking, not only allowed him to track but also gave him extraordinary environmental perception. Catherine pondered for a moment and nodded. Be careful, butcher, you hold the entrance. I'll observe from the high ground on the side. The hound took a deep breath, lowering his body like a lizard gliding close to the ground, silently entering the canyon. As he moved forward, he carefully observed the ground. Soon, he saw the marks left by the glider crashing to the ground, along with the dark red bloodstains that had dried along the way. Following the traces, when he rounded a huge rock and saw the scene before him, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the depths of the canyon lay a corpse, motionless against the ground. He recognized that the glider was a beginner's glider. What made his scalp tingle was that hundreds of black stone mice were like a moving carpet, covering the corpse, emitting a sickening sound of gnawing. They were tearing at something, dragging out chunks of flesh-like tissue from under the corpse to feast on. Captain. The hound's voice carried a mix of nausea and a confirmed thrill. I found him. It looks like he has already been nearly eaten by the stone mice. It's a bit disgusting. Hearing this from above, Catherine finally let go of the last bit of her alertness in her heart. Stone mice do not attack living creatures, they only eat corpses. In the world of the nightmares of Guishu, even ordinary people know the iron rules. Confirm death. Catherine gave her conclusion. She leaped down from high up, and the butcher grinned fiercely as he entered through the entrance. Finally, it's over. The butcher flexed his wrists, the joints cracking with a loud sound. What a pity, I couldn't break his neck myself. However, I'm going to chop off his head and take it back to the general as an ashtray. The three formed a standard combat search formation, closing in on the corpse that had been overwhelmed by a swarm of rats. None of them noticed that what the stone rats were crazily gnawing at was not Yan Feng's body at all, but the rotten frog meat he had disguised with hypnosis. Yan Feng himself was perfectly blended with the rock beneath the rotten frog meat, even his breathing and heartbeat had been minimized to the lowest. They're coming. Catherine was 30 meters away from him. The butcher was 35 meters behind on the left. The hunting dog was 25 meters on the right, preparing to disperse the rat swarm and inspect the corpse. The time has come. Yan Feng's will instantaneously gave the first command to the Tree of Life. Make a move. Puff. 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 Without warning. The ground beneath the three came alive as if it had suddenly sprung to life. Countless green roots, as thick as arms, burst violently from the ground like venomous snakes stabbing out from the depths of hell. What? The butcher reacted the fastest. He roared as his muscles tensed instantly, the powerful force almost allowing him to break free. But the toughness of these roots was beyond imagination. They rushed around like living pythons, frantically wrapping around and instantly locking his legs in place. The hunting dog fared even worse. He was so frightened by this sudden change that he lost his wits, tripping over several roots and getting tangled up like a dumpling. Catherine was the only one among the three to make an effective dodge. The moment the ground moved, she used her incredible battle instinct to push off the ground hard. Her body twisted in midair in an unbelievable maneuver, narrowly evading the roots surging up from below, landing on a rock as tall as a person. But she was quick. Yan Feng was quicker. At the very second the butcher was restrained, the corpse that should have been devoured beyond recognition moved. A gray-red shadow sprang up like a ghost from the rat swarm, startling the stone rats. They jumped up and, after a moment of daze, scattered in all directions, revealing the unscathed Yan Feng. The target was the butcher. Searching for death. Although the butcher's legs were trapped, his upper body was still free. He saw Yan Feng charge at him, his eyes gleaming with fierce light, stepping forward instead of retreating, and roaring as he swung the battle axe in his hand, sweeping towards Yan Feng's waist with a tearing whoosh. He wanted to use absolute power to directly cleave this little trickster in half. However, facing this overwhelming axe blow, Yan Feng's eyes showed no signs of fear. His figure suddenly became blurry and ethereal in the butcher's sight. The Wailing Wing armor had a passive skill, Phosphorescent Halo, activated. The butcher felt his vision blur. Yan Feng's figure seemed to split into several, making it impossible for him to lock onto the real one for a moment. The trajectory of the axe also slowed by a second. It was this 1 second of delay. Yan Feng's figure had already approached his side. In Yan Feng's hand, the Nightmare's Fong did not choose the blade but struck the butcher's wrist joint with a clever angle using the end of the dagger's grip. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking. Ah! The butcher let out a scream, the tactical axe slipping from his hand. Yan Feng seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful elbow strike solidly into the butcher's chin. Bang! The butcher's tall body was like a hammer striking against a city wall, his head jerked back violently, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. One-hit kill. No, it was one-hit defeat. Butcher! Catherine above and the bound hunting dog simultaneously cried out in shock. After defeating the butcher, Yan Feng didn't pause for a moment. His next target was the hound, tied up like a dumpling. Stop! An unrefined Chinese voice called from above, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Catherine had struck. In her hand was a high-strength composite crossbow, firing a poison bolt straight toward Yan Feng's back. This was a tactic to divert danger. Chapter 66, Seed of Parasite. However, Yan Feng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He did not evade, he simply concentrated his mind. The memory form ability of Nightmare's Fang activated. The dark red dagger in his hand underwent an incredible transformation in an instant. The originally slender blade quickly extended and widened, accompanied by a sound of painful metal deformation, transforming into a small round shield with a diameter of half a meter and sharp edges. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The moment the transformation completed, the poison bolt accurately struck the center of the round shield, leaving not even a white mark before being deflected away by the massive recoil. In fact, even if the transformation had failed, with his protective gear, he wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt like he did yesterday. The last shred of hope vanished from the hound's eyes. Yan Feng had already stood before him, delivering a clean, swift chop to the back of his neck. The hound let out a muffled groan and fell unconscious. Yan Feng slowly stood up and cast a calm gaze towards the rock not far away, at the stunning woman with golden hair, holding a crossbow, her face filled with shock and anger. The entire canyon fell silent once more. Catherine's hand gripping the crossbow trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme anger and disbelief. Two battle-hardened teammates had been effortlessly defeated in less than a minute by an ordinary person, in a manner that felt almost humiliating. Traps, disguises, tactics, using the environment and biological habits. This man before her was not some panicking prey. It seemed he was the one who set the trap, calmly waiting for them to step into death one step at a time, the hunter. In the canyon, the wind howled, moaning for the lost lives. Catherine stood on the rock, her golden hair disheveled by the wind, her emerald eyes fixed intensely on Yan Feng below, her chest heaving violently. She did not shoot another arrow. It was pointless. Just as she was sizing up Yan Feng. Swish! Suddenly, the rock beneath Catherine came to life. Countless thicker and harder emerald green roots burst forth from within the rock like enraged dragons. They intertwined into a web, instantly binding Catherine's limbs, waist, and even her neck, trapping her against the rock, rendering her immobile. Ugh! Catherine let out a muffled groan as she struggled desperately, unleashing stunning strength. But these roots were unbelievably tough. The more she struggled, the tighter they wrapped around her, even digging deep into her flesh. Yan Feng walked slowly to her side, looking down at her from above. I admit, I lost. She still spoke in her stilted Chinese, her voice cold, trembling slightly with restraint. You are strong, stronger than I imagined. If you want to kill me, then do it, but don't think you can get anything from me. Our agents from Eagle Sauce Country are no cowards. Kill you? Yan Feng smiled, and that smile appeared more terrifying than a devil to her. No, that would be a waste. Before she could respond, he reached out, his icy fingertips gently gripping Catherine's smooth chin, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. Anger and humiliation burned like flames in her emerald eyes. Yan Feng's tone was calm and unwavering, but each word felt like a cold chisel, cutting deep. Cutting into Catherine's self-esteem. From now on, you are no longer the captain of the Zhufeng team, nor are you any kind of agent from Eagle Sauce Nation. He released his hand, as if he had touched something dirty, wiping it casually on his clothes. You are just a trophy. Yan Feng's gaze swept over her hot body, tightly bound by roots, leaving marks on her skin. And finally settled on her pretty face, flushed with anger, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I spare your lives because you are still useful. What do you want to do to me? His thoughts, through the tree of life, issued a brand new and core command. Parasitic seed. Buzz. The emerald green root coiling around Catherine's neck suddenly split open at the front, and a sharp, needle-like wooden spike, glowing with a ghostly green light, extended out. Then, in Catherine's terrified gaze, it ignored her skin's defense and gently yet irresistibly pierced beneath the skin at the back of her neck. An indescribable chill and intense pain instantly spread throughout Catherine's body. She could clearly feel a tiny, seed-like thing being injected into her body through that spike. And quickly taking root and sprouting in her spinal nerves, countless invisible threads spreading out to establish an evil and firm connection with her heart, her brain, and every nerve ending. System notification: you have been implanted with the parasitic seed of the Tree of Life. Effect 1: your life is bound to the caster. If the caster dies, the parasitic seed will explode instantly, devouring all your life force. Effect 2: the parasitic seed will trigger severe pain throughout your body once every 24 hours, lasting for 1 hour, and can be controlled by the caster to become a tool for torture. Effect 3: the caster can detonate the parasitic seed or stimulate its outbreak at any time by consuming mental energy. Effect 4: only life dew, containing the original aura of the Tree of Life, can temporarily suppress the outbreak of the parasitic seed with the caster's consent. Effect 5: don't even think about self-termination. With the presence of the parasitic seed, you will never be able to do so. It will only make your life worse than death. It's best if you obey. This cold system notification echoed in Catherine's mind like the most vicious curse. Xiate, what have you done to me? This was an absolute control scarier than death. The indomitable flame in her eyes was finally ignited completely at this moment. Yan Feng let go of his hand and walked over to the unconscious butcher and hound, doing the same thing. The roots of the Tree of Life acted like the most efficient scalpel, precisely implanting the parasitic seed into their bodies. What followed was a round of curses and verbal humiliation. Yan Feng was indifferent to this verbal abuse. After all, he was the victor now and wouldn't care about the verbal output that posed no actual harm from the defeated. After finishing all this, he returned to Catherine, squatting down to meet her gaze. Now, I will ask you a question, and you better answer truthfully, or you'll suffer. Catherine remained silent. After a long while, she asked in a voice almost like a dream, hoarsely, "Who exactly are you?" Yan Feng did not answer, just calmly looked at her, his gaze as if assessing the value of an item. Catherine took a deep breath, seemingly trying to regain a bit of calm and leverage that belonged to a top agent. "Aren't you afraid of provoking a real war between the two countries?" This question was her last weapon, and also her final reliance. However, Yan Feng's response made her heart sink. He smiled. It was a smile that carried a hint of pity, mixed with a touch of mockery. "War?" Yan Feng countered, "who has seen it? You? Or your generals?" Catherine's pupils suddenly constricted, a terrifying speculation that left her breathless surged into her mind. Could it be, the live broadcast signal has been completely cut off? If that's the case, then whatever happens to them next will only be known by themselves, and the country and the people will remain unaware. Chapter 67: Direct Mind Reading. Now, it's your turn to answer my question. Yan Feng's eyes locked on Catherine again, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Who sent you?" Catherine's lips pressed into a stubborn straight line, sweat seeping out from her golden hair roots. But in her emerald green eyes, the pride and resilience of an ace agent still burned brightly. She spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, sneering, "You think you can get anything from me? If you have the guts, just kill me." Yan Feng looked at her, without a shred of anger from being offended. Instead, he seemed to be watching a willful child throwing a tantrum. He said nothing, only a single thought gently tugged at the invisible thread connecting life and death. Buzz. Catherine's pupils suddenly froze. Pain has a source, it can be fought against. And at this moment, from deep within her spine, there exploded an unspeakable feeling, as if her soul was breaking apart. At first, it was ice, a bone-chilling cold that madly spread along every nerve ending, as if it wanted to freeze her blood into shards of ice. She felt her limbs no longer belonged to her, transforming into stiff, dead flesh, being torn apart inch by the low temperature. She bit down hard on her lower lip, trying to use the pain endurance techniques from her training to fight back, but it was useless. This feeling bypassed the physical body, striking directly at the spirit. Ugh, ah! Just when she was about to freeze into a statue, the extreme cold instantaneously turned into extreme heat. It was as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing outward from her bone marrow, every inch of muscle, every cell, spasmed and screamed in burning agony. Her prideful body had turned into the cruelest torture chamber. Even so, Catherine still gritted her teeth, intermittently howling, It won't work. If you have the ability, just kill me." Yan Feng calmly watched her twisted face, enduring for a full minute. Then, the pain abruptly ceased. Catherine fell to the ground like a dehydrated fish, gasping for breath, her whole body exhausted. She made it through, a glimmer of tragic victory flickering in her eyes. Yan Feng said nothing, and just as she caught her breath, he activated the seed of parasite again. The same process, the same irresistible pain. The third time, when the pain washed away like a tide, Catherine no longer had the strength to raise even a finger, only the faint rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive. But her emerald green eyes still stared unyieldingly at Yan Feng, filled with the flames of defiance. "You have quite a tough mouth." Yan Feng looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she was trained as an agent from Eagle Sauce Country, her willpower was extraordinary. Yan Feng didn't continue. He realized that mere physical torture would probably be hard to pry open this woman's mouth. Moreover, this method was too inefficient and too boring. So, he turned his gaze towards the pale butcher beside him, trying to gain some clues from someone else. "If she won't speak, then you speak." You motherf. The butcher was about to curse when a completely different kind of pain swept over him. It was a torture of having his strength stripped away. His proud, steel-like muscles began to spasm uncontrollably, sometimes swelling like rocks, sometimes instantly shrinking, sending waves of tearing pain. He felt his strength being crazily drawn and shattered by an invisible force. For a warrior who viewed physical strength as everything, this was more terrifying than direct pain. Ah! My arm, the butcher wailed like a beast, staring helplessly as his sturdy arm deformed in strange spasms. Yan Feng simultaneously turned his gaze towards the hound. The hound trembled all over, and the next second, his most relied-upon senses were completely distorted. The B-level talent, omni-tracking, had given him extraordinary smell and hearing, but at this moment, they became torture devices like magnifying glasses, amplifying his pain. It was so immense that it brought forth nightmare-like hallucinations. What he smelled seemed no longer to be air, but a foul stench mixed with rotting corpses, sulfur, and strong acid, rushing straight to the top of his head. What he heard was no longer the sound of the wind, but the sharp noise of billions of nails scraping glass, crazily drilling into his eardrums. Ugh! The hound immediately knelt on the ground, covering his ears and nose, painfully retching, tears and mucus covering his face. After doing all this, Yan Feng returned in front of Catherine, crouched down, and asked, "Can we talk now? If not, I can let you experience that kind of pain again." Catherine looked weakly at her two powerful teammates, one like a giant beast with epilepsy, the other like a drowning stray dog, as her psychological defenses showed a slight crack. But long-standing training and pride made her still choose to be tough. You are dreaming. All right. Yan Feng stood up, and Catherine thought a more brutal torture was about to descend, already ready to endure again. However, Yan Feng merely stood there, looking at the three unyielding tough men, his brow slightly furrowing. He felt it was somewhat troublesome. At that moment, an absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since this tree of life can plant seeds across space and manipulate others' pain, it clearly disregards scientific reasoning. Could it possibly disregard reasoning even more? For instance, directly see what's in their heads? As soon as this thought appeared, it grew wildly like vines. Yan Feng decided to give it a try. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the connection with the tree of life, no longer issuing directives of torture, but instead transmitting a tentative, vague thought. I want to know the secrets in their heads. The will of the tree of life instantly invaded the brains of the three through the link of the parasite seed. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound, who were enduring intense pain, suddenly went rigid. Nightmare system prompt, your memories are being read. They felt a cold, foreign will, like the most skilled surgeon, precisely cutting open their skulls. With a cold probe, it impassively rummaged and read through their warm cerebral cortex. That wasn't pain, but it was more invasive and chilling than any pain they had ever felt. All their secrets, all their memories, at that moment became documents laid bare on a table, open for scrutiny. General MacArthur issuing orders in the command center. Images of them flipping through top-secret files. On the files, the name and image of a highest priority target object, they called it Pandora's Box. Everything was fully captured in Yan Feng's eyes, clear and distinct. Chapter 68, Capturing Prisoners. So that's it. A few seconds later, Yan Feng opened his eyes, revealing a strange expression on his face. At the same time, all the pain imposed on the three vanished without a trace. The canyon returned to a dead silence once more. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound looked at each other, seeing the same bewilderment, shock, and an indescribable humiliation, deeper than death. He could actually read others' memories directly? So what about the tortures we just endured? Should we consider it unyielding, or should we think we were clever? The butcher's facial muscles twitched as he wanted to curse, but thinking of that hellish sensation just now, he finally squeezed out a voice as small as a mosquito's buzz from between his teeth. The Dragon Kingdom people are simply devils. He did it on purpose. The hound had a dazed look on his face. The mental assault had made this master tracker lose his sense of direction. He has seen everything about him, he saw it all. And Catherine, the proud blonde beauty, had lost all the color from her face. Her ridiculous resistance, that proud willpower, in front of him, felt like a comical one-man show. A surge of hot shame washed over her. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, a whisper only she could hear. Bastard! Yan Feng did not pay attention to their mental breakdown. He did indeed see their mission objective, as well as orders from the high-ups of the Eagle Sauce Nation. But more interestingly, beneath those tightly protected military secrets, deep within those robust wills trained through countless drills, he also saw something else. Some weaknesses buried deep within their subconscious that they might have almost forgotten. It was not a fear of death, nor a fear of pain. But some, more intimate, more personal, and also more embarrassing things. Yan Feng could not help but sigh. How could these people who feared nothing actually fear this? He glanced at the three on the ground, like piles of mud, and he had made a decision in his heart. Kill them? Too wasteful. For a practical, refined egoist, living tools are always more valuable than 3 corpses. How to use the least cost to obtain the greatest benefit is Yan Feng's motto. Get up. Yan Feng's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in the ears of the 3. The 3 shuddered, struggling to rise, but their exhausted bodies and broken spirits made it hard for them to even raise an arm. Yan Feng did not urge them, he merely moved his thoughts subtly. The roots of the Tree of Life surged from the ground again, like 3 living giant pythons, rudely lifting them from the ground, fixing them in a humiliating standing position in midair. From now on, you are my captives. Yan Feng walked in front of them, calmly announcing their fate. Obey my orders and work for me. You will never get us to do that. Catherine was the first to react, she bore through her weakness, and the indomitable flame reignited in her green eyes. We are warriors of Eagle Sauce Nation, not slaves. You can kill us, but you will never enslave us. Yeah. If you have the guts, kill us. The butcher shouted in anger, as if trying to drown out his inner fear with volume. Yan Feng looked at them, a cryptic expression appearing on his face. Is that so? He did not waste any more words and directly fixed his gaze on the muscular giant, the butcher. Your childhood, it seems, was very ticklish? The butcher's pupils suddenly contracted, a trace of panic flashed across his face. Before he could retort, the emerald green roots coiling around his body split into countless soft tendrils, finer than hair. They precisely, with extremely high-frequency vibrations, drilled into the most sensitive flesh of his armpits and waist. Ugh! The butcher's tall body stiffened suddenly, his face flushing rapidly. He clenched his teeth, his entire body shaking violently, seemingly resisting something with all his willpower. But the body's instinctive reactions cannot be suppressed by will alone. Pooh! Ha 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 ha! A laugh that was forcibly suppressed, more unpleasant than crying, burst from his throat. This grand butcher, an elite warrior who could tear apart nightmare creatures with his bare hands, was now like a child having his back scratched on the ground, convulsing all over, laughing to the point of tears and snot. This was more painful than any torture, and it filled him with humiliation. Stop. I will do it. I will do anything. The butcher was the first to break down, he would rather be a captive. He did not want to experience again the humiliation of a body out of his own control. Anyway, even if he would rather die than confess, not wanting to betray the Eagle Sauce country behind him, he had already been forced to betray just now. Yan Feng's thought moved slightly, and the movement of the roots stopped. He did not even look at the butcher again, his eyes turned toward the hound, who kept his head down, trying to make his presence smaller. Your teammate has already made his choice. Yan Feng's voice was very light. Now it's your turn. Or do you want to perform something for everyone first? For example. He began to hum with interest, his voice not loud, but clearly entering everyone's ears. Baby shark, do. The hound's stomach turned over instantly. He did not want to vomit, but was seized by a huge fear and shame coming from the deepest part of his soul. Letting him, a lone and proud stalker, dance that stupid children's dance in front of everyone? He would rather die. He would not die socially. I obey. The hound's voice was as small as a mosquito. He could not imagine himself shaking his head while singing do. Now, only their captain, Catherine, was left. Her 2 teammates, one was crying with snot and tears, the other had bowed his head in submission. She became the lonely last resistor. Captain Catherine, your soldier's will to die rather than yield really makes me admire you. Yan Feng's eyes finally fell on her, speaking slowly. However, I think you would not want me to recite here, Twilight on the Seine River, right? Hearing that, Catherine's body stiffened instantly like iron. That cheap-covered, third-rate love novel was her deepest secret hidden in the bottom drawer of her bedside cabinet, the last bit of girlish fantasy that no one knew about. She would rather die than let anyone know about it. Let alone have it read out loud in front of her. Oh, right, that line scene. She still would not give in. Yan Feng cleared his throat and, with an exaggerated, magnetic chant, switched into fluent English. Oh, Jacques, your eyes are a blue deeper than the sea, I only wish to drown in them, and never wake again. Shut up. Catherine finally could not hold it anymore and screamed. It was too embarrassing. Her face, red with shame and anger, turned pale from extreme humiliation. This was more unbearable than suffering the pain of the seed of parasitism 100 times. I obey, isn't that enough? Please, stop reading. She slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the fire in those emerald eyes had gone out, leaving only ashes. Very good. Yan Feng nodded with satisfaction. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound looked into each other's eyes and saw the same terror, disgust, and complete despair. They finally understood. The man before them was not human at all. He was a demon. A devil who knew exactly how to control the human heart. The roots that bound them quietly loosened, and the 3 fell to the ground, stumbling. Come back with me. You will cook lunch for me. The three looked at each other silently, tidied themselves up, and followed Yan Feng back to the top of the cliff. Chapter 69, Countering the Spies. At the same time, in the real world. Dragon Nation Network Data Center Base. Under the personal command of Lin Jinghua, the country's top engineers and scientists were carrying out a revolutionary technological operation around that inconspicuous mini-nightmare energy core. Report to Commander-in-Chief, the spider web system has completed final debugging, data link stable, ready to activate at any time. A researcher in a white dust-free suit reported, his voice full of barely suppressed excitement. Lin Jinggua's eyes were sharp as torches, staring at the huge holographic projection in front of him. On the projection, countless optical fibers thinner than hair extended from a palm-sized, faintly glowing energy core, forming a network so complex it made the scalp tingle. At this node of the network, a spider-shaped robot, palm-sized and entirely made of liquid metal, is silently on standby. They are the first offspring born from the micro-nightmare energy core, crafted by scientists of the Dragon Nation after combining practical uses. Their only purpose for existence is to execute a counter-operation of a spy network codenamed Great Wall. Activate. Lin Jinghua said just 2 words. In an instant, the energy core suddenly shone brightly. In the real world, the internet's undersea cables, those invisible signal bases around the globe, seem to be injected at this moment with a ghost from another dimension. Countless spider robots transformed into invisible data streams, racing along physical lines, instantly and precisely locking onto and invading the spy information network systems established in the Dragon Nation by major countries worldwide at speeds surpassing light. Eagle Sauce Country, Pentagon, Strategic Command. General MacArthur was pacing back and forth irritably. On the massive screen, the live feed of the 3 members of the Zhufeng team, which should have been clear, was now just blinding static. Technical Department. What is the Technical Department doing? Why hasn't the signal been restored yet? He roared into the communicator. Report, General, we cannot locate the signal source. The other side's jamming technology exceeds our understanding. It's like it has vanished into thin air. As the technicians were at their wits' end, a strange scene occurred. In the command hall, hundreds of spy accounts monitoring Dragon Nation players' screens suddenly switched from color to pitch black in that instant with a whoosh. In the center of the screen, only a line of cold, sarcastic white text remained. Signal lost, please check your network connection. What? All the Dragon signals captured by Eagle Sauce Country spies are cut off? Oh my god. What is happening? Panic spread throughout the command center. MacArthur's face changed from red to blue, finally turning as dark as iron. He wasn't a fool, he instantly understood that this was not coincidence, nor was it a malfunction. This was a precise counterattack by the Dragon Nation. A blatant demonstration in the cyber world. How did they do this? These were all spies they had sent to the Dragon Nation, relaying live feeds from there. A similar scene played out in the Sakura country, in the European Union, in monitoring centers for returning Void Nightmare across all nations globally. In an instant, they collectively became blind. All information related to Dragon Nation players was completely cut off. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, at the highest command center of the Dream Clearing Office, all the screens remained bright, showing clear, smooth images of 180 national team players, but only Yan Feng's screen remained dark, indicating signal lost. Well done. Major General Zhanlai slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with excitement. These bastards watch us daily, now let them taste the feeling of being blind. Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses and sighed. With just one micro-nightmare energy core, we have struck back against spies in the information war. This is like crossing into a new era. The surprises this child Yan Feng brings us are endless. However, Lin Jinggua's expression remains serious. He pointed at Yan Feng's dark screen, his voice low. Our Great Wall can block outsiders, but cannot retrieve Yan Feng's signal. His current situation remains uncertain. He took a deep breath and turned to the communications officer. Have the Fat Girl and East Wind, closest to Yan Feng's coordinates, made contact with him? They are already on their way, expected to make contact within half an hour. In the returning Void Nightmare world, the cold wind cut like a knife, sweeping across the barren hills. The Dragon Nation female agent codenamed Fat Girl was carefully climbing up a steep slope. She moved with agility and speed, her figure athletic. Contrary to her contrasting codename, she possessed a perfect figure that would make any model jealous. Dongfeng, have we confirmed the coordinates? How far are we from the target? She gasped, taking out a cluster of purslane from her backpack and biting it hard. The taste was sour like a mix of lemon, hard to swallow, yet it was their only food at the moment. They had a special mission and were unaware of the Yan Feng mode. Most of their survival supplies were gathered from nature. Behind her, a strong man with the codename Dongfeng was using his talent to carefully sense and observe the distance. The straight-line distance is less than half a kilometer. Fat Girl, look over there. Dongfeng's voice held a hint of confusion. The Fat Girl followed his pointing direction, her pupils suddenly narrowing. At the end of her sight, on a rock beside a cliff, stood a giant tree, a tree that was beyond words to describe. Its branches seemed carved from purest jade, emitting a soft and holy green glow. Even from kilometers away, one could still feel the vibrant breath of life. Even more astonishing, between the branches of the giant tree, there grew a giant treehouse? A delicately designed, beautiful structure that looked more luxurious than any vacation villa in the real world. But what is that? The fat girl rubbed her eyes, almost thinking she was hallucinating from exhaustion. I don't know, an illusion? Or some kind of powerful nightmare creature? Dongfeng's expression was equally filled with shock and vigilance. The two exchanged glances, and they both saw seriousness in each other's eyes. The sight before them had completely exceeded their understanding. Let's get closer and take a look, stay cautious. The fat girl stuffed the remaining piece of porcelain back into her bag, drew out the dagger from her waist, lowered her body. And, along with Dongfeng, quietly approached that miraculous giant tree like two stealthy cats. The closer they got, the more their shock intensified. They finally saw clearly that the treehouse was not a simple wooden building, but intricately woven from living, glowing branches, vines, and trunks. Naturally formed, a marvel of craftsmanship. In the air, a faint, refreshing scent of wood filled their senses. Taking a breath felt like the fatigue of days on the move was somewhat dispelled. This place is simply like paradise, the fat girl couldn't help but whisper in awe. As one of the first few selected survivors, they had struggled to survive in the nightmare world, living in dugout dirt caves, eating unpalatable synthetic vegetables, worrying daily for clean water and their own safety. But this place felt like a fairy tale home of elves. Just then, a sound of conversation and the aroma of food wafted over with the wind. Both of their nerves instantly tightened. Someone was there. And they were cooking? Chapter 70, This is what it means to slice. The long-lost smell of meat forcefully invaded their nostrils, awakening their taste buds dulled by porcelain, as their stomachs audibly growled. They exchanged a glance and cautiously crept closer. Going around a large fern, the sight before them completely petrified them in place. They saw a bonfire burning in the clearing beneath the treehouse. A muscular, intimidating man was using a fire starter to ignite a bundle of dry straw, sparks flying in no time. Another pale-faced, cold-eyed thin man was washing rice. But what made them nearly pop their eyes out was a stunningly beautiful woman with fiery curves, blonde hair, and blue eyes, cutting meat with a face full of humiliation. Butcher hunting dog Tulip Catherine. The fat girl and Dongfeng almost simultaneously called out in their hearts these three names. Demon Peak Squad. Aren't they the enemies of the target we are protecting this time? Oh no, Yan Feng is in danger. We need to act quickly. At that moment, a lazy voice came from the treehouse. Shaolin, is the meat sliced yet? What are you doing? I told you to slice it thinly, thinly. What you have there are chunks. Are you trying to feed them to the greedy wild boars? Accompanied by the voice, a figure leisurely walked down the vine ladder of the treehouse. He wore a uniquely styled protective suit, with a surface shimmering as if it were the wings of a howling moth, both mysterious and full of power. On the surface, he bore no injuries, and his face even showed a hint of post-sleep laziness. He walked over to the campfire and glanced at the uneven pile of meat slices on the stone slab that Catherine had handed over, shaking his head in disdain. Forget it, step aside, I'll teach you. Yan Feng took the ridiculously sharp dagger, Nightmare's Feng, from Catherine's hand and began to skillfully prepare the meat slices. His movements were fluid, as if the dagger had come alive in his hands. With a few light sounds of swish swish swish, the thick wild boar meat instantly transformed into paper-thin, transparent meat slices. Watch closely, this is called slicing. Yan Feng shook the makeshift cutting board he had cobbled together from stones and spoke slowly to Catherine, who was frowning beside him. Dragon Kingdom cuisine emphasizes temperature and knife skills. Unlike your eagle sauce country, where large chunks of meat are just thrown on the fire, that's the way of cavemen. As he spoke, he heated the previously made simple stone pot over the fire, poured in a bit of the processed wild boar fat, and when the oil was hot, with a sizzling sound, he slid in the meat slices. With a flick of his wrist, the meat slices danced up and down, quickly stir-frying. He sprinkled some salt and added cumin. A scent that was hard to describe, a powerful aroma mixed with wild boar meat, oil, and spices burst forth. This aroma felt like an invisible hand gripping the throats of the chubby girl and Dongfeng, their saliva flowing uncontrollably, their stomachs roaring like hungry wolves. Their saliva flowed wildly in their mouths, their stomachs roaring like hungry wolves. The expressions of the two had transformed from initial vigilance and surprise to complete daze. Dongfeng's mouth hung open slightly, his eyes fixed on that stone pot, his throat bobbing. He mechanically pulled out a half-wilted porcelain from his backpack and looked again at the glistening meat slices in the pot. A wave of immense sadness surged in his heart. Why was the gap between people greater than that between man and pig? The chubby girl's mind was racing, trying to process this overly magical scene before her. Mission briefing, target Yan Feng, being hunted by the Eagle Sauce Country's Demon Peak Squad, signal interrupted, life and death uncertain, the situation is extremely urgent. Their mission, at all costs, find and protect Yan Feng. But now what did she see? Demon Peak Squad has found them, but they are not pursuing, they are helping the target cook? The target they planned to protect was now acting like a culinary school instructor, stirring the pot while giving live cooking lessons to Catherine. Look, this is how the meat should be stir-fried, the fire should be this big. This felt nothing like surviving in the ruins nightmare, it was more like filming a show about ideal days. The chubby girl and Dongfang's minds had completely crashed. They stood frozen like two stone statues. The only proof they were still alive was their uncontrolled, wildly secreting saliva and the thunderous protests coming from their stomachs. So fragrant. So very fragrant. Meanwhile, in the real world. Dragon Kingdom, the highest command center of the Dream Control Bureau. We've connected. The signal from Chubby Girl is established. A technician's shout plunged the entire command hall into instant silence. All eyes, whoosh, instantly focused on the monitoring screen that originally belonged to Fat Girl and East Wind. The snowflakes disappeared, and the image stabilized. The camera peeked through the gaps of a clump of ferns into the distance. In the image, a campfire danced, and a man dressed in a strange protective suit was balancing a simple stone pot with one hand. Inside the pot were golden, sizzling pieces of meat. Lin Zhengwa suddenly stood up from his seat, his hands pressing against the table, leaning forward, eyes fixed on that familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the screen. It's Yan Feng. He's alive. Major General Zhang Lai slammed his fist on the table, not out of anger, but sheer excitement. Good kid. I knew you wouldn't die. However, the excitement lasted less than 3 seconds. Everyone saw the whole scene clearly. They clearly saw the miraculous emerald giant tree, the wonderfully crafted luxurious treehouse, and even more clearly saw those three figures, humiliated, who were assisting. That is, Professor Bai Qiming adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling a bit, the Zhubua team? The entire command center fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone was stunned. The barrage in the live broadcast room, after a moment of silence, erupted like a volcano. Holy hell! Holy hell! Holy hell! The great Yan Feng. He's still alive. Wait a minute, this visual information is too much, my CPU is burning up. Someone explain to me, why is the Zhubua team from Eagle Sauce Country cooking for the great Yan Feng? That blonde supermodel isn't Catherine, is she? What is she doing, cutting meat? That strong man must be the butcher, right? Is he starting a fire? That skinny guy is a hound? He's actually washing rice? Am I blind? I must be dreaming. Shouldn't they be fighting to the death like before? Why has this scene suddenly turned into the good old days? The great Yan Feng not only is still alive, but it looks like he's living quite well? Not just living well. It's like he opened a 5-star resort in the dream world of Guishu. And it's the kind with top-notch servants. In the Guishu dream world. Fat Girl and East Wind were still in a petrified state. Suddenly, the figure stirring the pot paused. Yan Feng did not look back, he simply controlled the roots of the tree of life to lift a piece of freshly cooked, steaming meat and flicked it toward their hiding spot. Whoosh! That piece of meat drew a precise parabola, landing exactly in front of Fat Girl. An even richer, dominating aroma rushed to the top of her head. Come out! A lazy voice echoed. Been watching for so long, aren't you hungry? Fat Girl and East Wind's bodies stiffened, exchanging a look and seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had been discovered. Chapter 71, the signal has been re-established. They prided themselves on their stealth skills, but it seemed the other party had long noticed their presence. The two stopped hiding and lowered their bodies, stepping out from behind the ferns. Yan Feng glanced at them, saw the familiar Dragon Kingdom emblem on their armbands, and the last trace of vigilance in his eyes quietly dissipated. Dragon Kingdom people? He asked. Hello, the first 4 batches of the Dragon Kingdom national team, codenamed Fat Girl. Fat Girl answered in a deep voice, her physique strong, a stark contrast to her code name. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on Yan Feng and the 3 complicated servants behind him. Code name East Wind. The male agent beside her also stated his name. Support? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. What are you supporting me with? We detected that your live broadcast signal was interrupted against your will, and the command center assessed that you might have encountered extreme danger. We are here to East Wind started, but suddenly faltered. We are here to protect you? These words were impossible to say in light of the scene before them. Yan Feng understood. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom could monitor his movements, as even ordinary citizens could see it through live broadcasts. If the player actively closes the live broadcast signal, the live room will prompt the anchor has actively closed the live broadcast. Before, he had forced the Tree of Life to cut off the signal, and from the outside, it should appear as signal abnormal interruption. The country will send people to care for the civilian players, which is reasonable and fair. He shrugged his shoulders and began to casually make up a story. Oh, you mean that? My end also shows a signal anomaly. I thought this broken game had a bug, didn't pay much attention. He said this lightly, as if he was just talking about the nice weather today. The chubby girl and Dongfeng exchanged glances, both seeing the same speechless expression in each other's eyes. Other signals are interrupted without their own will, that's a matter of life and death. But he was fine, just didn't pay attention? And at the moment the chubby girl's live broadcast picture was reconnected, not just the Dream Command Center, but all of Dragon Country, countless viewers guarding in front of the black screen instantly erupted. During the interruption, Yan Feng's live room had already been flooded with anxious and worried bullet comments from the netizens of Dragon Country. What's going on? The signal has been interrupted for so long without a response. Is Yen God really being by those Eagle Sauce agents? Don't jinx it. I believe in Yen God. But he is just a person, while the other side has 3 elites. My heart is in knots. He hasn't given any news yet. This feeling is too torturing. Please, as long as he is safe, let's put aside national fortunes for now. Everyone go watch the chubby girl's live broadcast. Yen God has appeared. In the chubby girl's personal live channel. When that familiar figure reappeared before the eyes of billions of viewers in Dragon Country, the long-suppressed emotions burst forth like water from a dam, instantly impacting everyone's hearts. The signal has been restored. It's Yan Feng. He's still alive. Aha. I saw him. It's really him. Thank goodness. It's good. It's good. As long as he is still alive, that's the best news. As the camera stabilized, the audience began to notice the dissonant details in the picture, and the direction of the bullet comments began to subtly shift. Wait, those people next to Yen God, they look a bit familiar? That blonde woman, oh my god, isn't that Catherine, the leader of Zhu Feng Squad? And that muscular guy is the butcher. How could they be together? Did Yen God get captured? No, it doesn't look like it from Yen God's expression. Look closely. Catherine is cutting meat. The butcher is making a fire. That skinny guy, Hound, is cleaning something. What are they doing? This discovery shifted the entire live room atmosphere from joy to extreme confusion, as if everyone's brains had crashed for a second. Then, an explosive guess ignited everyone's imagination. I have a bold idea, could they be cooking for Yen God? Oh my god. I got it. I totally understand. Yen God wasn't captured, he captured the ones chasing him. He even made them into cooks and servants. My goodness. What kind of divine unfold is this? We were here worrying to death, while he directly opened a farmhouse in the enemy camp? This isn't a survival show anymore, this is fucking dreamland of the lost, the days we longed for. In the command center, Lin Jinghua and others, after seeing the footage, couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. This kid really always manages to bring surprises to people. No matter what, this is Yan Feng's personal matter, as long as he is safe, that's what matters. In the nightmare world. Since you're here, let's sit down together and eat something. Yan Feng pointed to the spot beside the fire, naturally making the invitation. However, after the chubby girl heard this, she immediately stood straight and shook her head seriously. Thank you for your kindness, but we have discipline, we cannot take a single needle or thread from the masses. Dongfeng nodded as well, his expression equally serious. The masses? Yan Feng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Alright, as you wish. He no longer pressed, sitting back by the fire, holding the freshly made stone plate filled with sizzling, oily wild boar meat slices. The overpowering aroma once again precisely drilled into the noses of the chubby girl and East Wind. The two swallowed hard, silently retreating to a large rock a few meters away, sitting down, and then taking their lunch from their backpacks. On Yan Feng's side. The fire burned fiercely, and the strong butcher was being directed to fan the flames, wearing an expression as if life had lost its meaning. Under Yan Feng's guidance, the hunting dog carefully poured a small handful of fragrant rice into the stone pot, preparing to cook rice. Yan Feng himself, leisurely using his newly crafted bamboo chopsticks, picked up a slice of meat, as thin as a cicada's wing, golden and crispy, and sent it to his mouth. The heat is not right, it's a bit overcooked. He smacked his lips and commented, Shaolin, remember to remind the butcher to keep the fire lower next time. The girl called Shaolin, Catherine, felt a vein pop on her forehead, but still squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, okay. On the other side, the Tiangong squad scene appeared much simpler. East Wind pulled out a previously synthesized sour wild fruit from his backpack, the skin greenish yellow, making one's jaw tighten just by looking at it. He handed it to the chubby girl, took one for himself, and resignedly stuffed it into his mouth. With a crunch, the sour juice exploded in his mouth, the taste hitting him like a wave, instantly distorting East Wind's features, as if he had just swallowed a whole lemon. He chewed mechanically, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the sizzling roasted meat not far away. Looking at the wild fruit in his hand, an overwhelming sadness surged in his heart. Why is the gap between people greater than the gap between people and pigs? The chubby girl, her expression blank, took the wild fruit, and then pulled out a small handful of last day's slightly wilted porcelain, throwing it all into the synthesis column to create a salad of just barely better than nothing. This was their lunch. The live chat room was once again filled with another complex emotion. Sigh, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for our national team. On one side is steaming roasted meat, on the other side are fruits that look like they'd break your teeth. The contrast is too strong. I'm feeling mixed emotions. This is discipline. I feel proud of them. But seeing East Wind's involuntary gulp, I really have lost my defenses. The flame god is indeed a miracle, but the chubby girl and East Wind deserve my salute. Chapter 72, Refusal. After the meal, the residual warmth of the campfire remained, and the overpowering scent of roasted meat lingered in the air. The chubby girl and East Wind did not leave immediately. The two, like the most vigilant sentinels, took up 2 key defense points around Yan Feng's shelter, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Yan Feng reclined against the soft branches of the Tree of Life, picking his teeth, observing their actions, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you leaving?" he asked. The chubby girl leaned out from behind a rock, her expression serious, a stark contrast to her graceful figure. "Our task is to protect your safety." She paused, her tone taking on a bit more solemnity. "The command center ordered us to ensure your safety. At the same time, let me represent the country and the people to thank you for your outstanding contributions to the Dragon Country." Yan Feng waved his hand, uninterested in the formalities. "Contributions or nothing, I just want to take care of myself." "No, you don't realize what your actions mean." East Wind walked over from the other side, his eyes complex, mixed with admiration, curiosity, and a hint of frustration as a fellow player. "Right now, you are already being watched by all the top elite players worldwide." East Wind's voice was lowered, as if afraid that certain ears in the wind might hear him. The Eagle Sauce Nation was just the first to take action, but certainly not the last. They will only think that you have invaded their interests and even disrupted the balance of the game. Your existence makes the S-level and A-level talents of all other countries seem like a joke. They will not allow you to continue leading like this. Killing you and causing the Dragon Country's fate to regress is the thing they want to do most right now. That is also the fundamental reason why we protect you." Yan Feng listened quietly, his expression unchanged. Of course, he understood these principles. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind must bring it down. From the moment he chose this non-mainstream path and gained benefits far beyond the ordinary, he had already stood against everyone. However, he did not expect that the state would send people to protect him directly. "So, you are going to protect me closely?" Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. "This is an order from above." The chubby girl answered decisively. Yan Feng smiled. He stood up, walked in front of the two, and looked at them calmly. "I appreciate your kindness and the country's concern." His tone was very sincere, but the next sentence was filled with undeniable firmness. "But I refuse." "What?" The chubby girl and Dongfeng were both stunned. "I'm not used to having people around me, I'm used to going solo." Yan Feng shrugged, speaking as if it were obvious. Then they both looked towards Catherine and the others. "They are my servants, how can they be the same as you?" This. A hint of surprise flashed across the chubby girl's face, and she wanted to say something more, but in the end, she didn't say it aloud. "I know." Yan Feng nodded, looking at the two, word by word. "My safety, I am responsible for it myself." "I acknowledge your goodwill, please go back." The atmosphere momentarily became tense. The chubby girl pursed her lips tightly, she had never seen a person like this before. Facing protection from the state, in the face of the impending global threat, he could refuse so casually. Was this due to absolute confidence or extreme arrogance? In the end, the chubby girl sighed, connected to the communication channel, and asked the Zenmengsi command center for instructions. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator. Lin Jinggua's voice came through, carrying a hint of helplessness, but more respect. "Respect the personal wishes of Comrade Yan Feng. Withdraw the close protection mission for Comrade Yan Feng. But, Commander, execute the order." Lin Zhenggui interrupted her. "Tell Comrade Yan Feng that the state will always be his support. If he needs any help, he can contact the command center through any Dragon Country player, and we will provide maximum support." "Yes." The chubby girl turned off the communicator and took a deep look at Yan Feng. "All right, since you don't want our protection, then we will retreat." She and Dongfeng organized their equipment and prepared to leave. Before leaving, the chubby girl walked up to Yan Feng again. "No matter what, I want to thank you for the contributions you have made for our Dragon Country." Her voice was soft but very sincere. Yan Feng said nothing. The chubby girl seemed to want to say something more, looking at this solitary man as if he were about to fight the entire world. She somehow blurted out another sentence. "Yan Feng, although I have no right to say this, I still can't help but want to tell you that one cannot always fight alone. Her gaze was distant, as if recalling some past events, a hint of subtle sadness flashing in her eyes. You need teammates, partners you can trust. In this nightmare world, no matter how strong your talent is, you are not fighting alone. The country is like family to you, your most solid support. After saying this, she did not stay longer and disappeared quickly with Dong Feng into the distant hills. Only Yan Feng remained at the spot. And the three captives behind him, each with a different expression. Family? Teammates? Yan Feng shook his head. It's truly laughable. In this world of survival games, everyone might turn against and betray each other for resources. The only reliable one is always oneself. The figures of the fat girl and Dongfeng completely disappeared behind the outline of the hills, and the tense seriousness in the air slowly dissipated. Yan Feng stretched lazily, glancing back at the three captives behind him. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound. The three of them wore different expressions, but all carried a numbness from being completely crushed by reality. They were elite agents, trained with the most rigorous techniques, but their training definitely did not include how to be a cook and nanny for the enemy. Moreover, this enemy had even rejected the highest level of protection from his own country. Doesn't he fear death? What on earth is he thinking? Catherine's gaze lingered on Yan Feng's lazy figure, trying to find even the slightest flaw in his every move. But she couldn't see anything at all. No pretense of calm, no bluster, only a kind of indifference that came from deep within him. What kind of monster is this guy, anyway? What are you staring at? Is the work done? Yan Feng's voice lazily floated over. Finished eating, aren't you going to wash the dishes? Catherine's body stiffened, and a hint of humiliated anger flashed in her beautiful blue eyes. But thinking of that matter, she could only silently lower her head and honestly pick up the stone pot and stone plate on the ground. Yan Feng no longer paid attention to them, sinking his consciousness into his mind to establish a connection with the Tree of Life. How much of that colorful mine has been excavated? The will of the Tree of Life turned into a cool thought, directly responding in his mind. Nightmare form titanium memory alloy ore has been mined 50 units, the root network is continuously excavating, expected to produce 10 units per hour. The efficiency is not bad. After feeding the Tree of Life 2 more heart-like stones, Yan Feng issued new orders. Keep a close watch on every move of these three, especially their psychological activities, and alert me if there are any abnormalities. Understood, Master. After completing all this, Yan Feng finally shifted his attention back to reality. There are servants, there is a safe house, no worries about food, and now even high-level materials can be mined automatically. Life is becoming increasingly hopeful. He played with the new dagger in his hand, Nightmare's Feng, as his thoughts moved. Suddenly, the dull, lifeless surface of the dagger rippled like water, the originally sharp edge began to retract, and the handle elongated and thinned. Moments later, a dagger had transformed in his hand into a metal, antique-looking scratcher. Yan Feng held the newly transformed scratcher and scratched his back twice. Just the right angle, perfect pressure. Not bad. Catherine passed by with the clean stone pot and caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of her eye. Her step faltered, nearly dropping the pot. What did she see? That terrifying weapon that could easily slice through granite, emanating an aura of death. Now, was being used as a scratcher? Everyone, please look. Academician Xian pointed at the piece of metal, his voice trembling with excitement like a string pulled to its limit. This is the nightmare-shaped titanium memory alloy. A miracle brought back by Comrade Yan Feng. Lin Zhenghua and Zhan Lai, along with others, looked serious, their eyes fixed tightly on the screen, even their breaths unconsciously slowed down. That small piece of metal seemed to possess an incredible gravity, pulling all the attention of the command center. We conducted initial physical performance tests on it. Academician Xian took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his racing heart, and solemnly pressed the play button. On the screen, a tangible high-energy laser beam, carrying terrifying energy enough to instantly vaporize a main battle tank, shot precisely towards the metal block. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The surface of the metal showed no signs of damage. Instead, it consumed the blinding beam like a piece of obsidian thrown into a still lake. No explosion, no melting, only a silent ripple spread across the surface of the metal, as if it had merely taken a sip of light. In the next second, the surface of the metal shimmered, the colorful glow suddenly intensified, and astonishingly, the energy it just absorbed was reflected back from the other end as a thinner, more concentrated beam, accurately piercing through a target made of special composite armor 20 meters away. On the target, a smooth, mirror-like hole emitted smoke, with no signs of melting. It was pure energy that instantaneously obliterated the material structure. The energy absorption and conduction rate, nearly 100%. Academician Xian's voice trembled with emotion. This old man who dedicated his life to material science for the Dragon Kingdom was now in tears. It can not only defend but also turn enemy attacks into its own use. What does this mean? It means that armor made from it, in theory, is never going to fall. A wave of gasps filled the command center, echoing like a sudden surge of waves. But this was just the beginning. The more crucial aspect is its memory shape. Academician Xian operated again, and another video began to play. A researcher in a white sterile suit used a brain-machine interface to input a highly complex 3D model of a turbine blade into the device connected to the metal block. Another magical scene unfolded. The small piece of metal, like a living creature, started to squirm, extend, and transform. Its surface flowed with a liquid metal-like sheen, with countless tiny structures self-generating and combining inside, as if there were millions of invisible nanorobots working at the same time. In front of everyone's gaze, it astonishingly grew from a metal ingot into a perfectly flawless core turbine blade of a WZ-10 engine in just 10 seconds. Every curve, every angle of the blade was exactly as per the design. The entire process involved no lathe, no milling, no casting. It was like 3D printing, but no, it was even more astonishing. This was not manufacturing, this was creation. Do you see it? Academician Xian almost roared, pointing at the suspended blade gleaming like a work of art on the screen. It can remember the shape we give it. It can self-form. The core material problem of our dream, the Tian-Nan-Men plan, which was thought to take at least 100 years to achieve, has been solved. The Tian-Nan-Men plan. Lin Zhenghua murmured, his usually calm eyes now bursting with unprecedented brilliance, as if two flames were burning fiercely inside. This was the highest-level secret of Dragon Kingdom's military industry, a grand blueprint aimed at creating an integrated air and space combat force. Its core was to manufacture vehicles that could freely move in and out of the atmosphere. With the combination of the maneuverability of a fighter jet and the endurance of a spacecraft, the aerospace carrier platform and Phoenix series aerospace fighters are here. The biggest bottleneck in this plan is the materials. No known material can simultaneously meet the aerodynamic shape requirements for hypersonic flight, the sturdiness and sealing requirements for space travel, and the immense structural stress during the switch between these two extreme environments. But now, this alloy from the nightmare world has turned all of this from a fantasy into a reachable reality. With it, military scientist General Zhang Lai suddenly slammed the table, his gaze sharp as a knife. Our fighter jets can instantly extend their wings into gliders during high-altitude cruising to save fuel. When entering combat, they can instantly retract into the most aerodynamic triangular wing shape. Our submarines can use it to manufacture their hulls, adjusting their shapes in real time according to the water pressure at different depths, achieving perfect stealth and drag reduction. Not only that. Xian Weigui excitedly added, his imagination fully ignited. We can preset a city's defense system into its memory shape. In normal times, it is the pavement, the walls, the sculptures. In wartime, with a single command, the whole city rises from the ground, transforming into a war fortress filled with cannons and bunkers. Images that existed only in science fiction movies exploded in everyone's minds at the command center, sending shivers down their spines. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the national fortune material Feifoam had dug back this time was not just a simple mineral. It would be a new era of civilization. A myth-level era of civilization that solely belongs to Longhua, leading the world. This national fortune material must be immediately sealed. Lin Zhenghua decisively declared, his voice steady and powerful, bringing everyone's thoughts back from their wild imaginings. All related research must be upgraded to the highest confidentiality level. Listed as the Shenlong Archive's top sequence. All research and experimental data must be kept secret. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every excited colleague present, each face brimming with uncontainable joy and hope. Finally, he spoke word by word. At the same time, I propose that we report and inquire to the highest level, regarding whether our Tian-Nan-Men plan can see the light of day again? Chapter 74, Economic Sanctions? Just as Longhua was thrilled by the appearance of the nightmare-formed titanium memory alloy and secretly accelerating the Tian-Nan-Men plan, across the ocean, the Eagle Sauce Nation was shrouded in clouds of sorrow. Pentagon, return to the ruins of Nightmare, Strategic Command Center. The air was thick with the rich smell of cigar smoke and oppressive anxiety. General MacArthur irritably tugged at his tie, feeling the starched collar tightening like a noose around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. The massive cigar was crushed harshly in the ashtray, the ashes scattered like his current mood, chaotic and desolate. On the holographic screen before him, the data of the Eagle Sauce players was displayed, and compared to Longhua's glaring zero death rate and endless national fortune rewards, the achievements of the Eagle Sauce Nation were simply tragic. The S-class talent Thor, who was greatly anticipated, after uncovering ordinary red iron ore. Despite sparking a global mining frenzy, his subsequent gains paled in comparison to the nightmare-level materials, appearing trivial like a child's play. He spent tremendous mental energy, blasting through one mountain after another, but mostly found copper mines, iron mines, oil, natural gas, and rare earth mines, resources that had minimal impact on enhancing national fortune. Such veins of ore, before the emergence of Return to the Ruins of Nightmare, were still quite good. But after the appearance of Return to the Ruins of Nightmare, these resources are nothing compared to greater ones. In the live broadcast, Thor looked dirty and tired, like a desperate gold miner in the West who couldn't find a gold mine, rather than an S-level chosen one who was the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it! Is our S-level talent just a high-level miner? What we've dug up is all junk. MacArthur looked at Thor's empty bag and compared it to vague intelligence recently received from the Dragon Kingdom about some mythical materials. A flame of jealousy and anger surged to his head. Although the live signal from Flame Peak was cut off, they couldn't know the specific situation. But he was aware of the global announcement of the Tree of Life, and the Dragon Kingdom's visible rise in fortune felt like burning steel needles piercing his heart. His own ace was still struggling in the dirt, while their F-level was already automating the harvesting of divine mines. This stark contrast made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. Waste! MacArthur cursed softly, both scolding Thor and his helpless self. He suddenly grabbed the red internal communicator on the table and directly connected to the reporting hotline at the highest level. Mr. President, I request you to accept my proposal. We are in a passive situation in the return to Nightmare that is difficult to change in the short term. The Dragon Kingdom's Flame Peak is like a black hole outside the rules, continuously widening the gap between us. His voice was hoarse, filled with frustration. There was a moment of silence on the other end. The president's voice did not reveal joy or anger. So, what is your suggestion? A ruthless glint flashed in MacArthur's eyes, like a venomous snake in a desperate situation. Since we can't beat them in the game, let's give them some trouble in reality. Apply full pressure in all areas outside of nightmares and military. That way, they will have no money or energy to study those ghostly things they brought out from the game. I want to see how they will realize their ridiculous mythical era when their other fields are constrained and unable to manage themselves. The president did not find this vicious proposal offensive. As the eagle country of the free world, he was happy to accept any suggestion that benefited him. Soon, MacArthur's proposal was approved. An economic strangulation targeted at the Dragon Kingdom swiftly spread from across the ocean. They assumed that, in the face of the absolute power of the Eagle Country, the Dragon Kingdom would choose to retreat and compromise as it had in the past. In the Dragon Kingdom, the highest-level Kunlun conference room. Faced with repeated pressure from the Eagle Country and its allies, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. But this time, there was no longer the previous tolerance and consideration for the big picture in the conference room. They are forcing us. A blatant conspiracy. An economic supervisor slammed a document on the table, furious. They want to drag us into the quagmire of economic recession, thus delaying our technological upgrades. We cannot retreat, not even a step. But the cost of hard resistance is too great, our economy. Debates erupted, and anxiety spread in the air. Lin Zhenghua sat quietly in a corner of the conference table, silent. He just quietly listened, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Until everyone had finished arguing, and a brief silence fell in the conference room, he slowly spoke, his voice not loud but clear as a bell, reaching everyone's ears. As the saying goes, making one punch will prevent 100 punches from coming. All eyes instantly gathered on him. The Eagle Country dares to be so reckless because they are still living in the memories of the past, thinking we are still the Dragon Kingdom that needs to hide its strength and exchange technology with the market. His gaze swept across the room, filled with an unprecedented determination and sharpness. They want to see our cards, then we will show them part of it. I will formally apply to Lonzo for the Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition. When this proposal came out, the entire room was shocked. Global exhibition? Now. Is this not actively exposing our strength? Besides, the Southern Gate plan has just restarted. Someone immediately raised doubts. No. Lin Zhenghua shook his head, a cold hard curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is not exposure, it is deterrence, it is a display of strength. We do not need to show everything, we only need to show a tip of the iceberg. Just use Nightmare Form titanium memory alloy to create 1 or 2 samples. On that special day, tell the whole world, especially tell the Eagle Sauce Country. Moreover, the materials brought back from the Nightmare world can be crafted, the crafting speed does not need to exceed a day. He paused, his eyes shining with sharpness, the aura of killing intent fully evident. The sword of the Dragon Kingdom is ready. As for that day. Lin Zhenghua looked at the electronic calendar on the wall, his gaze stopped on a number. Let's set it for September 15th. This date itself carries a heavy, sobering weight, filled with unspeakable history and tears. Using an unprecedented Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition to respond to all provocations and to comfort the scars of history is most fitting. This proposal not only received Longshou's approval but was also passed unanimously. The entire Dragon Kingdom, like a sleeping precision war machine, began to operate crazily in silence. Countless top scientists and engineers were working tirelessly in Laboratory 012. Taking those blocks of mythic metal from the Nightmare world and forging them into enough to overturn the world situation, sharp swords. Chapter 75, Pizza Orders Surge. The appearance of the Nightmare Technology Global Exhibition stunned the world, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom shouted, "We know our mother is strong, but we didn't know she was this strong." On the night after the grand ceremony, due to platform restrictions, it cannot be detailed, please imagine, a strange phenomenon occurred. According to takeout platform data statistics, pizza orders around the Pentagon surged by 500% within an hour. Especially the complex-to-make Hawaiian pizza and the extra-large supreme pizza, which were almost ordered out. This seemingly absurd data was quickly analyzed by intelligence agencies from various countries, accompanied by a line of crimson annotation. Eagle Sauce Country is panicking. Tonight, the Pentagon is brightly lit. They need a lot of junk food to alleviate the deep-rooted anxiety and fear, working overtime to analyze what new weapons the Dragon Kingdom has displayed. In Eagle Sauce Country, local time, at 3 in the morning. In the Oval Office of the White House, the lights were still bright. The president of Eagle Sauce Country had just finished an emergency call with Longsho. Immediately, real-time news hit the trending topics. He changed his usual arrogance and toughness to a warm tone, congratulating the Dragon Kingdom on achieving world-renowned great achievements in national defense modernization. And stated, Eagle Sauce Country has no intention of being enemies with any peaceful-loving countries. At the end of the call, he pointedly complained, some northern neighbors have not been obedient lately. Unlike us and the Dragon Kingdom, we are responsible great powers. This move left the aides nearby dumbfounded. Just days ago, they were still shouting to sanction and contain. Today, they took the initiative to be friendly and even sold out their longtime rival, the Bear Country? Their faces changed too quickly. But everyone understood that this was not a change of face, this was fear. It was the miraculous memory alloy, the fighter jets that could morph freely in the sky, the tank armor that could instantly absorb kinetic energy from armor-piercing bullets. Bringing the most pure and primal fear. When the technological gap is so vast that tactics and numbers cannot make up for it, what remains is only awe. An hour later, more shocking news arrived. The defense minister of Eagle Sauce announced that he would officially visit Dragon Country next week to have friendly consultations on global security and military transparency in the new era. This marked the second visit to China by the Eagle Sauce Defense Department, following the world-shocking military parade a decade ago. Last time, they came to spy on the reality behind Dragon Country's aircraft carriers. But this time, everyone knew they were here to seek peace. Or rather, they came to test the bottom line of Dragon Country, wanting to figure out just how much of this magical technology Dragon Country truly possessed. The global public opinion suddenly reversed overnight. Previously, the media and countries that had been following Eagle Sauce and pointing fingers at Dragon Country instantly turned into mute. In their place, overwhelming analysis and speculation flooded in. The front-page headline of the Twist New York Times, Awakening of the Dragon, is the industrial age dead, has the era of myth begun? The empire of the sun never sets. The Times, we may be witnessing the birth of a new hegemon, and all of this stems from a game called Nightmare of the Returning Ruins. Countless military experts appeared on television, performing all sorts of analyses on the repeated footage. From my years of experience, the people of Dragon Country have a habit, a white-haired German international chief military expert said gravely on the show. What they are willing to showcase often means that they already have more advanced, next-generation weapons ready to deploy on the battlefield at any time. And what is still in development in the laboratory? It might be things we can't even imagine. This statement deepened the shock felt around the world. The shock of Dragon Country's internet users. And in this global upheaval, the happiest ones were the Dragon Country expatriates and international students spread across the globe. They walked proudly down the streets of foreign lands, standing tall for the first time. When others asked about their nationality, they could loudly declare, "I am from Dragon Country," relishing the complex and odd expressions of others. Countless people shared videos of the grand military ceremony on social media, including people from the precious island as well, with more and more Dragon Country citizens proudly tagging #IamDragonCountry. That deep-rooted sense of national pride spread like wildfire in the hearts of every Dragon Country citizen. All of this converged like a tide onto Dragon Country's rising national power. The wind at the cliff's peak brought a touch of the unique freshness of the mountaintop, stirring the embers of the bonfire, swirling in the air, before quietly landing. After taking a nap, Yan Feng slowly woke up, starting to think about his next plans. Now, he had a servant, a safe house, and reliable basic food, and he could mine automatically. It was time to upgrade his quality of life. He couldn't keep sleeping on a straw bed, could he? He smacked his lips, suddenly recalling the taste of the stir-fried wild boar he had just eaten. The meat was top-notch, wild boar meat that was too delicious to stop, with a natural fragrance, a perfect mix of fat and lean, and an impeccable texture. The salt was also natural lake salt purified by clear spring frog calls, with a purely salty taste. The cumin was a natural spice found in the nightmare world, with a rich pungence. But when these three came together, Yan Feng felt that something was still missing. It was like a passionate symphony, with powerful drumbeats and high-pitched horns, yet it was missing that solo violin that pierced through everything and struck the soul. The layers of flavor weren't rich enough. Ordinary salt and cumin no longer satisfy me. Yan Feng sighed, a foodie's near-obsessive pursuit quietly sprouting in his heart. He needed new seasonings. More stimulating, more domineering, and richer in layers of flavor. And by the way, he would look for clues about new household items, like a bed, bedding, furniture, and more. This thought, once it arose, grew like wild vines, unstoppable. He plunged his consciousness back into the root network of the Tree of Life, sending a seeking command to this living database that coexisted with him. First, help me find out if there are any spices with a very special flavor nearby? Buzz. A vibrant green living map lit up in his mind, countless roots perceptions scanning everything within a 5-kilometer radius like the most precise radar. The sounds of wind, water, and the breath of the earth. A torrent of information surged in, which he quickly sifted through and filtered. Suddenly, a faint yet sharp voice of the heart came from a corner of the map. So hot, so spicy, who will compete with me, who is the spiciest in this world? Yan Feng's eyebrows raised slightly. Spicy? This word, like a key, instantly opened a dusty door in his taste memory. Numbing spicy, fragrant spicy, sour spicy, fresh spicy. That ever-changing stimulating feeling, that made one sweat profusely and crave for more, seemed so far away as if it had been a century. This is it. Unprecedented brightness erupted in Yan Feng's eyes as he immediately locked onto the direction from which the voice came. It was an area on the edge of the swamp, covered in red plants, not far from his clifftop shelter, just about 3 kilometers straight-line distance. He stood up and waved to the 3 captives who were still in a standby state. The butcher and the hunting dog stood up as if resigned, following him from behind. Catherine, however, pressed her lips tightly, a glimmer of confusion flashed in her green eyes. What is this man trying to do again? Just as Yan Feng was preparing to set off with his work crew to find new culinary inspirations, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the minds of all players worldwide. Global announcement: due to the appearance of the Tree of Life, the fundamental rules of the Dreamland Nightmare world are being impacted, and the ecological balance is rapidly evolving. The originally planned 7-day novice protection period will end early. Countdown, 24 hours. In 24 hours, the first nightmare tide will erupt, and nightmare creatures will actively attack humans, no longer merely defending. At that time, the aggressiveness and danger level of all nightmare creatures will be greatly increased, and brand new, more threatening nightmare species will be born. The sturdiness of the shelter will become the only key to resist the nightmare tide and determine life and death. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 76, The Infrastructure Frenzy Before the End. This announcement, like a thunderclap from above, resonated 3 times, echoing in the consciousness of every chosen one. In an instant, the entire Dreamland Nightmare world seemed to have been muted. All players who were exploring, fighting, and struggling to survive suddenly stopped in their tracks. Then came a volcanic eruption of panic. Fuck. Ending early? In Eagle Sauce Country, S-level talent Thor had just blasted a small hill with a furious bolt of lightning, exposing the barren copper mine beneath. Before he could catch his breath, he was struck dizzy by this sudden announcement. He abruptly looked up at the illusory, blood-red 24-hour countdown in the sky, his confidence and arrogance replaced by a feeling called anxiety. Nightmare tide? The sturdiness of the shelter? He glanced around. Although the stone forest he was in was easy to defend and hard to attack, he didn't even have a proper place to stay. At night, he barely managed with a campfire, bundles of straw, and a few stones. No. I must immediately build a sufficiently sturdy fortress. Thor no longer hesitated, turning his gaze to the hard granite he had shattered with lightning. As the god of thunder, one must have the palace of the god of thunder. He let out a furious roar, and in his palm, the golden lightning gathered again, turning into an indestructible energy drill, starting to crazily carve through the mountains and rocks. He would use the power of lightning to melt these rocks, reassemble them into the strongest reinforcement, and then mix them with earth and sand, creating a true lightning fortress. Before long, the Thunder God fortress made of granite was completed. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, a female player, dressed in a ninja outfit and codenamed Thousand Shadows, was sneaking through a gloomy graveyard. Her awakened ability was an A-grade talent called Spiritual Contract, allowing her to trade with certain special spirits. When the Crimson Countdown announcement rang out, she was facing off against a earthbound spirit perched on a gravestone. The newbie protection period is about to end. Thousand Shadows' face turned extremely serious as she looked up at the sky, that blood-red number resembling a death curse. She didn't have the talent of Flame Peak or the strength of Thor to carve through the mountains and rocks. Her only reliance was these wandering, lonely spirits in the world. She gazed at the earthbound spirit in front of her, which emitted a chilling aura, her eyes flashing with determination. There was no time to hesitate. She knelt on one knee, quickly forming seals with her hands in front of her chest, softly chanting in an ancient, reverent language. Great Spirit of the land, I offer half of my soul, begging you to protect me through the impending disaster. As her voice fell, her long, lustrous black hair visibly began turning gray from the roots. Her previously full cheeks instantly sunk as if half of her life force was instantly drained away. The earthbound spirit, whose features were originally unclear, slowly turned to her after sensing this pure spiritual power, letting out a satisfied, sigh-like low moan. In the next second, the ground of the entire graveyard began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. An ancient Japanese shrine, emanating a faint blue light, slowly rose from the ground, engulfing thousand shadows within. The walls of the shrine were covered with symbols she couldn't understand, radiating an unwelcoming, chilling aura. This was the sanctuary she had exchanged half her soul for. This scene was vividly presented to the global audience through the live broadcast. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's livestream, it was instantly drowned in ecstatic bullet comments. Thousand shadows. So great. This is the true spirit of our Yamato people's samurai way. To survive, willing to pay any price. This decisiveness is too strong. A shrine. This is simply a miracle. With divine protection, what is a mere nightmare tide? Is this the true use of A-grade talent? Trading with evil spirits, so cool. But in the Dragon Nation's livestream, the atmosphere was completely different. Damn, you scared me. How could a living person get involved with a ghost? The price is too high, right? Half a soul. To change into a haunted house? It looks so eerie, can people even stay there? Compared to our Flame Peak deity, it's like heaven and earth. Deity Flame Peak has the divine tree work for him, comfortably living in a mansion. This one sold half her life to work for a ghost, living in a grave circle. Don't be too negative, this is already very strong, alright? At least it's much better than those still gnawing on coarse rice. But, compared to the Flame God, it really doesn't measure up. Flame God, what? Want to build a house? Come, little tree, build me a villa. Cherry Blossom Nation player, Spirit Brother, I offer you half my life, please grant me a shabby hut. Ha, the upstairs person, you've taken all the bamboo shoots. Oblivious to the external disturbances, Thousand Shadows knew nothing. She walked into that shrine that had risen from the ground, and a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped her. There was no firelight, no warmth, only silence and coldness. She touched the rune-covered walls, feeling the cold energy flowing within, her pale face registering no emotion at all. This is her own choice. With half of her soul, she exchanges for a chance to struggle for survival in a nightmare. Is it worth it? She doesn't know, she only knows that she must survive. At this moment, the global live broadcast room has completely turned into a large-scale infrastructure livestream. Countless players have fallen into unprecedented panic and urgency. They are frantically chopping down trees, digging stones, collecting everything they can find, trying to build a shell to save their lives within 24 hours. Some players harden the soil with their talents and stack it into crude earthen houses. Others imitate primitive people, using huge beast bones and hides to construct wobbly tents. The whole world is shrouded in tense and busy preparations before the apocalypse arrives. However, in the Dragon Kingdom players' livestream, the atmosphere appears oddly harmonious. After learning how to obtain the Tree of Life from Flame Peak, almost all Dragon Kingdom players, especially those elites who had already accumulated enough Heartstones, chose to plant the Tree of Life first. Thus, in various regions where Dragon Kingdom players are located, miniature trees of life, though far less grand than Flame Peaks, rise up, all filled with a breath of life. They can also weave various kinds of living shelters with vines and leaves according to their owner's will. Some are exquisite forest cottages, while others are sturdy vine fortresses, and there are even those who ingeniously transformed the Tree of Life into ancient-style treehouses. In no time, the Dragon Kingdom players' shelters transitioned directly from the Stone Age to the biotechnology era. While players from other countries were still using stones and wood to patch walls, Dragon Kingdom players were already considering whether to install sliding doors or swings in their treehouses. This stark contrast once again plunged global audiences into silence and a sea of sour lemons. Eagle Sauce Country livestream, shit. This isn't fair. They're cheating. How can every dragon person have a house that grows by itself? Sakura Country livestream, baka. Our Lord Thousand Shadows sacrificed half a life to exchange for a shrine, how can they be so casual? Dragon Kingdom livestream, stay calm, everyone sit down, it's just regular operations. Infrastructure is our Dragon Kingdom's racial talent, is there a problem? No problem. However, in this global infrastructure frenzy, the source of all evil, Flame Peak, appears out of place. He stands at the cliff top, listening to the cold announcements in his mind, with no ripple on his face. He simply looks up at the blood-red countdown in the sky and then, towards the Tree of Life at his feet that resonates with his mind, gives an order that no one expected. Chapter 77, A New Pursuit. Sturdiness? What is that? Can I eat it? Don't worry about that, build me an open-air balcony over here. It needs to have lounge chairs and an umbrella, I want to watch the stars at night. Buzz. The Tree of Life emits a cheerful chirp. In the next second, countless vines and leaves wildly grow, intertwining on the side of the treehouse. In just 1 minute, a spacious and comfortable open-air balcony, complete with a natural umbrella made of huge leaves, appears out of thin air at the cliff's edge. Flamepeak walks over with satisfaction and tests the elasticity of a lounge chair automatically woven from soft vines. Not bad. This leisurely and pleasant scene is precisely transmitted to the Dragon Kingdom through the already restored livestream camera. Dream Control Command Center. Major General Zhang Lai looks at the screen, his mouth twitching for a while, and finally can't help but slap his forehead. I really admire this kid. While others are desperately preparing for college entrance exams, he's something else, ordering himself afternoon tea right in the examination room? Professor Bai Qiming shook his head with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. It's not that he doesn't care, it's just that he stands at a height different from ours. For him, who possesses the top tree of life, the so-called sturdiness is not even a consideration. His shelter itself is the world's top defensive fortress. What he seeks now is no longer survival, but how to live more comfortably in this doomsday world. Yan Feng truly thought this way. Nightmare Tide? Sounds scary, but so what? If the sky falls, he'll hold it up with his height. His tree of life is the tallest height in this world. What he cares about now is how to improve his quality of life. With a balcony, the next step is decorating the interior. Bed, sofa, chair, kitchenware, table, even a toilet. These things, the tree of life can also print out. But the prerequisite is that it needs more advanced nourishment as material. Yan Feng once again sank his consciousness into the root network of the tree of life and quickly received feedback. To create more complex and comfortable furniture, ordinary, heart of straw, and heart of moonlight are no longer sufficient. He needs heartstones from higher-level nightmare creatures. For example, in the bestiary, the level 6, Grudge Vulture, S, Stormheart. He couldn't even see shadows of these monsters in his monster bestiary. Because he is only level 5 now, and the bestiary can show up to level 6, level 7 will open only when he reaches level 6. Monster name, Grudge Vulture. Level, 6. Species, undead/flying creature. Appearance features, adult-sized, wingspan over 3 meters. Covered in rotting feathers, with exposed bones, and 2 ghostly green flames burning in its eye sockets. Flies silently, like a piece of falling black cloth. Legend story, they were once the kings of the sky but were wiped out in a plague that swept through the sky. The grudges after death made them unable to rest, turning into ghosts haunting the cliffs, hating all living beings that can freely fly in the sky. Deep needs, voice fly higher faster flying tear everything apart faster than I can fly. Abilities, grudge dive, ghost claw, wind blade. Weakness, instinctive aversion to items infused with pure life energy. Yan Feng looked at the introduction in the bestiary and stroked his chin. Hating everything that flies faster than me? He glanced back at the basic glider behind him and looked at the 3 laborers waiting eagerly for his orders. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Time to work. With a single command, the 3 captives who had been dazed just a moment before shuddered instinctively. A hint of humiliation flashed across Catherine's face, but she still coldly asked, "Where to?" "To gather supplies." Yan Feng said succinctly, leading the way toward the level 1, Grudge Scarecrow, refresh area. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound exchanged glances. Although they were confused, they could only helplessly follow behind. They couldn't understand why this man, who was strong enough to take on a level 5 boss alone, still wanted to go back to farm these level 1 small monsters. When they arrived at that familiar wasteland once again, Yan Feng stopped and pointed at a lone scarecrow standing not far away, giving the butcher and the hound a weird command. "You two, go, hug it." "Ha!" The butcher's simple mind clearly couldn't process this command. After all, the 3 were assigned a special mission by the Eagle Sauce Nation and were among the few unaware of Yan Feng's abilities. He pointed at his nose, looking incredulous. "Hug it?" The hound's face also turned strange. They were top-tier agents, killing machines. Not the aunt who plays house with the kids in kindergarten. "Go when I say go, no need for so much nonsense." Yan Feng's tone was unchallengeable. The butcher and the hunting dog exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same helplessness and humiliation. But the threat of the parasitic seed made them dare not show any signs of resistance. The butcher took a deep breath, as if he were walking to the execution ground, and with heavy steps, he stiffly opened his arms, walking towards the scarecrow. The hunting dog followed behind him, wearing a face more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a fly. "Wait." Yan Feng suddenly spoke. The 2 felt like they had received a reprieve and stopped. "Be sincere." Yan Feng added, a playful smile on his face. "Imagine it as your long-lost brother, or your beloved dog. Feelings need to be real, otherwise, it will get angry, and you won't survive." Butcher. Hunting dog. From a high point, Catherine, who had been watching coolly, saw the scene and her mouth twitched uncontrollably. This man. In the end, under Yan Feng's careful guidance, the butcher and the hunting dog, once elite agents that made countless enemies tremble in fear, began the most humiliating task of their careers, embracing the scarecrow. At first, they were clumsy, their killer instinct was impossible to suppress, and several times almost triggered the scarecrow's resentful gaze, scaring them into a cold sweat. But under Yan Feng's impatient prodding and patient instructions, they had no choice but to set aside all dignity and pride, trying hard to recall those heartwarming scenes in their minds. The butcher remembered the little pig he had raised as a child, which ultimately became roasted pig under his father's hands. The hunting dog thought of the stray cat he had saved on his first mission. Gradually, the tight muscles on their bodies relaxed, and their expressions softened. When the butcher gently hugged a scarecrow with a nearly paternal gaze, a miracle happened. The scarecrow did not resist, instead, it let out a satisfied sigh and transformed into a shower of light points. Dry and flammable straw, x10. Fragrant rice, x5. Heart of straw, stone, x1. Staring at the pile of rich rewards on the ground, the butcher was stunned. He looked down at his hands and then at the places where the light points dissipated, filled with confusion in his eyes. Is this done? Next. Yan Feng's voice came. Chapter 78, Free Labor. So, for the next 2 hours, an incredibly bizarre scene replayed in this desolate land. 2 tall and strong men took turns, using various affectionate poses to embrace one scarecrow after another. And their supervisor sat leisurely on a nearby stone, occasionally offering comments. Hunting dog, your feelings are off, your eyes are too cold, like you're looking at a corpse. Do it again. Butcher, your movements are too stiff. Relax. Treat it like your first love. Catherine stood to the side, watching her 2 once proud teammates, now like puppets, toyed with by that man. Her heart sank little by little. She finally understood that this man wasn't keeping them for interrogation or to derive pleasure from torture. He was treating them as reusable, cheap labor. After finishing the wave of scarecrow rewards, Yan Feng took them to the habitat of the level 2 swamp frog. This time, it was Catherine's turn. Go, give it some water. Yan Feng pointed at a disgusting, slimy swamp frog lying in the mud, covered in sores. Catherine's body froze instantly. Make her feed that repulsive, slimy creature emitting a foul odor? She would rather die. What's wrong? Unwilling? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. Catherine bit her lip tightly, her azure eyes filled with struggle. Yan Feng did not rush her, he simply snapped his fingers. Before Yan Feng could open his mouth to start speaking, Catherine reacted first, a wave of goosebumps creeping up her skin. I can't believe it. She squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Catherine followed Yan Feng's previous steps, forcing herself through the turmoil in her stomach, slowly walking towards the stinking swamp. When she brought the filtered water invented by Yan Feng to the mouth of the rotting swamp frog and watched it transform into a pool of clear water, she felt the last bit of pride as a top agent shatter inside her heart. From that day on, the top team Zhu Feng squad of Eagle Sauce Country officially became Yan Feng's supply team. With Yan Feng's guidance, they learned how to farm monsters for maximum benefit. The same operation pattern played out with the level 3 wailing moth and level 4 gluttonous wild boar. Their future daily routine became to regularly farm level 1 to 4 nightmare monsters, providing a constant supply of basic materials for the Tree of Life while accumulating fundamental ingredients. As for Yan Feng himself, he became a carefree boss. He entrusted all these trivial daily tasks entirely to these 3 free laborers and started to plan how to conquer higher-level monsters. After all, he wanted to reach level 10 quickly to see if there were any clues about the furniture upgrade crafting plan. Killing these low-level monsters wouldn't yield anything rare. As he walked back to the clifftop shelter with the 3 dejected workers, he paused when they passed through an area of swamp covered with red plants. It was a fiery red plant that looked like burning flames. Its fruits appeared sharp and grew upwards, resembling inverted horns. Yan Feng activated his talent, the voice of all things. So spicy. Who can be spicier than me? In this world, can't anyone fight back? Invincible. How lonely it is. A wave of provocative and arrogant voices came from those small red fruits. Plant name, Screaming Chili Pepper. Level, Special Plant/Ingredient. Description, a magical plant born in an extreme sun environment, absorbing the raging fire elements from the nightmare world. Its sole purpose of existence is to seek and prove it is the spiciest entity in this world. Yan Feng looked at these arrogant little peppers with a playful grin. He did nothing but bent down and casually picked one. It felt warm to the touch, as if he was holding a small branding iron. He handed the screaming chili pepper to the butcher. Want to try? The butcher instinctively recoiled as he looked at the fiery red chili pepper that seemed to be burning. Although he didn't have much brains, his animal-like instinct told him that this thing was very dangerous. What's the matter? Scared? Yan Feng's tone carried a hint of provocation. The butcher glanced at Catherine and the hound beside him, who were looking at him with a gleeful expression, and a strange surge of competitiveness welled up inside him. It's just a chili pepper, right? Can it hurt worse than that parasitic seed? He steeled his heart, snatched the chili pepper, and without even chewing, he swallowed it whole. Then, the whole world fell silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later. Roar! A roar that was not human, filled with pain and rage, suddenly exploded from the butcher's throat. His face, which was still somewhat normal, instantly turned the color of pig liver, veins bulging on his forehead like coiling earthworms. His eyes bulged out, filled with bloodshot veins, while tears and mucus uncontrollably streamed down his face, instantly smearing it. He opened his mouth but could not produce any sound, only flailing like a dehydrated fish, gasping hoarsely with his throat making gurgling noises. A roar like a broken wind box. A stream of white smoke suddenly burst from his mouth and nostrils. Water! Water! He rushed to the nearby marsh like a madman, not caring if the water was clean, and directly buried his whole head in it, gulping down loudly. However, this had no effect at all. That overpowering spiciness was like a miniature sun exploding in his esophagus and stomach, the scorching pain instantly spreading through his nerves, permeating his limbs. He felt as if he was on fire. The butcher rolled wildly on the ground, roaring and pounding the earth with his fists. The scene was 100 times more miserable than when he was tortured by Yan Feng with the parasitic seed. Catherine and the hound watched the scene, instinctively swallowing, feeling their own tongues beginning to ache. Yan Feng, meanwhile, watched the butcher's performance with great interest, while also observing the changes in the screaming chili peppers. After the butcher let out that earth-shattering roar, the previously fiery red chili pepper patch became even more vibrant and bizarre. Their inner voices changed from lonely arrogance to cheers full of satisfaction and joy. So good. So good. This is the feeling. This feeling of being conquered. More. Give me more intense. A series of system prompts rang in Yan Feng's mind as well. You have fulfilled the wish of the Screaming Chili Pepper, achieving an E-level evaluation. You have obtained Screaming Chili Pepper, Mature, X100. You have obtained Screaming Chili Pepper Seeds X100. Synthesis recipe available, Kitchen Series Seasonings. National Luck Reward, Screaming Chili Pepper Seeds, Screaming Chili Pepper, Mature, X50000, automatically increased by 10 times and settled at 5% withdrawal rate, has been transmitted to Dragon Country Agricultural Science Institute Base 03 in some ordinary households. Description: if you think it's just simple spiciness, you're wrong. It can instantly clear the dampness in your body, boost immunity by tenfold, cure back pain, lumbar strain, and lower high blood sugar and fat, with no toxic side effects. The moment you scream is when the dampness and toxins in your body are expelled together. Not a monster, yet able to achieve E-level evaluation? Yan Feng's eyes sparkled. He looked at the butcher, who was almost frothing at the mouth on the ground, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very expressive. I'll find you next time. Butcher. Thank you and your whole family. Chapter 79, Screaming Chili Pepper. Dragon Country, Agricultural Science Institute Base 03. Old Yuan and a group of top botanists were surrounding a giant incubator that had appeared out of thin air, their expressions excited like Columbus discovering a new continent. Inside the incubator were 50,000 fiery red chili pepper seeds that looked like they were burning with flames, along with mature ones. Quick! Immediately conduct a component analysis. Report, Old Yuan. The seed activity is extremely high. The energy contained within is immeasurable. Preliminary judgment indicates that the concentration of capsaicin it contains may be more than 10 times that of the known hottest dragon breath chili. 10 times? Old Yuan gasped, can this thing be eaten? This isn't a condiment, it's a biochemical weapon, right? But... A researcher with a medical research background suddenly raised his voice, trembling with excitement. He pointed at a freshly printed spectrum analysis report of a mature specimen, his eyes wide like copper bells. Old Yuan, look. Its energy structure is a perfect spiral. Not only is it non-toxic, but it contains a special alkaloid that can forcibly activate the phagocytic function of cells once it enters the body. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, but his voice got louder and louder. In simple terms, it can make our immune cells see the deep-seated dampness, inflammatory factors, and even early cancer cells that usually hide deeply. Then, they will pounce on it like rabid dogs. Clear them all. The researcher grabbed another animal experiment report, waving it excitedly. Look at this set of data. Injecting a 1/millionth dilution into subjects with severe arthritis and 3 highs, just half a minute. All inflammatory indicators dropped to 0. Blood sugar and blood fat returned to normal. This is not a stimulant. This is a systemic cell purifier. Old Yuan looked at those beautiful seeds, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Start planting immediately. I want this screaming pepper to bloom everywhere in the land of Dragon Country. In Dragon Country, in an ordinary residential building. The afternoon sun slanted into the windowsill. Grandpa Li, suffering from severe rheumatism, shivering legs still, was tending to a few half-dead plants on the balcony. Suddenly, he exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise in his murky eyes. Next to a somewhat yellowing spider plant, a strikingly fiery red unusual plant had sprouted, seemingly out of nowhere. Its fruits looked like inverted horns, burning with flames, releasing a powerful, mouth-watering fragrance that made one crave just by looking at it. Dad, come and see. His son, Li Chang, rushed over, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw the plant. It's the screaming pepper. It's the miraculous pepper brought back by the flame god from the nightmare world. I can't believe it appeared randomly in our home. As a loyal fan of Flame Peak, Li Chang was very familiar with this item. He knew it was a symbol of national prosperity, a blessing brought by the flame god to all people of Dragon Country. The father and son carefully picked one, its warm touch felt like holding a small piece of jade. Li Chang cut off a small piece of the screaming pepper and added it to his father's bowl of red braised meat noodles. Dad, this is a fantastic thing, it can cure rheumatism, but it's a bit strong, you should try a small piece first. Okay. Grandpa Li nodded, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. He picked up the noodles with the screaming pepper and put them in his mouth. The next second, Grandpa Li's eyes widened in shock. An unimaginable fiery spiciness exploded from his tongue, washing down his throat. This was not ordinary spiciness, but a kind of arrogant, unreasonable burning sensation, as if it wanted to ignite him from the inside out. Roar! A voice of repressed anguish mixed with ecstasy erupted suddenly from Grandpa Li's throat. His face turned red, and beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead like a burst dam. Dad! What's wrong with you? Li Chang was startled and rushed over to pat his back. But Grandpa Li waved his hand in a daze. He stared blankly at his fingers, long swollen and crooked from years of arthritis. He tried to move them. Curling. Straightening. Not a trace of pain. The excruciating pain that had tortured him for over a decade, like a bone-eating maggot, had simply vanished. He suddenly stood up, walked a few steps in the living room, and even managed to jump lightly. The movements were smooth, without the slightest stiffness or pain. The legs that had tormented him for more than 20 years, taking one step brought two aches, actually healed? It doesn't hurt, it really doesn't hurt. Two streams of hot tears welled up in Grandpa Li's murky eyes in an instant. At the same time, just having tasted a tiny bit, Li Chang also felt a surge of heat spreading from his stomach throughout his body. The back pain caused by years of desk work had disappeared without a trace in seconds, and he felt several pounds lighter. Similar miracles unfolded simultaneously in thousands of households across Dragon Country. In the flower pots on urban balconies, in the fields of rural farmers, even in the greenery of the parks, fiery red screaming peppers burst through the soil, as if gifts from heaven. On social networks, various posts of happily receiving screaming peppers flooded the screens in an instant. I announce, I have never eaten such powerful chili in my life. My 30 years of rhinitis just cleared up in one breath, now I feel like I can smell the osmanthus fragrance on the moon. Who understands, sisters? What is menstrual pain? After eating this chili, I feel like I can smash bricks with my bare hands. Don't get excited upstairs, I just came out of the hospital, and I just got my dad's health report, all 3 highs are gone. The doctor thought the machine was broken and ran the tests 3 times. This is not chili, it's a magic potion. A series of screams rose and fell across the land of the Dragon Kingdom. It was no longer a painful howl, but the shout from every person in the Dragon Kingdom, releasing their ailments from body to soul, welcoming new life, the most exhilarating shout. In the nightmarish world of destruction. Yan Feng stuffed the harvested chilies and seeds into his backpack and then dragged the butcher, who was feeling a bit faint from never having eaten chili before, back to the clifftop shelter like a dead dog. Catherine and the hounds followed behind, looking at the butcher's miserable state, feeling that this was Yan Feng's way of punishing people in various ways. Their fear of Yan Feng deepened a notch. This man was not only brutal, his mind was a wild fantasy that could not be understood by common sense. Back at the treehouse, Yan Feng ignored the 3 long workers. He walked straight into the kitchen, which was automatically generated by the Tree of Life and could rival a Michelin kitchen, and began studying his new toy. He first took out a screaming chili and carefully cut it open with the tooth of nightmare. A piercing spiciness, 100 times more intense than before, exploded, making his eyes feel a little dry. He separated the chili seeds from the flesh, and then, he made a move that took everyone by surprise. He pulled out the turbid poison gland obtained earlier from the level 2 rotting marsh frog from his backpack. Turbid poison gland can be thrown, creating a small acidic ground that corrodes enemies, poisoning them. Yan Feng opened the synthesis panel, placing the chili flesh from the screaming chili and the dark green, rotten-smelling toxin from the poison gland together. What the hell? What did I just see? Is he going to mix the toxin with the chili? Crazy. Is Yin God going to refine medicine? Or is he making an ultimate laxative? You sitting in front, your perspective is too limited. This is called fighting poison with poison. I guess he wants to use the toxin's corrosive properties to neutralize or stimulate some substance in the chili. Chemistry class representative upstairs, sit down. This is all damn esoteric. I can't understand, but I am deeply shocked. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream felt their worldview collapse. They had seen Yan Feng soften monsters with hugs and use a pot to show off killing bosses, but they never imagined they would see him use toxin as a seasoning one day. This reverse thinking once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. Chapter 80, Everyone's Farming Mode. Detecting core material, screaming chile, furious fire element. Detecting auxiliary material, rotting marsh frog toxin, weak acidic/corrosive. Conducting energy neutralization and structural reorganization. Synthesis successful. You have obtained concentrated nightmare chili sauce, primary, X1 bottle. Item description: a miraculous creation born from the perfect neutralization and sublimation of extreme spiciness and extreme toxicity. It discards the harm of toxins while perfectly preserving and amplifying the overpowering flavor of the chili, and gives it a hint of peculiar numbing sensation. Effect: just one drop can give an entire pot of soup a hellish spiciness. After consumption, it will produce a slight numbness that spreads from the tip of the tongue to the whole body for 30 seconds, greatly stimulating appetite and senses. Warning: do not consume directly, must be diluted first. Looking at the thumb-sized crystal bottle filled with dark red viscous liquid in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Yan Feng's face. He walked out of the kitchen and saw the butcher still groaning on the ground while Catherine and the hounds were beside him. Look at him with a gaze like that of a monster. Yan Feng ignored them and took out a piece of fresh, wild boar meat that was so delicious you couldn't stop, skewered it with nightmare tooth, and put it over the fire to roast. Soon, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. He took off the golden, oily roasted wild boar meat, then twisted open the bottle of nightmare concentrated spicy essence, and carefully dripped one drop on the meat. Sizzle. A light sound. That drop of dark red liquid exploded upon contact with the scalding hot meat as if it had been infused with a soul. An indescribable blend of aromas, combining the scent of meat, the fragrance of fat, and an overwhelmingly extreme spiciness mixed with a numbing sensation, detonated like a flavor nuclear bomb, instantly sweeping across the entire cliff. That scent was filled with aggression. It didn't just tempt your appetite, it forcefully pried open your taste buds and rudely informed you must eat. Gulp. Catherine, who had been wary of Yan Feng, felt her throat involuntarily swallow, and her mouth began to produce saliva like crazy. The hound next to her stared wide-eyed, even letting a suspicious droplet of liquid trickle from the corner of its mouth. Even the butcher, who was still playing dead on the ground, couldn't help but twitch his nose and lift his head with difficulty. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room, there was already a chorus of wails. Ah! I can smell it. I can even smell it through the screen. My saliva is flowing like a river. I just ordered an extremely spicy fried chicken, and now it feels like a younger brother. Oh, flame god, I beg you, stop showing off. The nutrient solution I just bought now tastes like dishwater. What is this? This isn't just a seasoning, it's a spiritual atomic bomb. Yan Feng looked at the three captives, who were so tempted they were almost drooling, and then glanced at the comments on the screen pleading, "Please act like a human," and smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the roasted meat, blew on it, and in the midst of everyone's jealous and frantic gazes, tore off a small piece and put it into his mouth. At that moment, Yan Feng's eyes widened in shock. First, the wild boar meat itself was incredibly tender, and the rich aroma of fat exploded on his tongue, melting away like the highest grade of Wagyu beef. Then, an unmatched, layered spiciness surged violently from the root of his tongue, instantly sweeping through his entire mouth like molten iron. That was not just simple pain, it was a composite storm of numbing, fragrant, fresh, and spicy sensations. After the spiciness, a unique, tingling sensation began to spread from his tongue, as if countless tiny currents were dancing, making every taste bud shiver and cheer. Ha! Yan Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a warm current rise from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and every pore seemed to open up. So refreshing. So damn refreshing. This is what people should eat. He quickly finished the entire skewer of roasted meat, not leaving behind even a bit of meat stuck to the bones. After eating, he smacked his lips, feeling like his sense of taste had been redefined. Across from him, Catherine, the butcher, and the hound watched him finish eating, their throats continuously bobbing up and down, their eyes filled with the purest desire. Want to eat? Yan Feng shook the bottle of nightmare concentrated spicy essence in his hand. The three instinctively nodded, then quickly reacted, turning their heads away, their faces written with "I didn't and I'm not" defiance. It's okay if you want to eat. Yan Feng said slowly, from today on, the daily collection target for the Heartstone will double. The three. Devil. This man not only wants to enslave their bodies but also uses food to erode their will. Just as Yan Feng was enjoying his homemade hell-level delicacy, he was unaware that because of the Tree of Life and screaming pepper seeds he brought earlier, a tremendous change was quietly happening across the Dragon Kingdom. At the highest command center of the Dream Suppression Division, Lin Jingwo looked at the screen, where various forms of living shelters were being planted by players of the Dragon Kingdom, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Although the quality and function of these shelters were far inferior to Yan Feng's cliffside treehouse, compared to players in other countries who were still using mud and stone to patch walls, they were worlds apart. "Commander," said Major General Zhang Lai beside him, pointing to the data report with a hint of excitement in his voice. According to the latest statistics, within 2 hours after the Nightmare Tide announcement was released, our players' shelter average sturdiness rating is vastly leading worldwide, 5 times that of the Eagle country and 10 times that of the Cherry Blossom country. "This is just the beginning," Professor Bai Qining added. "More importantly is the change in mindset. Our players no longer worry about shelters, they have more time and energy to explore, gather resources, and improve themselves. While players from other countries are bogged down by preparation for war, all progress is stifled. Given the current situation, our advantages will only grow larger." Lin Jingwei nodded, his gaze deep. "Deliver my orders," he said solemnly. "First, list the planting and cultivation methods of the Tree of Life as the top-level Shinong No. 1 plan and immediately promote it among all surviving players of the Dragon Kingdom. Require them to make acquiring heartstones and cultivating the Tree of Life their primary tasks. Second, the Screaming Pepper cultivation plan from the Agricultural Science Academy is to be named the Zhurong Plan, with no expense spared to expedite it. I want the finished product of this miracle pepper seasoning to appear on every border defense soldier's table within a week. Third, and most importantly," Lin Jingwo paused and said word by word, "officially release the Return to Ruins Nightmare National Preparation Guidelines to the entire country. The core idea of the guidelines is just one. From today on, our Dragon Kingdom officially enters the all-out farming mode." This order was quickly transmitted to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom through encrypted official channels. In an instant, the social atmosphere of the entire Dragon Kingdom underwent subtle changes. In parks, elderly men and women morning exercising no longer practiced Tai Chi, instead, they began sharing insights on how to embrace scarecrows in the most sincere manner. In schools, history and political classes were temporarily cancelled, replaced by newly established courses like Nightmare Biological Voice Analysis and Basic Materials Synthesis in the Return to Ruins world. Online, the hottest topics were no longer celebrity gossip but various teaching videos on replicating Yen God-style recipes and how to grow your own tree in the Nightmare world. A grand, top-down farming movement was fully launched across the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was preparing in their own way for the inevitable nightmare that would descend into reality a year later. They were no longer fearful or lost. Because they knew, in that distant and dangerous world, a man named Yan Feng was paving a hopeful path to the future for them and for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 81, The King of Vultures. In the Return to Ruins Nightmare world. With 2 hours left until dark, Yan Feng was lying on a vine-woven chair, taking a short nap and pondering what to eat for dinner. At that moment, a faint, warning wave suddenly came from the root network of the Tree of Life. Yan Feng's eyes snapped open. He submerged his consciousness into the live map and quickly locked onto the source of the wave. In a canyon about 3 kilometers southwest of his shelter, a powerful wave of energy, filled with brutality and resentment, was rapidly taking shape. Yan Feng's vision penetrated the rocks and soil, clearly seeing the scene deep in the canyon. There lay the cliff he had previously used to ambush the Shufoam team, creating updrafts with the aid of the resentment vulture. At this moment, on the cliff's wall, a massive nest made of countless rotten feathers and eerie white bones swirled with over a dozen level 6 resentment vultures, anxiously hovering. Their resentment seemed even more intense than before. And at the very center of the nest, a massive, pulsing black growth, like a heart, was slowly absorbing the resentment of all the vultures around it, its size visibly swelling. A terrifying aura, far beyond that of ordinary level 6 monsters, almost lord level, emanated from that growth. Regional warning: the resentment vulture group is experiencing an increase in resentment due to the loss of companions and undergoing a lord level mutation. Expected to give birth to the Vulture King in 20 hours. Once the Vulture King is born, it will launch indiscriminate revenge attacks on all living beings within a 5-kilometer radius. Yan Feng looked at this system prompt, his brow slightly furrowing. Revenge? Looking for revenge against me? He recalled how he had previously used a piece of rotten meat to serve as a launch platform to escape from this group of vultures. It seemed that a grudge had been formed. Indiscriminate revenge attacks. Yan Feng stroked his chin, his eyes not showing an ounce of tension, instead sparkling with a hint of interest. This trouble that had come knocking on his door seemed, to him, more like a delivered, high-quality ingredient package. Level 6, resentment vultures. According to the brief notes in the bestiary, their meat was tough and filled with resentment, making it barely edible under normal circumstances. But Yan Feng had received key information that was not in the bestiary from the Tree of Life. These creatures, imbued with wind attribute resentment, had as their core the storm heart, a vital material for leveling up and crafting kitchen series tools. For instance, he always wanted a stovetop wind wheel that could automatically adjust cooking heat, or a fan that could blow cold air to rapidly cool food. All of these required the storm heart as an energy core. More importantly, through his talent, voice of all things, Yan Feng had captured a very faint yet crucial desire from the chaotic resentment of those vultures. To fly, to tear through the sky, to become truly the wind. They hated all creatures that could fly faster than them because they themselves were trapped in these decaying bodies, unable to experience that ultimate speed and freedom of once being the kings of the sky, merging with the wind. Their resentment came from an obsession with flying itself. Since you want to fly faster. The corners of Yan Feng's mouth curled into a meaningful arc, then I will help you. A bold and meticulous hunting plan instantly took shape in his mind. He no longer hesitated, immediately standing up from his recliner and calling out to Catherine and the other two, who were marinating the frog and wild boar meat he had brought back. We are going alive. The three stiffened, resignedly putting down their tasks and walking over. Where are we going this time? Catherine's voice remained cold, but it no longer held the initial sharpness, now laced with a touch of numbed compliance. Up to the sky. Yan Feng answered succinctly, pointing to the southwest cliff. 10 minutes later. Yan Feng and his labor team quietly appeared on the opposite side of the towering cliff, gazing at the enormous, ominous nest across the seemingly bottomless chasm. Inside the nest, the black growth was still pulsating, now a size larger than an hour ago, emanating a pressure that made the butcher and hunting dog feel a pang of anxiety. Captain, no. Boss, the butcher's voice was somewhat dry. That thing feels scarier than the previous level 5 boss. Do we really have to deal with it? Not deal with it, Yan Feng corrected, but help it. As he spoke, he pulled something out of his backpack. It was a brand new, smaller, and much more delicate small glider made from complete moth wings and high-toughness spines compared to his own beginner glider. This was the equipment he specially prepared for this operation using the materials he had collected earlier. Hound, Yan Feng handed the small glider to the hound. Your task is simple. In a moment, wear this, fly over there, circle above their nest, and come back as fast as you can. The hound's face instantly turned pale. Fly over? He pointed at the menacing vultures on the opposite side, trembling in his voice. Boss, are you sending me to my death? The encyclopedia says they hate everything that flies faster than them. That's right, I want you to provoke them. Yan Feng's tone was as calm as saying, the weather is nice today. Don't worry, he patted the hound's shoulder, you won't die. Saying that, he unceremoniously strapped the glider onto the hound's back. The hound wanted to cry without tears, he felt like a chicken targeted by a weasel. Catherine, Butcher, Yan Feng turned to the other two, your task is to prepare to welcome them. He pointed to the bottom of the canyon, where the terrain was rugged and complicated. Using the roots of the Tree of Life, set up a pocket here for me. Remember, just lure them in, do not attack first. Although they didn't understand what Yan Feng was up to, the two immediately started to act. Catherine was in charge of planning the trap's range and structure, while the butcher acted as the laborer, moving large stones, working together with the roots of the Tree of Life that crept silently from the ground. They constructed a huge encirclement, wide at the entrance but extremely narrow inside. Once everything was done, Yan Feng leisurely walked back to the edge of the cliff and smiled kindly at the nearly scared-to-death hound. Are you ready? Fly, my bait. Before his words faded, he kicked the hound's butt. Ah! Accompanied by a dreadful scream, the hound's figure shot out like a stone ejected, falling straight down from the edge of the cliff. After falling for more than 10 meters, he frantically unfolded the glider, drawing a clumsy arc in the air, wobbling towards the nest of death. Almost at the moment he entered the 100-meter range above the vulture's nest. Screech! A cry filled with endless rage and hatred suddenly erupted from the nest. The dozen or so vultures of resentment that were originally swirling anxiously seemed ignited like a powder keg, two balls of ghostly green fire rapidly swelling in their eye sockets. Their target locked on precisely to the awkward, slow, yet damned flying intruder in the sky. Flying intruder, tear him apart. Furious thoughts crazily echoed in the vulture's collective channel. The next second, dozens of black bolts of death, trailing a rotten stench, shot out from the nest at a speed far surpassing that of the hound's glider, pouncing toward him fiercely. Help me! The hound was scared out of his wits as he desperately controlled the glider, turning direction, fleeing back toward the cliff from which he came. Chapter 82, Heart of the Storm. A thrilling aerial chase began. The hound was ahead, like a rabbit chased by a pack of wolves, flying erratically, narrowly avoiding danger. Dozens of vultures of resentment followed, flapping their rotting wings, creating sharp, wind blades that whistled past the hound, leaving deep scars visible to the bone on his glider. Boss! Help! My wings are about to break. The desperate cries of the hunting dog echoed through the canyon. Don't panic, they can't catch you. Yan Feng's voice calmly echoed in his mind. At the same time, an invisible force, which only the hunting dog could perceive, suddenly came from the glider behind him. The glider, which was ready to fall apart, suddenly jolted, and its speed increased in an instant. It was Yan Feng, remotely controlling the high-strength vines that made up the glider through the link with the Tree of Life, tightening its structure and temporarily boosting its efficiency. The hunting dog felt as if someone had pushed him from behind, instantly increasing the distance from the vulture swarm chasing him. He barely flew back to the cliff, tumbled onto the ground, and before he could catch his breath, he saw the 10 or so vultures, more violent because they could not catch him, diving into the pocket formation set up below by Catherine and the butcher. Net closure. Yan Feng commanded. Boom. On both sides of the canyon, countless giant stones and roots of the Tree of Life that were already prepared crashed down, instantly sealing the only exit of the canyon. The 10 or so wrathful vultures were thus easily trapped in this small cage. They crashed and howled inside, using their claws and wind blades to attack the surrounding rock walls and roots, releasing their powerless fury. But all of this was in vain. Yan Feng stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at everything with no ripple on his face. He did not rush down to collect the spoils but instead turned his gaze back to the huge bird's nest across the way. There, with the departure of the 10 ordinary vultures, the pulsating black tumor, having lost its source of resentment, clearly slowed its pulsation frequency. It seemed to sense danger and began to emit a voice full of fear and unease. No, don't come over. My children, come back. Yan Feng smiled. Now you remember to call your sons? It's too late. He put on his basic glider and leaped off the cliff, like a true eagle, accurately and silently landing in that huge, foul-smelling bird's nest. Then, under the terrified gaze of the yet-to-be-formed king vulture, he took something out of his backpack. It was a completely green orb, radiating a gentle life aura, the heart of life. Don't you want to fly? I'll give you a pair, real wings. Yan Feng communicated through the Tree of Life. When that completely green orb, seemingly containing the vitality of all springs, appeared in this nest filled with the scent of death and decay. The pulsating black tumor trembled violently. Its fearful and uneasy voice suddenly stopped at this moment, replaced by an indescribable, instinctual, longing for life. Life, pure life. Give it to me, eat it, and I can, truly, fly. That greedy, frenzied thought crashed into Yan Feng's brain like a tsunami. A smile of everything is in my control appeared on Yan Feng's face. He did not immediately hand over the heart of life but instead, like a persuasive devil, used his mental power to convey a clear trade offer to the yet-to-be-formed king vulture through the Tree of Life. Eat it, and you can gain new life, rid yourself of this rotten body, and transform into a pure spirit of the wind, soaring forever in the sky. Give me. The tumor's desire grew stronger. But, Yan Feng changed his tone, there's no free lunch. In exchange, you need to give me your most precious thing. The pulsating tumor paused for a moment, as if understanding the concept of trade. The most precious. That's right, Yan Feng coaxed gently, it's all the power of the storm that you have gathered from your children to evolve into a king nut. The tumor fell silent. Inside its simple consciousness, it was trapped in intense struggle. On one side was the new life of breaking free from decay and gaining eternal freedom. On the other side was the core of power that it relied on to reign, the gathering of the entire tribe's resentment. This was a difficult choice. Yan Feng didn't rush it, just leisurely playing with the heart of life in his hand, the soft green light swaying before its eyes, filled with deadly temptation. Half a minute passed. Suddenly, the surface of that tumor cracked open a seam. A stone the size of a fist, gray-blue all over with countless tiny whirlwinds wrapped around it, was slowly and unwillingly spat out from the crack. Heart of the storm. Give it to me, now, give me that. Yan Feng smiled. He stepped forward, picked up the cold heart of the storm, as if holding a miniature storm, and then gently placed the heart of life in his hand on top of that huge black tumor. At the moment of contact. Hiss. As if a red-hot iron met ice, a thick black smoke erupted fiercely from the point of contact. That tumor, filled with death and resentment, began a violent and painful purification and restructuring the moment it touched pure life energy. It twisted and shrank madly, letting out silent screams. And the heart of life acted like an endless black hole, greedily devouring all the resentment and decay within it, transforming them into the purest life energy and giving it back. This was a process of breaking and then standing anew. Yan Feng didn't watch for long, he turned and spread his gliding wings, leaping down from the nest, flying toward the blocked gorge below. Inside the gorge, the dozen or so trapped vulture of resentment were still crazily attacking the cage made of giant stones and life tree roots. When they saw Yan Feng descending from the sky, they immediately abandoned the attack on the cage, redirecting all their anger onto this culprit. Dozens of wind blades formed by eagle claws surged towards Yan Feng. Chapter 83, D-Rank Evaluation. Yan Feng's figure performed a nimble roll in the air, easily dodging most of the attacks. He did not linger but directly landed on the other side of the gorge, joining Catherine and the others. Boss, are you okay? The butcher looked at him, asking in a deep voice. I'm fine. Yan Feng waved his hand, but his gaze pierced through the raging vultures, looking up towards the cliff. At that moment, a loud, clear, joyful eagle cry suddenly echoed from the clifftop, resounding through the sky. That sound was no longer hoarse, no longer filled with resentment, but like a true king of the sky, proclaiming its return. Inside the gorge, those dozen or so attacking vultures of resentment suddenly froze in their movements. It seemed they heard a call from the depths of their blood, and together they raised their heads, looking towards the source of the sound. In the sky at the clifftop, a huge figure made of pure wind elements stretched its magnificent wings. It was no longer a rotting body of flesh and blood but transformed into a spirit of wind, a darling of the sky. The newly reborn King Vulture, no, it should now be called the Spirit King of Wind, circled in the air, letting out a call of summons. Inside the gorge, the ghostly fire in those dozen vultures' eyes began to flicker violently. The resentment within them was being purified and summoned by the new life power from the king. Their bodies began to turn transparent, and the decayed feathers and white bones gradually transformed into blue light dots. Caw! They let out their last cry in this life, the most relaxed one. In an instant, it completely transformed into more than a dozen pure wind elements, soaring into the sky, merging into the body of the king in the heavens. Global announcement: congratulations to player Yan Feng from the Dragon Nation for helping the level 6 nightmare creature Vengeful Vulture tribe complete their racial evolution through trade, achieving an unprecedented D-level rating. Rating analysis: you did not use any violence, but rather helped a race bound by resentment gain a new life by understanding its deep needs and following the principle of equivalent exchange. Your actions touched the deeper order rules of the Void Nightmare world. Reward: the Dragon Nation has obtained a national fortune level technology, the complete set of biological basis cooperative communication protocol technology. Item description: a new communication technology that imitates the information exchange patterns of social creatures like bees and birds. It does not rely on electromagnetic waves but instead transmits information through a special biological field, with characteristics of no delay, anti-interference, and absolute secrecy. National fortune value: this technology will completely overturn the military command system of the Dragon Nation. Teams equipped with this system will achieve truly telepathic combat coordination, with just a glance or a thought, complex tactical deployments can be executed. In future information warfare, the Dragon Nation will be invincible. Personal reward: all basic attribute point limits +1. You have received Blessing of the Wind Sprite King X1. Blessing of the Wind Sprite King, passive buff. Your flying speed and gliding control are permanently increased by 100%. When this announcement echoed around the world for the third time, the entire world had already gone numb. Global live broadcast room. D level rating? Did I not see it right? Isn't the rating limit for this game at level 10E level? Biological basis cooperative communication protocol? Telepathy? Are the people of the Dragon Nation aiming for the skies? They are not satisfied with leading on the physical level anymore, now they want to dominate the metaphysical realm too? It's over, completely over. They have already started doing business with monsters, changing the world. Nightmare Suppression Command Center. Academician Qian Weiguo looked at the complex technical blueprints that had appeared in Laboratory 012, as if they were from a heavenly book, trembling with excitement. Telepathy, cooperative combat. General Zhang, do you know what this means? Our future Phoenix aerial combat team, if equipped with this system. Lieutenant General Zhang Lai's breathing became extremely heavy. He stared intensely at the screen, murmuring, that will no longer be a formation, that will be a unified, living sky will. While Yan Feng looked at the gains he had received and nodded in satisfaction. With a flash of golden light, he felt the power surging within him again, placing the heavy heart of storm into his backpack. Let's go home, renovate the house. He casually spoke to the three workers behind him who were completely stunned. When Yan Feng and the others returned to the top of the cliff, the sky was nearing dusk. In the sky, the Wind Sprite King, transformed from the Vengeful Vultures, circled a few times and expressed its gratitude to Yan Feng before turning into a stream of azure light and disappearing into the horizon. It was going to chase after its own, true freedom. Meanwhile, Yan Feng began his long-awaited renovation project. He took that heavy Heart of Storm, along with all the previously accumulated Heart of Straw and Heart of Moonlight, and fed them all to the Tree of Life. Buzz. The entire platform at the top of the cliff made a satisfying, long resonance. The main root of the Tree of Life, after absorbing this tremendous energy far beyond before, had its surface glowing green aura becoming more brilliant and deep, as if a galaxy flowed within it. A clearer, more intelligent thought directly transmitted into Yan Feng's mind. Energy sufficient, can proceed with in-depth customization. Please conceive. Here it comes. Yan Feng's spirit perked up. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, a picture he had long planned. The blueprints, comparable to luxurious mansion renovation designs, took shape instantly. First, there is the bedroom. He does not want that hard, stiff fine bed. He wants a Simmons bed that is 1.8 meters wide and 2.2 meters long, made entirely of the softest tree leaf fibers woven with life energy. The mattress should be medium soft, perfectly hugging his body curves, making him feel like he is sleeping on a cloud. At the head of the bed, there should be a bedside lamp powered by the heart of moonlight, with soft, adjustable light. Beside it, there needs to be an integrated wardrobe that comes with dehumidifying and scenting functions. Then, there is the living room. An oversized L-shaped sofa, big enough for 5 or 6 people to roll around on, should also be made of the softest vine and leaf fibers. In front of the sofa, there should be a coffee table carved from a solid piece of hard beast bone, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. On the wall, he even planned a spot for a TV wall. Even though there is no TV yet, the space must be saved. The most ridiculous is the kitchen and bathroom. He requested the Tree of Life to use the energy of the Heart of Storm to create a firewheel stove that can automatically adjust the flame. Then, using scraps of nightmare-form titanium memory alloy, he wanted a full set of pots, bowls, and a complete set of knives. As for the bathroom, he envisioned a fully automatic ecological toilet that has automatic flushing, automatic cleaning, and even recycles waste into plant nutrients. When Flame Peak conveyed this series of seemingly insane renovation demands to the Tree of Life, even the tree, which shared his thoughts, fell into a 10-second silence. It seemed as if its newly born intelligence was processing this complex command that far exceeded its comprehension. Needs too complex energy may not enough can only try. Chapter 84 Difficulty Upgrade. It's okay, if it's not enough, I'll find more for you. Flame Peak waved his hand generously. With the master's promise, the Tree of Life no longer hesitated. In the next second, the entire treehouse at the cliff began a miraculous self-evolution. Countless roots and vines, like artists possessed by the soul of top designers, started weaving and shaping quickly and precisely. Catherine, the butcher, and the hound watched in stunned silence. They watched a soft, comfortable big bed grow out of thin air before them. They watched a smoothly designed sofa slowly rise from the floor. They watched as a starry ceiling made of countless glowing mosses lit up bit by bit on the wall. Finally, when a perfectly shaped, even slightly sci-fi fully automatic ecological toilet appeared in the bathroom. Catherine, the ace agent used to grand scenes, finally couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand to keep herself from gasping. Her worldview was ruthlessly shattered and reshaped repeatedly within this day. She felt she was not surviving in a dream of ruins, but visiting a base of an alien civilization from mythical times. Half an hour later, when the last vine was woven, the fine decoration project of the treehouse was declared complete. What stood before everyone was no longer a simple shelter, but a city of the divine tree, blending nature and technology, filled with vitality and luxury. Flame Peak lay on his Simmons bed satisfied, then tried the flushing function of the ecological toilet, revealing a contented smile like a wealthy landlord. He walked out of the treehouse and saw the three still in a petrified state of the laborers, pointing at the few relatively simple small rooms that had just grown beside the treehouse. Look, that's your dormitory. 1 person per room, with a bed and a table inside. Although it can't compare to mine. It should be better than where you slept before. Consider it a benefit. The three trembled at this, looking in disbelief at the few simple but complete staff dormitories. They never expected that this man, who seemed like a devil in their eyes, would actually arrange accommodations for them. A very complicated emotion quietly spread in their hearts. Is it gratitude? Is it humiliation? Or perhaps, a trace of belonging that even they themselves had not realized? In the real world. At the Dream Command Center. Looking at the screen showing the luxurious divine treehouse comparable to a top-notch vacation villa, along with the 3 complex-faced agents from Eagle Sauce Country. The entire command center fell into a long silence again. I feel a bit sorry for Eagle Sauce Country now, said General Jean Lai, touching his nose with an odd expression. They spent such a great cost sending the top agents for assassination, but in the end, they failed to kill anyone and instead became the other side's renovation crew? This is no longer just killing the heart, it's like taking someone's heart out and rubbing it on the ground over and over. Professor Bai Qiming looked deeper and adjusted his glasses, sighing, have you noticed that Yan Feng is taming these 3 people in a way we cannot understand? He didn't use ongoing torture to destroy their will but instead used a method of slap and then give candy to crumble their psychological defenses. From the initial death threats, to later humiliations of dignity, and now to providing the most basic living security. Bit by bit, he is transforming them from enemies into usable tools, even dependent on his existence. This level of mental control is 100 times more terrifying than any physical confinement. Lin Zhengguo listened quietly, without speaking. His gaze fell on the screen, on the young man who was leisurely lying on a new sofa with his legs crossed. He knew that this seemingly lazy young man was playing a big game in his own way. And the whole world would be his chessboard. At this moment, a cold and ominous system announcement echoed in everyone's minds once more. Countdown to end of novice protection period, 1 hour. Detected that there are large numbers of Tree of Life appearing worldwide, severely disturbing the ecological balance of the dream nightmare world. Nightmare tide intensity will be increased to 300%. Warning, new nightmare species with special abilities such as wall passing, corrosion, and mental pollution will appear in this nightmare tide. The solidarity of the shelter will no longer be the only standard for evaluation. Wishing that tomorrow under the sun, there will still be you. This sudden, ominous, and malicious new announcement poured like a bucket of ice water over players worldwide who were still immersed in the joy of the infrastructure craze. What? Intensity increased by 300%? In Eagle Sauce Country, Thor, who had just capped his lightning fortress with lightning power, looked at the blood-red warning, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. His fortress was forged from the hardest granite, and its solidity was absolutely top-notch. But the phrase solidarity will no longer be the only standard, along with the words wall passing and corrosion, stirred a strong sense of unease within him. Wall passing, corrosion. He looked down at the solid stone fortress beneath his feet, and for the first time doubted his own power. In Cherry Blossom Country, within the ancient shrine guarded by earthbound spirits, Thousand Shadows also turned pale. Her shrine was constructed from spiritual energy and had a very high immunity to physical attacks. But the mental pollution mentioned in the announcement felt like a needle, stabbing deep into her heart. Spiritual beings fear nothing more than stronger mental pollution. Once the monster's mental pollution strength from outside exceeds the limit her bound earth spirit can endure, her shrine will start to crumble from within. The global live broadcast room is once again flooded with waves of panic. Eagle Sauce Country live room, oh my god. A wall-passing monster? What good are the walls we built? Cherry Blossom Country live room, mental pollution. It's over, the contestant I was watching built his shelter out of wood, and now he's clutching his head, saying he hears strange noises. Gallic Rooster live room, corrosion? We have a player's stonehouse here, and white smoke has already started rising from the corners. The stone is slowly melting away from an invisible thing. Despair spreads among global players like a plague once again. The shelters they worked so hard to build, in the face of new rules, seem to instantly turn into paper toys, fragile and breakable. On the Dragon Country players' side, although the situation is slightly better due to the Tree of Life, they are also caught in tension. Their living shelter, while capable of self-repair and having some resistance to mental pollution, still faces a nightmarish tide that has tripled in intensity and those unheard of new monsters. No one can guarantee their safety. In an instant, all Dragon Country players begin frantically feeding their Tree of Life, trying to make their treehouse stronger in the last hour. Chapter 85, The Nightmare Tide Approaches. However, amidst this global panic, the treehouse at the peak of Yan Feng remains a peaceful place where time flows gently. After listening to the announcement, he lazily sat up from the sofa and yawned. Intensity increased 3 times? Can pass through walls and corrode? He walked to the balcony, glanced at the bottomless cliff below, then looked at the Tree of Life beneath his feet that melded with the mountain. Oh. Then he turned back inside, starting to prepare the hot pot base for tonight. His carefree attitude seemed to say, the wind is strong tonight, remember to close the windows. This scene made the viewers in the Dragon Country live room feel both tense and a bit amused. I'm in awe, really in awe. Has Yenshin's mindset reached a transcendent level? Upstairs, is there any possibility that for Yenshin, living in the Sky City, what does wall passing and corrosion have to do with him? Can monsters grow wings and fly up? Enough said, I declare that tonight's Nightmare Tide will be split into 2 live broadcast channels. One is Global Horror Stories, and the other is Yan Feng's Hot Pot broadcast. Killing intent. Too much killing intent. Eagle Sauce Country is about to cry in panic, while we're still debating if we eat clear soup or spicy hot pot tonight. The sky turned dark. Global announcement, the first Nightmare Tide officially begins. Boom. As if the entire world, at this moment, unleashed a dull roar from deep within the earth. All global player live rooms instantly transformed into horror movie collections at the same time. In the dark forest, within the swamps, beneath the ground. A dull rumble, to the extreme, did not come from the sky but from the deep crust of the world. It wasn't a roar, it was more like a heart that had slept for billions of years, now regaining its beat at this moment. All live rooms shook violently at the same time. Immediately, countless brand new nightmare creatures, various in shape, surged out like a black flood from their hidden lairs where they had lain for 7 days, without warning. In Eagle Sauce Country, within S-grade talent Thor's lightning fortress. Scraps. Thor roared, and a thick bolt of lightning burst from his palm, vaporizing a shadow mouse that tried to seep through the cracks in the rocks. The lightning illuminated his serious face. His fortress is indestructible, forged from granite he smelted with his own hands, but in front of these monsters that can ignore physical barriers, even the strongest walls only meant more infiltration points. He must remain vigilant at all times, using the furious power of lightning to purify every inch of shadow, and his mental energy is being consumed tremendously. For A-class players, facing similar situations is manageable, but it is by no means easy. But for those with talents below A-class, this nightmare tide is nothing short of a massacre. An E-class talent player from the Eagle country, with the ability of rock affinity, confidently leaned against the wall he built from granite. This wall is half a meter thick, unbreakable, and it is the source of his entire sense of security. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. A cold, otherworldly chill crawled up his spine. He jerked his head around. The wall was still the same wall, solid, thick, unmoving. But from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something strange and twisted. The shadow in the corner of his shelter, the darkness cast by the firelight, was writhing. It wasn't just the flickering of light and shadow. That darkness seemed alive, seeping from a two-dimensional plane into three-dimensional reality. "What is that?" he whispered, steeling himself to step forward. A drop of thick, pure black liquid fell from the shadow in the corner of the wall, dripping onto the ground. Making no sound, yet quickly spreading out into a palm-sized flat outline. Then came the second drop, the third drop. Hundreds, thousands of black liquid drops continuously poured out from that shadow, gathering on the ground into an ever-expanding, pitch-black tide. The player's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He finally saw clearly. That was definitely not a liquid. Those were tiny creatures, the size of a mouse, but made entirely of flowing shadow mice. They had no physical form, they were moving darkness itself. One of the shadow mice charged at the wall, its body melting into the hard granite, making no sound, simply passing through. Physical defense was just a joke in front of them. No! The player let out a desperate roar, swinging his stone axe wildly at the black tide on the ground. The stone axe passed through their bodies, smashed onto the ground, sparking a shower of sparks. It was useless. In the next second, that black tide surged violently. Hundreds and thousands of shadow mice transformed into a giant wave of darkness, instantly swallowing him whole. Ah! A shrill, piercing cry that abruptly stopped, became his last sound left in the world. In the global live broadcast, his segment was instantly engulfed in pure darkness, the signal cut off. Eagle country player Blake, Kia. On the other side, outside a shelter of a player from the Gaul country in the European Union. SZZ. A sound that grated on the teeth, like acid splashing on metal, echoed in the silent night. This was a C-class player with the talent of metal control, and his shelter was a steel cube made from heavy steel plates, theoretically defending far better than rock and wood. But at this moment, he was staring pale-faced at the monitoring screen. Dozens of acid beetles, about the size of rhinos, were crawling on his steel fort, their green pus-filled sacs swelling and contracting. Puff! A jet of dark green high-pressure liquid shot out from the sac, precisely hitting the weld on the steel plate. SZZZ. Thick, pungent acid smoke erupted. That special steel plate, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, dissolved and carbonized before the dark green liquid, as visibly as snow meeting a hot iron, leaving a growing pit with flowing molten iron around the edges. Damn it! The player roared, pressing his hands on the ground. Metal thorns! Countless sharp metal spikes shot up from the ground outside the shelter. In an instant, several acid beetles were pierced. However, the moment the beetles died, their internal acid sacs burst as well, splattering a thicker, more corrosive liquid everywhere, corroding his metal thorns into pockmarked ruins. Though he temporarily resisted the attack with his powerful C-class talent, the shelter was already full of holes, and his arm was burned by the splattered acid, causing unbearable pain. He could only hold on desperately, finding it somewhat difficult to cope. A slight misstep would lead to death.